He possessed an SS Steer Spirit Binder talent. Yet moments earlier he had been mocked in front of everyone and branded a worthless joke. On the awakening platform, a golden beam pierced the sky, its vast, mysterious power proclaiming the boy's extraordinary fate. The crowd on the field fell into an eerie silence. Every sneer and taunt vanished, replaced by stunned disbelief. No one had expected the boy they had just ridiculed to awaken the rarest talent of all SS Steer Spirit Binder. Han Zhan stared at the dazzling golden runes floating above the awakening stone. His face remained calm, but waves surged in his heart. Only minutes ago he had been tangled up with Xiao Mei, just an ordinary transmigrant who had been publicly humiliated as a useless nobody. Gu Lin had awakened a tire horse-cleaving blade and was already thrilled. Xiao Mei, with her rare steer crimson silver spear, instantly became the center of attention, brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, because Han Zhan showed no reaction, he became the punchline of every joke and, in Xiao Mei's eyes, the very picture of failure. After gaining her steer contract spirit, Xiao Mei strode up to Han Zhan and broke up with him on the spot, her words dripping with contempt. Han Zhan, we're done. I've awakened and steer spirit we're no longer in the same league. You're not worthy of me. Don't ever come looking for me again. To her, cutting ties early meant avoiding trouble later, yet she chose to humiliate him publicly, turning him into everyone's clown. Han Zhan was no timid soul. In his previous life he had been forthright, and he would not tolerate such disgrace. He furrowed his brow and replied with a hint of sarcasm. Not in the same league. Are you planning to leave Blue Star and live in outer space? Xiao Mei froze. This Han Zhan was nothing like the fawning boy she remembered, but she quickly sneered. Stop clinging to me, Han Zhan. You did things for me in the past. I gave you 3 years of my youth, so we're square. From now on we're strangers. Their classmates joined in, laughing and jeering. Does he really think an steer would look at trash like him? Exactly. A toad lusting after a swan. Xiao Mei's got great taste dumping him early. Sisters, remember that face. When the time comes to choose spirits, don't even talk to that loser. Hearing their barbs, Han Zhan's gaze turned cold. I haven't even awakened yet. How can you be so sure I won't get an S-steer or something even stronger? Xiao Mei let out a scornful laugh. You? Don't make me laugh. Just as Han Zhan was about to retort, the teacher on the platform called out. Next, Han Zhan. Ignoring the mocking stares, he strode up to the awakening platform, filled with anticipation. As a transmigrant, he was eager to see what kind of talent he would awaken. He pressed his palm to the awakening stone. It trembled faintly, yet no light appeared. Below, Xiao Mei, who had been tense, exhaled in relief, her eyes full of disdain. Useless after all. Good thing I dumped him early. The crowd erupted in fresh ridicule. Weren't you cocky a minute ago? Keck out your tongue. Told you. Xiao Mei's judgment is perfect. She ditched dead weight in time. The teacher in charge of the awakening looked disappointed and was about to declare a failure when a faint golden glow bloomed, quietly at first, then engulfed the entire stone. The light grew, blazing like a golden sun shooting straight into the clouds. High above, a colossal golden vortex turned slowly, radiating boundless, mysterious power. Every smirk froze, faces filled with shock as eyes lifted to the sky, unable to believe what they were seeing. The academy's headmaster trembled with excitement. Is this steer? A steer? Or? Before he could finish, the massive vortex collapsed inward. An endless golden torrent poured down, enveloping the awakening platform in blinding radiance. When the light finally receded, brilliant golden characters emerged on the awakening stone. Han Zhan SS Steer's Spirit Binder talent, Divine Awakening. The moment their eyes met the awakening stone, everyone stopped breathing. Blazing across its surface were 5 gilded words, Sister, Spirit Bond, talent so bright, they seemed ready to burn a hole through the field. Beside that glare, the long-revered steer suddenly looked second-rate. The principal of Qingting Academy, Chun Guangpu, shot out of his office the instant he heard the news, shirt-tail still stuffed into his trousers, sprinting toward the training ground like a gust of wind. But he was outpaced by the very girls who, minutes earlier, had sworn to shun Han Zhan. In a heartbeat, the awakening platform was packed shoulder to shoulder, pink support signs flashing and camera lights flaring. Big brother, pick me. I have an attire spirit weapon, the sky-cleaving saber perfect grip, perfect length. Han Zhan, over here. My tire moonring blades aren't the highest grade, but I learned my moves early. The shrill chorus was loud enough to peel the roof off the stadium. Xiao Mei stood at the edge of the crowd, frozen at the sight of those 3 SS. Had Han Zhan really awakened? Before she could recover, the stampede of classmates shoved her to the outer ring. SS Styron contract with Han Zhan could rocket anyone to the top. No one was stupid. Even the slimmest chance was worth the gamble. She shot a look at the gaudy vixens and snorted. An aura unique to an steer spirit weapon erupted around her. Those amateurs think they can compete with me? With her chill subdued, she replaced it with a confident smile. Han Zhan, I admit I raised my voice earlier. Let's make up, okay? In all of Qingting Academy, only an steer spirit like me is worthy of you. I'll even let you hold my hand starting today. Han Zhan's mouth twitched. 3 years of dating just to be allowed to hold her hand. Was he supposed to be grateful? Did she really think he was Fei Yang or something? He couldn't be bothered to answer. His eyes drifted back to the golden text on the stone. His own SS Steer's Spirit Bond Talent, Divine Reawakening. Spirit Bond Talent, Divine Reawakening. SSS Tier Abilities. 1. Divine Gaze reveals all information about a spirit weapon and can resurrect those with divinity, restoring them to their primal form. 2. Behold me each time he contracts a divine weapon. Both his and the weapon's attributes double. 3. Heavenly Mandate favored by the laws of an alternate cosmos. The number of spirits he can contract is no longer limited. Han Zhan looked up and casually focused on a ponytailed girl below the platform. In the next instant, her full data unfurled in his mind. Wang Chunhua, Tyre's spirit weapon, manifestation, blood disc, trait, speed, divinity, none. He swept his gaze over several others without exception. The divinity column read none, even for Steer Xiaomei. Seeing him glance at her, but remained silent, Xiaomei bit her lip as if bracing herself. Han Zhan, I'm not like them. If you bond with me, I can go as far as a kiss. That's my biggest concession. Did it really have to be this way? Han Zhan, you once promised you wouldn't touch me before we were married. Fine. Since it's you, I can allow you to cross the line, but only once. Only once. Han Zhan, don't push it. If you keep taking advantage, I'm going to get upset. Xiaomei tipped up her chin, half teasing, half pouting, and stepped closer. How about once a day? When Han Zhan's expression didn't so much as flicker, she raised the stakes on her own. Once a day still not enough? Think you can handle it? Then 10 times a day. You're an SS grade spirit binder, after all. The words were barely out before she flashed what she thought was a seductive smile and changed her offer yet again. You know what? Forget it, take me as many times a day as you like. The girls watching could barely stand it and all but rolled their eyes out of their heads. Spare us the phonus and Acthy's not buying it. She dumped Brother Han a minute ago and now she's back groveling. Shameless. Running her own romance route like an NPC while bragging she's not easy. She's so easy, she isn't even human. If our Qingting Academy's top beauty, Xia, hadn't awakened only in a great spirit, this clown wouldn't have a stage at all. Wait, what kind of Qing did you just say? Han Zhan, who had been scanning everyone's spirit signatures, caught the keyword and instantly perked up. He reached out and stopped the girl who'd been speaking. Hey, this schoolbelle you mentioned, who is she? Startled at being singled out, the girl shrugged. Who else? Top of the grade and the prettiest face at Qingting Academy, Xia Yue. Too bad she drew the short straw this year and only awakened in a grade spirit, the Fuxi Qin. All her admirers bolted overnight, so she's now the least wanted spirit around. She lifted a hand and pointed across the room. Han Zhan followed her gesture and saw a girl with an ethereal aura sitting quietly on a bench. An empty ring had formed around her, as if the air itself kept its distance. Boys looked down on her. Girls avoided her. Reality could be that cruel. And a grade spirit, and a non-combat one at that, who would dare sign a contract with her? Take her home, and your old man would break your legs, school beauty or not. Xia Yue seemed long resigned to the cold shoulder. Eyes lowered, she gently stroked the Qin-shaped spirit stone, making no effort to push forward to the awakening platform with the other girls. She knew all too well that, within a grade spirit, she had neither the right nor the chance to form a contract with an SS grade spirit binder. Han Zhan's gaze locked on her, and a spirit data panel appeared before him. Xia Yue, a grade spirit. Manifestation, Fuxi Qin. Traits, none. Divinity, present unawakened. Details, unknown. Fuxi Qin, one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts, rated a grade? Are you kidding me? Han Zhan's heart pounded, but a grin split his face. If I'm going to fight, I fight with the elite. If I'm going to bind, I bind a divine artifact. He strode down from the awakening platform, making every nearby girl's heart skip a beat. Everyone assumed he'd swing back to Xiaomei, but his eyes never even flickered. He walked straight ahead. Seeing him approach, Xiaomei smirked. So much for that iron will. I only upped it to 100 times a day, and you're already caving? Once the contract is sealed, let's see you escape my grasp. Just as she was savoring her imagined triumph, Han Zhan's voice brushed past her ear. Excuse me, could you move? You're blocking my way. Xiaomei thought she had misheard. She was about to speak when a sharp gust swept past her. Han Zhan didn't spare her a glance as he strode away. Under the blazing sun of the practice field, the hem of his jacket cut a clean arc before he stopped in front of Xia Yue. Xia Yue, will you form a pact with me and become my exclusive spirit partner? The words landed like a boulder. The entire field fell silent. Xia Yue's clear eyes flew wide like a startled fawn, her slender shoulders trembling as she froze. The onlookers were even more stunned. Han Zhan, an SS-rank spirit binder, was choosing Xia Yue, whose spirit ranked only E and whose manifested form was a battered Guqin. Half a year ago, dozens of boys had courted Xia Yue every day. After her E-rank awakening was announced, those suitors vanished, and even her so-called friends turned on her, leaving only mockery and isolation. She had endured all the malice, never imagining she would hear an invitation from Han Zhan today. Xiaomai's mind buzzed as if it would explode. Why? She's just an rank spirit, and im's rank. In the azure blood silver spear she's nothing but a broken zither. Jealousy and rage twisted her delicate features. You chose her because she's prettier and looks innocent? Han Zhan, you're a jerk, you're thinking with the wrong head. Her hoarse shout echoed across the field, drawing countless stares. Moments ago she had confessed publicly. Now she was ignored, becoming the school's biggest joke, and humiliation threatened to break her. Han Zhan never turned around, treating Xiaomai's outburst as background noise. His gaze stayed on Xia Yue, patiently awaiting her answer. Xia Yue pressed her lips together and had just begun to speak when a breathless voice rang out. No, I won't allow it. The crowd parted as though cut by a blade, revealing Headmaster Chun Guangpu of Qingting Academy hurrying forward, sweat beading on his brow. The brutal Zerg invasion had cost him his spirit partner, and he had never bonded again, choosing instead to train the next generation in experience that gave him unquestioned authority here. You're Han Zhan, correct? Chun Guangpu wiped his brow, his tone steady and firm. It's normal for young people to like one another, but forging a spirit contract is no trivial matter. You are Daxia's future. Defeating the Zerg and reclaiming our lands is the duty of every spirit binder and spirit partner. Han Zhan, Headmaster Chun is right, Xia Yue said softly, her voice tinged with both excitement and self-doubt. A move that you'd still ask after learning him a rank, but I can't. Contracting with me would only hold you back. She lowered her head, long hair veiling the sorrow in her eyes. Han Zhan was about to respond when a cold snort sliced through the air. A stern-faced middle-aged man, escorted by several attendants, strode onto the field. The hem of his black trench coat fluttered as he gave Xiaomai a glance, then fixed his gaze on Han Zhan, pupils tightening before he regained his composure. Godfather, Xiaomai cried, rising on tiptoe to wave. What brings you here? With all this commotion at Vinetree Academy, how could Aishanlan City's guardian stay away? Zhao Hu strode into the training arena, his gaze sweeping like a searchlight, his voice booming so loud the glass overhead trembled. Then he sneered. I also hear someone with a flashy awakening talent has been bullying my precious goddaughter. Care to explain? Deputy Captain Zhao, absolutely not. No such thing. Principal Chun Guangpu hurried over wearing a professional smile, trying to defuse the tension while shooting Han Zhan a frantic look. Speak up. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Hu, Deputy Captain of Shinlan's Guardian Corps. As spirit binders and spirits multiplied, Daxia had formed the Guardians to defend every major city. A Guardian's word carried weight. No one wanted to cross them. Han Zhan pretended not to notice Chen's cue. Hands in his pockets, he stood silent. Zhao Hu's brow creased. Kid, you think an SS grade talent guarantees a free ride? One word from me, and no spirit in Shanlan will dare bond with you. Without a spirit, your talent is worthless. Xiaomai clicked forward on high heels, tossing her curls with a snide smile. Exactly. Apologize and form a pact with me, or my godfather will blacklist you for good. The father-daughter duo acted in tandem, their arrogance repulsive. Disgust churned in Han Zhan's chest. New world, same rotten script. Shame, he said, eyes locked on Xiaomai, lips lifting in a smirk. I weigh 130, but carry 310 pounds of rebellion. You? Not worthy. You. Xiaomai flushed scarlet. Zhao Hu's eyes went cold. He raised a hand, signaling his men forward. Chun Guangpu stepped in front of Han Zhan. Deputy Captain Zhao, please. He's an SS grade talent. I've already filed the report. Touch him now, and Captain E will have questions when he returns from the front. His gaze carried a warning. Threatening me? Zhao Hu's stare was a steel nail. Then he laughed coolly. Fine, I won't touch him. But he must bond with this a-grade spirit Xia Yue. No other spirit, understand? Think my goddaughter isn't good enough? Then tie yourself to a useless spirit. Fail tomorrow's assessment, and don't blame me. An SS grade binder paired with an A-grade spirit was career suicide. Everyone heard the calculation. Chen opened his mouth, but fell silent under Zhao Hu's pressure. Keeping Han Zhan alive was the best he could do. Han Zhan matched Zhao's sneer. Deal. He'll bond with Xia Yue. No one will change my mind. His firm words fell, and Xia Yue who had been staring at the ground jerked her head up, her gaze fixed on him. Good. 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 Zhao Hu barked, laughing in fury. Tomorrow is the spirit binder assessment. Fail, and you both get exiled to the lower district. Principal Chun, he'll personally oversee it. Let's see if you can still protect him then. Threat delivered. Zhao turned and left with a reluctant Xiaomai. Only 3 people remained. Chun Guangpu glanced at Han Zhan, and then at Xia Yue, sighed, and walked away. The silence was so deep they could hear their own heartbeats. Then a warm hand enclosed hers. Come on, Campus Belle Xia, Han Zhan said with a gentle smile. Let's go sign our pact. Tears welled in her eyes. Days of pent-up grievance flooded back. Han Zhan, I'm sorry, she whispered. No need, he said softly. You're worth it. Forming a soul pact between a spirit binder and a spirit demands absolute silence. At Qingting Academy, special contract chambers exist for that very purpose. At the moment, Xia Yue was being led forward by Han Zhan. Where their fingertips met, a faint tremor ran through her, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out almost instantly. Though she was the school's acknowledged beauty, she had always kept admirers at arm's length. Physical contact, let alone hand-holding, was unheard of. Yet watching Han Zhan walking ahead, she was overwhelmed by a novel sense of safety, and her heart pounded. Are you hot? Your hands all sweaty, Han Zhan asked without looking back. Quit spacing out. Get inside. He pushed open the door to a contract room and walked in. Right. Snapped from her reverie. Xia Yue hurried after him, her cheeks aflame. The chamber was barely big enough for the two of them. Once the door closed, their breathing filled the cramped space. Han Zhan could feel the warmth of her breath brushing the back of his neck, tickling him. A faint fragrance of shampoo mingled with the sweetness of her scent, unsettling his focus. The loose school uniform usually hid her figure, but in this room of scarcely 3 square meters, he felt the gentle pressure of soft curves in front of Hyman. Impressive sight. Xia Yue blushed so hard she thought she might bleed. She tried to step back, yet still brushed against him, mortified and wishing she could disappear. Ahem, let's begin, Han Zhan said, leaning forward slightly. Okay. Her voice was barely louder than a mosquito's, and her ears burned. Steady your mind. Han Zhan barked the command and flashed through a series of hand seals. A pale gold array blossomed beneath their feet, its lines crisp, its glow gentle. As the formation spun, strands of golden chain condensed, twining together and binding the two within a single halo. These chains linked their souls, letting spirit binder and spirit share one consciousness. In an ordinary pact, the ritual would have been complete. Instead, Han Zhan suddenly straightened, pressed his palms together, and shouted, "Divine reflection." At once, his eyes blazed brilliant gold. Within those clear pupils, every detail of Xia Yue was laid bare. His scorching gaze swept over her like a spotlight, and panic surged through her. She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest and tugged at her skirt. Just then, a faint strand of zither music drifted out of nowhere, as if descending from the ninth heaven, bright, yet gentle. Unable to resist, Xia Yue slipped into her spirit form, a guqin of translucent rose pink. Cloud-like patterns flowed along the instrument's body, which shone with a sacred luster. A ring of soft white light hugged the form, rendering it flawless. As the gold in Han Zhan's eyes intensified, the zither answered with its own tender radiance. Though no hand touched the strings, they quivered on their own, each note resonating with the power of his divine reflection. The ancient divine weapon Fuxi Qin. At that moment, awakened by Han Zhan's divine sight, the Fuxi Qin completed its resurrection and fully stirred to life. Luminous waves rolled across the zither body, and fine runes flowed along its strings like an ancient war horn, silently announcing its return. At the same time, the data panel in Han Zhan's vision reshuffled violently. Xia Yue, SS-class contract spirit, manifested form, ancient divine weapon, Fuxi Qin, traits, none, divinity, sword heart, zither soul. As their bond formed, a flood of new memories poured into both minds, granting contractor and spirit an instant, perfect rapport. Han Zhan immediately understood the essence of sword heart, zither soul. Once the Fuxi Qin was in hand, any melody he played would draw on this divinity for added power. As one of the 10 ancient divine weapons, the zither could either cut down foes or restore allies with every note. Yet a warning followed if he attempted a piece beyond their current limit. The weapon's backlash could snap its main string and wound the spirit. Contract mages and spirits alike are ranked from 1st to 9th tier. Newly awakened, they were only 1st tier, yet already stood at the very peak of that level. 3 compositions safe to perform appeared in Han Zhan's mind. 1. Battlebreaker, primarily offensive, launching blades of sound that slice through barriers. 2. Tranquil breath, primarily restorative, sending soothing waves that heal wounds. 3. Dragon Soar Anthem, primarily supportive, echoing dragon roars that boost all attributes. With these 3 scores at his disposal, he brimmed with confidence for tomorrow's contract mage assessment. He could already picture the crowd's astonished faces. When the music faded, Xia Yue's pale blue silhouette solidified into a girl once more. Hands pressed to her chest, lashes trembling. She could hardly believe an E-class spirit had just vaulted to SS class in a heartbeat. Whatever the odds, she had witnessed the miracle, and the boy before her had made it happen. Thank you, Han Zhan. Her voice quavered. On impulse, she rose on tiptoe and brushed a kiss against his cheek. Then, cheeks blazing, dashed out of the contract chamber. Touching the lingering warmth on his face, Han Zhan mused happily. That actually felt pretty nice. Godfather, that bastard Han Zhan humiliated your goddaughter at Ivy Academy. Today you've got to make it up to me. In another luxurious club in Deep Blue City, Xiaomei clung to Zhao Hu's arm, her cooing complaint laced with spite. Zhao Hu burst out laughing and gave her waist a hard squeeze. Relax, me word is law. Tomorrow's contract mage exam? I've already greased every palm. Pass. If he passes, Zhao Hu, will take his surname. But he's an SS class contract mage. Wouldn't crossing him outright be risky? Xiaomei hedged. Risky? In Deep Blue City, I make the rules. As he spoke, a murky white insect shadow flickered deep in Zhao Hu's pupils, sending a chill through the room. Narrowing his eyes, he shifted the topic. Now, after I settle that score for you, how will my sweet goddaughter repay me? Xiaomei lowered her gaze in feigned shyness, though calculation glinted at the corners of her eyes. Well, godmother's still outside. Let me drain that glass contract mage first, and then. Ah! She squealed in playful protest as Zhao Hu swept her into his arms. Unbothered, he carried her toward the inner suite. Let's save her tonight, first everything else can wait. Shock headline. A student from Qingting Academy has awakened an SS Steer spirit binder talent, only to squander it by contracting an rank trash spirit for the sake of a pretty face. The press release tore through Deep Blue City like a lit fuse, sparking instant uproar. Renowned commentator Kai Xin sneered on camera. This young man has no sense of responsibility. His behavior is ridiculous and self-destructive. Zhao Hu, acting head and deputy captain of the city's guardians, issued a terse statement. It's a personal choice, so we won't comment, but the guardians are disappointed. Furious citizens quickly launched a petition to cast the parasite out of Deep Blue City and exile him to the lower district as an example. Principal Chun Guangpu of Qingting Academy remained silent. Overnight, the news kept snowballing online. Moron, wasting a god-tier talent. You've let the whole daxia down. The curses were endless. Xia Yuisa Vixen, seducing Minchi deserves it. A frenzy of doxing followed close behind. In the penthouse suite of the Yageli Hotel, Zhao Hu lounged on the sofa, blowing a lazy smoke ring, amusement glinting in his narrowed eyes. Daddy, you're amazing. Xiaomei clicked over in high heels, voice dripping with delight. Amazing in which way? He cocked an eyebrow, clearly pleased. You're terrible, she giggled. Flicking away his ash, Zhao Hu said, this wave of public opinion is just the appetizer. When the spirit binder trials start, they'll show him real cruelty. He's not in my league. He stretched. Plenty of time, let's get some morning exercise. The door closed, muffled, suggestive laughter lingering in the corridor. Early the next morning, Han Zhan stepped through Qingting Academy's gates and became the center of every stare. Fingers pointed, sneers and contemptuous laughs rippling around him. Moments later, Xia Yue arrived. Pale and sleepless, she hurried over. I am sorry, she whispered, twisting her fingers. Han Zhan chuckled and ruffled her hair. Stop apologizing. You're the campus belle, own it. He pushed a paper bag into her arms. Bread and milk. Bet you skipped breakfast. Don't fall apart during the assessment. Warmth seeped through the bag, sending a rush of comfort through her. She nodded hard. Okay. Han Zhan's eyes turned cold. As for those clowns, let's show them who's really worthless. Time to slap some faces. Okay, she repeated, fear in her eyes replaced by stubborn resolve. The Spirit Binder Assessment is a large-scale screening held each year after the Awakening Conference. It gauges the strength of binders and their spirits, then assigns them to appropriate posts. The exam has 3 phases. 1. Combat frontline duty, siege operations, and ruin exploration squads. 2. Healing medical support within teams or in rear field hospitals. 3. Strategic, judgment-independent evaluation of tactics and resource allocation. Scores for each phase are independent. Pass any single phase, and you qualify for that role. Combatants join fighting units. Healers serve as medics within those teams or in rear hospitals. Tests of strategic judgment are usually drafted by the United Front Division itself. Their sole aim is to find young minds capable of commanding a battlefield under any circumstance. The Spirit Pact Master exam is held once a year and weighs as heavily as life and death. Giant screens in every major city stream the event live, drawing crowds in their tens of thousands. Should a Pact Master and their spirit fail all 3 events, their names are logged on the spot, and they are exiled to the lower district along with their bonded spirit, a wasteland of scarce resources and rampant crime where only the strong survive. Brutal, yet undeniably real. At dawn, the testing center was already roaring with noise. Metal detectors and ID scanners formed a snaking line. Han Zhan and Xia Yue walked shoulder to shoulder, and the instant they stepped into the plaza, they were greeted by a sea of candidates. Suddenly, a striking figure caught Han Zhan's eye. Xiaomei. She looked radiant, as though she had stayed up all night fortifying herself, her skin even more luminous than the day before. Han Zhan was about to steal another glance when someone's head abruptly blocked his view. Xia Yue folded her arms, her tone playful yet firm. No staring. Han Zhan laughed and absent-mindedly mussed her long black hair into a bird's nest. Xia Yue yelped, indignant. You're Han Zhan, right? A slightly arrogant male voice sounded behind them. Han Zhan turned to see a teenager in a tailored uniform approaching, thin lips pressed together, a sharp glint in his eyes. And you are? I'm Xiaomei's pact master, Wang Lumao. The boy's pitch rose, as though staking a claim. But Han Zhan nearly choked on his own saliva. That name inspired. Wang Lumiao's face darkened. What's so funny? Sorry, just remembered something hilarious. Couldn't hold it in. Han Zhan spread his hands. Cheap clown, desperate for attention. Wang Lumao narrowed his eyes. Han Zhan, Not choosing Meyer will be the decision you regret for the rest of your life. Han Zhan drawled back. If I'd chosen her, you'd have no part in the story, would you? You'd be stuck under the covers, clutching tiny pearls, ing. The final ing made Wang Lumao clench his fists, veins jumping. Lumao, don't waste your breath on him. Xiaomei stepped out of the crowd in needle-thin heels. Her gaze paused on the overly intimate distance between Han Zhan and Xia Yue, shot them an icy glare. Then she took Wang Lumio's arm and raised her chin. Let's go. The exam's starting. The assessment corridor opened. Scrolling text on the screen read, First stage combat trial. The Pact Master and their spirit will be transported to an isolated hollow arena. As the test progresses, the system will continuously increase the number and variety of Zerg creatures. A flash of white light, and Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei were already standing on a greystone platform. Difficulty Level 1. Tier 1 Aberrant Insect Black Mang Beetle, 1 unit. The proctor's flat voice echoed. The gate opposite rose, and a calf-sized jet black insect charged out. Carapace bulging, 6 legs thick and powerful. Black mangs are famed for brute force, thick hide, and low intelligence more than enough to trouble a newly awakened Tier 1 Pact Master. Rise. Wang Lumao barked. Emerald light burst from his body and instantly condensed over his head into a crystalline dewdrop. Scrade Gift Morning Dew, able to massively boost all attributes of the user and their spirit in an instant. Xiao Mei simultaneously transformed into a pale gold spear wreathed in ethereal mist. With Morning Dew's blessing, the spear's etched patterns lit up and seemed to flow like living water. Break. The spear tip whistled forward, meeting the black mang Hedon. The razor edge pierced the carapace, drawing a shrill scream, yet the insect still drove ahead on raw strength. Wang Lumio's arms strained as he held the spear in place. He gathered power and shouted, Scarlet blood, silver spear. Pure white energy erupted. The shaft lengthened another inch and punched clean through the beetle's thorax and abdomen. The aberrant insect froze, legs twitching, then crashed to the ground. Verdict, Tier 1 Black Mang, slain. Next, Wang Lumao retracted the spear, flicking insect blood from the tip, fighting spirit surging. The spectator stands erupted, shrieks rising in waves. So cool. That's in Scrade, Gift Total Domination. Scrade's spirit Scarlet Blood Silver Spear, and he just skewered a Black Mang in one shot. Before long, someone dragged the conversation back to another contestant. Where's Han Zhan? The loser who bonded in a great spirit. I want to see his face right now. Haha. Relax, he's up next. Come on, the clown show is about to start. Inside the command center, every seat around the long oval table is taken. The lights are glaringly bright, regimental flags hang from the walls, and the air carries a faint whiff of disinfectant. At the far end sit Chen Guangpu, principal of Qingting Academy, and Zhao Hu, deputy captain of the Deep Blue City Guardians. Their uniforms are immaculate, but their stiff posture betrays the awkwardness of chaperones forced to observe rather than lead. In front of them are the regional commanders, each in a different uniform and wearing a unique badge proof of the military's intense concern for the annual Lingqi Master Assessment. By attending in person, they intend to strangle any mistake in its cradle. This year is even more unusual, because at the head of the table sits an old man with snow-white hair and beard. His back is ramrod straight, and his eyes, cold as distant stars, keep the regional commanders silent as quail. On a giant screen, muted footage is frozen on the moment Wang Lumio's shot punched through a Haiming bug, blood spraying in a clean ballistic arc. Acceptable. The old man finally speaks, his calm voice landing like a mallet on everyone's heart. The middle-aged man to his left snorts, shattering the brief silence. And class talent who struggles this much with a first-tier beast? Sir, he's miles worse than my batch. The speaker is Wei Qing, chief of the 1st District. His district faces the Zerg main force on a battlefield known as the Meat Grinder, and anyone who survives to reach his rank carries the reek of blood and iron. Smack. A crisp slap lands on the back of Wei Qing's head. Everyone instantly straightens eyes to nose to heart. The old man, Wei Qing's teacher, withdraws his hand and speaks unhurriedly. How many times have I told you? Drop the lousy talk. You think you're my father? No, sir. The defiance drains from Wei Qing's posture. The man who can stare down an 8th-tier bug emperor now looks like a raw recruit. The old man turns to the other side. Lin Jingxian, give me your assessment. Yes, sir. Lin Jingxian, chief of the 2nd District, pushes up his black-rimmed glasses. His gaze is cool as a data chart. He's in class Lingqi Master, but his control is still rudimentary. As for this class contracted spirit, her output is roughly 20% below theoretical values. If not, the bullet should have punched straight through that first-tier Haiming bug without waiting for the celestial aura trait to trigger. The shortfall may be due to an undisciplined lifestyle that's bleeding off spiritual energy. In a few sentences, Lin Jingxian all but strips Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei bare. The old man's brow twitches. He flicks Lin's forehead. How many times have I told you? Say half of what you know. Spill everything, and you'll get yourself killed sooner. Lin Jingxian reflexively shields his head, yet still gets hit dead center. He lowers his hands with a wry smile and falls silent. After scolding the chiefs of the 1st and 2nd districts, the old man sits back. The remaining commanders exhale quietly, like students who've dodged a pop quiz. Combat testing zone. Cold light glints off metal blast walls as Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei stand side by side in the center of the arena. They have just cleared combat test. Difficulty 7, breaking Qingting Academy's previous record of difficulty 6, and the stands erupt in cheers. On the scoreboard, red digits roll upward, and the referee's voice comes through the speakers. Calm and even. Score confirmed. New record. Before Wang's rifle has cooled, the distant energy gate slides open again. The check-in screen scrolls to the next pair of names, Han Zhan and Xia Yue. As they stepped into the combat arena, the opposite gate clanged open. 1, 2, 3. A full 10 first-tier black Nyang worms surged out, hissing in single file. The iron bars had barely stopped rattling when the examiner's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Difficulty level 1. 10 first-tier black Nyang worms. The crowd exploded. 10. Isn't level 1 supposed to be 1? Wang Lumiao faced 7 worms at level 7. Are they targeting him? Serves him right. Who picks in a rank contract spirit and expects an easy ride? Let him suffer. While the complaints flew, the examiner added, difficulty is adjusted individually. An SS grade talent warrants 10 times the challenge to silence any doubts. Exactly. The onlookers shouted. The broadcast camera locked onto Han Zhan's face, zooming in as if to capture anger or fear. Han Zhan's expression remained calm as still water. Inside the command center, the silver-haired elder spoke for the second time. That's not what the rules say. At the far end of the table, Zhao Hu rose reluctantly. The guardians of Deep Blue City added it on the spot. We feel the young man is squandering his gift and setting a bad example. So, I see no problem. Wei Qing interrupted, his voice rough. We faced the same odds back in the day. These kids have had it too easy. Do you know how many contract mages die on the front every day to buy this piece? If he wastes his talent, banish him to the lower district. The elder merely murmured an indifferent Silence fell again. No one believed a first-tier mage could eliminate 10 black Nyang worms at once. In the arena, pale pink mist spread as Xia Yue transformed into the ancient Fuxi Zither. Holding the guqin across his arms, Han Zhan's white robe billowed in the breeze, as if an immortal had stepped into the mortal realm. Come, he said softly to the 10 worms ahead. Perhaps provoked by his tone, the black Nyang worms charged, shrieking. Han Zhan didn't move. He merely lifted a hand and brushed the strings. Pluck! A clear note rang out, ripping the air like tearing silk. A massive blade of compressed air formed before him. In the next heartbeat, he swept his hand across the strings, launching the blade forward. It sliced through the air like a spear of light. Splat! All 10 worms were beheaded at the same height, their heads dropping before they could scream. Black blood spattered, yet not a drop touched the hem of Han Zhan's robe. Dead silence. The uproar vanished. Everyone stood gape-mouthed, breathless. A true 1-second kill. Is that really in a rank spirit? If that's trash, what are we? Whether in the arena or in front of the broadcast screens, shock froze every voice. In the hush that followed, Han Zhan's calm, yet unmistakably bold declaration rang out. This tune shatters formations. Holy crap, that's insane. In the main command room, the giant screen had just replayed Han Zhan slicing a black mang beetle in a single second when Wei Qing slammed the table and sprang to his feet. Back in my day, it took me 30 whole seconds to kill 10 of those things, he shouted, eyes bulging. He did it in 1. District 1 is taking him. Before he could sprint out of the room, 2 hands clamped down on his shoulders. On the left, District 3's director Yi Qiu pinned him with a steady, uncompromising grip. Wei, District 1 is a suicide squad. A rookie contract adept would be signing his own death warrant. He should come to District 3, take it slow, and grow. On the right, District 4's director Shen Jiqi pressed the other shoulder, smiling. Neither of your frontline meat grinders are any good for a newcomer. Let him start with our ruins expeditions in District 4. Get lost. Wei Qing and Yi Qiu snapped in unison. Wei Qing's muscles bunched under Yi Qiu's hand, a flash of red in his eyes. Yi, your wife isn't here today. Just you and me. I'm not backing down. Yi Qiu snorted. Haven't sparred with you in years. My wife's gone too, so if I turn your face into minced pork, no one will complain. Shen Jiqi raised an eyebrow. I'm still here. No one's stealing him on my watch. The 3 district heads locked in a tense standoff. A few rows back, Chun Guangpu and Zhao Hu watched the spectacle. Chun Guangpu rubbed his hands. Delighted thought Han Zhan was washed up, only to see him break every record. Zhao Hu looked like head swallowed a fly, gray-faced but afraid to speak. On screen, the assessment continued. The proctor, stunned that Han Zhan had cleared difficulty level 1, could only forge ahead. Difficulty level 2, 21st tier, black mang beetles. The chamber instantly filled with 20 calf-sized beetles, a dark mass that drew a collective gasp. No first-tier contract adept had ever faced so many at once. The challenge was absurd. Han Zhan planted his feet, set his zither, and snapped a single cord. A blade of sound erupted. 20 beetles detonated in unison. Another instant kill. He lowered the instrument and said coolly, "More of these won't help. Crank it up." The crowd exploded. "He wants it harder? How cocky can you get? Isn't the administration trying to stump him? He just said it's child's play." While the audience wondered how the officials would save face, the officials themselves had bigger issues. In the command room, Wei Qing, Yi Qiu, and Shun Juqi abandoned words and started swinging. Lin Jingxian sighed, flicked open a sealed space, and shoved all three inside, cutting them off from the outside world so they could brawl without breaking anything. The other regional directors watched the spectacle with amused curiosity. Since graduation, they had gone their separate ways and had never again seen a test of this scale, and with Han Zhan on the chopping block instead of them, they felt no pressure. Han Zhan's voice came through the speakers, and the silver-haired elder in the front row let out 2 hearty laughs. "Interesting. A test like this is pointless." Lin Jingxian adjusted the black-rimmed glasses on his nose and added, "First-tier Haimong beetles rely on tough hides and sheer numbers, but against sonic blades they're helpless. Even dozen Shundredser still one-shot kills. Unless you unleash a real Haimong swarm, tens of millions blanketing the sky, that's no longer a first-tier assessment, but an insect catastrophe. Who would bankroll something like that just for a test?" The elder asked. "Jingxian, what do you suggest?" "Use the highest standard we faced back in the day," Lin Jingxian replied without hesitation. That standard was worlds apart from the watered-down version used now. Its purpose the exact opposite. For Lin Jingxian to propose, it was a tacit acknowledgement of Han Zhan's strength. The elder nodded. "Very well. Have them set it up. I only came to Deep Blue to visit family, and ended up with an unexpected bonus." Once the order was issued, staff on standby jogged off to relay it. The arena manager received the update, glanced at it, and swallowed hard. "This is a test? Looks more like a death sentence. Did the kid make someone upstairs angry?" The terminal's synthetic voice announced in an icy tone, "Per request, parameters have been updated. Combat evaluation, difficulty level 3. 10 second-tier armored basilisks. 10 second-tier thunder screech birds." The moment level 3 was announced, the spectators exploded. Second-tier beasts for a first-tier contract mage? The officials have no shame. A second-tier armored basilisk is the pro-max version of a Haimong beetle, its power and defenses skyrocketing until each one feels like a heavy tank. A second-tier thunder screech bird darts through the sky, howling and spitting lightning, fast and elusive. A tank paired with an aerial assassin, this combo gives even second-tier mages headaches. Han Zhan merely tossed out 2 words. "Fine, bring it on." A routine test meant nothing to him now. He wanted to push the limits, his own and those of Xia Yuwei's Fuxi Qin, and use the outcome to slap those skeptics in the face, to prove Xia Yuwei was no worthless nobody. "Humph, arrogant fool," someone sneered in the noisy crowd. Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei, who had already withdrawn from the exam, were still hanging around, and seeing Han Zhan bask in the spotlight felt worse than failing outright. The moment Wang Lumao spoke, the looks around him turned strange, as if everyone were watching a clown. He stuck out his neck defiantly. "What are you staring at? If Han Zhan clears this level, he'll eat shit while standing on my head." Inside the combat arena, 20 armored basilisks lined up shoulder to shoulder, advancing like a looming stone wall. At the same time, 20 thundershrikes beat their wings and climbed high, spreading out as they searched for a dive angle. Han Zhan cradled the Fuxi Qin on his left arm. With his right hand, forefinger and middle finger pressed together, he tapped the strings and aimed the sound box at the center of the field. Clangth cord detonated. A crescent blade of force shot forward and slashed at the front rank of armored basilisks. Boom. The sonic edge smashed against heavy scales, driving the behemoth half a meter back and leaving only a glaring white streak, without so much as a cut. It held. The spectators exhaled in unison. They still remembered how the black ox beetle had been felled in a single note, and they feared that, if even the armored basilisks fell that quickly, the exam site would spiral out of control. When he saw the strike had barely scratched them, Han Zhan's brows knitted. At that instant, the thundershrikes seized their opening. Shrill cries ripped through the air. Sapphire lightning burst from the birds' beaks, flowing like liquid thunder until it meshed into a sky-wide net that fell toward Han Zhan. "Is the test over already?" Someone gasped. No, the real fight had only just begun. Clang, clang, clang. Han Zhan switched from brushing to plucking. His fingers moved like lightning. The Fuxi Qin leapt to a piercing pitch, the tempo suddenly quickening. With a light tap of his toes, he flickered backward, clearing the thunder net just before it slammed shut. Gather, pinch, brush, lift, sweep. Each change of technique spawned a new melody, and blades of sound crisscrossed the field. For the first time, Han Zhan's so-called battle anthem, Break the Line, revealed its full form before the crowd. The armored basilisks were famed for their defense, yet after taking 3 consecutive sonic blades, they were cut down all the same. The fleet-winged thundershrikes could not even seize his afterimages. One after another they plummeted. The balance of the fight began to tilt. 5 minutes later, Han Zhan, combat assessment completed, difficulty level 3. The examiner announced. The crowd erupted into cheers. Not far away, Wang Lumio's face turned the color of fresh grass. A moment ago he had sworn he would eat dung upside down if Han failed. Now he could scarcely swallow his own words. With the Zerg occupying most of Blue Star, there's manure everywhere, someone jeered. Plenty for a freeloader like you. Sarcastic laughter rose on all sides, and Wang's expression grew even darker. Inside the command center, apart from the three candidates still locked in combat on the monitors, two men suddenly rose to their feet, an elderly gentleman and Lin Jingxian. Truth be told, they had already shot upright the moment Han Zhan dodged the lightning net. Lin Jingxian's face remained placid, yet he was adjusting his glasses more and more often, betraying his inner turmoil. The music changed. It was two separate pieces, Lin Jingxian murmured. The first is the Break the Line anthem. He mentioned pure offense, launching sonic blades. The second, a brand new composition, appeared for the first time today. The old man nodded. Break the Line handles the armor that new tune, then, most likely amplifies himself. The instant the melody began, his speed shot up at least tenfold. Lin Jingxian immediately sensed the secret woven into Han Zhan's music, yet the insight brought him no comfort. He was even more shaken than when Han Zhan had just wiped out 10 first-tier Black Mang beetles in a flash. On the command platform, the white-haired elder noticed the anomaly as well and rose almost at the same moment. The tune kept shifting, first a battle anthem that shattered defenses, then a second piece that amplified the player himself. If there were already two distinct songs, Han Zhan's arsenal clearly extended beyond them. Could such a versatile contract spirit really be ranked only E by the Awakening Stone? From the summit of Great Xia, these veterans had seen countless spirits, yet they were still left speechless. This kind of talent should be at least S rank, perhaps even the legendary SS rank. Afu, take a look, the elder ordered in a low voice. A figure rose from the shadow at his feet. Afu was both bodyguard and steward, and the spirit he had contracted possessed the power of true appraisal, able to pinpoint a spirit's rank with greater accuracy than any Awakening Stone. That ability had exposed imposters and foiled assassinations many times. Afu nodded and slipped back into the darkness. Moments later he reappeared. The command center was so quiet that even the hum of the electronics was audible. In a hushed tone he reported, I examined it. I can't determine the spirit's rank. Can't determine it? The elder's voice rose sharply. A Fu's spirit was S rank. If even he could not assess it, only one possibility remained: Han Zhan's spirit was above SS rank. Yet at the awakening ceremony, Xia Yue had clearly been judged a rank. How is that possible? After a moment's thought, Afu ventured, perhaps her situation is the same as the young miss. You mean, like Ling Zhen classified as a rank by the Awakening Stone, yet your true appraisal yields no result because she contracted with that young man named Han Zhan? We can't rule it out. The elder fell silent. He had traveled to Deep Blue City specifically for his granddaughter Ling Zhen, born of powerful blood, yet inexplicably assessed as a rank, beyond even a Fu's appraisal. Now a second spirit of the same mysterious class had appeared in the trial arena, and its combat power was staggering. It seems we must arrange a meeting between Ling Zhen and Han Zhan. He may hold the answer, the elder murmured. Then he asked the steward, remind me, what did Ling Zhen say her awakened spirit was called? Afu thought for a moment before replying respectfully, an ranked spirit, the Shennong Ding. How does an SS-class spirit binder paired with an SS-class contract spirit perform in a combat trial? The answer is unstoppable. Although Han Zhan was fighting alongside Xia Yue for the first time, they moved as if they shared a single mind. The moment they attacked, their techniques meshed like interlocking gears, smooth and seamless. Stage 4, Stage 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The holographic display flashed again and again, each update signaling a higher level of the exam. As the difficulty climbed, the simulated beasts attacked with mounting ferocity, their shockwaves splitting the arena floor. Yet Han Zhan cleared every level, shattering every obstacle in his path. When they reached level 9, the pressure spiked. The steel arena glowed red under the barrage of energy fire, and the air reeked of scorched metal. After back-to-back high-intensity battles, Han Zhan's uniform was drenched in sweat. He stood in the center of the ring, gasping for breath, perspiration pouring down as damp bangs clung to his forehead. The composure he had shown earlier had given way to sheer exhaustion. Yet in that moment no one in the stands dared to laugh, and no one called Xia Yue a useless spirit again. Their combined power had slapped every doubter square across the face. That's probably it. He's hit his limit, hasn't he? Someone murmured in the command center. In all the years this combat trial had existed, the best anyone had done was Old Wei clearing level 9. The moment his name was mentioned, Wei Qing bristled. Damn it, give me a little more time to recover, and level 10 wouldn't be out of reach. A free-for-all had just broken out between districts 1, 3, and 4 over the right to recruit Han Zhan. Wei Qing's right eye was swollen like a panda's, yet he still insisted on standing, while the other two commanders lay on the floor receiving medical aid. The test arena might let you recover, but the Zerg battlefield won't. Lin Jingxian shot back, voice icy. Endurance and attrition are exactly what this exam is about. The retort shut Wei Qing up. He knew that 10 of him couldn't outtalk one Lin Jingxian. Lin Jingxian started toward the exit. Come on, let's meet the kid. I'm dragging him back to District 1 right now. Hold on, look. His voice cut off. Everyone froze, their eyes snapping to the monitor. After 9 brutal rounds, especially the last few, Han Zhan and Xia Yue were running on fumes. A proctor stepped to the edge of the arena and spoke gravely. Student Han Zhan, do you wish to attempt level 10? It involves a real third-tier beast. You don't have to kill it, just survive 3 minutes. He offered the tip out of kindness, seeing that Han was near his breaking point. Let me catch my breath. Han Zhan steadied his faltering steps, his labored breathing like bellows. By regulation, he had less than 5 minutes before the next round. Lifting a trembling hand, he made a pause gesture. Give me the length of a song. With that, he sat cross-legged, placing the Fuxi Qin across his knees. Holding his breath, he plucked the strings. A clear melody spilled out, no sonic blades, no dragon roar amplifications, just notes as gentle as a mountain stream. As the music floated, a vortex as tall as he was erupted behind him, whirling violently. Ling energy that had been slowly dissipating was sucked in like water down a drain, creating a vacuum dozens of meters wide around Han. The air seemed to be ripped away. Pebbles and dust were dragged upward, shrieking in the gale. Within moments, Han Zhan and Xia Yui's reserves surged back to full, the pallor on their faces fading as their exhaustion vanished. Fuxi Qin, third movement, purging heart. Holy crap, that's straight up cheating. You've got to be kidding me. It can attack, buff allies, and heal the wounded. What can't this contract spirit do? This is an all-rounder, a monster among contract spirits. Unbelievable. The command center, which had just settled down, erupted into chaos again. Wei Qing, head of the 5th zone, shot to his feet, shoving Yi Qiu and Shun Zhiqi against the wall. Forget treatment. That young man named Han Zhan is coming with me to the 5th zone. Today, no discussion. He looked ready to haul the boy away on the spot. Across the room, Lu Jingchun didn't budge. You muscleheads only ever think about throwing contract mages onto the battlefield. Do you have any idea how valuable his gift is at the rear lines? His words came fast but crystal clear. A mass recovery ability that absorbs spirit energy and heals injuries would cut frontline casualties by at least 30%. And you want to send him out there to die? Wei Qing's bluster faltered, and the other leaders exchanged uneasy glances. From a strategic standpoint, Lu Jingchun's argument was airtight. Let the teacher decide. Lin Jingxian stepped in smoothly. There's only one Han Zhan, and every zone is fighting over him. We can't exactly split him in two. His gaze shifted to the elderly man seated at the very front, the only person in the room with the authority to settle the matter. The old man surveyed the hall. His raspy voice still struck like a hammer. Since their founding, the 8 war zones of Xia have earned countless merits. The first zone wins wars from 1,000 li away. The second plans every move with precision. The third expands our borders. The fourth seeks truth in the unknown. The fifth saves lives. The sixth guards the passes. The seventh sails beyond the seas. The eighth shrouds itself in secrecy. Together they hold up the heavens. For years I have envisioned a 9th war zone. Yet the first step has always eluded me. 8 zone commanders felt their hearts race. Was he really about to create a 9th zone? Teacher, are you taking on another student? Is he truly up to it? The old man raised a hand for silence. We'll see. Han Zhan still has 2 trials left. Combat chamber, trial difficulty 10. Fully revived. Han Zhan stood on the metal floor, face tense. A crushing aura rolled toward him, the 3rd-tier beast, the Crimson Flame Devourer. More than 3 meters tall, the insectoid monstrosity resembled a primeval dinosaur, flames seething from every gap in its shell. By standard protocol, any ordinary contract mage should retreat on sight and call for backup. Above Tier 3, beast power spikes exponentially. Only seasoned battle mages stand a chance. The Devourer's jaws gaped, spewing a wave of fire. The floor charred black, and the air blazed with heat. Missing its mark only fueled its rage. Flames flared hotter, distorting the chamber's energy field as if it might collapse at any moment. The trial's requirement survived 3 minutes under its assault. With his enhanced body, Han Zhan might just manage, yet he suddenly stopped. Must humanity always run, surviving in the cracks? He lifted his gaze, the beast's fiery reflection dancing in his eyes. Spectators gasped. Why isn't he dodging? He's crazy move. You can't beat that thing, get out of there. Han Zhan ignored the shouts. In his heart, he asked softly, Yue, are you ready? Always, Xia Yue replied, her voice clear and steady. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. Good. Let's do this. A blaze ignited in his chest, echoing the Devourer's scarlet flames. My name is Han Zhan, a contract mage. His voice rang out. I'm here for more than survival. He stepped forward, spirit energy surging, and faced the Tier 3 beast Hedon. Kill. Han Zhan's words were meant for more than just himself. The contract mages on site, the viewers glued to their screens, and the regional directors in the command center all heard him loud and clear. Confusion, indifference, shock, and fervor flashed across their faces. Yet Han Zhan remained as stubborn as ever. He had always believed a fighter must carry a trace of righteous fury, and that fury now churned in his chest, demanding release. He set his hands on the strings of the Fuxi chain once more. Outside the arena, something stirred. A sheet of paper spun out of nowhere and drifted to the ground. Leaves rattled on their branches, and a girl squealed when her skirt was blown upward. Invisible winds converged from every direction, weaving into a single current that funneled into the battlefield and rose into a sky-piercing vortex, wrapping the crimson flame beast in layer upon layer of roaring air. One breath of righteous spirit, 1,000 miles of joyous wind. Han Zhan's aura burst forth like a dam breaking. The melody he played was far beyond what a first-tier contract mage should attempt, but there was no turning back now. Release, he growled. Blood trickled from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, spattering onto the strings. The tornado howled, stripping the crimson flame beast of its fire in seconds. Without its blazing coat, the beast looked like a giant plucked rooster, ludicrous, yet terrifying. Han Zhan lifted his right hand and slammed the strings again. Drained of power, the Fuxi chain trembled with something close to a wail. The rampant gale contracted in an instant and rammed itself into the beast's body. Crack! Pale green fractures spidered across the creature's carapace like a porcelain vase coming apart. A heartbeat later, it detonated, the Tier 3 crimson flame beast turning to ash before everyone's eyes. He did it. Victory. The spectators were stun-numb. One-shotting a Tier 1 Black Ox grub was impressive, beating a Tier 2 aberrant still believable, but a Tier 3 crimson flame beast had just gone down in front of them. Unbelievable suddenly felt far too mild. At that moment, everyone present etched his name into memory, along with his earlier declaration. My name is Han Zhan, a contract mage. I'm here for more than survival. Clap, clap, clap. Someone started, others joined, and soon a tidal wave of applause flooded the testing grounds. It was for Han Zhan, and for the hope he now embodied for all humankind. Within the crowd, Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei felt painfully awkward. Applaud, and they might as well slap themselves. Refuse, and someone else might slap them instead. Wang Lumao glared at the triumphant figure in the arena, grinding his molars hard enough to crack those accolades. Those headlines should have been his, yet this upstart Han Zhan had snatched them all away. Xiao Mei looked just as grim. After all the effort she had put in yesterday, Zhao He's solemn promises now sounded like a cruel joke. Han Zhan, Combat Assessment Difficulty 10, passed. Han Zhan, Healing Assessment Difficulty 10, passed. The proctor delivered the two verdicts in rapid succession, each one hitting the hall like a muffled thunderclap. The authorities had indeed broken protocol by announcing both results at once, but everyone agreed Han Zhan deserved that honor. The crowd, already numb from his earlier numbers, gasped a new difficulty 10 in both categories, achieved simultaneously. That record was destined to stand unbroken. Which war zone will they assign him to? A prodigy like that. Every command will fight to claim him. The murmurs rippled across the room. Han Zhan had no time for the commotion. The word past had barely faded from his ears when the combat simulation dissolved beneath his feet. Colors vanished, leaving an endless field of stark white. Not far ahead stood a man in black-rimmed glasses, waiting in silence. Quasi-Finga fine codename, the man said, his voice low and steady. I am Lin Jingxian, commander of the Second War Zone. Congratulations, and welcome to the third assessment space. As he finished, a sheet of pale gold paper drifted down from above Han Zhan, coming to rest between them. Only 3 questions were written on it. Question 1. If you and Tinlin Kishi encounter 100 cockroach nestlings in the suburbs, how will you respond? Cockroach nestlings are first-tier aberrant insects. With Tinlin Kishi and proper coordination, they can be wiped out. Han Zhan thought for a moment and replied, 9. Hold the position while I head alone to the nearest major city for reinforcements. Lin Jingxian raised an eyebrow. Reason? Han Zhan looked up, voice even. If you see 1 cockroach, there are probably 100 you don't. Facing 100 nestlings is likely meeting only the vanguard. The main swarm could already number in the tens, perhaps hundreds of millions. Keeping 9 people on site prevents the insects from realizing we have caught on. My trip to the city is to sound the alarm and muster reinforcements before a full-scale infestation erupts. Lin Jingxian adjusted his glasses and nodded slightly. Question 2. In your opinion, who will win in the end, the insect horde or humanity? The insects will win, but humanity will not lose, Han Zhan answered. Interesting. Lin Jingxian's lips twitched. Then he posed the third question. Why did you become a Linkishi? Memories of shattered homes flashed through Han Zhan's mind. His chest tightened, and he clenched his fist. So the insects can no longer run rampant. So our people can live in peace. So smiles can return to every face. So the flag of Desya can once again fly over the lands that were taken from us. To restore the glory of Desiathus is our unshirkable duty. Good. Well said. Clear applause rang out from the distance. People turned toward the sound to see a silver-haired elder striding forward, back straight, eyes sharp. Boy, would you take me as your master? A mysterious elder materialized in an unfamiliar void and asked whether Han Zhan would take him as a master. How could he refuse? Han Zhan wasn't foolish. Lin Jingxian was commander of the second war zone. Anyone who could stand at his side must be at least a full tier stronger. The thought flashed through Han Zhan's mind, and he immediately dropped to his knees, clasped his fists, and performed the formal rite of apprenticeship. Master, he declared, crisp and respectful. His decisiveness startled the two men opposite him. A moment later, Lin Jingxian recovered, an appreciative yet complicated smile in his eyes. From now on, I should call you little junior brother, he said with a sigh. Our teacher's surname is Li, given name Shutong, different paths, same destination. The name struck Han Zhan like thunder. Fragments of half-remembered legends surged up. Tales of the Li clan, first family of Great Xia. A century earlier, 3 insect emperors had joined forces to annihilate the nation. 12 defensive lines fell in succession, and only a sliver of hope remained. In that desperate hour, the Li clan stepped forward. A single warrior, Li Shutong, charged the insect nest alone, slew all 3 emperors, and reversed the tide of war. The insect horde collapsed. The godlike warlord who stood before Han Zhan now looked like a kindly old man, nothing like the figure of myth. After rising to prominence, the Li clan founded Li Academy, scouring the globe for gifted children, grooming talents who would safeguard Great Xia for the next century. All those lofty speeches I made were just slogans compared with him, Han Zhan thought. Li Shutong truly deserved every honor. While Han Zhan was still dazed, Li Shutong laughed heartily and lifted him to his feet. Excellent. You suit me better than the others. Standing nearby, Lin Jingxian watched the two figures separated by nearly 100 years and couldn't help thinking of the phrase skipping generation affection. Li Shutong casually fished an object from his pocket and placed it in Han Zhan's palm. It was a jet-black ring, smooth as jade yet cold to the bone. Inside the band was a single character, 9. I forged it from the core of a 9th-tier insect emperor I killed long ago, Li Shutong said. There are 9 rings in all, each containing a miniature storage realm. A trinket, really. Even the usually composed Lin Jingxian twitched at the corners of his mouth. A 9th-tier emperor core was no trinket. It was a national treasure. Your initiation gift, Li Shutong added lightly. Han Zhan stared, stunned and delighted. A ring wrought from a 9th-tier emperor core. Only Li Shutong could give something so extravagant. The ring carries the emperor's aura, the old master went on. It will intimidate lower-tier insects, but higher tiers may be provoked to attack. If that worries you, don't wear it every day. Han Zhan answered with action, sliding the ring onto his finger at once. Classic rebellion, huh? Li Shutong laughed, clapping him on the shoulder. That's how a disciple should be. Look at the others, took their rings and never dared wear them. Cowards, every one. As he spoke, he shot Lin Jingxian a meaningful glance. Lin Jingxian felt a pang of helplessness but kept his silence. All right, enough chatter. You two just finished the trial and must be exhausted. Li Shutong waved them over with a hearty grin. Come on, hot pot's on me. They'll also introduce you to your senior brothers. Shenlong City's hot pot is legendary for its fiery spice. Never mind that the world has been overrun by insects, traditions outlive disasters. People still eat, though the menu now features all sorts of bizarre meats no one had ever seen before. Li Shutong picked the city's most famous 9-section hot pot restaurant. The private room was spacious, yet already packed. As the door swung open, charcoal flames sent the iron pot into a furious boil. Red oil churned, throwing waves of scalding, fragrant steam in their faces. Half pushed, half guided, Han Zhan and Xia Yue took the seats beside Li Shutong. They looked stiff, like newlyweds meeting the in-laws for the first time. Steam flushed Xia Yue's cheeks, giving her a tipsy glow. A ring of eyes settled on them, commanders from every war zone, surveying the two newcomers with approving looks. Junior brother, Im Wei Qing, commander of War Zone 1. A burly man raised his cup. Drop by our sector sometime. Drop by War Zone 1. That offhand phrase puzzled Han Zhan, but he still pulled the daydreaming Xia Yue to her feet and returned the salute. Senior brother. Good man. Wei Qing laughed, producing a pair of dark red gauntlets from his storage ring. A gift. Master's disciples have to train their fists. I've worn these for years. They're soaked in insect blood. Figure out the rest yourself. He tossed the gauntlets over. Han Zhan caught them, and a murderous aura pierced his bones. For an instant he saw mountains of insect corpses, rivers of blood. How many had Wei Qing killed? Quickly, he stowed the gauntlets away, and the killing intent faded. Next, Lin Jingxian rose. Lin Jingxian, commander of War Zone 2. We've met. His face was as stern as ever. He handed over a thick dossier. An insect compendium I compiled after becoming a spirit contract master over 90% of known species, covering anatomy, weaknesses, behavior, and material value. Study it when you can. Thank you, second senior brother. Han Zhan accepted the tome with both hands. Yichio of War Zone 3 followed. A few brief words, then a deep red battle robe with astonishing defenses. Shinjichi, War Zone 4, offered a pair of matching jade pendants from an ancient ruin, one for Han Zhan, one for Xia Yue. Lu Jingshun, Warzone 5, presented a deluxe set of herbs to boost their cultivation and enhance energy absorption. Li Shutong explained, "Sixth brother is on the frontier, can't leave. Seventh is overseas, won't return soon. As for eighth, show yourself." He barked. The air rippled. A figure condensed from transparency, cloaked in drifting mist. Warzone 8's commander had no name, only a code name. No? A neutral voice floated out, impossible to place as male or female. "If you're ever truly in danger, call this number." Only once. A slip of paper with a phone number fluttered into Han Zhan's hand. He nodded solemnly and tucked it into his sleeve, sensing the commander's unfathomable pressure. With that, every senior brother Li Shutong could summon had appeared, and Han Zhan formally became the ninth disciple. Everyone lifted their chopsticks, ready to eat. Just as the chopsticks touched the bubbling oil, a shrill, mocking voice rang from the hallway. Well, sneaking off for hot pot without us. Aren't you afraid of karma?" At the sound, Xia Yuai's face went pale. A shrill, biting voice pierced the air as a plump, gaudily dressed woman barged into the private room, high heels clacking, dragging a pigtail-wearing little girl behind her. "Auntie!" Xia Yue leapt to her feet. The woman, Xia Yan, waved her off. "Shut up, you freeloader. You've lived off us for years, and now that you've got a little success you sneak off to eat fancy food with strangers? It's not like that, you. Don't you me?" Xia Yan's pitch rose. "Your useless parents died early, and we took you in. Without us you'd have starved on the streets. Move it, make room for the two of us. Can't you see your sister's waiting for hot pot?" Her rapid-fire scolding left every battle zone commander in the room frozen, the atmosphere suddenly thick. Xia Yan glared around, nose in the air. "What are you staring at? You're the boy's relatives, aren't you? Think one meal will lure you away? Not a chance." She jabbed a finger at Han Zhan. "You're Han Zhan. Sure, you're popular now, but without Yue awakening her contract spirit, you'd be nothing. You. That's enough." Normally gentle, Xia Yue stepped in front of Han Zhan, fists clenched like a cornered fawn. "Say whatever you want about me, but leave him out of it. You dare shout at me?" Xia Yan bristled. "Pass some stupid test, and you think you rule the world? Niyunius uncle is the commander of the 4th battle zone. Keep yelling, and he'll see you blacklisted among contract spirit masters." At that, every gaze swung to Shun Zekith 4th battle zone commander. I Shun Jichi began, only for Xia Yan to cut him off. "Who asked you? Know your place." She then turned to the head seat where Li Shutong sat, sneering. "And you're Han Zhan's grandfather? Old codger." The commanders drew a collective breath. No one dared speak to even the insect emperors that way, yet she did. Xia Yan slapped her cards on the table. "Listen up. Yue may have signed with Han Zhan, but we haven't agreed. The 3 gold gifts, the betrothal money, an apartment, a car, none of it can be skipped. And the 3 million we spent feeding her all these years comes back to us, down to the last cent." Talking money made her eyes bulge as if she'd devour everyone present. "In morning we've got people." She smacked the table again, voice climbing higher. "Niyunius uncle is in the 4th battle zone, her other uncles in the 3rd, her cousins in the 5th. Cross me and see what happens." She rattled off every connection she could muster, then flopped into a chair as if already seated atop a mountain of gold she believed was hers for the taking. Normally, she would never have cared about that wild orphan, and the only reason she let the girl eat at her table was the promise she had made to the child's dying parents when they entrusted their estate to her. Today, however, things were different. Nunya wouldn't stop whining about watching TV, so Xia Yan switched it on just to shut her up. A live broadcast of the spirit contract exam flashed onto the screen. Prize money rolled by in glittering rows of numbers, and Xia Yan's mind lit up money. The girl who'd lost her parents could turn into a gold mine overnight. If they can't cough up the fee, they'll make her break the pact with Han Zhan and marry her off to some rich idiot. Perfect, she calculated smugly. At the dining table, Li Shutong put down his chopsticks. His eyes were calm, his lips pressed tight. "What are you waiting for? They just called me an old relic. Start making those calls," he said. Yi Qiu from the 3rd sector, Shun Jichi from the 4th, and Lu Jingshun from the 5th all pulled out their phones, their faces ashen. "Damn, why did this have to happen in our sectors?" They cursed inwardly in unison. Li Shutong finally looked at Xia Yan, who sat with one leg crossed arrogantly. "You say you have friends in high places. I'm afraid I no longer have anyone above me." Before Xia Yan could grasp his meaning, her phone rang. She plastered on a bright smile and answered sweetly. "Hello? Brother-in-law, what brings? You witch, trying to get my whole family killed? From this moment on, we're done." A voice roared. Her smile froze. Her hand trembled. A second call came through. "Niyunius uncle you. Xia Yan, if you want to die, don't drag us with you. I'm blocking your number. One last warning, leave Han Zhan and Xia Yue alone." A third call cut in. "Little Jiang. You old hag. If I see you again, they'll beat you on sight." Scram. 3 rapid busy tones followed, and Xia Yan's vision went dark. "You all of you." She blanched, collapsed onto the floor, and burst into loud sobs. "Everyone look. Spirit contract master Han Zhan and his family are bullying us ordinary folks. Their connections reach the heavens. and they're out to destroy me," she shrieked, rolling and wailing, but not a single bystander came to watch. Li Shutong waved a hand. "Enough. The show's over. The hot pot's ready." Catching the cue, Lin Jingxian teleported Xia Yin and her daughter 10 kilometers away. Peace returned at last. "Teacher, I am sorry," Xia Yue whispered, head down. The whole mess had started with her aunt. Li Shutong picked up a slice of beef and placed it in her bowl. His tone was gentle yet firm. "Yue, none of this is your fault. You lost your parents, but you still have Han Zhan, your senior brothers, and me. From now on, we're your family. You'll study with us for a while. Don't go back to your aunt's house." He raised his bowl toward the group. "Come on, dig in. There's a proper way to eat a 9-section hot pot." Li Shutong dipped a strip of marbled beef into the bubbling red broth, gave it 2 quick swishes, and began lecturing as if nothing had happened a moment ago. The square in the very center pointed at the churning little cubius for flash cooking. "Drop the food in, give it a second, and it's ready. The 4 squares around it are for simmering, let things cook a bit longer, but don't overdo it. The 4 corner squares are for stewing. That's where you leave the ingredients that need time to soak up the flavor." He mapped out the hot pot grid in 3 sentences, clearly a seasoned scholar in the art. Han Zhan stared at the 9-section pot, thoughtful. Suddenly he asked, "Teacher, what about me? Am I flash cook, simmer, or stew?" He wasn't stupidly. Shutong's 8 students now guarded 8 war zones, and he had become a 9th wheel. The coincidence with this 9-section pot was too neat to ignore. "You?" Li Shutong set down his chopsticks and laughed. "I have no idea. Everyone walks his own path. How you choose is up to you. No one decides for you, not even me." "My own path," Han Zhan repeated under his breath, frowning slightly as he weighed the words. Just then Li Shutong slapped the table. "Damn, where's my tripe? And the beef?" The squares were empty. Feeling guilty, Xia Yue nudged her overstuffed bowl toward Han Zhan, then sat up primly, eyes fixed on the table. Han Zhan looked down to find the missing tripe and beef piled in his bowl. His heart skipped. He raised a hand to his forehead as if deep in thought, shielding the evidence. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the other senior disciples likewise reflecting, each with a hand covering an overfilled bowl. Han Zhan muttered, "So much for respecting one's teacher." To break the awkward silence, he turned to the eldest disciple. "By the way, senior brother, where are your contract spirits, your wives? Why didn't they show up with you?" Had been wondering for a while. Neither Li Shutong nor the 8 senior brothers had a contract spirit at their side, yet second brother Lin Jingxian had just displayed frightening power. Doing that without a spirit was puzzling. Lin Jingxian put down his chopsticks, discreetly pressing a hand over the rim of his own brimming bowl. "Got carried away a minute ago," he coughed, then answered in a steady voice, "He'll take this one." He looked at Han Zhan and Xia Yue. "You two haven't shared a bed yet, have you?" Before Han Zhan could react, Xia Yue's cheeks turned crimson. A warm hand closed over hers. She looked up into Han Zhan's calm gaze, and her anxiety melted. Lin Jingxian pretended not to notice and continued. "After you consummate the bond, a spirit master can partially replicate the contract spirit's abilities. The copy is never as pure as the original, it's weaker. How much weaker depends on your compatibility." He paused, sweeping his eyes over the other brothers. "Since we're on the topic, I'll add one more thing. Our contract spirits aren't here because they have more important matters to attend to. Contract spirits have 2 combat modes, materialized form and humanoid form. In materialized form, they stand beside their spirit binders. In humanoid form, they can operate on their own. Right now, every spirit has taken humanoid form and is spread across the defensive lines, keeping watch without rest. Thanks to their vigilance, Han Zhan and the others can gather around a hot pot table for a brief respite. Without the spirits holding the front, their duties would never allow such a break." Lin Jingxian tapped the tabletop and continued, "A spirit binder can merge with a contract spirit or fight separately. The gauntlets you received were meant to raise your personal combat power. The stronger the binder, the greater the influence on the entire battlefield." Understanding dawned on Han Zhan, and the doubt that had bothered him disappeared. As for duplicating a spirit's abilities, he knew he could only let nature take its course. Suddenly Lin changed the subject. "By the way, I have a question. What exactly does your SS grade talent, Divine Revival, do? Is Xia Yue really only in a grade spirit?" At his words, every set of chopsticks froze. All eyes turned to Han Zhan, alive with curiosity and anticipation. Han Zhan did not hold back. He laid out the full details of his and Xia Yue's talents and asked his senior brothers to watch for any clues to other ancient divine weapons. When he finished, even the battle-hardened commanders drew a sharp breath. The potential of that talent was frightening. Its future scope was beyond imagination, perhaps even surpassing their mentor Li Shutong. Li Shutong spoke in a low, firm voice. "No one outside this room must learn about your gift." He then looked at Lin Jingxian. "Jingxian, use second war zone authority and classify their information as top secret." Han Zhan sighed inwardly. Having powerful backing truly changes everything. Li continued, "Old Ninth, your talent lets you contract spirits without limit, but you must show restraint. In an insect-ridden apocalypse, you must guard your heart. His tone carried the earnest concern of an elder. Han Zhan nodded solemnly. Teacher, rest assured. I want contract ordinary spirits. But if I meet a being with genuine divinity, I won't let it slip away. Memories of his previous life surfaced the 10 ancient sacred artifacts. So far he had seen only the Fuxi Qin. The other 9 were still missing, and he did not know how many he would eventually claim. Li Shutong gave a satisfied nod. That's the right attitude. All right, we've eaten enough. Everyone, return to your war zones. Wei Qing, Lin Jingxian, and the others rose and saluted their mentor before taking their leave. Before departing, they seized the chance to report their fronts. Teacher, Great Xia has won 19 straight engagements against the swarm this year. Morale is soaring. Teacher, we have retaken 6 lost territories, expanding our land by 20%. Teacher, we have new leads on the cause of the insect outbreak. The earlier promise to avoid work talk over dinner was forgotten as they rattled off their achievements in one breath. Teacher, the year ends in 3 months. We will meet again in Deep Blue City. Good, good, good. Li Shutong's smile widened at the steady stream of encouraging reports. After finishing the hot pot, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The regional leaders left that very night by car or plane, none of them lingering in this unremarkable coastal city. Beneath the streetlights, only Li Shutong and his 2 new disciples Han Zhan and Xia Yui walked together. As they passed a seaside shopping street, Han Zhan stared at the buildings draped in darkness and suddenly asked, Teacher, do you own a place here in Deep Blue City too? In his mind, Deep Blue City was just an ordinary coastal town, hardly a strategic spot, and someone of Li Shutong's standing shouldn't need property here. Deep Blue City is my wife's hometown. Li Shutong paused for a moment, his calm tone catching Han Zhan off guard. Remembering the wives of Li Shutong's fellow senior brothers, Han Zhan hesitated before asking, Then did Madam come back with you to have a look? He hadn't finished the sentence when he saw his master's steps falter. She fell in battle. Li Shutong took 2 more strides, the moonlight stretching his shadow into a thin line. Han Zhan exchanged a glance with Xia Yue, both of them wide-eyed with shock. The world remembered only how Li Shutong turned the tide in the final conflict, personally slaying 3 insect emperors and saving Great Xia. Yet without that nameless woman warrior, would today's legend even exist? Silence spread, and even the sea breeze seemed to hush. Suddenly, Li Shutong, who was in the lead, turned and called, Han Zhan. Yes, teacher? Be gentle with Yui and with every spirit you contract in the future. They aren't weapons. They're living, breathing people, your other half. The warning struck a nerve. As a transmigrator, Han Zhan had never treated Xia Yue as a tool, though Li Shutong couldn't know that. Thinking of the side effects that spirit bonding was causing among humans, Han Zhan nodded solemnly. A moment later he spoke again. Teacher, what was Madam's name? As long as someone remembers her, she won't fade from the world. Li Shutong looked surprised, then chuckled. You always come up with strange yet pleasant lines, as if each word has been polished. Han Zhan muttered inwardly. That's just motivational talk. Her name was Ling Mei. Li Shutong gazed toward the distant horizon. In that battle, I cut down 1 insect emperor. She held off 2 at the cost of her life. If she were here, the title of hero of Great Xia would belong to her. Tenderness flickered in his eyes, as though he were reliving those days of fighting side by side. Don't worry, teacher. Han Zhan suddenly raised his voice, snapping the reverie. Li Shutong arched an eyebrow. I've got a brilliant idea. Why don't you transfer the hero of Great Xia title to me? That way neither you nor Madame Ling will have any regrets. Xia Yue nearly burst out laughing at his bizarre logic. Li Shutong's expression darkened on the spot. The sorrow he had just stirred up evaporated instantly. You little brat, that's enough. Tonight your master will give you a proper lesson. Deep Blue City, a sprawling private villa. This had once been the home of Li Shutong and Ling Mei, but after Ling Mei's death, Li had stayed away, unwilling to relive old memories. The villa still contained everything. Furniture, a gym, a library. Servants came by every few days to clean, so the rooms remained spotless. When the night air grew heavy with dew, Xia Yue washed up and retired to a guest room, leaving Han Zhan and Li Shutong standing side by side on the lawn. Training for a spirit master and his contracted spirit normally follows 2 paths, solo practice and dual practice. Half joking, Li said that with Han a 3rd path multi-practice might appear one day. For now, though, they had to start with the basics, strengthening the body. The old man changed into a charcoal gray training suit, its cuffs drawn tight, his movements brisk. He handed Han a matching outfit. Dew still clung to the grass. Under the porch light their shadows stretched, one long and one short. You probably heard us mention this at dinner, Li began bluntly. 100 years ago, when Mei was alive, I was considered unbeatable among spirit masters. After that battle she died, I lost my spirit, and my strength collapsed. That's when I realized a spirit master must never rely solely on his spirit. Cultivate yourself, and you both replace lost power and protect your spirit better. The idea clashed with common thinking. Most people treated their spirits as the main combat force, which was why spirits died far more often than masters. Those who lost a spirit usually thought only of signing a new one. Han frowned, clearly rejecting the notion of treating spirits as expendable tools, and at last understood Li's earlier warning. Tonight I'll teach you a set of fists, Li said, moving into position. It isn't my creation. I found it in some ruin when I was young. I've studied it for a century and reached maybe 80%. Your senior brother Wei Qing is exceptionally gifted, yet he's only at 50. Don't feel pressured. Learn what you can. Talent rules the martial path. You're a prodigy in the spirit arts, but that doesn't mean you'll dominate here. Heaven balances the scales. The longer the preamble, the more curious Han became. Teacher, what's it called? Baji, Li answered in a low voice. He snapped into the opening stance, fists clenched. A pale mist rose around him like steam, lending the wiry old man an almost ethereal air. Han copied the stance at once, matching the height of his fists and the tilt of his hips. Baji has 8 hidden locks in the body, Li explained. The human frame is a tiny universe. Unlock one, and you can erupt with greater power for a short time. Unlock all 8, and you break every limit. Han sensed the punchline coming. Sure enough, Li continued. The first lock is called Kai-Ji. Boom. The white mist swelled like boiling water, swallowing Li Shutong whole. His aura surged. He no longer looked like a frail elder. To master Kai-Ji is to step through Ba Ji's front gate, he said. Wei Qing risked his life for half a year before he understood it. What you need to do is train every day and try to. He never finished. Another wave of force detonated behind him. The same white haze rolled off Han Zhan, enveloping him at once. He slowly drew back his fists, the black and white pupils in his eyes clear within the fog. Teacher, he asked, is it like this? Seeing a perfect copy of himself standing there, Li Shutong almost swore out loud. An SS-rank spirit binder talent was freakish enough, but this kid had mastered the 8G fist in second sit was like heads switched on a cheat code. Worst of all, Han Zhan had found the Kai-Ji acupoint on his very first try. Even Li himself could only break that lock by groping for it in one life-and-death duel after another, guided by nothing but a vague instinct. Han Zhan, without a single real fight, had unlocked it just from listening to a few pointers. You found it just by feel? Li asked in disbelief. Han Zhan wasn't certain either. Head pictured each gate of the Beiman Duanjia from his past life as a G acupoint in the brain, circulated the 8G fist, and somehow it had clicked. The instant the inner chain snapped, a flood of new power surged through his limbs. Speed, reflexes, and strength jumped in unison, uncannily similar to the boost from the dragon soaring movement of the Fuxi Qin. Even better, the two boosts stacked instead of canceling, far more than a simple sum. Riding that torrent of qi, Han Zhan probed for the second acupoint, Xiuji. The energy vanished like a stone in the sea, nothing answered. He had to admit it, cultivation can't be rushed. Teacher, how many locks have you opened now? He asked. 6, Li replied, voice steady yet tinged with a subtle frustration at being overtaken. I'm close to the 7th. What once felt like an enviable record looked dull beside this student. His fists tightened. The 8G fist isn't just for unlocking potential, you have to throw it on the battlefield. Before the words were finished, he lunged, fist whistling through the air. Every trick I forged in life and death fights with the insectoids, am giving to you now. The blow came at full power, no holding back. Dawn's first ray slipped over the eaves. Xia Yue woke to the muffled thuds of fists on the lawn. Padding to the balcony in slippers, she saw Han Zhan circling a cluster of wooden dummies, punching, dodging, shifting his feet. Sweat fell like rain onto the grass. He clearly hadn't slept all night. Humph, clueless straight arrow, she muttered, glancing back at the double bed shed made so carefully. But when she saw his face swollen like a pig's from the beating, half her annoyance evaporated. Teacher left right after midnight, Han Zhan explained, wiping sweat away. Didn't stay over. Come on, grab some breakfast. Graduation ceremonies today. Once spirit binder trials are complete, Qingting students officially graduate and head to the war zones to begin new assignments. Han Zhan might have stunned everyone during the exam and been taken as Li Shutong's disciple, but academy life still needed its period at the end. They gulped down breakfast and walked back to campus together. The moment they stepped through the gate, classmates stared, whispering and snickering. Han Zhan and Xia Yue traded baffled looks. The scene felt disturbingly familiar, so familiar it was absurd. Was yesterday happening all over again? But hadn't they already proved themselves in the combat exam? Why then? In the distance, Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei strode in side by side. The moment they entered the classroom building, Wang Lumio's smugness practically overflowed, as if he couldn't wait to flaunt something in front of the crowd. Well, if it isn't Han, the star of yesterday's spirit contractor combat trial. He pitched his voice high enough for everyone in the hallway to hear. It didn't take long for the answer to reveal itself. Principal's office. I've been assigned to the Guardian Corps in Deep Blue City, starting at the lowest rank? That's right, Han Zhan. Shen Guangpu set the file on the desk and spoke in a low voice. I know it's hard to accept, but the order comes from above. I fought for you as best I could. Even Shen Guangpu couldn't understand why a teenager with perfect scores in both combat and healing in an SS-level aptitude was being sent to a backline organization. Though the Guardians held a fair amount of authority within the city, they lagged far behind the frontline war zones in growth, resources, and future prospects, a clear waste of talent. Han Zhan lowered his gaze. After a moment he looked up. It's all right, Principal Chun. He'll take the assignment. Now he saw why rumors buzzed through the halls, and why Wang Lumao looked so pleased with himself. Most students believed he had embarrassed the authorities during the exam and was being demoted to the harshest grassroots unit. Yet Han Zhan understood his teacher's intent, to lead him away from the frontline spotlight and toward a path that truly belonged to him. Qingting Academy. News that Han Zhan has fallen from favor spread across campus in an instant. Egged on by Wang Lumao and Xiao Mei, rumors blossomed everywhere. Some pitied Han Zhan, some watched in silence, others found it hilarious. No one enjoyed it more than Wang Lumao. Outside the principal's office, arms folded, Wang Lumao blocked the doorway. When Han Zhan stepped out, he raised his voice. Han Zhan, I told you you're no match for me. So what if you pass the toughest exam? Cross the officials, and you're finished. Ha ha. Han Zhan offered no reply. He kept walking until their shoulders nearly brushed. Then, suddenly, he stopped and whipped his right arm forward. The air detonated. Lost your temper? Without your contracted spirit, what can you? Wang Lumao sneered, activating his ability, Immortal Aura. A thin white mist took shape in front of him, but to Han Zhan it looked as fragile as wet paper. A heartbeat later, Han Zhan's mind space ignited, power surged. His fist blasted through the mist. Boom. His knuckles skimmed Wang Lumao's nose and hammered straight down. Wang Lumao didn't even finish his curse before he sailed backward, slammed into the wall, and blacked out on the spot. Was that all? Chen Guangpu heard a commotion outside and rushed out. The moment he appeared, he saw Han Zhan withdrawing his fist while Wang Lumao lay unconscious on the ground. Without asking any questions, he slung Wang Lumao over his shoulder, shot Han Zhan a meaningful glance, and shouted, "Someone help! Wang Lumao has collapsed from kidney failure. Take him to the infirmary." With that, he strode off in the opposite direction. Principal Chun is a good man, Han Zhan remarked sincerely as he watched Chen's figure disappear down the corridor. May he live a long life, Xia Yue agreed. They completed the graduation procedures at Qingting Academy, picked up their letters of recommendation, and took a car straight to the Shenlong City Guardian Organization to report for duty. The Guardian Organization's headquarters stood in the center of Shenlong City, its metal-clad facade gleaming with an imposing sheen. After passing through the revolving doors, Han Zhan and Xia Yue found the vast reception hall completely empty except for a youthful attendant hunched in a corner, engrossed in a handheld game. "Hello, I'm Han Zhan," began. "Take a number at the entrance," the attendant said without looking up. "We'll call you. I'm not here for assistance. I'm here to start work," Han Zhan explained patiently. "Start work?" The attendant stopped tapping, looked them over, and suddenly understood. "Oh, it's you. Deputy Captain Zhao said you needed special attention. The only SS-grade Linkishi in Shenlong City." Realizing he had spoken too freely, he covered his mouth with one hand and offered the other for a handshake. Xiaobei, your files are in the system. You've been assigned to Squad 0527. You can head there directly. He pointed out the squad's location and handed Han Zhan a slim booklet titled Captain's Manual. "Congratulations, Captain Han. You're officially in command of Squad 0527. Your responsibilities and privileges are all inside. Please take good care of us. Receptionists are quick studies." Xiao Bai's attitude flipped instantly, and his smile grew warm and attentive. Han Zhan skimmed the manual and quickly grasped the structure of the Guardian Organization. Each city had a first squad overseeing operations, while the remaining squads were numbered by district. Squad 0527 handled the Xixiao Road area, not far from headquarters. About 10 minutes later they reached Xixiao Road. After checking the house numbers, they finally located Squad 0527's office. The moment they opened the door, a powerful reek of alcohol hit them. Beer bottles were scattered across the floor, some dusty, others still dripping at the mouthpiece. The place was such a mess that Han Zhan and Xia Yue could barely find a spot to set their feet. The moment Han Zhan stepped inside, he found a disheveled middle-aged man sprawled on the floor, his unshaven face pressed against the boards. Empty bottles were scattered everywhere, and the man clutched a half-finished bottle of cheap liquor, eyes half closed, snoring loudly. The thin stripe of sunlight slipping through the curtains told Han Zhan it was almost 10 in the morning. Yet the drunk showed no sign of waking. Han Zhan took in the wreckage of the room and frowned. Zhao must have had a reason for shoving him into Team 0527. Just as Han Zhan raised a foot to nudge the drunk awake, the door curtain jingled, and a pair of long legs and red stilettos appeared. A heavily made-up woman in a revealing dress swept inside, her perfume mixing with the stench of alcohol. "Who are you two?" she asked, surveying Han Zhan and Xia Yue with a lifted brow. "Team 0527. New captain, Han Zhan." He pulled a badge from his file and handed it over. Her expression froze for a beat. Before she could respond, the man on the floor stirred at the noise, squinting up at her and waving lazily. "Yanwei, money need more money out of booze again." The woman hung Yuan wise-eyed, her gaze complicated. She pulled a crumpled wad of cash from her bra and stuffed it into his hand. I danced all night. I'm going to bed. The new captain's here, deal with him yourself. She nodded at Han Zhan and Xia Yue. I'm Hong Yanwei, his bonded spirit and a dancer. Then she picked her way around the bottles and practiced heels, disappeared through an interior door, and shut it behind her. The drunk blinked at the money, scratched his tangled hair, and hauled himself upright. New captain? You're kidding. He looked upright into Han Zhan's eyes. Han Zhan, new captain of Team 0527, Han Zhan repeated, showing the badge again. The man hesitated, then snorted and slapped Han Zhan's hand away. Kid who still can't grow a beard wants to captain me? Get lost and find somewhere cool to hide. Xia Yue scowled. What kind of way is that to talk? The man's drinking and the fact his bonded spirit had to dance for money made her skin crawl. The drunk let his gaze linger on her face, grinning. Sweet voice, cute when you're mad. Ever think about becoming my bonded spirit? I promise. Bang. Han Zhan's fist sent him flying into a mound of empty bottles. Glass exploded, shards cutting the man's skin, but the punch sobered him more than any hangover cure. Rubbing his shoulder, he grabbed a half-full bottle, drained it in one pull, belched, and swayed back to his feet. Nice punch, kid. You've trained, huh? Han Zhan said nothing. The drunk laughed anyway. Don't answer, that's fine. I'm telling you to leave for your own good. Someone must hate you to dump you in Deep Blue City's most useless squad. You can still walk away, say, Ifan was too wild and threw you out. You'll lose some face, but that's better than dying here. Am I right, Captain Han? Ifan brandished the now empty bottle at him, the challenge clear in his eyes. Ifan shoved the beer bottles aside, their clinking echoing across the table as he rummaged through the pile. His fingers closed around a scuffed handheld terminal, and he flicked it on. A cool blue glow washed over the tabletop, revealing the Shunlan City Guardians squad ranking screen. He scrolled straight to the bottom. There it was, Squad 0527. Their score, a glaring 0, a full 1,250 points behind the squad just above them, which sat at 1250. Han Zhan stared at the number, a bleak thought flashing through his mind. 2 people, more than 9 months, and not one successful mission? Only a little over 2 months remained before the end of the year. Every year, the Guardians cut the lowest ranked squad and shipped them to the lower district. The lower district again, Zhao, who was clearly determined to dump them there. Ifan snapped the terminal shut and tossed it onto the table. Out of my way. His tone was indifferent as he headed for the door. His beer was gone, and he needed a refill. Watching him ignore even the captain, Xia Yue couldn't hold back. What is wrong with that guy? During his brief exchange with Ifan, Han Zhan had noticed something. When Ifan mentioned layoffs in the lower district, his voice was calm and his eyes were empty. He truly didn't care. Had already accepted the idea of dying. If he wants to die, he's not dragging the whole squad down with him, Xia Yue muttered. Han Zhan nodded. You're right. Xia Yue blinked. Wait, really? To fix this, we have to start with the squad's other member, Red Iris. Han Zhan's gaze shifted toward the back room. You actually plan to stay? Xia Yue still couldn't believe it. Running away only breeds cowardice. Facing the problem is how you grow. And even if we slink back to headquarters and join another squad, do you think Zhao Hu will just let us go? A top student from Qingting Academy, Xia Yue quickly understood and nodded firmly. Then we stay and turn 0527 into Shunlan City's #1 squad. Let Zhao Hu's scheme go up in smoke. Han Zhan was amused by her confidence and briefly ruffled the soft hair on her head. It felt surprisingly nice. The smile faded quickly. He knew the truth. Squad 0527 was like an old wooden box sealed in concrete. Brute force would only smash it to pieces. First, he had to find a crack to pry open one that started with Red Iris. They stepped around the glass shards and pushed open the backroom door. The outer room was a mess, but the inner room was almost obsessively tidy. Red Iris had said she was going back to sleep, stood there motionless, lost in thought. She hadn't expected Han Zhan to walk in, and her face hardened. Get out. This is City Guardian headquarters and their property, Han Zhan replied, meeting her eyes. His voice was low but firm. Is that really how you want to speak to me? Hong Yanwei's frown deepened. She said nothing, snatched her purse from the desk, and headed for the door. As she brushed past him, Han Zhan spoke quietly, still lying to yourself. Hong Yanwei, or should I call you by Shuang? She froze in place. Han Zhan's Linkamaster gift divine insight had revealed everything about her bonded spirit. By Shuang, grade A, manifested form, the passion ring, trait, falsehoodable to alter her appearance, build, and height at will. Her name had never been Hong Yanwei, and the lie had fooled more than just him. With the truth exposed, Bai Shuang's gaze sharpened. What do you want? If you're here to blackmail me, don't bother. The lie itself meant little to her. The person she truly wanted to fool had never been deceived. She was forever a stand-in. What mattered now was what this young man planned for the already battered Team 0527. Starting today, you're taking missions with me. Han Zhan held up a tablet. Ifan wants to be shipped to the lower district because he's ready to die, but you don't want him dead, do you? Otherwise you wouldn't be dancing every night for cash. You can't spend that kind of money just on booze. Bai Shuang wanted to live. and she wanted Fan alive too. His words widened the crack in her defenses. And keep Hong Yanwei's face on, he added. Wearing that face, she pressed her lips together, thinking, why are you doing this? Don't get me wrong. Han Zhan spread his hands. I'm not interested in your soap opera. I just want to be a competent captain. I don't care about steering other people's fate, but when something can steer mine, I pay attention. During an apocalyptic insect plague, a little cold-bloodedness is more normal than excessive kindness. His bluntness actually calmed her. Fine. They'll take missions with you, but I want half the reward. City guardian jobs pay by difficulty. Han Zhan nodded. Deal. He handed her the tablet. You're my subordinate, pick one. She moved quickly and flagged 3 listings. 1. Search for missing guardians, 50 points. 2. Mediate a dispute between a Lingqi master and their spirit, 10 points. 3. Escort a child to and from school, 10 points per day. Han Zhan grimaced. Low risk, low points. We'll never catch up at that rate. Sort by highest score. Reluctantly, she did. A new mission popped up. Mission, Insectoid Purge. Bioscanners have detected bugs in Deep Blue City's sewers. Guardians are requested to clear the area. Reward, 300 points, plus materials recovered. Risk high. Recommended team size, 68. Perfect, Han Zhan said. You're insane. Bai Shuang stared at Han Zhan as if he had lost his mind. Didn't you see the recommended team size? 6 to 8 people. It takes at least 2 squads working together to clear it. Han Zhan gazed calmly at the holoscreen, his fingertip hovering over the confirm key. I know. You know? You know, and you're still choosing this mission. You before she could finish, the confirm icon lit up under his decisive tap. Ding system prompt. Mission accepted. The green available label instantly turned gray accepted. Bai Shuang nearly jumped. You really are crazy. If we abandon or fail, the system deducts 10% of the reward points. And you just took it? Han Zhan shut the terminal, his tone brooking no argument. Let's go. If anything goes wrong, they'll take the hit. He verified the location 5th drain tunnel, South District, then rose and pushed open the door. Bai Shuang clenched her teeth, but in the end she followed. The life signs had been detected 2 days earlier. The City Guardian Directorate immediately locked onto the coordinates and rated the threat at level 2. Threat level is the standard measure of insectoid incursions. Swarms rated 1 to 3 are posted as bounty missions for Guardian teams. Anything above 3 is classified as a bug calamity, requiring emergency reinforcement from every defense zone. Once it breaches level 6, it becomes an extinction-scale bug catastrophe, something only Legion's Spirit Binder forces can barely confront, usually at horrific cost. Level 2 means nothing in the sewer should exceed 2nd tier. Nothing above 2nd tier what's there to worry about. Anyone else would have been flamed for saying that, but the speaker was Han Zhan. In the last combat assessment, he alone had cut down more than a dozen 2nd tier insectoids. Unfortunately, Bai Shuang had missed that performance. The day of the assessment she had just come back from Night Dance Hall, and, like today, was catching up on sleep, so she missed the broadcast. At the sewer entrance, Han Zhan and Xia Yue fastened tactical lamps to their belts. Their only extra safety gear popped the manhole cover and dropped into the darkness. Watching them disappear, Bai Shuang raked her hair in frustration. I must be out of my mind. Actually following those lunatics. Before she finished cursing, she leapt in after them. Meanwhile, on the other side of Shenlong City, Captain, someone just accepted the sewer mission. Every member of Guardian Squad 0002 stared at the screen in disbelief. The enormous gray word accepted made their scalps tingle. Someone snatched our job. Besides our 0002 and 0018 squads, who else in Shenlong City has 2nd tier strength? The captain muttered, eyes locked on the terminal. Could 0018 be trying to swallow the whole reward? 300 points would cover 2 months of expenses. No chance. A single squad would struggle with that mission, and their captain just confirmed to join op with us. No sooner had he finished speaking than the captain of Team 0018 called. Shao, someone just stole our assignment. Since when did Deep Blue City have hotshots like that? Let's stake out the sewer entrance and see which squad it is. Right, let's move. The manhole cover clanged aside, releasing a blast of rusty, putrid, humid air. Bai Shuang dropped in first, the stench making her sneeze 3 times in quick succession. Under the dim yellow lights, she spotted Han Zhan and Xia Yue standing shoulder to shoulder, not far ahead. Heads up, the bioscanner's reading at least 8 tier 2 bugs. This could be the nest. A sharp whoosh cut her off. Xia Yue had already morphed into the Fuxi Zither, its black frame flashing coldly in the dark. Han Zhan triggered his mental gate, pale psychic mist wrapping around him as he drove both feet into the concrete, launching himself like a streak of black lightning into the depths. Bai Shuang, the word stuck in her throat. She only caught 2 fleeting afterimages. A second slower, and she would have been picking up their corpses. Tier 2 bugs 1 was a nightmare. Those lunatics had just charged the hive. Bai Shuang cursed under her breath. Before she could finish the thought, a single metallic cord split the darkness, followed by a chorus of insectoid screams that ricocheted down the tunnel, raising gooseflesh on her arms. The noise died in less than 30 seconds. Half a minute later, Han Zhan and Xia Yue walked back side by side, clothes spotless, hair untouched. You're done? Bai Shuang stammered. She'd sooner believe they were acting than that 8 Tier 2 bugs had been wiped out in 30 seconds. Were you running a mission or a speedrun? She blurted. It felt absurd, like a dream. She slapped herself hard twice. It hurt. Not a dream. Yeah, it's handled, Han Zhan said calmly. Quit gawking and salvage the valuable parts. They'll fetch a good price. Then file the completion report. Oh, there's also a city guardian corpse deeper in. That's the missing person notice. Grab it and close that job, too. We're off. He patted her shoulder and left with Xia Yue. Only when the coppery smell drifted down the passage did Bai Shuang snap out of it, sweat soaking her back. 30 minutes later, teams 0002 and 0018 arrived. The manhole lifted, and a wave of blood-tinged stench nearly made them gag. Flashlights swept over the tunnel. Carcasses of bugs lay everywhere, limbs twisted, bodies torn apart. All dead. 10 Tier 2 bugs, 2 more than Intel, said not one survivor? Confirmed. Every kill is a one-shot. Captain, the purge mission just flipped to complete. The two captains exchanged a look, pupils contracting in unison. Whoever cleared this place, what kind of monster are we dealing with? Deputy Captain Zhao, Team 0527, just cleared 2 point-earning missions. Got it. They'll call every captain right now and tell them to grab missions starting tomorrow. Xiaobei ended the call, the device still warm against his palm. The duty room was dim, the glow of a single monitor slicing through the gloom. Team 0527 remained dead last on the leaderboard, the lonely number 350 hanging beside their name. He sighed, kneaded the bridge of his nose, and muttered, Captain Han, I'm sorry. Orders are orders, don't hold it against me. Midslope above Shenlong City stood a detached villa. Motion sensor lights bathed the courtyard in a soft amber as Han Zhan and Xia Yue returned after a long day. They stepped inside. The rich aroma of dinner greeted them. Li Shutong had been waiting. The dishes were simple, home-style fare, prepared in advance. Under the lights the steam curled lazily, colors vivid and inviting. Conversation was sparse but easy, and the tension of the day slipped off their shoulders. I've heard about your run-in with Zhao Hu, the deputy captain of Shenlong's Guardians, Li began calmly. Need a hand? Han Zhan set down his chopsticks and shook his head. After a few days together, Li had a good read on Han's temperament. Seeing the refusal, he didn't press. Han weighed his words, then spoke. The Guardians have problems. They carry the name of protectors, yet they're not protecting anyone. On my first day I saw an empty reception hall, district offices half abandoned for months, and men like Zhao Hu abusing power to silence dissent. Most people have no way to drag those issues into the open, he went on, voice steady. But I do. Li placed his chopsticks down with a soft click, a sigh tinged with reminiscence escaping him. We old-timers chose the name Guardians ourselves, 70 or 80 years ago. Any organization that grows large develops tumors. They need cutting out. Trouble is, with external threats pressing in, no one had time to deal with rot inside. While we were busy fighting the swarm, the roots slowly decayed. The implications were worse than Han had imagined. Li continued, once the roots are gone, surgery alone won't save the tree. You need a blaze to let it sprout anew. That's why I singled you out in the first place. You want me to be that fire? Han asked, surprised. A fire can burn deadwood, or be snuffed out just as easily. Li didn't force the matter. Like I told you, the path ahead is yours to choose. With that, he lifted his chopsticks again, put a piece of braised pork on his Xia Yui's plate, and changed to a lighter tone. Enough heavy talk. The gift old 5 Sen has already reached Chongqing Corporation. In about 10 days they'll extract the raw ether and turn it into breakthrough serum. For a contract master and their spirit, advancing to the next rank demands a steady intake of ether. Natural ether in the world is thin. Progress through daily absorption is painfully slow. That makes Zerg materials or rare treasures loaded with ether priceless. Chongqing specializes in refining those resources into breakthrough agents. Nowadays a single vial costs a fortune, and you still have to supply the ether yourself, Li said, swirling his wine. It's daylight robbery, plain and simple. Because of that single success, Chongqing Corporation catapulted into the world's top 5 enterprises, eclipsing the authority of any one nation. Li Shutong smiled and added, they waived the fee for this round of energy refinement as a favor to me. But if you want 2nd tier, 3rd tier, or even higher grade serums later, you'll have to raise the money yourselves. Thank you, teacher. Han Zhan and Xia Yue exchanged a glance and answered in unison. Li Shutong waved a hand as if the gratitude were unnecessary. Sensing the good mood, Han Zhan pressed on. Teacher, how do I push the 8 urgency fist to the next stage? I kept channeling energy yesterday, but it failed every time. I can already feel the 2nd urgency, so why can't I break through? Remember 4 words, Li Shutong said, raising his left hand and spreading 4 fingers. Between life and death. Between life and death? Han Zhan repeated, his brow furrowed. Yes. The faint aura surrounding you after opening the urgency, see it? That haze is the result of living on the edge. Only when it grows dense enough can it smash the next lock. As he spoke, Li Shutong opened his palm to Han Zhan. White mist gathered out of nowhere, first the size of a pigeon's egg, then swelling until it hovered in midair, larger than the dining table and in constant churn. The sheer volume of it hinted at the countless life and death trials he had survived. I understand. Determination lit Han Zhan's eyes, and he nodded firmly. Li Shutong's tone lightened. Enough for today. You're both exhausted, get some sleep. I'm not staying here tonight, so do what you two lovebirds will. Don't blame your master for lacking tact. The sudden tease left Xia Yue scarlet. After dinner they returned to the villa, one after the other. Water murmured in the bathroom, and Han Zhan's mind involuntarily painted a waterfall plunging into a mountain stream. He slapped his forehead to clear the image. Soon Xia Yue emerged in a bathrobe. Her campus queen looks, softened by steam, were hard to ignore. Han Zhan stared too long, and color rushed to her cheeks. She buried her face in the robe, forgetting that her long legs were still bare. This place is so so big and empty. They'll go find another room. Han Zhan stumbled over his words. Master said every other door is locked, Xia Yue reminded him. Then I'll sleep on the floor. Nice and cool down there. Haha, the man who had slain third-tier insectoids without blinking suddenly sounded spineless. No way. Tonight you sleep in the bed. Flushed and flustered, she pointed at the double mattress, only realizing the implication after she spoke. I spent ages making that bed. Show some respect for my hard work. The flimsy excuse strangely bolstered her courage. I fall asleep the second I touch a mattress. Really? Quit babbling. Get over here. Before the words finished, she yanked him onto the soft mattress. It was only their second time this close. Fresh from the shower, Xia Yue carried a faint scent of soap and something distinctly youthful. Her heartbeat skyrocketed, breath hitching. Half-remembered images flashed through her mind. She shut her eyes, lashes trembling like petals poised to bloom. 2 minutes later, a gentle snore drifted past her ear. She snapped her eyes open, mortified. He actually fell asleep? Clenching her fist, she was ready to teach the wooden log a lesson when Han Zhan rolled over, one arm naturally pulling her into his embrace. Feeling his steady breathing and unique warmth, her irritation melted away. This wasn't so bad. A small smile curled her lips, and she wrapped her arms around him in return. They slept through the night, holding each other close. The next morning at dawn, Han Zhan and Xia Yue strode along mist-shrouded Shixiao Road, their boots clicking crisply on the flagstones, and soon reached Squad 0527's safe house. Pushing the door open, they found a scene completely different from the night before. The room that had looked like a junkyard now had its tables lined up neatly, the floor gleaming, even the windowsills spotless. Bai Shuang had turned down the dancer gig, and Yi Fan was nowhere near drunk. The two of them sat side by side behind a rough wooden table, clearly waiting. Bai Shuang looked up, her gaze lingering on Han Zhan before the shock she had been holding back finally burst out. The brand new SS rank Linkishi of Shenlong City, the strongest newcomer in the certification trials, the man who one-shotted a Tier 2 insectoid and went toe-to-toe with a Tier 3, the most gifted Linkishi in history, Qingting Academy's #1 prodigy Han Zhan. It's actually you. Her voice trembled, her chest rising and falling. And the authorities throw a once-in-a-century monster like you into the city guardians? What a waste. What are those big shots thinking? In a place like this, talent will be buried sooner or later. The words poured out of her in a rapid-fire rush. Han Zhan wasn't surprised. After last night's lightning-fast insectoid wipeout, anyone with half a brain would have pulled the battle logs, and the whole city was buzzing about an SS rank Linkishi. Lying low was impossible. Showing strength was quicker than endless explanations. A faint smile tugged at his mouth as he glanced around. Mediocrity is shaped by its surroundings. Genius reshapes them. The quiet sentence carried ironclad confidence. Yi Fan, who had stayed silent, finally spoke, his voice rough but steady. You shone too brightly and embarrassed Xiaohu in public. He won't let it slide. To keep you down, he dumped you into our bottom-tier Squad 0527, hoping you'd fade away and end up exiled to the lower district. But you walked in and cleared the highest point mission on day 1. If I were Xiaohu, from today on you wouldn't get a single assignment. He's right. The mission list is nothing but accepted tags. Bai Shuang unfolded a miniature holoscreen from her cuff. Blue light bathed her tense face. An entire page of missions was grayed out, and any new commission vanished the instant it appeared. She bit her lip and muttered. Xiaohu finally bared his fangs. What now? We can't beat them to the punch. Yi Fan cast a helpless glance at the corner, as if looking for confiscated bottles. Just when the squad was starting to turn a corner, we're shoved back to square one. It was pure dimensional suppression. People at the top only had to flick a few resources to pin them down. In just over 2 months, it would be year-end. If they couldn't rack up enough points, they'd finish last, be cut from the roster, and get tossed into the lower district. Han Zhan suddenly asked, you said every mission in Shenlong City is already taken? Bai Shuang let out a bitter laugh. Yeah, not a single one left. Even the 10-point jobs you wouldn't touch yesterday are gone. No, he said quietly. What I meant was, if Shenlong City is tapped out, what about the other cities? Bai Shuang froze, caught off guard by the question. Afraid she hadn't understood, Han Zhan asked again. Assignments that award points are all posted on the Guardian's official site, right? The system places us in Shenlong City, so it automatically pushes Shenlong missions to us. Am I correct? Yes. Bai Shuang nodded. Then it's easy. Han Zhan grinned. Just change our registered address to neighboring Shanghai City. He motioned for Bai Shuang to do it. The densely packed Shenlong mission list on the holographic screen refreshed and instantly flipped to Kanghai's roster. It really worked. Bai Shuang held her breath, and Yifan's eyes went wide. Line after line of available lit up, each worth a shocking number of points. Once people get used to a routine, their thinking locks up. Han Zhan was immune ever since he crossed over. Switching cities while ordering takeout had become second nature. Why are you staring? Accept the missions. Kanghai's situation was much like Shenlong's. The highest value jobs still involved eliminating the insectoid threat, rated danger level 0 or 1. The trio quickly reserved every Shanghai mission, and with a flick of Han Zhan's finger they moved on to the next city. Bai Shuang was speechless, and Yifan's mouth hung open. Han Zhan's rapid-fire moves had left them both dumbstruck. We can take cross-city jobs, but that means we'll have to run around the entire region to finish them. We might run into bugs on the road. Yifan stopped mid-sentence, remembering the man in front of him was an SS-rank spirit binder, a prodigy who should have been carving up the front lines. Even if insectoids had infiltrated the rear cities, they would only be first or second tier. If it came to a chase, who would really be running? Whatever scheme Zhao who had cooked up had been brushed aside just like that. Bai Shuang recalled Han Zhan's first remark: mediocrities are shaped by their environment. Geniuses reshape it, and felt another jolt. Let's go. Pack whatever we need. The trip itself will take time. Han Zhan turned to the clearly unenthusiastic Yifan. Bai Shuang and Yifan had talked about something earlier. The drunk had sworn off liquor for the moment, but he still lacked enthusiasm for a guardian's duty. We're a team, and that means you're coming. Han Zhan spoke as captain, leaving no room for argument. Fine, fine. You're an SS-rank spirit binder. You'll listen this time, but let me bring a case of booze. Yifan raised his hand to bargain. Deal. Han Zhan agreed without hesitation. They failed. Zhao Hu listened to the report, his expression growing darker by the second. Yes, sir. They've already left Shenlong City and started taking missions in other cities. Did you complain to headquarters? What did they say? HQ replied that Shenlong's mission board is indeed saturated, so taking cross-city orders is perfectly acceptable. Damn it. Zhao Hu smashed his teacup to the floor, porcelain and water spraying everywhere. His subordinate trembled. Should we go grab the surrounding cities' missions too? Grab my ass. You gonna cover the jobs in a dozen cities? Let them gloat for now. We'll deal with them later. In the afternoon, Han Zhan and his crew set off for neighboring Shanghai City. The ride was a battered black pickup Yifan had picked up secondhand. Its paintwork scuffed, but its engine still eager. As soon as the paperwork was done, he heaved a whole crate of liquor into the open bed, stretched out beside it, and declared himself off duty for the journey. Bai Shuang took the wheel, while Han Zhan and Xia Yue covered the flanks. The assignments had been decided long ago. Once they cleared the suburbs of Shenlong, the post-insect plague wasteland unfolded before Han Zhan for the first time. Dunes merged into one another, waves of tawny dust rolling toward the horizon, with only a few half-dead weeds shivering at the roadside. The wide but broken highway was empty except for their truck. Peering ahead, Han Zhan could still pick out a few scattered insectoids prowling the distant sands and flats. They're just allowed to breed out here? No one's handling them? He asked. Bai Shuang followed his gaze and shrugged. First-tier bugs. Minimal threat. Daxiao has bigger problems, and the state isn't a charity. Survival of the fittest. Han Zhan nodded, quietly adding this rule to his mental list. The pickup rattled over cracked asphalt, raising a long plume of dust. Suddenly, Yifan shouted, "Holy!" and sprang upright in the bed. The others looked where he was staring. A pitch-black twister had carved into the once blue sky, a colossal cyclone swallowing half the heavens and blotting out the sun. What is that? Xia Yue blurted. Tier 1 insect sashin flies, Han Zhan said, flipping through Lin Jingshuan's notes. They fight in swarms, and the bigger the swarm, the worse the damage. At full speed they whip up a black hurricane and can strike from range. Up close they're fragile and poorly armored. A swarm this size was rare even in the reports. Their luck was impressive. Charge. Haha, charge. Yifan took a deep swig, grabbed the side of the bed with one hand, and laughed like a deranged pirate captain. Not far from the dark cyclone, a second convoy came into view, its tail flags marking it as a Shenlong merchant group. Bai Shuang tightened her grip on the wheel and muttered, "Those poor souls picked the worst day to travel. Captain, are we helping them or not?" Before Han Zhan could answer, Yifan yelled, "Help them. Why wouldn't we? Hard to port, full throttle." He twirled the bottle in his hand, hurled it high toward the twister, and spread his arms as if welcoming the roaring sandstorm. Bang! Bai Shuang yanked the wheel to skirt a sand-covered rise, the truck lurching hard enough to slam Yifan's head against the bed while a comic echo of his earlier laughter. The black pickup spun around and hurtled straight for the cyclone. We're going too fast to change lanes now. Bai Shuang shouted over the engine. Han Zhan hesitated no longer. He exchanged a glance with Xia Yuwei, and she instantly morphed into the form of the Fuxi Qin. He opened the door, vaulted out, and landed on the roof of the vehicle. On the outskirts of Deep Blue City, the sitting caravan sped across the wasteland. 3 heavily armored off-road trucks formed a triangle, engines snarling as they tore over the pitted highway. Behind them, a dense black cyclone rolled forward like a tidal wave. A closer look revealed countless thumb-sized insects, ash flies beating their wings madly around the vortex. Miss, they're closing in. 5 minutes before they reach us. Miss, the engines can't give us any more. Reinforcements were nowhere in sight when a calm, yet resolute voice crackled through the headset. Per the final clause of the security protocol, all units initiate the self-sacrifice plan. All 3 channels erupted at once. Almost without hesitation, the 2 flank vehicles slammed on their brakes, spun around, and pointed their grills at the oncoming storm. Come back. In the lead truck, Shang's sighting gripped the radio, her voice shaking with anger and dread. That's an order. We're not at the last moment yet. Do not give up. Only broken static answered her. Miss, our duty is to protect you SSSHHH. Shang guard. On my mark 3, 2, 1, fire. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 halted trucks unfurled metal wings. Turrets rose from their roofs, spewing orange muzzle flashes that carved arcs through the dim sky. Yet against tens of thousands of ash flies, the barrage was no more than hot water splashed into an icy sea. Through the rearview mirror, Shang's sighting watched the 2 vehicles swallowed by the black tide. Despair crept to her fingertips. Then, from somewhere ahead, a clear, rolling note of a qin drifted across the wasteland. Zhang. The music was so distinct it felt surreal. Who would be playing a qin out here? The answer arrived at once. A cobalt blue blade of energy rode the note, slicing through the air like a sword. An instant later, it struck the cyclone. The seemingly unstoppable black storm froze, and mangled ash fly bodies rained down in a curtain of night-colored fragments. The backwash from the dissipating blades swept over the convoy, whipping Shang's sighting's hair across her face. One thought flashed through her mind, the sound sweeping sighting away. She barely caught her breath before a sharper, higher note cracked the air. Zhang. The strings thrummed faster, the rhythm pounding like a war drum. Each stroke hammered at Shang's sighting's heart, while reaping life within the black wind. Ash flies plummeted in sheets, quickly carpeting the ground with ashen husks. Following the sound, she finally saw the musician, a handsome young man about her age, half reclining in the bed of a black pickup, head bowed, fingers dancing across the Fuxi Qin. A wasteland, a qin master, an absurd pairing come to life. Roused by the slaughter, the remaining ash flies wheeled away from the convoy and surged toward the distant pickup. Wings beat once, and a volley of gray-black stingers shot through the air like poisoned needles. Look out! Shang's sighting cried, her heart seizing in her chest. A single zither melody ripped the vortex apart. Bai Shuang watched in stunned silence as the whirlwind that had appeared out of nowhere was torn to shreds, her lips parted, yet no sound escaping. Meanwhile, the swarm of ash flies formed a black cyclone, veered, and howled toward Han Zhan, unleashing a long-range barrage. He had only skimmed a few pages about them in the archives and had never imagined such tiny insects could fire terrifying, high-velocity poison darts. Hair-thin black needles rained down like a storm, catching him completely off guard. In that split second, a staggering figure lurched into view. Yifan crawled out of an overturned crate, a bottle of hard liquor in each hand, and swayed in front of Han Zhan. An instant later, every dart buried itself in his back with a crisp crackle. Han Zhan reached out, but could only watch. The darts were lethally toxic. Leave them in for seconds, and the victim would be dead. Yifan didn't seem to care. He tilted his head back and chugged, the gulping loud in the sandy wind. Ha! That hits the spot. Glassy-eyed, he raised the bottle, pointed at Han Zhan, opened his mouth to speak, and collapsed in a heap. Yifan. Han Zhan crouched beside him, only to see the black needles pop out on their own and clatter to the ground. S-rank talent immortality. Surprised? Didn't see that coming? Watching Yifan spring back to life, Han Zhan was secretly shaken. His divine sight could read a contract spirit's gift, but never the binder's own trump cards. Did immortality mean rapid regeneration or true indestructibility? Yifan seemed to sense his doubts. He blew out a puff of alcohol and shook his head smugly. Guessing, are you? Want to know what immortality really does? Beg me, and he'll tell you. Or just give me 5 crates of booze. He never finished. Han Zhan had already turned away. Han Zhan leaped onto a cargo box and surveyed the field. Under the crossfire from both sides, the remaining ash flies had lost their ferocity, the black cloud disintegrating. The door of the SUV at the heart of the other convoy swung open, and a striking young woman waved excitedly in their direction. Well, Shang's sighting, the Shang family's pampered daughter. A high-profile trade convoy without a single spirit binder, how careless. Yifan whistled, sounding like a seasoned critic. In the driver's seat, Bai Shuang glanced at the communicator. Captain, They're requesting access to our private channel. Accept or decline. Decline. Han Zhan looked away. Pretty as she was, he already had beauty in his arms, and Li Shu's advice over hot pot still rang in his ears. The prettier the woman, the bigger the trouble. Let's move. We've got miles to cover. Clutching the Fuxi Zither, he settled into the front passenger seat. Xia Yue returned to human form, and the two sat shoulder to shoulder in a closeness that drew every eye. TSK, TSK. Bai Shuang clicked her tongue, then floored the gas. The black pickup roared forward, kicking up a towering plume of dust. Bai Shuang, don't try that kind of clever stunt again. Suddenly, Han Zhan spoke, yanking the wheel toward the ashen fly locust tornado. You did that on purpose, didn't you, Captain? Bai Shuang pressed her lips together and kept quiet. In this insect-ridden apocalypse, compassion was pure poison. A single saint-like impulse could doom the whole squad, and she'd seen that lesson too many times. Don't let it happen again, she murmured. Miss, they turned down our call, the driver said, staring at the blinking comm panel as he reported to Shang Sidong. Turn us down? Shang Sidong blinked in disbelief. No one had ever rejected her so directly. Through the windshield she'd just seen the ethereal Qin player in the passenger seat and the girl beside him. As striking as Herschel fan image of freedom that made her chest ache, because freedom was the one thing she lacked. Butler, once we reached Deep Blue City, am awakening as a contract spirit and making a pact with him. Her tone was absolute. Miss. The butler froze. The patriarch gave strict orders. You must never become a contract spirit. The Shang family enslaves others, never the other way around. And these guards, though they look reliable to you? Shang Sidong shot back. If that Qin player hadn't intervened, would be insect chow. I know what the family elders are plotting. I've just chosen to ignore it. My decision stands, and the family had better keep out of it. That man is mine. In the other car, Han Zhan sneezed twice in succession. Deep Blue City was roughly 5 hours from Shanghai. Aside from that earlier incident, the trip was uneventful. Any bug dumb enough to leap from the jungle was swatted by Han Zhan in an instant. 5 hours later they reached their coordinates, located the rampaging swarm, and wiped it out in seconds. 5 hours of driving, 5 seconds of fighting, precision perfect. Job done, they headed for the next site. In less than half a day, every large-scale extermination mission around Shanghai City had been cleared, throwing the local guardian squads into chaos. Who are these people? Since when did Shanghai have a team like that? Factor out travel time, and they're clearing missions in 10 seconds flat straight-up slaughter. Don't tell me some frontline contract mages came here to farm easy points. The rumors reached the captain of Kanghai's first squad. He pulled the mission logs and saw one note. Deep Blue City Squad 0527. His temper detonated. They're scooping up points in our city, are they spitting in my face? He called Deep Blue's first squad. Zhao picked up and got an earful so blistering he was left speechless, the profanity meter maxed out. The incident snowballed. Kanghai's once sluggish guardians were forced into an all-hands mobilization, turning the mission hall into a madhouse. Meanwhile, the name Deep Blue City Squad 0527 echoed through Shanghai. Mission bullies. A few days later, on the outskirts of Shanghai City, a swath of wasteland had been seized by Tier 2 Zerg called demon-tailed serpents, at least 20 by sight. For years they had plagued the city, and the once deserted demon-tailed serpent extermination mission board had turned into the hottest ticket the moment the notorious mission bullies squad showed up. With so many Shanghai Guardian teams here today, we'll finish this mission for sure. Right. Let that squad from Deep Blue City see our strength. Exactly. We can't let them strut around anymore. 20 Tier 2 serpent zone per team. No problem. Leave mine to me. 30 to 50 guardians, rifles shouldered and blades strapped to their backs, advanced along the rutted dirt road toward the serpent's lair, morale soaring. Wild grass slapped against their boots. The scorched ground reeked of damp blood, and excitement mounted with every step until they reached the nest. What met their eyes was carnage. Every demon-tailed serpent lay hacked into pieces, black blood soaking the soil. Skins, gallbladders, and other pricey materials had already been stripped away. Not one serpent remained alive. The lead captain's face went livid, and he roared at the gray sky. Mission bullies, you've gone too far. Get out of my way, I'm demanding an explanation. A teammate yanked him back. Captain. They turned in the mission and left Shanghai. Someone just saw that flashy black pickup heading out of town. At that, anger melted into relief, and long-lost smiles returned. 5 days, 5 whole days. Finally, those jerks are gone. Yeah, let the other cities put up with them for a change. A few days later, Guardian Organization headquarters. The Data Monitoring Division slid the latest mission completion report onto the conference table. Deputy Commander Su Mingxian flipped through it and suddenly murmured, why have completion rates in Deep Blue City, Shanghai, and the neighboring areas jumped so much? An average rise of over 50%? Did something happen? Commander Su, a subordinate, reported, Deep Blue City produced a squad nicknamed the Mission Bullies. They keep hijacking high-value missions in other cities, and it set off this chain reaction. Mission Bullies? Su Mingxian repeated, interest sparking in his eyes. Pull their personnel files for me. As the organization's number 3 official, his clearance trailed only the top 2 leaders. Moments later, four dossiers landed on the table. Deep Blue City Squad 0527, former captain, Ifan. Gift, immortality. No form of damage can kill him, granting a theoretical potential for eternal life. File classification, top secret. Su Mingxuan's fingertips trembled. He hadn't expected the very first file to be top secret. He quickly opened the second. Deep Blue City Squad 0527, member, Hong Yanwei. Class A contract spirit. Once served with Fan in the first war zone before both were reassigned to the Guardians. Gift lies. She can alter her appearance, physique, and even her name. Once activated, the change is real, effectively turning falsehood into reality. File classification, top secret. Another top secret file. Su Mingxuan's brow tightened involuntarily. With his level of power, he could feel an invisible force of law trying to seep into the file in his hands and alter its contents. In the name column, Hong Yanwei and Bai Shuang flickered like frames on an old black and white television. Su Mingxuan's heart sank. So this was the strength of a lie talent? Even an SS rank absolute truth record could be distorted from such a distance. Only a rank. That's way too low. Were the evaluators sleepwalking? He muttered, snapping the file shut and pulling out the second one. Third time's the charm. There's no way they'll hand me another top secret dossier, right? He couldn't help laughing. How could an unknown squad possibly be tied to 3 classified files in a row? Ridiculous. He unfolded the third file. Deep Blue City Squad 0527. Current captain, Han Zhan. Recent graduate of Ivy Vine Academy. Finally, Su Mingxian relaxed. Now that's a normal intro. Then he read further. Detailed information, none. None. His eyebrows shot up. An absolute truth file can't just be blank. If it says none, it means one thing: it refuses to be read. The thought had barely formed when the secure line on his desk shrilled. Very few people even knew that number. Su Mingxian straightened, lifted the receiver, and said, Su Mingxian speaking. Director Su, this is Lin Jingxian, the commander of the Second War Zone. A flood of guesses flashed through Su Mingxuan's mind. Was the United Front Ministry planning something huge that needed Guardian support? Lin Jingxuan's voice was calm, yet indisputable. Stop all inquiries into that file, and any related material immediately. It's above your clearance. The words hit like thunder. Su Mingxian was stunned. Could access top secret files. Yet this young man named Han Zhan was classified even higher? He remembered then that the absolute truth keeper was Lin Jingxuan's own top spirit contractor. Understood. Thank you for the heads up. Quelling his curiosity, he hung up and closed the file, his expression complicated. This isn't merely top secret, it's several levels higher. Guess I've learned my lesson about poking around. Meanwhile, Han Zhan had no idea about the stir among the Guardian brass. Over the past 10 days, Squad 0527 had been rushing non-stop, clearing Zerg forces in nearby cities. Deep Blue City's mission hogs were becoming notorious. 4 200-point missions, 6 at 100, 8 at 50, totaling 1,800 points. Bai Shuang pulled up the leaderboard in excitement. We're definitely out of last place now. The screen scrolled to the bottom, and her smile froze. Squad 05272, 150 points. Rank, dead last. How could that be? Is Zhao Hu behind this again? Bai Shuang's furious shout echoed through the lounge, and the rest of the team rushed to the digital display. On the big screen, Squad 0527 still sat at the very bottom, while the dozen squads ahead of them had all frozen at the exact same number 300 points, only a sliver more than theirs. The neat row of 2,300 sent a chill through the room. Han Zhan remembered how they'd scraped those points together running high-risk missions in every nearby city, braving sandstorms, bumping along rutted roads, and clashing with waves of insects. How had those squads leveled the gap overnight? Were they all hidden powerhouses with SS-rank talents farming bug dungeons in their sleep? It's score capping, Han Zhan said, pushing up his glasses as the old trick came back to him. In his past life as a hardcore gamer, had seen it countless times. Several teams make a private pact, park their scores on the same line, hand in mission points through one person, then split them evenly. The leaderboard ends up with a tidy block of identical scores. Won't HQ investigate? Bai Shuang frowned. They won't. Han Zhan shook his head. The rules only check that the mission is done and who files the report. On paper, it's all kosher. In frustration, Bai Shuang slapped the screen. After 10 punishing days on the road, she thought they'd finally shake off the worst squad label, only to have Zhao Hu crush that hope the moment it appeared. Let's head back to Deep Blue, Han Zhan said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. They're only a few hundred points ahead. We still have a shot. We already clawed back a gap of over 1,000. Ifan nodded eagerly. For a man who preferred lying around, the past 10 days had been torture. No proper beer, endless jolting rides that ruined his back. Even trying to nap in the truck bed felt like being rattled apart. Finally, he could rest a few days. At dusk they rolled into Deep Blue City. After saying their goodbyes, Han Zhan and Xia Yuwei returned to the villa. Though they'd been gone 10 days, the courtyard was still spotless. By the stone table on the terrace, Li Shutong sat sipping wine alone, the sunset gilding him in gold. Back already? He set down his cup and greeted them with a gentle smile. Yes, we're back. Two simple words. Yet to the young pair they felt like home however strong you are out there. You still need a harbor. How did the trip go? Li Shutong asked, fatherly curiosity in his tone. They sat down and recounted every mission and encounter. When they reached the story about Shang's sighting, the old man burst into laughter, slapping the stone tabletop until it hummed. So the insensitive oaf she keeps talking about is you. Master, you know Shang's sighting? Han Zhan asked, stunned. Her grandfather and I go way back, Li Shutong said, raising his cup and gesturing toward the darkening garden. The Shang family stands behind one of the 5 major corporations Canopus Technologies. Kantang Technology specializes in high-end weaponry for spirit binders without a chilling and for ordinary people. She's the same age as my granddaughter Li Lingzhen, and I've always treated her like family. Li Shutong glanced at the group and went on. She's outgoing and always looking for adventure. The Ashfly tornado was a trap the company set up to scare her into staying put, hoping she'd stop running off. None of us expected you to step in. His explanation cleared everything up: the staggering number of ash flies, the suspicious lack of powerful guards, even the 2 escort trucks that plowed into the swarm in a suicide run. Every piece had been part of a staged ruse. Funny thing, Li Shutong added. Sighting actually came to Shenlong City to deliver 2 items for me. He produced a sleek metal case, keyed in a code, and the alloy locks popped open. A wave of icy air spilled out as 2 ice blue vials gleamed in shockproof slots. Breakthrough serum. These were the same vials sent to Chongqing Corporation for energy refinement. Li Shutong slid them to Han Zhan and Xia Yue. Stop staring, one each. Drink while it's fresh. On it. Han Zhan uncorked his vial and downed it in one go. The liquid exploded into pure energy, racing through him like 10,000 miniature lightning bolts. His cells roared, devouring the power. Strength, speed, reflexes, physique, even talent climbed in real time. In moments it felt as though he'd taken a scalding shower and devoured a feast, utterly refreshed and overflowing with power. Breakthrough achieved. 2nd tier spirit binder. Seeing his success, Xia Yue swallowed the 2nd vial without hesitation. The ice blue energy erupted inside her as well, completing her transformation just as fast. The instant they broke through, new data flooded their minds. Xia Yue, SS Strength Shielding. Form, 2nd tier manifestation, ancient divine instrument Fuxi. Divinity, sword-like resolve, 4-fold celestial will. 4-fold celestial will. Han Zhan's heart skipped a beat. That meant the 4 elements: wind, fire, thunder, lightning. At once, all 3 2nd-tier Qin compositions unlocked. 1. Jubilant Wind, already used above its tier. 2. Vernal Blaze. 3. Sixting Thunderbolt. Each piece aligned perfectly with wind, fire, and lightning, matching the new divinity. With this, Han Zhan and Xia Yue both stepped into the 2nd tier, divinity and skills soaring together. They bowed deeply to Li Shutong in gratitude. Just then, Han Zhan's wrist communicator buzzed. Captain, check the Shenlong City mission board. Bai Shuang's voice crackled with urgency. Han Zhan brought up the holo interface. At the top, a line of red warning text blazed. Mission, red Aliarteaser drifters spotted near Shenlong City. Deploy immediately to eliminate. Reward, 1,000 points. Threat level, grade 3. Recommended team size, unlimited. Restrictions, none. All warden squads may accept this mission. Tier 3 Zerg, a wanderer. It was on a whole different level from the Tier 3 Crimson Flame beast Han Zhan had barely managed to bring down before. Though both were classified as Tier 3, the gap was enormous. A fully grown wanderer could hold its own against 3 times its number of Tier 3 spirit binders. And yet this monster had been assigned to a city guardian squad. The difficulty was far beyond the norm. It sounded like a job for frontline elites. According to the official report, the creature was only a juvenile that had somehow strayed into the city, but its threat rating was still a hefty 3. Because of that, the reward had been set at 1,000 points, and the usual limit on participating teams had been lifted. So, are we taking the mission or not? Let's meet on Shixiao Road and talk in person. Han Zhan ended the call, gave Li Shutong and Xia Yue a quick rundown, and hurried off to the squad's base. The villa's courtyard fell quiet again. Li Shutong refilled his glass and managed a wry smile. Looks like I've really become an empty nest elder. He poked fun at himself, yet his thoughts stayed on the threat. A wanderer trouble never comes alone. Before he finished, the butler, Afu, stepped from the shadows. Sir, we've located Miss Lingzhen, but she won't come home. Where is she? Songhai City. Li Shutong watched Han Zhan and the others disappear down the road, thought for a moment, and said, then we'll go to Songhai City to see her. Evening, Shixiao Road, the 0527 squad's base. Han Zhan, Xia Yue, Bai Shuang, and Yi Fan gathered again. Only hours earlier they had gone their separate ways, and now they were seated around the long table once more. Yi Fan reeked of liquor, eyes cloudy. Bai Shuang had clearly dragged him in. So are we going or not? My vote is no, Bai Shuang said bluntly. A juvenile wanderer at 3 threat is 2 Riskino amount of points is worth it. Go. Why not? Clock in early, clock out early. Fan yelled, hand raised, then collapsed on the table and began to snore, drunken nonchalance in full bloom. Xia Yue remained silent. She looked only at Han Zhan's final call was his. If they focused solely on the reward, walking away would be the safer choice. But Han Zhan remembered something no one had mentioned. The red alert. Hunting the Wanderer wasn't just about the points. It was about defending the city, the very purpose of the city guardians. The point system had made many squads mercenary. They had forgotten the meaning of their own name. Han Zhan sighed. He wasn't a saint, but with an SS rank awakened gift and memories from another world, who didn't harbor a hero's dream. Besides, the strong only grew stronger through constant battle. My path must be the hero's path, he thought, the vague notion already solid enough to guide his decision. We're taking the mission, Han Zhan declared. Xia Yui's eyes sharpened with resolve. Bai Shuang sighed but offered no further objection, and Yi Fan murmured a muffled sweet from the tabletop. The vote was unanimous. Edge of Shenlong City, where the suburbs met open land. A long security cordon barred entry to the area. Even from hundreds of meters away, everyone could see the land ahead being swallowed by darkness, a vast, inverted dome that blocked every glimmer of light. It was the roamer's innate ability, the Black Shroud, a self-contained realm that severed all perception of the outside world. Anything trapped beneath it, living or not, aged and decayed at a terrifying rate until nothing remained. The Shroud's edge was still creeping outward. If it reached Shenlong City, the life force of millions would be drained in an instant, allowing the juvenile roamer to mature and triggering an unstoppable insect plague. We have to stop it, said Zhang Xiaobei, captain of Shenlong City's first squad, his gaze locked on the Black Dome. If the authorities already sent the first squad, why post the bounty at all? Someone asked. Cannon fodder, Zhang replied, letting out a heavy breath. He swept his eyes over the team and lowered his voice. The Shroud can only be broken from inside. Even as a juvenile, that thing is lethal under its own veil, and you know it. We need plenty of bodies in there to draw its attention and split the fire. That's Zhao Hu's plan. Big goals require dirty work. Take down this roamer and Shenlong City's yearly performance numbers are safe. With all the rookie guardians signing up, losing a batch of small fry doesn't matter. Another teammate folded his binoculars. The group ducked behind the battlements and settled in to wait. Throughout the city, the posted bounty had attracted several guardian squads, fewer than a crowd, but more than a handful. The logic was simple. They couldn't beat a tier 3 roamer, but what if someone else tanked the damage? Slip in, pick up the loot, and you'd be set for life. A gamble like that was hard to resist. Han Zhan's 0527 squad had just arrived from Shenlong City. Staring at the black canopy that covered more than 100 kilometers, they hesitated before stepping forward. That's the roamer's ability, the Black Shroud, Han Zhan said quietly. He had recognized it at first glance thanks to Lin Jingshuan's notes. Ready? Once we're in, there's no turning back, he added, looking to his team. Let's go, Bai Shuang answered, calm and steady. This thing doesn't affect me, so whatever, Yi Fan shrugged. Xia Yui's fingers were pale with tension until a warm hand closed over hers. Relax, we'll be fine, Han Zhan assured her. She nodded, though an ominous feeling lingered, as if some malevolent gaze were fixed on her. We're too close to the Shroud. The insect aura is thick enough to choke on. That's probably what you're feeling, Bai Shuang murmured. Xia Yue steadied her breathing. If everyone's set, we move, Han Zhan said. He and Xia Yue stepped into the Shroud side by side, with Bai Shuang and Yi Fan right behind them. A faint, hissing rustle drifted through the air, then vanished as quickly as it came. The moment they stepped inside the pitch-black canopy, countless invisible strands coiled around them, siphoning their energy at a slow but unstoppable pace. If they stayed within the Shroud, their life force would keep draining until nothing remained. This was the black canopy's first power life drain. We have 30 minutes at most, Han Zhan said, his expression grim. If we don't shatter the canopy from the inside within that window, we'll end up as fertilizer for the Wanderers. You mean that black sphere up there? Bai Shuang pointed to the air above, where a dark orb hovered in silence. So we just break it? Sounds easy enough. Her words had barely left her mouth when the street beneath them writhed as though given life. The once level ground heaved and bucked, knocking the 4 of them off balance. In the next instant, massive stone walls rose on all sides, sealing them in. Han Zhan reacted at once, turning Xia Yue into the Fuxi Zither and cradling it in his arms. On the other side, Bai Shuang almost slipped into a gaping fissure, but Yi Fan yanked her back in time. Watch out, Han Zhan shouted, just before a thick barrier sprang up between him and the others. Twang! A razor-sharp wave of sound slashed into the wall, sending chips of stone cascading down, yet behind the debris lay more solid rocks stretching skyward without a gap. This was the black canopy's second power life bestowal. What it stole from living beings, it could impart to inanimate matter, turning weapons, tools, or even the entire street into living entities. The Wanderers had awakened the whole district, forging it into a vast maze that trapped intruders while leeching them dry. Elsewhere in Shunlan City, other Guardian squads were already lost in the same living labyrinth. Han Zhan weighed his options, Zither in hand. His sonic blades could chip the walls but not pierce clean through, and each pause gave the maze time to heal itself. To demolish it, he saw only two strategies: exhaust every scrap of living material it used for repairs, or unleash overwhelming force to create a brief repair vacuum. Neither plan suited their current state. It's still a maze, which means there has to be an exit, he murmured, then shook his head. They had only just entered, with nearly half an hour to spare. Wasting stamina on brute force now would forfeit their edge. Decision made, Han Zhan conserved his strength. He moved to one wall and began walking swiftly along its edge, mapping the living stone as he went. The first law of a maze says that if you keep one hand on a wall, you'll eventually find your way out. Han Zhan hugged the rough earthen wall, cautious but never slow. He quietly widened his mental field, his senses flaring outward, and his steps grew lighter, faster. Scree. A sound like a demon whispering at his ear cracked the air. Han twisted, narrowly avoiding a slender silver worm. A cold gleam flashed, the strike missed, and the creature plunged into the squirming wall, disappearing as if it had never been. The sight of the worm froze him. Too fast did I imagine that. If it really is what I think, I'm in deep trouble. Shoving down his alarm, he sprinted harder, heading for the exit he remembered. Meanwhile, first squad of Deep Blue City reached the black tent outside the labyrinth. Let's go. Looks like no more cannon fodders coming in. Yeah, in and out quick, I've got a vacation waiting. All six were certain of themselves, everyone a third-tier soulbinder or bonded spirit, confident they could walk away unharmed. The moment they stepped into the tent, the space warped. Living walls slammed up between them, shredding the formation and forcing each member to fight alone. Zhang Xiaobei moved forward with a teammate. In the dark, a sudden sting lanced the back of his neck. TCH, he hissed, hand flying to the wound. His teammate spun. Xiaobei, what? The words died as Zhang Xiaobei's fingers closed around his throat. In the instant before darkness claimed him, the man thought he saw a silver worm burst from Zhang Xiaobei's forehead, its icy metallic sheen sliding into his own eye. Deep in the living maze, Yifan supported the staggering Bai Shuang. Picked off one at a time. This prowler's got style, Yifan said, gazing at the gray-white sky as if chatting with something unseen. Bai Shuang tilted her head. You can't feel those invisible threads? I feel them, but they're useless on me, he replied calmly, earning a rare approving nod. Sometimes I envy you. With your gift, even this place can't scare you. Envy? Yifan snorted. Endless life with no way to die, that's a curse, not a blessing. He lay on his back, hands behind his head. Since we can't get out, why bother? I'm great at lying around until someone rescues me. Bai Shuang glared. Who says we can't get out? She pressed her palm to the living wall and whispered, wake up, you're nothing but lifeless dirt. Talent of falsehood activate. When a lie is rooted in truth, its power multiplies. The wall was just soil given a fake life, so every word of her lie rang true. Boom. The ground quaked under the force of deception, and the wall before them crashed down. The living rampart collapsed with a thunderous crash, almost burying Yifan where he lay. He sprang to his feet, coughing as a wave of dust and the metallic taste of earth rushed over him. Bai Shuang regarded the newly revealed passage and nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, her power of deception spread like an unchecked plague, radiating out from the shattered wall. Boom after boom echoed down the corridor as more segments of the living wall gave way. Dust spouted skyward in ochre pillars, a rolling earthen tide that swallowed the tunnel. Through the swirling haze they caught a glimpse of a figure streaking toward them. Han Zhan. Captain, Bai Shuang shouted into the murk. Had Han Zhan not been in his heightened cerebral overdrive, the call would never have pierced the roar. He glanced back on reflex, and the sight jolted him. Moments ago the walls had stood unshakable. Now they disintegrated before his eyes, settling into lifeless soil. Worse still, the guardians of Deep Blue City lay scattered across the ground, their fate uncertain. Look out. His gaze narrowed, detecting a subtle ripple in the dust beneath them. Cradling the Fuxi chain, he flicked his right hand across the strings. A razor-thin blade of sound shot forward. Thud. The sonic blade tore into the curtain of dust and struck something solid. When the air cleared, Bai Shuang found a 3-meter clay colossus looming behind her. A gaping wound marred its chest, but the clay was already knitting itself back together. Without Han Zhan's strike, she and Yifan would have been paced. Annoyed, Bai Shuang pointed at the giant and snapped, quit staring, you're a fake too. The creature froze, then crumbled into a cloud of dirt. Han Zhan had no time to marvel. As the final section of wall collapsed, thousands of identical clay giants marched out of the haze, so dense they filled the corridor from side to side. Even Bai Shuang's reality-bending lies could not erase that many targets at once. Han Zhan laid his right hand on the strings. The stagnant air within the black shroud seemed to awaken. Dust motes whirled, driven by countless invisible strands. The wind, the joyous wind. Even in this sealed realm it still answered the Fuxi Qin. In an instant it swelled into a roaring current. The gust scooped them up. Bai Shuang and Yi Fan felt a gentle lift, suddenly weightless. Their eyes met in astonishment as they rose from the ground. Han Zhan rode the wind as well, the three of them soaring clear of the encircling giants. Riding the void wind, they streaked toward the plaza at the shroud center. Suspended above the paving stones hovered a fist-sized black sphere, murky yet gleaming with an icy luster. Destroy that sphere, it's the Wanderer's true form. Han Zhan spoke rapid-fire. Once it cast the black shroud, it merged with this world, leaving only the sphere behind. Shatter it, and the Wanderer dies. Bai Shuang and Yi Fan exchanged a glance. The spark of battle flared in their eyes, and they nodded in unison. Go on, we've got your back. No sooner had Bai Shuang spoken than the black-shrouded realm shuddered, as if the earth itself had rolled over. The hovering ebony sphere suddenly unleashed a horrific pull. Shattered walls, broken blades, and even the dust in the air were sucked in with a sizzling hiss, vanishing like matter swallowed by a black hole. The abrupt change jolted the Wanderer to full alert. It drew on the vast reservoir of life force within its body and poured that energy into the objects being dragged toward the sphere. Twigs, snapped swords, beast bones, and metal shards melted into a blistering, twisting torrent. An instant later the molten flow congealed, and a giant more than 10 meters tall erupted from the ground. Arms like cliffs folded around the black sphere, which pulsed through its chest like a restless heart of night. Facing the towering monster, Bai Shuang swallowed hard. Fighting to stay calm, she whispered to her teammates, "Well, does the power of falsehood still work?" Then she clenched her teeth and shouted at the giant, "None of this is real. None of you are alive." The mountain giant froze mid-motion. Hope flashed in every eye only to die a heartbeat later. Gravel slid from the creature's body, yet it remained intact. Locking on to Bai Shuang's voice, it swung a colossal arm. The punch ripped the air apart with a shriek and hurtled toward her. This woman's ability is anomalous, the Wanderer judged coldly. Priority target. At the last possible moment, a once slouching figure stepped in front of Bai Shuang. Yi Fan lifted his head, voice low and solemn. "Grant my mortality." Pale gold lines surfaced beneath his skin, racing across his body until they resembled a suit of golden mail. His slumped back straightened in an instant. The giant's fist crashed into his chest, the light dimmed but held. Stone shrapnel exploded outward, the ground beneath him fractured, yet Yi Fan remained unbowed. He drew a breath and called to Han Zhan, "6 strikes." Han Zhan understood at once. Yi Fan's immortal state could endure 6 blows. Forming seals, he ran thumb, index, and middle finger over the strings of the Fuxi Zither. A bead of deep blue-violet light flew from the vibrating string. At the same time, outside the black canopy, thunder rolled across the sky hidden by the barrier. Silver arcs of lightning crossed like dragons breaking free. Deep within the clouds, a vast, hazy silhouette flickered. In Deep Blue City, atop the Guardian's headquarters, Zhao squinted his pale eyes at the brooding cloud massed directly above the Wanderer's shroud. That charge is monstrous, a solid strike, but still not enough to finish the Wanderer. Back on the battlefield, Yi Fan was hurled by another punch, smashing through rocky walls before landing on his feet. Is that enough? Lightning coiled around Han Zhan, crackling like furious serpents, yet he shook his head, voice grim. Not yet. The zither sounded again. Second pluck, then third, fourth, fifth. Each stroke thickened the storm. By the 6th, Han Zhan's form was lost in blinding light. Blood beaded on his temple as a second-tier spirit binder forced himself to shoulder the weight of heaven's wrath. When the 6th Fuxi chord reverberated, the sky beyond the shroud split wide. 6 majestic statues solidified: Ding Mao, Ding Si, Ding Wei, Ding Yu, Ding Hai, and Ding Zhou. 6 Ding heavenly gods, servants of the emperor, summoned by the zither to obey. Han Zhan intoned amid the thunder. The 6 deities leaned forward and swung titanic arms. In a flash, 6 purple-white pillars of lightning, each as thick as a mountain, crashed down upon the black canopy. Zither piece, 6 Ding thunder. From polar night to blazing daybreak, lightning ripped the sky apart. The dark canopy split wide, and a flood of thunderbolts poured down on the towering mountain giant. In an instant its flesh was scorched black, while the animated stones, trees, and scraps of metal detonated one after another, their charred shells flaking away to reveal a pitch-black sphere at the center. Crack, crack, crack. A web of fissures raced across the sphere. With a brittle snap it shattered completely, and the dust was swept off by the howling wind. Only then did Han Zhan exhale a heavy breath victory. He looked up to see Yi Fan grinning as well, but in the next heartbeat the grin froze. Terror locked Yi Fan's gaze on something behind Han Zhan. A far more dreadful presence erupted. Han Zhan could just read Yi Fan's lips. Run now. Fueled by the full power of 8 urgency fist, Han Zhan instinctively twisted aside, yet he was still half a beat too slow. A razor-sharp impact pierced his abdomen. The massive force hurled him and the Fuxi Qin in his arms into the air. His body tumbled, scattering blood in an arc. He stared up at the sky, stunned. The dark canopy remained. Had the roamer survived? The black sphere had been its core. Its destruction should have meant death. So where was this darkness coming from? After skidding more than 10 meters, Han Zhan finally saw their assailant. Bai Shuangin floating beside her, an adult roamer. The creature had absorbed the life force that leaked from the juvenile's death, holding a quasi-human form. Two bony wings unfurled from its back, its right arm lowered after the strike, and a larger black sphere glowed dimly in its chest. It was that one. Han Zhan's pupils contracted. Surprised? Bai Shuang, still in heavy makeup, stepped gracefully to the fore beside the adult roamer. This is the surprise I prepared for you. Do you like it? An adult roamer, peak tier 3, power edging toward tier 4. Han Zhan knew they had barely managed to kill a juvenile. Against an adult, they had no chance. Only now did he realize everything had been a trap. Bai Shuang had hidden the creature behind lies, kept it close, waited, and released it for a finishing blow. Yifan dashed to Han Zhan's side, his face grim. Why are you doing this? Why? Bai Shuang laughed at first, but as she laughed, tears traced paths through her thick eyeshadow. She lifted one hand to cover her face, yet the other clamped around her own wrist as if acting on its own. She tilted her head back awkwardly, struggling, and both Han Zhan and Yifan caught a fleeting silver-white insect shadow deep in her pupils. What was that? The second time. Han Zhan gasped inwardly. He could not be mistaken. This was the second time he had seen it. Second time? What do you know? Yifan turned impressed. Han Zhan lifted a shaky hand and pointed at Bai Shuang, his voice hoarse. Bai Shuang, she's been parasitized. Parasitized? That's right, Han Zhan forced out. That silver streak in her eyes is the legendary devourer worm. The devourer worm tier 4 insectoid. In Lin Jingshuan's notes, this species was supposed to have been wiped out 32 years ago during a massive insect plague. The first war zone at the time claimed to have exterminated every last one of them. Han Zhan froze the moment he glimpsed that flash of silver, because the creature before him, a devouring worm, was classified as 4th tier and should have been extinct. The tier referred not to its size, but to its horrific talent, brain erosion. Once the worm drilled into a living brain, the victim's consciousness was seized and the body reduced to a puppet. Even worse, the worm reproduced asexually and split in an instant, making it far more lethal than anything else in its class. History on Blue Star recorded one catastrophe. A careless 7th tier powerhouse was taken over by a devouring worm and, in one frenzied night, slaughtered the entire city he was sworn to protect. The hunt that followed consumed endless time and resources before both man and swarm were finally destroyed, and the cost was staggering. Now Bai Shuang's body was fully under the worm's control. Her stiff, twisted motions were merely instinctive resistance stirred by Yifan's voice. Go, Han Zhan urged in a low voice, though his eyes brimmed with helplessness. Yifan shook his head. I carry the immortal gift. I can't die and I can't escape. Han Zhan straightened and looked toward the looming curtain of darkness. After the adult wanderer devoured its fallen young, its black canopy had swollen more than tenfold. At their current speed, it would overtake and shred them long before they reached the edge. Never mind the devouring worm lying in wait. This was a carefully laid death trap. He drew a deep breath, and an uncanny calm surfaced in his eyes. Yifan, you still have 4 immortal charges left today, right? Correct, Yifan answered, unsure why he was asking. Against all odds, Han Zhan grinned. Then give me the length of one song. No problem. He folded his legs, sank his mind into the Fuxi Qin, and plucked the strings. The notes rang clear as spring water on jade, pearls scattering over stone. The piece was called Purging Heart. As its music spread, it swept away his fatigue, spirit energy flooded back, and the gaping hole in his abdomen closed before their eyes. Bai Shuang and the Wanderer lunged simultaneously, both wary of Han Zhan had erased a juvenile Wanderer in a single strike. The Wanderer lifted an arm, firing a beam of black energy. Yifan threw himself in front of Han Zhan, blocking it with his body. His bones groaned under the impact. A heartbeat later, Bai Shuang closed in, razor-edged fingers clamping onto his shoulder. Your immortal body is a lie, she rasped. In her pupils the silver worm divided, racing down her arm and into Yifan's flesh. Cornered, Yifan's eyes flared. He drove his forehead forward, smashing into her face with a brutal headbutt. True or not, that's not for you to decide. He thrust a hand into his own chest, pinched the fresh intruder, and crushed it with a wet pop. Immortality remaining, too. The adult rover hovered in midair and lifted its hand toward Han Zhan. Inky energy churned around its palm, condensing in an instant into a razor-edged spear. Anything could sustain life, and anything could become a weapon. The spear sliced the air with a shrill keen. Alarm flashed through Yifan. He sprang up to block. A heartbeat later the spear expanded several-fold power of deception. The tip crashed into him. Pale gold lines flickered across his body, but he held his ground. The enemy had no intention of giving him a breather. How much longer? Yifan shouted, eyes blood red. His answer was sudden silence. The zither cut off, and a blade of sound tore through the air, driving back the shadows on both flanks. The medicine of the clarity powder surged through Han Zhan, restoring him in place. At the same moment, the Fuxi Zither dissolved into light and reformed as Xia Yue at his side. Facing a foe this strong, Han Zhan stopped holding back. Yue, you and Yifan handle the devouring worm. The adult rover is mine. Even if it kills me, I'll throw sand in their eyes first. Xia Yue sat cross-legged and let the zither reappear. Yifan kept White Frost pinned, refusing to let her close in. Han Zhan triggered the first surge of the 8 urgency fist. White shockwaves fanned out, his speed spiking to its limit, and he shot at the rover like a blur. As the surge unlocked, he pulled on the gauntlets senior brother Wei Qing had given him, a murderous aura swallowing his frame. The rover's slit pupils narrowed. Its mandibles snapped wide as it drew a bone longsword its own height from its throat, green mucus dripping from the blade. Humans aren't the only ones evolving, Han Zhan said coldly. So are the swarm. He hammered the gauntlets forward. Steel met bone, and the air collapsed in a silent shockwave. During the clash, the rover spoke. I know those gauntlets. A dozen years ago, they slew one of our brood kings. They belong to the strong, yet you are not. Before it finished speaking, the rover pressed down. The saliva-slick sword creaked against the gauntlets, its edge nearly biting into Han Zhan's shoulder. In the center of the field, zither music rose again. Dragon soaring score, amplification. Clarity powder, healing. Formation shattering melody, blade of sound. The 3 waves stacked, and Han Zhan forced the sword aside. Not a strong one. And you're no brood king. He sneered. The 8 urgency fist erupted. He caught the sword tip with his right hand, closed in so fast the rover lost sight of him, and his left fist dragon burst from the cave smashed into the creature's left ribs. Crack. Bone shattered. Han Zhan drove in to finish it, but the rover's bone wings snapped shut, trapping him inside a cage of spikes. Whoever gave you those gauntlets must care for you deeply, the rover hissed. When I kill you, his grief will be delicious and it thrills me. The wings speared through Han Zhan's back, blood jetting out. He refused to retreat, clenching his teeth as he loosed another punch. Is that all you've got? Crack. This time, the right ribs gave way. Wound for wound, life for life. Against the Zerg, I will not yield a single step. Bone wings ripped through the air, searing pain blazing from Han Zhan's spine into every nerve, and he could almost hear his joints scream. Still, he forced the wing bones wider, knowing that granting the Prowler even one breath could cost them everything. Second senior brother Lin Jingxian had repeated in his notes that juvenile Prowlers harbor vast life energy yet need time to absorb it. The adult before him could draw only on its own power for now. Once it fully devoured that energy and mastered the entire dark canopy, no human would be able to escape. Thoughts flashed. Han Zhan snapped his elbows in and hammered both fists forward, driving straight at the black orb in the Prowler's chest. The blow shattered ribs with a crack like splintering bone. The Prowler recoiled half a step, instantly reclaiming its bone sword. A twist of its wrist sent the tip darting past Han Zhan toward his heart. No retreat, only death. One chance to kill it. Time thickened like resin. Han Zhan traced every drifting speck of dust. Li Shutong's words exploded in his ears, between life and death. Milky life force surged from his limbs, raced to the Shioji node in his mind. 8 gates fist, second gate lock Shio gate, open. A body pushed past its limits healed at once. Aura flooded out like a breached dam. Han Zhan stamped the ground, image blurring into afterimages, and his punch struck the orb first. The bone sword that should have pierced his heart skewed into his scapula, wedging between bones, pain lancing deep. Gritting through it, Han Zhan drove home the final inch of force, and the black orb shattered. You've lost, he whispered to the Prowler inches away. The creature spread its mandibles and fell back laughing, yet rasped. No, you have lost. The broken orb reformed at once, ink dark light dancing. In the next heartbeat, its body fused seamlessly with the entire dark canopy. Han Zhan had been a beat too slow. The tear in the sky vanished beneath a curtain of blackness. 3 pairs of wings erupted behind the Prowler as it shot into the air, gazing down with frozen disdain. The juvenile's life energy was fully absorbed, its rank vaulted to tier 4. Elsewhere, Bai Shuang, locked in combat with Yi Fan, vanished without hesitation. Her gift was deception. Withdrawal came as naturally as breathing. High above, the Prowler spread its arms and summoned a colossal meteor overhead. At the same time, the living earth beneath them became tawny chains that coiled around Han Zhan, Yi Fan, and Xia Yue, pinning them fast. It is over. The Prowler's mental voice tolled like a funeral bell. When the star descended, all would be annihilated. Yi Fan still braced both arms to shield his friends, but against a falling celestial body, humans were insignificant. His final immortal form lasted less than 1/10 of a second before shattering. Vessels burst, bones snapped, death hovered a breath away. Suddenly, the meteor's plunge halted. An aged yet vigorous voice thundered in every ear. 8 gates, 6 Jing gate, open. At the sound of the voice, The entire meteorite burst apart, scattering into stardust while molten fragments carved blazing white tails across the sky. Overhead, the rover looming like a god surveying the world looked down at itself. The black sphere once embedded in its chest was now a gaping hole, heat and energy spilling into the air. The shroud of black fog that had covered 1,000 li unraveled like tattered cloth, revealing a brilliant blue sky. When the dust settled, an elderly man slowly drew back his fist, slipped his hands into his sleeves, and said in a low, electric voice, "Good. We made it in time." Behind him, a jet-powered Karagian elegant fusion of retro design and cutting-edge tech touched down. Its mechanical wings folded with a ringing scrape of metal. Han Zhan, drenched in blood, grinned at his master, Li Shutong. "Shifu, a Tier 3 bug and a Tier 4 bug. I didn't disgrace us, did I?" The moment the words left his lips, darkness swallowed his vision and he collapsed. Elsewhere, Yifan dropped to his knees among the rubble, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. He forced out a few words. Finally off duty. He had borne the meteorite's last impact heat in. Every bone and meridian in his body was shattered. All he could do was lie on the scorched earth and stare at the clear sky. It was the bloodiest fight since Squad 0527 was founded. One operative missing, two severely injured, and their enemy was only a single Tier 4 insect. Thinking of the real front lines where pact fighters face worse every day left everyone with a mix of emotions. Rescue teams arrived one after another. After helping load the city guardians into medevac trucks, Xia Yue approached Li Shutong and whispered, "Master, there wasn't just a rover. A devourer worm was here too." Li Shutong surveyed the field and nodded. "I feel its scent as well. But it's sly, it's erased its trail. With only faint residue to follow, we'll get nowhere. Devourer worms are devious. If I move now, it'll only alert it. From here, the investigation is yours." He said no more. Hardship is the best whetstone. Xia Yue understood and accepted in silence. Everything could wait until Han Zhan woke up. 5 days later, Han Zhan walked out of the infirmary. The Fuxi Qin's spiritual tones had spent 3 whole days healing his hidden wounds, finally clearing every damaged meridian proof of how dire his injury had been. Between life and death, he unlocked Shioji, pushing 8 urgency's fist to a new level, and his command of the Fuxi Qin grew far more fluent. Xia Yue passed on Li Shutong's message. Han Zhan thought for a moment and asked first, "Where's Yifan? How is he?" "Intensive care," Xia Yue sighed. He took the meteor's full force. Every bone and meridian shattered. Without his undying gift, he'd be dead. He's alive, but that talent has to knit him back together bit by bit. As they spoke, a nurse hurried over, face anxious. "You're Yifan's teammates, right? Have you seen him?" Han Zhan and Xia Yue traded a glance. "What happened to Yifan? He's gone missing." Missing. Guided by the nurse's hurried footsteps, they burst into the ICU. The 4-stand beside the bed swayed gently, its nutrient line hanging limp. The white sheets were perfectly smooth, yet the bed was empty. The sharp scent of disinfectant still hung in the air, proof that someone had just been lying there. Han Zhan's gaze swept the room and fixed on the bedside table. A chessboard sat neatly arranged, missing only the red general. His heart tightened. What was Yifan trying to tell them? The matter with Bai Shuang had been weighing on him, so he had probably slipped away on his own. There were no signs of a struggle. Han Zhan searched the cabinets and under the bed, but aside from the chess set, he found nothing. Given Yifan's abilities, it was unlikely anything bad had happened this quickly. So the two of them turned their thoughts back to the erosion worms. Bai Shuang was the key. A Tier 4 erosion worm could reproduce asexually and split, but once the queen was killed, every spawn would die with it. Yifan had probably figured that out and gone after it alone. "Oh right, one more thing." Xia Yue hesitated, then went on. "The city guardians docked 100 points from Team 0527. Because Shifu finished the mission alone, every other team was ruled a failure and lost points too." Han Zhan let out a humorless laugh. "We risk our necks on the front line, and they play number games in the rear?" "They actually did that?" Xia Yue nodded and added, "And it's not just the points. They didn't leave us a single stalker corpse. All the materials were hauled straight into Guardian HQ. Shifu didn't say anything. He said, 'This is between us and the Deep Blue City Guardians. No one else will interfere.'" Han Zhan shot to his feet and headed for the door. Xia Yue hurried after him. "Where are you going?" "To get our things back." When Li Shu said no one else will interfere, he wasn't just speaking for himself. The big shots behind him were clearly covering them. With that kind of backing, what was there to fear? Zhao Hu, deputy captain of the Deep Blue City Guardians, had been tripping them up from the shadows all along. If Han Zhan didn't make him pay, people would think he was easy prey. They left the hospital and went straight to Guardian headquarters. It was Han Zhan's second visit. Compared with the first, the entrance was bustling, and many squads were coming out grinning. When they spotted Han Zhan and Xia Yue, their expressions shifted. Captain Zhao's generous today, handing out Tier 4 bug materials like candy. "Hey, that's our reward for gaming the points for him." One man jerked his chin toward Han Zhan, cutting his friend short. Han Zhan's eyes narrowed. The spoils his team had bled for were being used by Zhao Hu as payoffs to reward the people who had rigged the points against Team 0527. Some move. Captain Han, what brings you here? Receptionist Zhang Xiaobei hurried over, wearing a broad smile. Han Zhan fixed him with a stare, his voice calm, yet glacial. Tell Zhao Hu to get out here. The room fell silent. Ha ha ha, Captain Han, did you swallow gunpowder today? Easy, easy. Zhang Xiaobei kept a pleasant smile while inching toward Han Zhan. When only a step remained, he tightened his grip on the dagger hidden in his sleeve. Steel gleamed in the shadows, yet his face stayed mild and friendly. The blade whipped toward Han Zhan's neck in a flash. Zhang was quick, but Han was quicker. Smack! A slap landed square on Zhang's cheek. Han's right arm, solid as a pillar, drove him to the floor. Crack! Zhang's skull hit the marble, spiderweb cracks spreading in all directions. An instant later, a blinding white aura exploded around Han Zhan Kai Ji, and Xiao Ji activated at once, the shockwave whipping every guardian's robe. Zhang Xiaobei, a third-tier spirit contract master from Shenlong City's first squad, was subdued in a single move. The scene made everyone's scalp prickle. You! Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Expressionless, Han Zhan yanked Zhang by the collar and scrubbed his face across the floor. Blood sprayed, painting a crimson mist across the Guardian Tower walls. Onlookers swallowed hard, but no one dared step in. Has anyone ever told you that smile of yours is begging for a beating? Never hit a smiling man. That applies to others. I specialize in bastards who hide knives behind their grins. Han's voice rumbled like thunder. With both G states active, Zhang had no room to resist. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Enough. The elevator doors burst open. Zhao Hu stormed out, brimming with authority. The guardians exhaled in relief and turned to the commander of Shenlong City. Crack! Han smashed Zhang's head into the shattered tiles again. Zhao Hu's eyelid twitched. His voice was icy. I said that's enough. Didn't you hear me? It's enough when I say so. Did I say I'm done? Han lifted his blood-soaked hand and hoisted Zhang like a dead dog, staring Zhao Hu down, determined to shred Zhao's authority in front of everyone, to show that no one could shield the man Han Zhan had chosen to beat. Zhao Hu clasped his hands behind his back, knuckles creaking. His earpiece crackled with an urgent report. Captain, we sent the footage of Han Zhan's attack to HQ as you ordered, but what? HQ replied. This is an internal matter for the Shenlong City Guardians. Handle it yourselves. What did you say? Zhao Hu froze. He didn't know the moment the video was uploaded. The system flagged it and forwarded it straight to Su Mingxian, the Guardian's third-ranking officer. The instant Su Mingxian glimpsed that white aura, he jolted upright. Zoom in, slow it down. In the slowed footage, Han Zhan's punch and the burst of white light were crystal clear. Su Mingxian's jaw dropped. The 8G punch. Su Mingxian wasn't Zhao Hu, nor some uninformed civilian. As the Guardian's third-in-command, he had seen much more and knew much more. When Han Zhan struck, he instantly recognized that unique fist style, and the name attached to it rang even louder than the technique itself. The patriarch of Daxia's greatest clan, one of the nation's highest leaders, the lone hero who had turned the tide in its darkest hour, and the sole recipient of the supreme honor, the Qiyang Medal. That set of Baji fist was said to be taught only to his 8 disciples, each now a heavyweight commander in a major war zone. In the video, this young man named Han Zhan was using Baji fist as well. That could mean he was the legendary master's 9th disciple. The thought made Su Mingxian feel as if head brushed against a forbidden secret. His heart leapt into his throat. With his rank, he wasn't even qualified to know such things, much less interfere. In a flash, he swallowed his panic and called the duty officer at headquarters. Find any excuse, sit on Deep Blue City's request, and don't pass it up the chain. Back in Deep Blue City, Zhao Hu had no clue that the excuse came from Su Mingxian. Puzzled, he pressed on. What about the joint inspection team? Didn't I ask you to send them the video too? The voice on the other end faltered. The inspection team replied. They said that young man's skills look promising and want to know if he's interested in joining. Damn it. Zhao Hu hurled his headset to the floor. Bureaucratic garbage. The words felt uncomfortably self-descriptive. At that moment, in the center of the plaza, Zhang Xiaobei was still dangling from Han Zhan's single hand like a dying fish, unable to move. Every guardian held their breath, eyes fixed on Han Zhan. Zhao Hu drew a long breath, forced down his anger, and for once lowered his voice. Han Zhan, what exactly did you come here to do? The other guardians were shaken. Zhao Hu was backing down. What am I here for? Han Zhan lifted his gaze. To beat you up, of course. Color drained from then flooded back into Zhao Hu's face. He knew Han Zhan's power. Even a third-tier rover couldn't survive one punch. A straight fight was suicide, so he swallowed his pride. What will it take for you to let Xiaobei go and stop causing trouble? Simple, Han Zhan sneered. Our 0527 squad risked our lives outside the walls hunting rovers, and I hear you skimmed off the loot. Soup in the Guardian's vault, and let me choose until I'm satisfied on behalf of my squad. At his words, the surrounding Guardians instinctively hid the materials in their hands behind their backs, afraid Han Zhan might spot them. Zhao Hu's face turned an ugly shade of green. Out of the question. Everything in that vault is premium and priceless. Why should you just grab it? He forced himself to stay calm. Pick another condition. Not that one. Han Zhan raised his two empty hands, voice flat. I'm here alone, Captain Zhao. 2 hands, how much could I possibly carry? If you can't even agree to that, they'll have to question your sincerity. Zhao Hu weighed his options. True, with only one man inside, how much could he really take? Losing a few rare items would sting, but crossing certain big shots would be far worse. At last he clenched his teeth and nodded. Fine. You alone. When you come out, nothing hidden anywhere except what's in your hands. Deal. Han Zhan let go, and the half-conscious Zhang Xiaobei hit the ground with a thud. Han Zhan spread his right hand, the one capped by a pitch-black ring, raised his left hand as well, and made sure everyone heard him. Deep Blue City, Guardian Core Vault. Conceived and built by Kanshang Technology, one of the 5 major corporations, the underground stronghold is lined with alloy layers and energy-insulating crystals, tough enough to withstand a full-force strike from a 7th-tier bonded spirit or its summoner. Few believe extra guards are necessary. The vault itself is its own best defense. Outside, a junior squad member looked uneasy. Captain Zhao, are we really letting him just walk in there? Twirling the bezel on his tactical wrist unit, Zhao Hu waved him off. There are tens of thousands of materials inside some I can't even name. How many could a kid fresh out of Qingting Academy recognize? He's got 2 hands. Even if he fills both, how much can he carry? Let him choose whatever he wants. The moment Han Zhan stepped inside, row after row of alloy shelves and transparent energy cabinets greeted him, stacked nearly to the ceiling with rare supplies. Everwinter bloom, twin vine grass, half-slumber leaf, he murmured, tracing invisible paths with a fingertip. Rounding an aisle, he found 3rd-tier chitin ant mandibles and 5th-tier phantom moth wing bones hanging neatly, faint spiritual pulses drifting off them. Every entry was in 2nd senior brother Lin Jingshuan's lab notes value. Harvest sites, usable parts, optimal pairings. Han Zhan had thumbed those pages threadbare, so the dazzling display held no power to distract him. Some materials glittered like jewels, yet were worthless. Others looked like blackened twigs, but were priceless to an artificer. He moved through the aisles, eyes locking onto one target after another. 6th-tier wall crab shell. He tapped the massive carapace. A dull thud answered. As a main component, it could become a full suit of armor. If ID had this during that death swap with the drifters, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly. He raised his ringed left hand. A jet black flash, and the man-sized shell vanished. The Sumara Space Storage Ringli Shutong's gift was finally earning its keep. On a low shelf nearby, a few unremarkable flowers bloomed quietly. Baoyang flower, most energy-rich among 3rd-tier plants, perfect for a breakthrough potion. Another dark flare, and the flowers, roots and all, disappeared into the ring. He repeated the motion again and again. Cross-checking with the notes, he identified and stored each item faster and faster. After a solid hour, Han Zhan had circled the vault and stuffed everything he fancied into Sumeru's space. The Guardians of Deep Blue City are dirt poor, nothing above 6th tier, and even those are scarce, he muttered. When he left, he carried only an ordinary-looking chunk of ore, strolling out the gate. The 2 sentries exchanged glances. Seeing no bulging bags and nothing amiss, they let him pass. Once Han Zhan was out of sight, the pair returned to the vault to report to Zhao Huan froze at the doorway. Hey, he finally wrapped up in there? Zhao Hu asked as he answered the call, raising a brow. He's gone. How many items did he take again? FF5. The voice on the other end of the line began to stammer. 5 items. Zhao Hu frowned, thinking the inventory was merely off by a few pieces. So we're overstocked. No big deal. Whatever 5 trinkets he took tonight, they'll make him cough up with interest. He waved his hand viciously. No, Captain Zhao, 50%. Another subordinate barked. That kid Han Zhan just cleaned out half the vault. 1 out of every 2 pieces is gone. What? A sharp buzz rang in Zhao Hu's head. His first thought was that these 2 punks had made up a story, stolen the goods themselves, and were trying to pin it on Han Zhan. But with their level of courage? Impossible. Which meant it was true. A single man walked out with half a treasury. How? Zhao Hu took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Don't panic, he said, while a cold sneer formed inside. Greedy snake, trying to swallow an elephant. Every item in that vault belongs to the city guardians. Skim a piece or 2 and you might get away with it. But half the stock? Headquarters will hunt him down and banish him to the lower city. I won't even have to lift a finger. The cruel smile slid back onto Zhao Hu's face. Report this to HQ right now. They'll. Already did, the voice cut in. HQ sent back 5 words. Which 5? An ominous chill crawled up Zhao Hu's spine. Nicely handled. Good mediation. What? Half of Deep Blue City's vault ransacked. Yet HQ only says, nicely handled, good mediation? Either the organization had gone mad, or he had, or the whole world had. Meanwhile, Han Zhan and Xia Yue returned to their villa laden with spoils and pushed open the door. The living room was emptily shut. Tong wasn't home. Without a word, Xia Yue dragged Han Zhan straight upstairs. Water roared in the shower. Clothes hit the floor. Hot spray poured down all in one fluid motion. When her damp hair flung off the last beads of water, Xia Yue suddenly wrapped her arms around Han Zhan, her voice choking. For a moment, I thought I'd never see you again. She might be a contract spirit, but she was still a young girl discovering love. Every time she pictured that roamer's bone, sword nearly piercing Han Zhan's heart, her own chest seized. Now, pressed against him, she clung to his warmth until her panic ebbed. Zhan, she whispered, I still miss thee. Tonight you're not getting away from me. The heat in her gaze hit Han Zhan like a hammer. He hugged her back on instinct, their bodies entwined as their breathing turned ragged. Creak, door swung open. A baby-faced beauty stood on the threshold. An oversized, neckline-drooping nightshirt traced her slender curves, and in the cool light, she looked like an elf who had slipped in without a sound. The pair froze. Han Zhan was still sprawled over Xia Yue, the pose unmistakably intimate. The newcomer's eyes drifted over them, and she sighed softly. In my room, wearing my pajamas, about to sleep in my bed, I guess this counts as NTR too, huh? Embarrassment vanished, replaced by pure shock, as Han Zhan's mind flashed to her data file. Li Lingjun, rank a contract spirit. Manifested form, Shennong Ding. Traits, none. Divinity, present but dormant. Specifics, unknown. The Shennong Ding, one of the 10 supreme divine artifacts of antiquity. Han Zhan, Li Lingjun, and Xia Yue sat around a low table in the living room. Steam rose from the teacups, yet it failed to disperse the lingering awkwardness in the air. Han Zhan cleared his throat and looked away from Li Lingjun. Are you really okay dressed like that? Li Lingjun was lounging in a loose nightgown, 2 buttons undone, her pale calves dangling in the air-conditioned breeze. She shook her head, utterly unfazed. This is how I'm most comfortable at home. Only when I'm relaxed can I find inspiration. It's better for my writing. Writing? Xia Yue repeated instinctively. Yeah, didn't my grandpa mention it? I'm a best-selling online author. Han Zhan and Xia Yue exchanged glances. Neither had pegged the baby-faced beauty for a novelist. What's your pen name? They'll look you up, Xia Yue asked politely. You won't find me. All my work's been taken down, officially banned. Li Lingjun shrugged, as if that were completely normal. Only then did Han Zhan and Xia Yue understand why Li Shutong had never talked about his granddaughter's books. I interrupted something earlier. Want to pick up where you left off? Li Lingjun suddenly asked. Xia Yue's cheeks flamed, and Han Zhan coughed twice. Neither answered. Li Lingjun arched a brow. If you two aren't going to continue, how about you and I do? She rested her gaze on Han Zhan. What? Han Zhan and Xia Yue snapped their heads up in unison. Li Lingjun had every reason to be confident. A doll-like face combined with a striking figure could charm almost anyone. Han Zhan's heartbeat stuttered despite himself. No way. Xia Yue sprang up, planting herself between them. You've only just met. There's no foundation for this. You can't be that reckless. Why does a contract need an emotional foundation? Li Lingjun blinked, genuinely puzzled. You mean a contract? Xia Yue asked. Of course. What else did you think? Li Lingjun played innocent. If they hadn't known she wrote banned bestsellers, Han Zhan might have believed her. Realizing she was teasing, Han Zhan steered the conversation back on track. Your ranked talent does carry divinity. You can form a contract with me and undergo a secondary awakening through divine illumination. Seriously? Li Lingjun's eyes lit up. She had lingered in Songhai City, reluctant to return to Deep Blue City to face Li Shutong, until she heard Han Zhan possessed an SS-ranked talent. Now that he confirmed it, she was ecstatic. Then let's start the contract right now. She barely finished speaking before reaching for the buttons of her nightgown. Han Zhan caught her hand. Hold on, what are you doing? Forming the contract. What does taking your clothes off have to do with it? Han Zhan looked horrified. Huh. In my books, the contract only works at 0 distance, Li Lingjun said calmly. Han Zhan and Xia Yue both went dark. No wonder your books got banned, Han Zhan muttered. Enough was enough. If they kept talking, the mischievous author might try something even more outrageous. He raised his hand, and the familiar contract sigil blazed to life. Golden chains sprang from the void, coiling around Han Zhan and Li Lingjun, binding them together. At that moment, Han Zhan's eyes snapped open. He gave a low command. Divine illumination. Under Han Zhan's divine radiance, Li Lingjun suddenly felt her whole body ignite with heat, and she instinctively tore off her nightdress. Golden sigils of intricate, arcane design surfaced on her exposed skin, burning like brands and pulsing with blinding light. The brilliance pouring from Han Zhan continued to press down, stripping the markings away until they shot from her body as a beam of gold, converging above her head and spiraling into an ancient, imposing cauldron, the primordial weapon, the Shennong Ding. With this second awakening, the information on the system panel refreshed at once. Li Lingjun, SS rank contract spirit. Manifestation, primordial armament, Shennong Ding. Divinity, essence refinement. Essence refinement. Feed the cauldron with spirit-rich herbs, minerals, or Zerg components. The Shennong Ding smelts all things, extracts their source, refines their energy, and restores their true essence. Awesome, absolutely insane. Han Zhan stared at the panel, eyes blazing. Li Shutong had once told him that Changxing Corp, one of the 5 megacorporations, dominated the world thanks to its proprietary spirit energy refinement technology. Now Li Lingzhen could do the very same thing, which meant they no longer had to beg Changsheng for purified energy to break through their limits. So this is my gift? Li Lingzhen gazed at her trembling fingertips, unable to hide her awe. As Li Shudong's granddaughter, she knew exactly how valuable this talent was. The era was truly about to change. Let's test it right now. Han Zhan couldn't wait. He opened his spatial ring and dumped a heap of spirit herbs and rare ores onto the floor. Li Lingzhen nodded, her figure flickering before turning into the 3-legged, 2-handled Shennong Ding that hovered in midair. Han Zhan grabbed handfuls of spirit grass, ore, and crystal cores and shoved them into the cauldron. Wait, slower, that's too fast, it hurts. The girl's pained voice echoed from inside, and Han Zhan's hand froze. Okay, I'm ready, just line it up with me. Li Lingzhen adjusted the rim and signaled him to continue. Han Zhan kept packing materials in. Each piece disappeared in a flash as the cauldron swallowed the light. Moments later, her teasing protest rang out again. Stop, stop, I'm full, no more. Xia Yue, watching from the side, twitched at the corner of her mouth. Without the visual context, those sounds alone would have led her imagination somewhere else entirely. Han Zhan's expression turned equally odd, with Li Lingzhen alternately whining and gasping inside. It felt less like he was feeding treasures into a cauldron and more like he was handling some forbidden device. Eventually, the cauldron was packed to the brim. The Shennong Ding suddenly burst into a blinding radiance, hanging in the room like a miniature sun. Inside, the materials were smelted at incredible speed, shattering into motes of white light that were drawn into a swirling vortex, then compressed into 9 snowy white pellets the size of a fingernail, flawless and pure. When the refining ended, the cauldron blurred and Li Lingzhen reappeared, drenched in fragrant sweat and breathing unevenly, collapsing limply into Han Zhan's arms. That's so much, you're amazing. The next morning at dawn, Han Zhan opened his eyes and realized both arms were sealed. His left arm was serving as a pillow for Xia Yue, who was curled up like a kitten, yawning and stretching lazily, while his right arm was locked in Li Lingzhen's tight embrace. Seeing one girl on each side, Han almost felt like a winner at life. Holding his breath, he gingerly slipped his right arm out of Li Lingzhen's hold, moving like a thief. Once free, he shot a guilty glance at Xia Yue. When he saw she was still asleep, he finally relaxed. A moment later, both girls on the bed woke up in turn. Come on, it's getting late. We start investigating the erosion worm case today. Han Zhan put on a stern face, got up first, and strode toward the door. The moment he opened it, he collided with Li Shutong, who was carrying breakfast. Li Shutong looked him up and down and said meaningfully, "You young people really know how to have fun." "Master, what are you talking about?" Han Zhan asked, bewildered. "Drop the act. I came back last night. The noise from your room. Am not deaf. Remember, kid, treat Lingzhen well." Just then Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen walked out, rubbing their sleepy eyes. "I'm exhausted. We were at it all night," Xia Yue muttered. "Same here. I've never been this sore, my back is killing me," Li Lingzhen added. Every word was the literal truth, yet it sounded increasingly suggestive. Han could feel Li Shutong's gaze shift from pleased to exasperated. Finally, the old man slapped Han on the shoulder and sighed, "Take care of your body, son. Show some restraint." With that, he turned and left. Seriously, Han Zhan felt like crying, but saw no point in explaining. The real all-nighter had been a stress test of the Shennong Cauldron. 1. The cauldron can refine a maximum of 30 pills per day. 2. If it exceeds 30, the runes on its surface fade and the refining function shuts down. 3. It needs a full day for the runes to recover before it can be used again. They split the pills evenly, and Han Zhan took 10 immediately. Each pill boosted his energy by 1%. With 100 pills, he could attempt to break through to Tier 3, and they could refine that many in just 3 days. Whether in material purification or realm-breaking speed, this was unheard of. They also understood that if Longevity Corp learned of Li Lingzhen's contract talent, there were only 2 possibilities. The company would either mobilize every resource to recruit her, or mobilize every resource to eliminate her. The fewer people who knew, the better. So what's the plan? Where do we start? Li Lingzhen asked, full of energy. We've got nothing yet. Han Zhan opened his terminal and projected their only clue, a photo of Bai Shuang, the missing member of Team 0527. Li Lingzhen leaned in, stared for a couple of seconds, and suddenly said, "Hey, I think I've seen her. Doesn't she dance at a nightclub?" "How would you know?" Han and Xia asked in unison. "Because I go there all the time," Li Lingzhen said matter-of-factly. "Breeze Ballroom, it's the biggest dance hall in Deep Blue City. Haven't you heard of it? It's every city guardian's go-to for nightlife. The girls in there, wow." When Li Lingzhen got to this point, she clicked her tongue several times, looking every bit the dirty old man. "Then why did you go to a place like that?" Han Zhan asked, frowning. "For material, of course. Novels come from life, don't you know?" Li Lingzhen sat up straight, as if it were obvious. "I write realism. If I don't stock up on real-life experiences, how am I supposed to create immersive stories?" She had completely forgotten that her best-selling book had already been banned across the entire internet. Xia Yue couldn't help sighing. It's fine to gather material, but could you look for something with a bit more positive energy? So how do you know Bai Shuang? Han Zhan pulled the conversation back on track. Huh, her real name is Bai Shuang? Li Lingjun blinked. I only know her as Scarlet Iris. Must be her stage name. A scene flashed through her mind. Back in March, she had gone to the Breeze Ballroom looking for inspiration. Han Zhan and Xia Yue exchanged a glance. At last, they had a lead. Let's go. Breeze Ballroom right now. Xia Yue slapped the table and was the first to rise. She had barely taken a step when Han Zhan stopped her. Hold on, we need to get ready first. The two slipped upstairs. When they came back down, Li Lingjun sniffed the air and wrinkled her nose. No way. You two even fool around in broad daylight. The smell is intense. You can smell it? Han Zhan raised an eyebrow. Of course. Ugh, stay away. Li Lingjun backed up in disgust. Could you at least shower afterward? According to my research, guava, maca root, dark chocolate, avocado, and blueberries increase quantity. Walnuts, beer, wine, honey, ginger, cucumber, and bell peppers improve flavor. Wheat, kale, cilantro, and spinach boost overall health. But you should avoid garlic, onions, broccoli, cabbage, alcohol, asparagus, meat, dairy, and caffeine. They make it taste bitter and sour. She rattled off the list in one breath, startling even herself. What kind of horrifying trivia have I been collecting? We didn't do anything like that. Xia Yue waved her hands. That smell isn't what you think. It's Shernan blossoms. Shernan blossoms? Li Lingjun froze. Han Zhan tapped her forehead. What did you imagine? Do you really think we're as filthy-minded as you are? He explained that he and Xia Yue had sprayed themselves with Shernan blossom extract. Shirji worms were hypersensitive to the scent. One whiff would send them into a frenzy. The quickest way to see if someone was hosting a worm was to make them smell the blossoms. Breeze Ballroom was Bai Shuang's workplace. Who knew if any parasites were lurking there? Han Zhan had found the method in Lin Jingshuan's notes, so he came prepared. With that, he gave Li Lingjun a fresh spritz of the extract. The three adjusted their gear and looked at one another. Target, Breeze Ballroom. The Breeze Ballroom is open around the clock. By day it has its daytime patrons, and after midnight a different crowd takes over, each group barely aware of the other. Now, under the dim amber lights of the small hours, a pounding bass shook the air. Han Zhan stepped in with Li Lingjun and Xia Yue, and heads turned at once. A man escorted by two women. This stunning was a rarity here. Even the bartender polishing glasses at the door paused for a couple of seconds. Since you come here often, order something, Han Zhan murmured. Nothing too pricey. They had just cleaned out a Guardian warehouse and were flush with cash, but splurging made him uncomfortable. Li Lingjun raised a hand to the waiter. 2 fruit wines, 1 iced coffee, and a mixed snack platter. The trio slid into a booth hidden from most sight lines. On stage, spotlights swept over scantily clad dancers. Black stockings hugged long legs, while scars and heavy makeup looked wilder under the shifting lights. Below them, several guardians fresh off the night shift clutched beer bottles and stared without blinking. A few roaming hostesses worked the room with trays. Reaching Han Zhan's table, they ignored Li Lingjun and Xia Yue and almost pressed against Han Zhan's shoulder. Here alone tonight, handsome? Seriously? Try keeping your eyes open before you talk nonsense. Have a drink with us, one purred, leaning in to inhale at his neck. You smell delicious. Xia Yue and Li Lingjun traded puzzled looks. So he really does love whatever job he's doing. Jif, that scent is delicious. At least these hostesses aren't hosting corrosion worms. Sorry, we've already ordered. Li Lingjun cut them off. Hostesses earn their living from appearance fees, tips, and drink commissions, so rejections soured their moods at once. Lame. Brings 2 gorgeous girls to a club and still acts stuck up. Just like that stiff yesterday who only drank water and kept silent, they grumbled as they walked away. Soon the bartender arrived with their order. Pale gold fruit wine sparkling under the lights, iced coffee swirling with fog on the glass, and a platter of steaming fries beside some unidentifiable beast meat. The bill ran into the thousands, making Han Zhan wince, though a glance at the hard-working dancers helped him accept it. He took a sip of the coffee and casually asked the young bartender, "Is there a woman here named Han Yanwei?" His voice was low, but the question dropped like a pebble in still water. The bartender froze mid-motion, giving Han Zhan a strange look. Almost simultaneously, dancers, guardians, and drifters seemed to hit pause. Everyone stopped, turned, and under the spinning lights locked their eyes on Han Zhan. The eerie scene made him tighten his fists, a flicker of unease settling in his chest. "Sir, did you just say Red Iris?" The bartender's lips curved upward as he leaned in for one last confirmation. Han Zhan pressed his lips together and nodded. Yes. The bar fell silent in an instant. The clinking glasses froze midair, the hostesses stopped in their tracks, and the dancers on the floor pulled up short. Every eye turned to Han Zhan, and the tension felt ready to burst into a clash with the erosion worms at any moment. Just as Han Zhan quietly gathered his power for a fight, the bartender suddenly shouted, "Fantastic. This gentleman," said Red Iris. "He's covering everyone's tab drinks on the house." Woohoo. After half a beat, The patrons erupted in cheers. Glasses were raised again, neon lights spun over the dance floor, and music thundered back to life. Hanjan looked puzzled. The bartender leaned closer. Yesterday, a customer ran up a huge tab on credit. He left word that if anyone later mentioned Red Iris, it meant he'd come back to settle the bill and treat the house. Ifan. The name of the man who had vanished from the hospital flashed through Hanjan's mind clearly. Ifan had been here too, and was still hunting the erosion worms. You just let him drink on credit? Hanjan raised an eyebrow. Well, he's a city guardian, and this isn't the first time. Everyone here knows him. The bartender offered an embarrassed smile. Hanjan sighed. It could only be Ifan. With Baishuang almost certainly gone, no one else would pay these bar debts, so he settled the entire bill on the spot. Ifan's little prank quickly yielded a new lead. Another bartender approached, carrying a wooden box no larger than a hand. The gentleman said to give you this once the bill was paid. We can't open it. There's a light film over the lid. Hanjan accepted the box. A faint golden glow coated the surface, the protective layer created by Ifan's spirit binder gift, immortality. At Hanjan's touch, the light dissolved. He lifted the lid. Two neatly folded sheets of paper lay inside. Sheet 1. Year 23 of the Bug Calamity, Month 2. Squad 1 Captain Ming of Deep Blue City's Guardians returned safely from exploring the ruins outside the walls. The Guardians commended him, and that evening the whole squad celebrated at the Breeze Ballroom. Year 23 of the Bug Calamity, Month 3. Ming was reassigned to the front lines for special reasons and subsequently went missing. Deputy Captain Zhao, who assumed command that same month. Sheet 2. Mother erosion worm method of asexual reproduction, 1 split per month, producing a single offspring each time. Kill the mother worm and all offspring die instantly. Hanjan already knew how to eliminate the mother, but the 1 split per month detail was new. The two sheets clicked together in his mind. Ming probably brought the mother worm back from the ruins in February. From that month onward it split once a month, 7 months to date, which meant 7 hosts in total. The path was clear. Track down those 7 hosts and the erosion worms could be eradicated in one blow. Hanjan raised a hand to stop the busy bartender. Hold on, he said quietly. Do you remember if Captain Ming came to the Breeze Ballroom back in February? You're talking about Captain from the Guardians, right? Yes, he's been here. The whole first squad showed up that night, and happily cracked open 2 bottles of top-shelf liquor. They definitely visited the Breeze Ballroom. Ifan's intel was accurate, but his deduction that the queen is inside Ming was dismissed by Hanjan immediately. Ming vanished back in March. If the queen parasite were really in him, why would the brood still be rampaging through Shenlong City? Clearly, someone else is the host. Hanjan drained half his coffee, felt nature's call, nodded to Li Lingzhen and Xia Yue, and headed for the restroom. Before he reached the men's room door, he could already hear frantic, uneven gasps, the unmistakable sounds of a couple in the middle of something. People sought thrills in clubs. He wasn't surprised. He simply shook his head, pushed the door open, and took the nearest spot. The door swung again. Another man entered with a cigarette hanging from his lips, grinning at the same licentious noises. As he passed behind Hanjan, he suddenly frowned, nostrils flaring as if he'd smelled something foul. His face twisted, eyes turning blood red like a beast driven mad. Without warning, he swung a fist at the back of Hanjan's head. There are few moments when even experts are truly exposed. Urinating is one of them. The attack was silent. Wind brushed Hanjan's neck. He instantly flipped his rapid lock to full, sped up, zipped, dropped low, and counterpunched in one fluid movement. The assailant never expected such a reaction. Han's fist plowed into his abdomen, hurling him backward through the third stall door, splintering it, and terrifying the lovers inside. As eyes darted around, a silver-white streak shot from the man's body, racing for the exit. Fast, not faster than Hanjan's boot. He stamped down, and the worm burst under his soul into gray sludge. A corrosion bug without its host, its defenses were laughable. With the threat crushed, the man in the stall hastily finished. Damn it, who ruins my fun? He roared, then turned to reassure the woman. Babe, I just slipped up. Guardian work's wearing me out. Give me a minute and round 2 will be even better. Boss. The woman shrieked, terror and disbelief twisting her voice. The body Hanjan had sent flying was the owner of the Breeze Ballroom. In truth, the punch hadn't killed him. The corrosion bug had already hollowed out his brain, leaving only a moving shell. Once the parasite fled, the flesh simply died. Outsiders didn't know that. All they saw was Hanjan strike and the boss drop dead. A chorus of screams erupted through the club, and guardians rushed toward the restroom. By then Hanjan had wiped his hands and calmly returned to his seat. What happened in there? Li Lingzhen and Xia Yue, having heard the commotion, asked at once. A devourer worm was hiding in the owner of the Breeze Ballroom, but I've handled it. Let's go. Hanjan flicked the remaining slime from his fingertips and left the Breeze Ballroom shoulder to shoulder with Li Lingzhen and the others. The door creaked shut behind them, as if declaring that their trail had vanished once more. Under the dim streetlights, Li Lingzhen frowned and rattled off a string of names. The ballroom's owner, Baishuang, and the missing captain of Shunlan City's Guardian First Squad. Yiming, who else is the Devourer worm inside? Maybe we start with the first squad, he said, putting his own reasoning into words. My novelist's instinct says the villain is always hiding near the heroes. One of Yiming's teammates is probably infected, Li Lingjun said, only half joking. Han Zhan nodded. The idea made sense. Everyone in the first squad was in the high-risk zone. Just then a staggering figure lurched into view. Han Zhan's eyelid twitched. Zhang Xiaobei. The bruises from that beating hadn't yet faded. Zhang Xiaobei tried to steer clear, but the familiar scent on Han Zhan reached his nose and fury ignited. Han Zhan, I'm going to kill you. He flung both crutches, and, before the words were out, face planted on the pavement with a sickening smack. Even so, he snarled and dragged himself toward Han Zhan. A moment later his body went stiff, eyes glazing over. A silver-white devourer worm wriggled from the back of his neck, its wings catching the light. Another one? Seriously? Han Zhan muttered. The frequency felt downright absurd. Li Lingjun eyed the limp body and snorted. Just another pawn. The phrase slammed into Han Zhan's mind. The chessboard in Yifan's hospital room. The missing piece was the king. Pawn. King. He blurted. I've got it. Every host so far was tied to the Breeze Ballroom. Yiming, the ballroom owner, Bai Shuang, Zhang Xiaobei, and the one Yifan crushed. 2 hosts remained, and one of them had to be the queen, the mother worm. Follow the thread, and every clue pointed to a single name: Zhao Hu, acting captain of Shunlan City's first squad. Deputy to Yiming, a regular at the ballroom. Zhang Xiaobius vice captain, mastermind of the Drifter Hunt Points mission. Zhao Hu fit the king's role perfectly. So Zhao Hu was the mother worm. A weight pressed on Han Zhan's chest. Bad news. If they'd just solved it. Yifan had solved it earlier. Where was he now? Li Lingjun lowered his voice. You're thinking avenge by Shuang and take out Zhao Hu? Top floor of the Guardian's headquarters. The air still carried the scent of sweat. Zhao Hu and his secretary had just finished their workout. He grabbed a tissue, wiping his brow as muscles rippled under the lights. I'm surprised you didn't strike while I was most distracted, he said, glancing toward a shadowy corner. A hooded figure stepped out, face hidden, only a sharp jawline exposed. The voice from beneath the hood was cold and rasping. You shouldn't have touched my woman, scum. Hong Yanwei. Sorry when I was holding her. I never guessed she belonged to someone else. Zhao Hu shrugged and sneered. Boom. A lance of pale gold light exploded toward him. Zhao Hu straightened, turning his head forward again. He brushed a fingertip across the blood on his cheek, eyes glittering with excitement. It was all you. Yifan stood in front of Zhao Hu's desk, eyes like cold blades, voice low and tight. Yiming is dead because of you. You stole his captain's seat and let the eroding worms chew through Deep Blue City. You picked off the most talented awakened and their spirits, turning them into cripples. Zhao Hu, you're the one behind every bit of it. Zhao Hu wasn't surprised. He even raised his eyes in mock amusement. And if I am? Your name's Yifan, right? The fool who got himself killed on the battlefield over a woman, then crawled back to his brother to heal. Yiming's useless sibling. That's you. Yes, I went after every gifted contract master, played with every top-tier spirit. Who's to blame? Them, for weak convictions and bad luck. He shrugged, smiling as if they were chatting about the weather. And the fact you've stood here talking so long just proves one thing: you're an idiot. Footsteps pounded in the corridor. Zhao Hu's lips curved. I'm waiting for backup. What are you waiting for? The door burst open. More than a dozen guardians from First Squad filed in, forming a tight ring. Captain, are you all right? The leader asked. Fine, Zhao Hu said, touching his unscathed face and playing the victim. He tried to assassinate me, but failed. Yifan stepped back, eyes flicking over the room, mind racing. First Squad closed in. Tension stretched to a snap, then a high-pitched whine came from the window. Bang! The entire pane blew out as 3 figures crashed through the glass. Han Zhan landed in a crouch, rolling his neck. Sorry's got backup too. Xia Yuwei's wrist flicked. The Fuxi Qin glimmered at her fingertips. Li Lingjun tapped a toe, a phantom Shennong ding floating overhead. Yifan gave a short laugh. You actually came. Please, Han Zhan muttered. You think we'd let you take a beating alone? They still outnumber us. Even with you, it's a gang fight. Yifan shot back, stepping up beside them. A guardian frowned. Captain Han, you're siding with an assassin? Justice usually rests with the few, Han Zhan said calmly. He stepped forward, 8 urgency stance snapping open, white vapor spreading beneath his feet. Xia Yuwei plucked a string, sound waves fine as silk. Li Lingjun rested a hand on the cauldron's rim, bronze runes flaring. Yifan snapped his fingers. Golden light wrapped the 4 of them like a thin membrane. Han Zhan's name carried weight in Deep Blue City. Had soloed 3rd-tier rovers and gone toe-a-toe with 4th-tier adults. First Squad knew they were outmatched, but Zhao Hu's orders were absolute, and these were meant to kill the acting captain. It was open provocation. The air tightened until only metallic clicks and harsh breathing remained. Swoom. Han Zhan moved first. His locks flared, the hardwood floor caving in a perfect ring as he launched forward. He moved so fast that only a blurred afterimage remained. Guardian Squad 1 was caught completely off guard. The lead member never even raised his hand before a heavy punch sent him crashing through tables and chairs, hurling him across the room. Zhengsharp Guqin's strings rang out. Han Zhan's strike was like an unspoken command. Xia Yue instantly swept her fingers across the Fuxi Qin. The breaking formation melody exploded from the strings, its razor-edged sound waves tearing through the chamber tables splintered, chairs were sliced to pieces, the carpet split into charred grooves, and stacked white pages disintegrated into drifting snow-like powder. The tune shifted abruptly. Xia Yue launched into dragon soaring. Pale gold sound patterns coiled around her allies, sending their spiritual power surging. Boosted, Yifan's style grew even more decisive and brutal. Fresh from the war zone, this combat contract mage had wrestled insectoids hand-to-hand. Turning those skills on the Guardians was overkill. He flickered through their ranks, seals flashing between his fingers, and the few Guardians who tried to retaliate dropped before they could even scream. Li Lingjun, tracking the fight, suddenly frowned and caught a faint noise at the rear door. He's trying to run. Relax, won't. The reply came a heartbeat after the figure. Han Zhan seemed to teleport to the back door, his hand clenched into a claw, a palm strike slamming into Zhao Hu's chest. Bones and organs thudded dully as his ribcage caved in. PFF Zhao Hu coughed blood and staggered back, face blanched, yet he suddenly threw his head back and laughed a sound that sent a chill through Han Zhan. You think you've won? Cough, do you really believe I'm the broodmother? Han Zhan, my only goal has always been your total destruction. As the words fell, a silver-white insect shadow tore free from Zhao Hu's body. Han Zhan crushed it under his boot, but Zhao Hu was already dead. Zhao Hu's corpse hit the floor, and every guardian still fighting froze, eyes wide. You actually killed Zhao Hu. You're insane. Another guardian roared. You have no idea what you've done. In Deep Blue City, the guardians aren't the top power, and neither is the Oversight Alliance. The true power is the city lord. The word struck Han Zhan like a hammer. The General Yifan saw it wasn't Zhao Hu after all. Half an hour earlier, outside the Deep Blue City lord's residence, a cultured man in black-rimmed glasses knocked softly on a door. Inside waited Kong Chuan, the newly appointed city lord. Once the door shut, Kong Chuan's muffled cry escaped the room. Secretary General, what are you doing? What is that silver-white insect? 30 minutes later, Kong Chuan emerged from his office, expression calm, and handed a document to his adjutant. Issue the order. Han Zhan, captain of Guardian Alliance Squad 0527, is charged with the assassination of acting Squad 1 Captain Zhao Hu. The evidence is conclusive. Mobilize every combat unit in the city. Bring Han Zhan in immediately. As the command went out, Kong Chuan adjusted his glasses and allowed himself a faint smile. The bait was taken. The fish was on the hook. By the time Han Zhan grasped what was happening, it was already too late. Outside the Guardian Organization's tower, fighter jets screamed past the skyscrapers, their metallic thunder rattling the clouds and draping Deep Blue City in a layer of leaden gray. Down every street and alley, unfamiliar squads of spirit binders were mustering with murderous intent, all for a single fugitive, Han Zhan. The official bulletin claimed the evidence was irrefutable, but Han Zhan could see at a glance that he had walked into a carefully laid trap. What truly unsettled him was that Li Shutong was also in Deep Blue City. For someone to strike under Li Shutong's very nose, there had to be a far bigger scheme at work. All three of you go? Get back to the villa and find Shifu. Han Zhan hissed, speaking so fast the words tumbled over each other. He'll hold them off. Move. Yifan spun and sprinted without hesitation, the two women racing after him. The moment their footsteps faded, a savage pressure slammed into the room. The air thickened until it felt solid. Han Zhan's knees buckled as though struck by a giant hammer, and he crashed to the floor. When he looked up, all he could see was blinding white light, figures blurred beyond focus. Suspect Han Zhan, apprehension completed. The icy, disembodied announcement seemed to descend from the heavens, echoing in his ears. Li Shutong sat in a wrought-tan chair in the mountainside pavilion. Two celadone cups rested on the bamboo table before him. Tilting the teapot, he filled both cups with amber tea, as though certain someone would appear. Sure enough, a moment later a figure materialized across from him, pitch black from head to toe, its outline rippling like quantum flux. After all these years, you're still hiding your face? Li Shutong said lightly. The silhouette said nothing, took a seat, lifted a cup, and inhaled. You still favor Qingzhou tea? I almost wish you hadn't said that. Li Shutong's eyes sharpened. One sentence was enough to tell him his guest was among the very few people at the top. He raised his cup and drained it. The shadow studied him. You don't seem the least bit anxious. Anxious? Why should I be? Because the air you value so highly is already in chains. The evidence is irrefutable. Tomorrow he'll be executed in public. Did you really have to target an old friend like this? Li Shutong looked up, his fist curling into his palm. Behind him, mist billowed and thickened, taking on the vague shape of a white tiger that growled low, its killing intent palpable. Even if you destroy this quantum avatar, it changes nothing, the shadow said calmly. Old Shang prepared more than one body for each of us, didn't he? Li Shutong let out a soft "oh," leaned back in his chair, and his expression smoothed over. Then let's keep drinking. The silhouette tilted its head. You're truly not in a hurry? I am, he replied, refilling his cup with Qingzhou tea and smiling faintly. But life is like chess, every game is a new board. Second Military Zone, Headquarters. A top priority dispatch landed in Lin Jingshuan's hands. Han Zhan's been captured. Which unit moved on him? He asked. None of the 8 war zones. Looks like private troops owned by the bigwigs. Lin Jingxian snorted, contempt twisting his mouth. We say, secure the inside before fighting the outside. Yet the inside is a damned mess. Power, that's all anyone cares about. He slapped the file onto the desk and added in a low voice. They can share hardship, but never prosperity. The hired troops struck only when they were certain of success. Their target was the little junior brother, and their aim was simply to rattle the teacher whose name alone inspired dread. Someone didn't want that old man taking on another disciple, so this was the clearest warning they could send. On a midwinter night, the forward command post blazed with light. Commander Lin, should we send reinforcements? A staff officer spoke, so fast his anxiety was obvious. Reinforcements? Lin Jingxian looked up, sounding almost amused. Why would we? Remember, he's my teacher. The room went still. Only the map projector's soft hum remained. The public remembers his 1,000-mile raid that killed 3 insect emperors, Lin said, voice low but razor-sharp. But no one recalls that he spent a full century planning for the people of Xia. A man who can teach someone like me sees this little skirmish as just another move on a chessboard. Who's to say our junior brother isn't bait he put there on purpose? The officer fell silent, and his worry faded. Similar exchanges echoed across other fronts. Li Shutong's many students, on hearing the youngest disciple had been captured, all asked the same question. Has Lin Jingxian made a move? When the answer came back no, they relaxed. If even Lin Jingxian was standing still, why should they panic? It was an unspoken trust shared among fellow disciples. Shenlong City, underground prison. Gray walls wept moisture, and the air reeked of rust and blood. Han Zhan's wrists and ankles were locked in suppressors that cut him off from his spirit beast power. A heavy fist drove into his gut, spattering blood onto the steel cuffs. Still won't confess? The executioner growled. Han Zhan's throat bobbed. Then he laughed. Before he could finish a word, another punch landed. Sorry, I grew up taking beatings. Say what you like, I'm not talking, he said lightly, a taunt that fanned their anger. The punches came harder, yet he never made a sound. The iron door creaked open, footsteps echoing. Someone raised a hand, halting the blows. In the dim light, a man remained in shadow, his tone mocking. Han Zhan, wake up. Li Shutong won't be able to pull you out of this one. The air in the cell seemed to freeze. 2 choices. The newcomer held up 2 fingers. 1, join us. Don't ask who we are, just know Li Shutong stands for the past, and we are the future. With your talent, you'll have a place once you grow. 2, keep playing tough. By tomorrow, even the hardest bones snap under the guillotine. When you're dead, what good is pride? Han Zhan lifted his head, but couldn't make out the man's face. He drew a slow breath. So the 4th-tier insect, the devouring worm, you let Ming find it, and bring it to Shenlong City on purpose? Think of it that way if you like, the voice in the shadows said confidently. To us, the insects aren't enemies. Used well, they're the sharpest tools. Now choose. Han Zhan's chest rose and fell. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled. He nodded. The stranger leaned closer, eager for his answer. A heartbeat later, a glob of bloody spit slapped across the man's face. Staring at that blood-streaked expression, Han Zhan burst into laughter. I choose option 3, go to hell. The next morning, daybreak in Shenlong City was as quiet as ever, the only sound a thin wind threading its way between the skyscrapers. One by one, the residents woke. Someone pressed a TV remote, and the morning news delivered a chilling bulletin. The traitor Han Zhan will be executed today. Another pushed open a window. The fog had not yet lifted, yet the hastily built gray-black scaffold in the central square was faintly visible, a rough stone monument. Others stepped out of their apartments and watched a convoy of black cars streak from the governor's mansion, their reflective panels hard and cold, all heading for the same place, the scaffold. The news splashed over the streets like water in hot oil. In the apocalypse, food might be scarce, but gossip never was. 2. The crowd around the platform swelled, everyone eager to see the rumored traitor. Han Zhan knelt at the center, wrists, ankles, and neck locked by suppression shackles that glinted coldly in the sun. The executioners had chosen the most primitive and brutal Tula guillotine. They wanted Li Shutong, watching from a distant villa, to witness a severed head still steaming and blood still gushing. On 2 giant screens, Han Zhan's crimes played on a loop. He killed the owner of the Breeze Ballroom. He shot Zhang Xiaobei. He slit Zhao Hu's throat. Frame after bloody frame branded the word traitor onto Han Zhan. 3. 100 meters away, a state-of-the-art Land Cruiser disguised as a luxury SUV sat parked. Inside, the new governor, Kong Chuan, stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the platform through half-transparent armored glass, his eyes dark. Have you caught the 3 who escaped yesterday? He asked, voice low. Not yet, a subordinate replied. They're slippery. We think they've holed up in that villa. We. Kong Chuan raised a hand, silencing him. He had no patience for failed excuses. All he cared about was why Li Shutong remained unmoved. What card was Han Zhan still hiding? No one could answer. 4. Below the scaffold, the chatter was loud and chaotic. Isn't he the spirit binder who awakened an SS-level talent a while back? Yeah, terrifying, right? Word is that after the authorities reassigned him to the Guardian League, he grew resentful and started killing civilians. Good thing they caught him. Our new governor knows how to keep order. 5. Minutes ticked by. The villa stayed silent. No rescue came. Every contingency Kong Chuan had prepared snipers for Li Shutong, long-range railguns. Sealing arrays was useless. Looks like Li Shutong really won't lift a finger, a subordinate muttered. He must have foreseen our tactics and decided to abandon his ninth student. What a waste, another agreed. 6. Time's up. Governor, we're ready for the execution, an officer called, jogging to the car. Kong Chuan took a deep breath and stepped out. The crowd erupted. Kong Chuan. Kong Chuan. He waved with a smile, then straightened his face and walked toward the scaffold. A microphone was already waiting. He stopped and looked down at the sea of heads. Today he intended to etch his name into the city's memory. Citizens of Shenlong City, good morning. I am your new governor, Kong Chuan. Today is a day of joy and of fury. We have lost a brilliant young prodigy. He was destined to stand at the pinnacle of tomorrow's spirit binders, yet personal grudges drove him to slaughter the innocent. From the high rostrum in Shenlong City's central square, City Lord Kong Chuan gazed down at the packed crowd, his voice shaking with barely contained fury. That same genius, he declared, had not only murdered without remorse but tried to ally with the insect horde, jeopardizing the hard-won peace of Shenlong. As City Lord, he vowed that justice would prevail. Anyone who dared raise a blade against the citizens of Great Xia would see that blade broken and face the severest retaliation. Today he would fulfill his duty and personally execute the irredeemable traitor Han Zhan. His words had barely fallen when the square erupted like crashing waves. Shouts of Kong Chuan rolled through the crowd, each louder than the last. Suddenly a firm, unexpected voice cut through the din. I object. The mass of people split apart, forming a straight corridor from the edge of the square to the platform. Leading the way strode Chen Guangputh, headmaster of Qingting Academy, faced dark, steps steady. Behind him, Xia Yue and a contingent of students marched in silence, their formation tight, like a unit on parade. The palpable pressure of their silent advance made many of the once frenzied onlookers fall quiet, confusion replacing their fervor. Chen Guangpu stopped and called out, I am Chen Guangpu, headmaster of Qingting Academy. At this moment I speak not only for myself, but for the academy and every student within it. We refuse to accept the label of traitor being placed on our schoolmate Han Zhan. A ripple of shock ran through the square. Former pupils and admiring citizens alike stared in disbelief. No one had expected the venerable headmaster to defend an accused killer. Kong Chuan's eyes narrowed, a glint of ice flashing within them. Unwilling to clash openly with Chen Guangpu, he made a barely noticeable gesture. The executioner understood and pressed the activator on the electro-guillotine. The blade screamed downward, moments from severing Han Zhan's neck. But inches from its mark, it froze, hanging motionless as though the machine had died. Sorry, I object as well. A woman's clear, unmistakable voice drifted from above. Every head lifted. A poised, striking woman hovered in midair atop a single-person flight module, the latest, almost unobtainable device from Xinshang Tech. Her name was Sighting. She snapped her fingers. Instantly the guillotine shut down, the guards' energy weapons powered off, the standby hovercraft fell silent, and every electronic device in the vicinity went dark. The prowess of Xinshang's technology was on full display. With a faint smile, Sighting looked down at Han Zhan on the scaffold, her tone gentle yet resolute. I told you you're mine. You won't escape. On another flyer, Li Lingjun lounged against the rail. Hearing those words, he glanced between the two, curiosity sparking as his mind filled in a string of unlikely scenarios. Kong Chuan's expression turned thunderous. Sighting, are you speaking for the Shang family? He had never imagined the representative of Xinshang Tech would appear here, let alone defend Han Zhan. How had the two even crossed paths? Before the crowd could digest the question, the giant screens that had been looping Han Zhan's supposed crimes went black, then switched to a new feed. The final moments of Zhao Hu, acting captain of Shenlong City's Guardian Squad 1. Atop the platform, the wind swept back a hood to reveal a young man standing silent at the center of every gaze. It was Fan. He spoke, his voice hoarse yet ringing. I object as well. You've lost. Li Shutong had spent the entire night in a high-backed chair, the lamplight dim, the room holding only him and the quantum simulacrum across from him. The simulacrum kept its upright posture, like a clockwork statue ready to strike at any moment. It was waiting for him to move first so it could trigger its contingency plan, yet in the end it never needed to wait. A disciple need not be weaker than his master. Han Zhan has proved that. A teacher shows the way, not an everlasting shield. Li Shutong understood that Han Zhan had long since stepped onto his own path, perhaps without even realizing how far he had walked. In an insect-ravaged apocalypse, nothing is rarer than the people's faith. With that thought, Li Shutong's gaze locked onto the simulacrum. The avatar stayed silent. Then the communication link inside it was brutally severed. A decisive touch. Li sighed softly and was just about to rise when the communicator on his wrist buzzed. Old Li, we lost the trace. Shang's Sighting's urgent voice crackled through. One more second, and we would have pinpointed the handler, but… Old Shang, don't tell me the culprit is you, Li joked. Stuff it. She snapped, and the call cut off. He had barely lowered his hand when a slip of paper appeared on the desk. Someone covered the operation. Trace failed. More than one faction involved. The handwriting faded, first paling, then the entire sheet dissolved, as if it had never existed. More than one faction? Li gave a brittle laugh and clapped the simulacrum's shoulder. The shell disintegrated like weathered clay, crumbling into dust. Deep Blue City, Central Plaza. The massive electronic screen flickered twice, its feed forcibly replaced. A new video filled the display. My name is Han Zhan, a spirit pact master. I'm here for more than survival. Kill. Scene 1. The combat testing arena. A Tier 3 insect roared, fangs glinting. Even viewers behind the screen could feel its murderous heat. Han Zhan hefted his spirit zither, strode forward with steady steps, and met the monster heat-in. Scene 2. Sand and grit filled the sky. Razor-sharp notes from the zither became blades of air, cleaving swaths of ashen insects. The deep blue caravan was cornered. A black tornado blotted out the sun. A black pickup accelerated into the storm, and on its tailgate Han Zhan stood firm with his zither, robes cracking in the wind. Scene 3. The outskirts of Deep Blue City. A Tier 3 rover unfurled its black canopy, devouring the ground. Han Zhan faced it alone once more. 6 ding lightning and 6 phantom gods manifested together, and searing thunderbolts tore through both canopy and rover. That single strike not only slew the insect but ripped apart the crowd's fixed idea of a city traitor. If that's a traitor, someone murmured, then what are we? The plaza fell into a deathly silence. Kong Chuan saw the situation spinning out of control, a vein throbbing at his temple. At that moment, a white silhouette formed behind him, the mysterious expert who had earlier subdued Han Zhan. The air thickened in an instant, far wider than before. The execution platform, Li Lingjun and Shang Sighting on their flyers, and Yi Fan behind the screen were all engulfed. An iron band seemed to clamp around every chest. Breaths shortened. The atmosphere grew heavier. Vision blurred, shade by shade. The enemy was cornered and desperate. When they realized they couldn't erase Han Zhan entirely, they settled on the simplest, most brutal fallback: kill him outright. If Han Zhan died, they could still claim victory. The mysterious fighter sent by dawn rose slowly into the sky. The instant his gift ignited, blinding light erupted from his body, and he hovered there like a statue of pure radiance. His aura sat at the very peak of the 6th tier, brushing the threshold of the 7th. Within Dawn itself, only a handful could rival him. Today's mission was to show the world Dawn's fangs for the first time, spill the prodigy spirit binder Han Zhan's blood, and paint the deep blue sky crimson. Invisible force unfurled from his skin like octopus tentacles, a black dome swallowing the execution platform. The air sucked away as if by a vacuum. The crowd gasped and turned purple, able only to struggle in silence. Just when everyone thought the outcome was fixed, everything unraveled. From the crown of his head down, the shining warrior was wiped away as if by an eraser hair. Face, shoulders, each section turned transparent, then vanished. Every tentacle of energy collapsed in an instant, as though it had never existed. Air rushed back into the square. People gulped down breaths. Some crumpled to the ground, stunned. Such an overwhelming presence had simply disappeared. He's gone. Where did that mysterious fighter go? Kong Chuan's pupils shrank, but he had no time to think. Han Zhan was already stepping off the platform. The suppressors on his wrists and ankles crumbled into dust without a sound. Justice would prevail, and he would deliver the final blow himself. His fist slammed into Kong Chuan's face, driving him headfirst into the stone. Pivoting on his heel, Han Zhan pinned Kong Chuan's head beneath his boot, ripped the microphone from the man's trembling hands, and let his voice thunder through the speakers. My name is Han Zhan. As you can see, I'm standing here, and your new city lord is on the ground. He isn't a lord at all, but a 4th-tier Zergthi devouring worm. It parasitized a human, spread lies, and tried to overthrow this city. You don't have to believe me. I never did this for your belief. I stand here because there are people I want to protect for humanity. As he spoke, he pressed harder. Bones cracked, and red pulp trickled down the steps. The execution platform still served its purpose. Only the condemned had changed. For a heartbeat, the square was silent. Then a tidal wave of cheers erupted. Victory. Another Zerg plot crushed. The city saved, and the young man named Han Zhan was impossibly cool. Han Zhan withdrew his gaze and walked toward the back of the plaza without looking back. Xia Yue slipped past Chen Guangpu to fall in beside him. Li Lingjun and Shang Sighting leapt from a hovering flyer, and followed with steady strides. Some people turn their backs on the world whether met with curses, praise, shouts, or slander. They keep moving forward, carrying the conviction that the Zerg must be wiped out. Ahead, Li Shutong waited with his cane, eyes warm with pride and amusement. How do you feel? Letting the teacher clean up the mess is pretty satisfying, Han Zhan said with a shrug and a smile. But next time, I want to be the one moving the pieces. He spoke with the same easy grin. Because this is my path. After that, everything became much simpler. Consolidation, purges, and the total removal of hidden threats in Azure City became the only priority. The moment Kong Chuan was killed, the other two Wormoth Decay hosts in the city died, as well the first was his most trusted chief of staff, while the second took everyone by surprise. All right, understood. Li Shutong closed his communicator and, with a conflicted look, delivered the news to Han Zhan. The elusive seventh host they had searched for was actually Wang Lumao. He had already been selected as a combat contract mage and was about to depart with the main forces. Had they not exposed him in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Each war zone does have multiple layers of screening that eventually uncover a worm, but by then the creature could have wreaked havoc at the front. Jing Xian called a minute ago and asked me to pass on a message thank you. Han Zhan shook his head, his voice low. No need for thanks. We're on the same side. The Dawn cult, which had masterminded the operation, melted back into the shadows the moment it failed, like a black claw stealing light and vanishing once it closed around its prize. The private soldiers who attacked Han Zhan were exclusively Kong Chuan's. The only 6th-tier contract mage tied directly to Dawn died under mysterious circumstances the moment the covert interrogation began, leaving even Li Shutong with no further leads. The recovery team soon found Bai Shuang's body in the Breeze Ballroom. She had likely been infected there. All the Guardian contract mages and ordinary citizens who had gone missing over the past few months turned up as well, stacked in the sub-basement freezers of the Guardian headquarters. Each had hosted a worm. Once the parasite molted and moved on, their bodies were frozen for future use. Meanwhile, Xia Yue returned with more intelligence. When she reached the crucial point, she let out a long sigh. The truth was no surprise, yet confirming Bai Shuang's death still left her hollow inside. They had fought side by side in Team 0527 for nearly a month. Her loss hit everyone hard, but such cruelty was routine in a world overrun by the swarm. How's Fan holding up? Han Zhan asked. Same as always, Xia Yue said, shrugging. The authorities gave him a bonus, and he spent a lot on liquor. Our team points are sky high too because we've been running back-to-back missions for a month. The other Guardians in Azure City have almost nothing to do. I guess that's the after effect of being mission hogs. As they spoke, Han Zhan looked up and saw Fan staggering toward them. A sharp reek of alcohol drifted on the breeze. He swayed with every step and passers-by gave him a wide berth, eyes full of sympathy. Han Zhan, Fan rasped, forcing the words out clearly. I need you to file a request with the authorities for May want to give Bai Shuang a sea burial. She once said she wanted to see the ocean from Azure City's waterfront. Back then I was drowning in my own grief and ignored her wish. I want to make it right now, but it's too late. He gave a bitter smile, his eyes brimming with pain. She's gone. It's the second time I've lost someone. Maybe I'm just not worth loving. When someone loves me, I don't cherish it. Only after they're gone do I regret everything. With that, Fan forced another wry smile. His request was far from unreasonable. Deep Blue City is a coastal metropolis whose proximity to the sea makes a burial at sea far simpler than a traditional interment. When Han Zhan submitted his proposal to replace ground burials with a maritime ceremony to the Guardian League, approval came at once. The devouring worm incident had claimed 1,001 lives and was classified as a level 4 insect calamity. To soothe public grief, restore calm, and honor the dead, the authorities needed a solemn and dignified ritual, and a sea burial met every requirement. 3 days later the bodies were laid to rest in lacquer black coffins. At dawn, every public screen in Deep Blue City broadcast the grand memorial, billed as 1,000 caskets to the sea. Across the vast expanse of water, 1,000 coffins rose and fell with the swells while citizens on the seawall, on their balconies, or before streetside displays bowed their heads in silence. Waves jostled the caskets, lifting and lowering them. Inside the one that held Bai Shuang, her eyes were closed and her expression peaceful, yet faint grooves circled the bottom of the coffin. When a breaker slammed against the shore the markings flared a bloody red, and a crimson insect-like shadow was torn from the sundered water, as if wrenched into this world from the abyssal dark. Inside the 9-grid hot pot restaurant, fiery red broth bubbled and popped, filling the air with a rich, spicy aroma. Unlike last time, the table was taken by 5 people: Li Shutong, Han Zhan, Xia Yue, Li Lingjun, and Shang Xiting. Fan was absent. Faced with hot pot, he preferred to drink alone with a bottle in hand. The dead were gone, and life had to move on. October had ushered in autumn and cooler air. A scalding pot of spice was the perfect antidote to the chill. You all advanced to Tier 3? Even the well-informed Li Shutong froze for a moment and clicked his tongue. It had only been a few days since they reached Tier 2. The speed of this leap was like riding a rocket, perhaps without precedent in the annals of Great Xia. Such blistering progress, however, had burned through an astonishing amount of materials. Everything Han Zhan had scavenged from the Guardian Alliance had been consumed by the Shennong Cauldron. After he broke into Tier 3, his own abilities improved dramatically, but the biggest winners were still his two contract spirits, the Fuxi Zither and the Shennong Cauldron. Xiaoyue. Contract Spirit Rating, SSS. Tier 3. Manifested Form. Ancient Divine Weapon Fuxi Zither. Divinity Unlocked. Heart of the Sword. Soul of the Strings. Fourfold Will of Heaven. Soul Reaver. Repertoire. Tier 1 Formation Breaker. Tranquil Mind. Dragon Soar. Tier 2 Swift Gale. Spring Wildfire. Sixting Thunder. Tier 3 Ancient Dusk. The newly unlocked Soul Reaver allows the Fuxi Zither to forcibly seize an enemy's spirit at the moment of death and refine it into a Wraith Warrior. The Tier 3 composition Ancient Dusk can, within a specific formation, summon every stored Wraith to fight for her once more. There is only one piece at Tier 3, but both its power and its ceiling are impressive. Li Lingzhen. Contract Spirit Rating, SSS. Tier 3. Manifested Form. Ancient Divine Weapon Shennong Cauldron. Divinity Unlocked. Return to Origin. Prison of All Things. Genesis of Life. The Cauldron's 3 divine traits correspond to alchemy, suppression, and nourishment. 1. Return to Origin. Brews elixirs and refines raw spiritual energy. 2. Prison of All Things. Can draw any life form of equal or lower tier into the cauldron, where it is suppressed and smelted. The strength of the seal and the speed of refinement grow with the user's power. 3. Genesis of Life. Continually purifies the contractor's body and stores energy that can be released at once when Han Zhan is near death, hauling him from critical injury back to peak condition in an instant. With all 3 traits combined, the Shennong Cauldron is formidable both offensively and supportively, and in buffs and recovery, it even eclipses the Fuxi Zither. They were all divine skills. Consummating gazed at Han Zhan and the others with open envy. She puffed out her cheeks and attacked the food in front of her, channeling all her jealousy and frustration into eating. No matter how much she put away, the weight always landed in just the right places, giving her a figure so perfectly proportioned it made others ache with jealousy. Li Shutong, aware of Han Zhan's gift as a spirit contractor, tried to prepare her, citing, "The awakening stone is on its way, but don't get your hopes too high. Han Zhan only bonds with spirits that possess divinity. Even if you awaken an SS rank ordinary spirit, there's no guarantee you two can form a contract." Defiance flashed across Consummating's face, and her eyes zeroed in on her rival, Li Lingzhen. Damn it, she beat me to the punch. At that moment, a nail-sized quantum light floated before her. She tapped it, and it unfolded into a transparent holoscreen's latest communicator from Kanshang Tech. Global coverage, instant calls, video projection, a semi-implanted chip, no device needed. In 4 words, light years ahead. A stern-faced, middle-aged man appeared. How long is this nonsense going to last? Right now, come back to Titan City. Not a chance, Consummating answered, her voice low but unyielding. He gave a cold laugh. Awakening a spirit won't change the fact you are the Shang family's heiress. You are the only one with a real shot at matching the ancestor. Every elder is watching. Don't think hiding in Deep Blue City under Li Shutong's wing lets you run wild. What I do, whom I like, and who I become are all my choices. His face darkened. He cut the call, leaving a final threat. Kanshang will bring you back. Count on it. The screen vanished. Stubborn resentment flickered in Consummating's eyes, but the moment passed. Once he had confirmed the trio were firmly at Tier 3, Li Shutong spoke again. After Tier 3, realigned cities aren't much good for honing your skills. What's your next move? Teacher, I want to keep getting stronger, really strong, Han Zhan said without hesitation. After seeing a Tier 4 wanderer in that Tier 6 powerhouse, his desire burned hotter than ever. I want to carve out my own path to strength. Li Shutong nodded. The original plan was for you to stay with the Guardians till year-end, stockpile materials, then push for Tier 3. You've smashed that timeline, so the plan changes. Strength is good, but there are many routes to it. He locked eyes with Han Zhan. With the Li clan's foundation and the Shang family's backing, we can hand you the resources right now, push you straight to Tier 6, maybe Tier 7. Interested? The offer was as tempting as it gets, yet Han Zhan shook his head. It sounds great, but I can't. A warrior who lives on tonics without grinding through real battles is a hollow shell. That kind of strength means nothing. Li Shutong went on. That leaves you only one road to take. He offered Han Zhan no room to retreat. From this moment on, we won't lend you any help, and your status as a disciple won't grant you privileges. You'll have to survive the insect apocalypse on your own, step by step. Are you sure? Han Zhan answered without hesitation. All my senior brothers chose that path. If they could do it, I won't disgrace your name. Satisfied, Li Shutong nodded and pulled out his terminal. In that case, he'll contact Wei Qing right now. Tomorrow a plane from the First War Zone will pick you up in Deep Blue City. They're about to launch the last major battle against the Swarm before the new year. His gaze shifted to Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen. But since this is a trial, they can't go with you. A spirit binder and their spirits grow more attuned the longer they're together, which speeds up cultivation. But these two are no ordinary weapons. To wield them well, you need extra training. Remember, raising your level isn't everything. Real tempering happens between life and death. Han Zhan, Xia Yue, and Li Lingzhen exchanged a glance and answered in unison, well, follow your arrangements. Late at night, in the villa, Li Shutong had finalized every detail with Wei Qing. The frontline transport would arrive tomorrow. For the three of them, this would be their last night under the same roof for some time. The garden lights had dimmed. A full moon hung in the deep sky. The moon is perfect tonight, Han Zhan murmured, eyes lifted. It really is, Xia Yue said, stepping to his side. The pair, handsome and graceful, stood shoulder to shoulder as the weight of tomorrow settled over them would depart for the front alone. She seemed about to speak, but Han Zhan had already understood. Without his spirits beside him, a spirit binder was far more vulnerable on the battlefield, and this would be his last chance for fresh divine gifts in the near future. Xia Yue's gaze hardened, as if she pressed every worry deep inside. A soft knock sounded. Li Lingzhen peeked in and waved her hands quickly. Don't misunderstand. I'm just here to borrow some inspiration, okay? The clumsy excuse drew silence from all three, yet no one exposed her. Night grew deeper, moonlight spilling across the living room floor like frost. Exhausted after long hours of cultivation, Han Zhan lay between the two spirits. The effort paid off, had gained the divine gifts of the Fuxi Zither and the Shennong Cauldron. To his surprise, their strength matched those of his original spirits. The reason was clear. As ancient divine weapons, their compatibility with him was absolute, revealing hidden traits in full. So on the battlefield, it'll be as if two master musicians fight beside me. The thought set his blood racing. He gathered his thoughts and looked at the sleeping Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen. A faint smile touched his lips. Moonlight traced gentle outlines over the three of them. Back home, moonlight this bright only came at mid-autumn, he whispered. Memories blurred. Familiar faces, distant places, all out of reach. Yet he understood while the moon shines brightest over one's homeland. Any place can become home if the heart finds rest. The people before him were what he sought to protect, and the road ahead was the one he had chosen. Tonight, the moon was truly beautiful. Daxia, forward front line. An endless mega-fortress stretched across the jagged mountains, a colossal blade cleaving heaven and earth apart. Its inner face was studded with the tints of human Lingqi masters, rising and falling like orderly hills. Along the supply corridor, fresh arrivals and their contract spirits raced toward the wall, while blood-soaked stretchers ferried the wounded in the opposite direction. Troop carriers roared in, reverse thrusters spitting pale blue flame and whipping up clouds of dust. Hatches slammed down, and young, solemn-faced recruits poured out, forming ranks within seconds. At the same moment, gravely injured masters and spirits were rushed aboard, and the carriers lifted away toward the field hospital. On the rampart, hundreds of thousands of heavy guns hammered beyond their limits, their staggered thunder turning barrels red-hot. Savage energy beams lashed downward, carving long wounds through the battlefield. Blades of light crossed and recrossed, turning the entire front into a colossal meat grinder. Beyond the wall, elite serpent folk surged forward like a tide. The force facing Sector 1 was the Yiki clan. Snakes hundreds of meters long writhed over the ridgeline, each giant body swarming with smaller serpents that poured into the fray like a dark flood. Wherever they met the human Lingqi masters, blood flowed in rivers and bodies piled high. The battle had raged for 2 months. A little over a month earlier, Wei Qing, overall commander of Sector 1, had returned and driven the long-stalled front forward by several hundred li. The treacherous pass they now held had been carved out by high-level masters whose gifts bordered on moving mountains and filling seas. The mega-fortress crowning it Yumen Pass embodied the most advanced materials and weaponry of Kanzhang technology, forming the first impregnable bastion of the Western Front. The drawn-out bloodbath would go down in history as the Battle of Yiki. Battle of Yiki, Yumen Pass flank, Camp 97. Most of the Yiki elite were pinned to the main front, so the flank felt slightly less pressure, yet losses remained brutal. Grime-streaked squad leaders stood at the troop carrier anchorage, eyes glued to the horizon, praying for reinforcements and the next supply run. Zhang, your squad only lost 3 people, and you've still got the nerve to wait here for reinforcements? One of them scoffed. His face was tinged an unhealthy green as venom spread through his veins. At least 8 of every 10 serious casualties were poisoned by the Yiki. Cut the crap. A standard squad is 5 people. I've already lost 3. Don't tell me I can't wait for backup. Zhang's Wufu snapped, the green in his own face darkening. His hand trembled as he jabbed a finger at the man beside him, almost too angry to speak. Your damn squad is only short 2 men, and you're waiting for reinforcements to have you no shame? The curse exploded at the mouth of the trench, filling the air with gunpowder and fury. Yet Xiaoya, the one being chewed out, didn't get angry. He lifted his arm instead, letting the sunlight hit the blinding blue sigil inked into his skin. Think I'm the same as you. I'm on a mission, a top tier one. See the color? Elite assignment. On this battlefield, the color of the arm sigil was as good as a passport: white for basic, green for standard, blue for elite, red for extreme, black for near certain death. The darker the shade, the tougher the job, and the lower the odds of coming back. The strategy division had just dumped a blue-grade mission on Xiaoya's unit and granted them an official priority reinforcement privilege. It was spelled out in the regulations, plain as day. Zhang Zuofu choked on his comeback, his face turning crimson before he finally waved a hand. Fine, the next troop shuttle's yours. A few other squad leaders kept silent. Everyone knew that if a blue mission failed, the whole front could unravel. Out here, this wasn't politics. At worst they grumbled, but no one dared trip up an elite team. Before they finished speaking, the sky rumbled and dimmed. A small transport punched through the smoke and began its descent, exhaust plumes scorching the already charred soil. The bay doors slammed open, fog billowed out, and Xiaoya pushed to the front, counting in his head. 2 empty slots, surely they'll send 2 people. The mist cleared, revealing a single young man who looked fresh off a campus lawn, standing alone, no pack in sight. Xiaoya's grin froze. 1. Spirit binder? He glanced at the shoulder patch, then pressed. Where's your bound spirit? The newcomer blinked, caught off guard, his voice barely there. It's at home? At home. Xiaoya almost lost it, veins standing out on his hand. This was the main front of the Aiki campaign. The artillery alone could be heard from 30 miles away. The binder showed up, and his spirit was home? Did the kid think this was a field trip? He was about to blow when Zhang Zuofu tugged his sleeve, a trace of schadenfreude curling his lips. Easy, Captain. This kid's not to be messed with. Han Zhan raised an eyebrow. Had word of his little heroics in Shenlong City spread that fast? Zhang's next sentence shattered the thought. Look at his gears, not from any nearby draft camp. Get it? A city aristocrat. City aristocrat rolled off Zhang's tongue like a curse. Xiaoya understood at once. Nothing grated on frontline soldiers more than the wealthy who wouldn't bleed, but still wanted medals, bribing their way into low-risk postings for a service record. Veterans had a name for them: aristocrats. With that realization, Xiaoya's glance at Han Zhan grew even colder. Lao Zhang, how about letting your squad take this young lord off my hands first? With Han Zhan standing right there, Xiaoya tried to pass the buck to the neighboring squad. Zhang Zuofu shook his head so fast it blurred. Are you kidding? There are only 2 of us left. If we drag along another liability, we're dead men. We agreed I'd pick first, and I'm not letting you back out. Rebuffed, Xiaoya looked at the other captains, but they all shook their heads in unison. Everyone had come to the front to hunt the Serpent clan, not to babysit. Damn, he muttered. With no other choice on this battlefield, he swallowed his pride and added the young master to his own squad. Move it. Name? Han Zhan, Tier 3 Spirit Binder. Got it, Xiaoya grunted. I'm Xiaoya, Tier 4 Spirit Binder, and your new squad leader. By regulation, you're with us now. He turned and retraced his steps. Han Zhan kept pace effortlessly. They pushed through dense forest, the ground littered with broken branches and serpent blood, and soon reached Xiaoya's camp. Not bad, Xiaoya thought, surprised the kid had matched his full sprint, but he said nothing. 2 teammates rose beside the campfire. Flames revealed faces barely past 20, smeared with dirt, sweat, and scars. Seeing only one newcomer, they exchanged a look. That's it, Captain? Just him? Maybe his contracted spirit's hiding in his pocket. Pretty slick, huh? Xiaoya grunted and sketched out what had happened. Their expressions sour. Dragging a possible burden onto a front with a sky-high casualty rate was no one's idea of fun. They introduced themselves without enthusiasm. The man was Kai Shifeng, the woman Shi Xiaoqian, both recent graduates, both Tier 3 Spirit Binders who had been fighting on the front for a year. Then they drifted back to their chores. The snub didn't bother Han Zhan. He respected anyone who had held the line this long. After a moment's thought, he pulled 3 sets of pale blue armor from his storage ring, crafted from Tier 6 shellcrab carapace, had scavenged on his last outing. What is this? They stammered. You've been fighting deep in enemy territory. You deserve better gear. Swap your old plate for these Tier 6 pieces. They'll keep you safer, Han Zhan said, handing them over. Armor versus no armor was night and day on the battlefield. Kai Shifeng and Shi Xiaoqian finally managed to smile. Xiaoya shook his head. I'm a mech pilot. Don't need body armor. Keep that set for yourself. Yep, a real city aristocrat storage ring. Tier 6 armor. Wonder which great clan he's from. Xiaoya muttered, though his tone had softened. The flames flickered as night deepened. Han Zhan stowed the spare armor, sat by the fire, and helped the others check weapons and assign watch shifts. He had, more or less, become one of the team. Xiaohan, we move tonight. Stay behind us and keep your head down. The campfire flickered, shadows wavering as Kai Shifeng lowered his voice. Do exactly what Captain Xiao says. Show no mercy once we've got them. Moments ago had barely glanced at Han Zhan. Now he called him Xiaohan with surprising warmth. Han Zhan brushed ash from his cloak, nodded with a smile, and asked, Captain Xiao's a mech pilot? Right. Kai laid his curved blade across his knee, respect coloring his tone. Old Xiao's contracted spirit died on the front line. Vets like him, the war zone usually reassigns mech cockpit or desk job. He refused. Said if he's going to die, ITLL be out front, not rotting in the rear. He can't stand those big shots who sit on their hands. Mid-sentence Kai remembered Han was a spirit binder too and cut himself off. Sorry, forgot you're one of us. Han waved it off. Just then Xiaoya stepped from the darkness into the firelight, dropping a pouch of dried beast meat to each of them. It smelled faintly of blood and recharged spirit energy fast. Han caught his. Eat. We march as soon as you're done. Xiao checked his watch. We must reach the target by 10. What job is this exactly? Someone mumbled through jerky. Blue-level mission cut the bloodline. Xiao's quiet reply hit the fire like cold iron. Han nearly choked, coughing red-faced. Finding the codename Clumsy, Xiao added, you know the Izanagi Serpent Clan. Their reinforcement rate is 100,000 times ours. Even if we kill 100 for every one of us, it's nowhere near enough. He crouched and traced a line in the ashes, voice urgent yet steady. A month ago, First Sector faced their elite in a stalemate. Then Director Wei Qing returned, soloed their supply line, and drove the casualty ratio to 10,000 to 1. The front surged forward. A crackle of fire lit the squad's grim faces. Xiao continued, but that edge is fleeting. Once the serpents recover, dozens of hives will hatch at once, billions of fresh troops flooding in. We'll be right back in a meat grinder. He flicked ash from his fingers. Remember, they've got powerhouses too. After Wei's strike, for 8th tier serpent emperors pinned him down. They've been locked in a brawl far from the main fight ever since. He scanned the circle. Second sector just issued fresh orders. Spirit binder divinations pinpointed dozens of hives, then pushed an emergency blue-level task cut the bloodline. Rules simple. The nearest, fastest unit takes the nest. We're less than 5 clicks from a hidden hive. If we march now, we hit it before 10. He stamped out the fire, sparks dying in the night wind. Finish eating. We move under cover of darkness. The night was dense and black. Han Zhan, Xiaoya, Kai Shifeng, and Qin Mo crossed the mountains under its cover, refusing any kind of light. Even their night vision goggles were disabled. The Iyazaki Serpent Clan can sense the faintest electrical pulse, and the slightest energy ripple would betray them. To stay invisible, they were sealed inside stealth suits from Kanshang tech that blocked heat, scattered stray light, and smothered every trace of life. It was a brutal handicap, but as spirit contractors bonded to familiars, they could still manage. Mission coordinates had long since been synced to the communicators on their wrists. If one of them fell, another would step in immediately, ensuring the operation never stalled. They climbed crags and waded streams. Han Zhan glanced at the strange soil beneath his boots and the lush forest on either side. None of this landscape was natural. Some unknown, powerful contractor had once moved mountains and filled seas to craft it. Deep blue cities suddenly felt small. There was always someone stronger, always a higher sky. A moment later, something soft and cold brushed his cheek, dangling from above. A reek of rotten brine spread instantly, like seafood left to fester in the sun. The others grimaced. Xiaoya, in the lead, lifted a hand in warning. Stay sharp. The target's close. Or we're already in it. Han Zhan muttered, pointing upward. They looked up. A gray-white, translucent membrane hung in the darkness, stretching on without end. What had grazed his face was part of it. What is that? Kai Shifeng asked. Xiaoya shook his head, alert. Han Zhan answered quietly. Molted skin. The Iyazaki serpents shed whenever they reach a new rank. The husk keeps releasing a pressure field that intimidates other insect clans and provides insulation and concealment. They stashed their eggs inside it. They focused and saw countless crystal eggs embedded along the inner wall of the skin, sealed in milky mucus and glowing with a cold light. Xiaoya pulled out a mapper. A tap sent a light screen humming outward, sketching a 3D model of their surroundings. A single cast-off skin, 6,730 meters long, with hundreds of millions of eggs attached, exactly the serpent nest described in the intel. Target confirmed, Xiaoya said, eyes hard. Burn it. Purge everything. But the 6-kilometer husk coiled through the forest, impossible to erase in an instant. Worse, as the four stepped fully into the nest, the once motionless eggs seemed to sense intruders. Ripples spread across their surfaces, accompanied by a faint, trembling hum. One egg's vibration was nothing, but there were more than 100 million here. When every serpent egg vibrated at once, the sound swelled to an unimaginable roar, as if a thunderclap had gone off right beside their ears, nearly rupturing their eardrums. Kai Shifeng's vision went white. Stunned, he staggered forward to regain his balance, but found only empty air and pitched diagonally into space. A deep trench, hacked out of the mountainside and hidden beneath weeds, had opened beneath him, and he never even saw it coming. Shi Shaoqian reacted in a flash, seizing the back of his tactical vest and yanking him out of midair, barely saving him in time. They had no chance to catch their breath before an enormous combat mech lurched out of control, screeching through the air as it toppled toward them. It was the third-generation battlesuit from Kanshang Tech that Xiaoya had just activated, weighing over half a metric ton and scheduled to sanitize the nest on a precise timeline. Now, however, the uncanny vibration had jammed its central controls. Stripped of commands, it skidded toward the cliff in a shower of sparks, dragging Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian toward the abyss with it. At the critical moment, the mech's momentum jerked to a halt. Han Zhan had caught its metal arm with one hand and was literally holding the behemoth back. Through the cockpit monitor, Xiaoya watched in shock, blood hammering in his veins. This machine required at least 6 months of training to master, and Han Zhan was arresting its drive with a single hand. What kind of brute strength was that? Even so, Xiaoya kept the clear-headedness of a team leader. Han Zhan, let me go. Mission first, keep moving. He flipped through the system menus. Dropping the 2 flamethrowers. Take them and purge the nest. Han Zhan glanced at the black mobile so deep it swallowed its own echoes. Even in full armor, a fall from here would mean crippling injuries. Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian had no protection at all. If the mech went over, it would drag them with it. Saving them mattered more. His mind was made up. Like hell I will. He growled. I'm not leaving them. Han Zhan, obey the order. Abandon the rescue and execute the mission. Xiao Ya's voice crackled through the failing comms. Sector 2's timetable matches the hatching point. Missed the window, and we're finished. We might survive the fall, but if those eggs hatch. Before he could finish, he felt the mech rising. Han Zhan gritted his teeth, heels grinding into the rock face, muscles strung tight as cables, and hauled the machine Xiaoya included back to the ledge, inch by inch. Then he dragged Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian up as well. Once on solid ground they collapsed, chests heaving, faces streaked with sweat and dust, too shaken to speak. They had no time to voice their thanks. Crack. The crisp snap of breaking shells echoed through the entire serpent's nest. Oh no, the Izanagi serpents have hatched. The words had barely left his lips when a chorus of sharp cracks filled the cavern. Eggshells burst like popcorn, and gray-black snakelets rained from the walls and ceiling, covering the floor with a writhing carpet in seconds. Individually, the newborn Izanagi serpents were only first-rank creatures, but their numbers were far beyond what Xiao Ya's team could handle. Even worse, the moment they landed they swarmed toward the humans, tongues flicking, a nauseating stench rolling with them. As the gray tide closed in, Xiao Ya's heart sank. If Head known this would happen, he never would have climbed into his mech first. Head have blown up the nest instead. He didn't blame Han Zhan. Han had saved his life, after all, but it was a pity that the good-natured young noble would likely be joining him in a serpent's belly. Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian wore the same grim expression. As battle contract mages, striking in the final moment was both duty and instinct. Their eyes met. Shi Shaoqian flashed with spirit light and instantly transformed into a horsecleaver saber as tall as a man. Veins bulged in Kai Shifeng's arms as he gripped the hilt, ready to die without regret. Han Zhan glanced around. The gray waves were about to engulf them when every hatchling suddenly went rigid, bodies flattened, heads pressed to the dirt in an ancient, instinctive act of worship. Farther away, the serpents still crawling from the walls froze in the same posture, turning the cavern into a sea of prostrate gray. Xiaoya gaped. Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian were just as bewildered. Only Han Zhan lowered his gaze to the black ring on his finger. A faint gleam pulsed across its surface, the lingering aura of a ninth-tier insect emperor. The mindless hatchlings sensed it and could only bow. The sight was more staggering than anything they'd imagined. A sea of serpents paying homogeno, a billion serpents, Han Zhan muttered. Seeing Xiaoya still frozen, he shouted, "Quit staring and burn them. We can't blow the nest now, and they haven't matured yet. If not now, when?" Jolted awake, Xiaoya unlatched 2 flamethrowers and tossed them to Han Zhan and Kai Shifeng. Then he powered up the mech. Its arms clanked and reformed into a pair of heavy flammers. Burn. No further order was needed. All 3 squeezed their triggers, and roaring tongues of fire washed over the rows of kneeling hatchlings. Heat rippled through the cave. Serpents love damp darkness and fear flame. Scorched, the Izanagi hatchlings curled and twisted, then shriveled into dry husks. Even in death they remained prone. The insect emperor's aura held them fast. The smell of charred flesh mixed with a faint scent of roasted snake, and blistering heat rolled through the cavern. Realizing the hatchlings couldn't move, Xiao Ya's team let loose without restraint, their flamethrowers blazing nonstop. On and on the fire raged, reddening the rock walls and painting their faces in its glow. The air grew thick with smoke and the reek of burning meat. They kept at it for more than an hour. The kilometer-long snakeskin was finally cleared away. With a rasp of metal on metal, the silver-white mech folded in on itself until it became a sphere. Xiaoya snatched it up and closed his fingers around it. Kai Shifeng and Shi Shaoqian wiped sweat from their foreheads, snake scales and dust still clinging to their sleeves, the fatigue plain to see. Yet all 3 of them turned at once, fixing their eyes on the man at the rear of the squad. Han Zhan. One question blazed in every glance. Who are you really? Even Xiaoya, slow on the uptake at times, had worked it out. A third-tier spirit contractor who could lift a combat mech with one hand would never be an unknown. And the move that made millions of hatchlings grovel had never seen anything like it in 5 years on the front lines. Han Zhan's technique was a match for any powerhouse had met. Like I said, I'm just a tier 3 spirit contractor, Han Zhan protested, hands spread. If I really were some hidden boss, the first war zone would have dragged me to the front to fight those high-grade Iyaki serpents. I wouldn't be hanging around here acting cool. His words sounded reasonable, but the doubt didn't lift. All three knew that, big shot or not, Han Zhan was keeping a secret he couldn't share. The channel for their mission report crackled and died. Xiaoyu put away his terminal, no relief in his expression. The sterilization runs are going badly. Ours makes fewer than 10 successful squads across the whole front. Kai Shifeng and Shi Zioqian's faces darkened. Failure here would dump even more pressure on the main battle line, and one of them wanted to see more comrades thrown into the meat grinder. After a moment's silence, Xiaoyu clapped his hands, eyes flashing. Maybe we can intercept them. Reinforcement points are marked on the map. Newly hatched serpents have to pass through a few fixed tunnels to reach the battlefield. Han Zhan, if you can use that submission trick again, we can lie in wait and wipe them out early. The idea fired Kai Shifeng and Shi Xiaoqian. Other squads might fail, but they'd seen Han Zhan's miracle with their own eyes. Han Zhan registered their excitement, opened his mouth, then suddenly frowned and sprang upright. I can't promise we'll catch every hatchling, he said, but I can guarantee this. If we don't run now, the four of us are the ones who'll get caught. Have you forgotten where that snakeskin came from? His voice was low. The shed skin they froze. It was cast off when an Iyaki serpent ascended to a higher tier. Then where's the serpent that shed it? Han Zhan's question sucked the warmth from the night. The answer arrived at once. The sky seemed to crush the air from their lungs. Two vertical pupils, orange and larger than full moons, opened high above, their icy stare sweeping over them. Tier 5 Iyaki serpent guardian of the nest. Run. There was nothing left to say. Are you insane? That thing's a 5th-tier demon beast. No one wanted a last stand. They only wanted to stay alive. You move, they'll hold the rear. Xiaoyu barked, slamming his mech into reverse and dropping to the back of the line. Old Xiao Kai Shifeng and Shi Xiaoqian barely got the words out before he shoved them aside, hurling Han Zhan clear as well. Xiaoyu wheeled around. From the chest of his 3rd-generation battle mech, dozens of missiles erupted, white exhausts tracing brilliant arcs as they hammered at the 5th-tier Izaki serpent. Boom, boom, boom. The chain blasts hit like pile drivers, smoke billowing skyward. When the firelight faded, the monstrous serpent head shoved through the haze, crimson tongue flicking, utterly unharmed as it lunged in. Xiaoyu stopped hesitating, spun the mech, and tore off in the opposite direction from the others. Engines redlined. The exhaust plume turned blue with heat. At full burn, the 3rd-gen frame had maybe 3 minutes. In the night it streaked like a meteor. A heartbeat later, a shadow blotted out the sky. The serpent head slid across his flight path. Jaws yawned wide, fangs dripping saliva, moving even faster than the mech. Bang! 3 seconds later, Han Zhan heard the detonation behind him. He glanced back and saw a dying glow deep in the serpent's maw. Old Xiao was gone. No time to grieve. The serpent's yellow eyes locked onto them again. If a 4th-tier pilot in a max-output mech couldn't shake it, catching the rest would be child's play. In a blink, the fangs snapped for Kai Shifeng and Shi Xiaoqian. Crunch. The bite met something unyielding and almost cracked a fang. Han Zhan had given them 6th-tier armor, a full grade higher than the Izaki serpent. The relief lasted a heartbeat. A guttural roar rolled up its throat. Green-purple venom erupted, engulfing them. Armor dissolved in seconds, flesh in moments more. 2 more gone. Han Zhan was alone. He slammed the crisis lock. White vapor hissed from his joints, and his speed leapt tenfold, yet it still felt slow. He lifted his right hand. A phantom Fuxi Qin appeared, strings plucking themselves. The dragon soaring etude roared in his ears, strength stacking again. He became a silver flash, finally making the serpent bite empty air. Then a wall rose before him. Higher and thicker than any city rampart, a barricade of overlapping scales. The 6-kilometer serpent had already coiled around the entire mountain, head behind him, body ahead, turning its own flesh into a cage. Unless Han Zhan sprouted wings, and the Izaki serpent had just realized he could not. A formless gust rose beneath Han Zhan's feet, wrapped around him, and hurled him clear over the serpent wall no ordinary human could breach. The 5th-rank Izanagi serpent loosed a shrill, furious hiss. This slippery human had escaped its jaws too many times, wearing its patience thin. As rage peaked, the fist-sized bulge on its brow split apart, and a hair-fine yet blinding bolt of lightning shot out, crossing the distance in a heartbeat to strike Han Zhan in midair. Bang! The lightning shredded his balance, and he slammed into the ground, limbs tingling and numb. Without years of tempering by the Shennong Cauldron and Fuxi Qin, the blow would have crippled him. Fighting the numbness, he rolled to break free, but 2 sudden amber-slit pupils locked onto him, each larger than a grown man's head, gleaming with bloodlust. Hiss roar. A foul, metallic wind swept over him, nearly knocking him off his feet. The giant serpent's throat swelled, fangs glinting as it opened wide to swallow him whole. In that instant, a sword so broad it blotted out the sky, crashed down like a thunderbolt, and pinned the serpent's skull to the earth, the blade clamping its gaping jaws shut. Boom. The shockwave sent Han Zhan spinning dozens of meters. As he tumbled, he glimpsed the colossal sword trembling, and on its hilt a woman in black appeared. She touched down on the hilt, tapped it with a bare foot, and the sword drove even deeper into the serpent's brain. Defenses that had shrugged off third-generation battle mechs tore like wet paper. Blood rained in torrents. Han Zhan finally saw her clearly. A flawless figure sheathed in skin-tight black, lethal curves on full display, long white hair whipping in the gale, eyes faintly crimson, lips curled in a manic grin like a she-demon from hell. With a casual sweep of her sword, crossing waves of energy diced the kilometer-long serpent into countless chunks that crashed onto the wasteland like a flesh storm. Unfazed by the gore, she walked lightly toward Han Zhan. The scene was brutal, and she was stunning. Despite his shock, Han Zhan clasped his fists. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." She laughed, a smile like spring sunlight melting ice. A hiss of air cut past his ear, and the cold blade pressed against his neck. "That pretty little face is just my type," she murmured, amusement flickering in her eyes. "But am no senior of your great Xia. Am from the city of ultimate evil, a place you contract mages call the Exile." Han Zhan's pupils contracted. He triggered divine sight, and data flooded in. Name: Gonyang Jin, SS Class Spirit Companion. Rank: 8th Tier. Manifestation: Blade of Ruin. Trait: Valkyrie. "Do you like what you see?" A sultry voice whispered in Han Zhan's ear. The icy blade pressed against his throat and was instantly tinged with red. Opposite him stood a white-haired woman in black, her bright smile laced with lethal intent. Death loomed so close that, for the first time, Han Zhan truly felt he might die. "Relax. If not for me, that giant serpent would have eaten you already, right?" Gonyang Jin spoke offhandedly, sliding the ruined blade away from his neck and driving it into the ground. The sword was as tall as a grown man. Its broad, gleaming surface reflected Han Zhan's pale face with merciless clarity. He still had trump cards left, but against an 8th-tier powerhouse resistance never even crossed his mind. Whatever Gonyang Jin said was final. "So handsome, better looking every time I check." She brushed his cheek, pinching lightly as if testing the texture. "The piece you were playing just now, what's it called? The melody? So she came because of the Fuxi Zither tune I played?" Han Zhan's heart tightened. She had noticed the disturbance at once yet held back, only charging in after hearing the music. Her motive was clear, exactly like the rumors about the exiles from the city of ultimate malice. The city of ultimate malice, a vast lower district internment camp, was a den of every imaginable creature. Rumor said even insectoids hid there. The exiles had no homeland, no human honor to bind them. Living by the creed "survive for yourself." Their wickedness showed on their faces and was carved into their bones. When Han Zhan first heard of the city, he hadn't felt repelled. Some flaunt their evil, others hide, there's little difference. "It's fine if you don't tell me," Gonyang Jin said, eyes narrowing with amusement. "I came to Daxiao for a brawl with Wei Qing and ended up finding you instead. That tune of yours supercharged my body. Every cell feels like it could blow the Serpent King's head off. I'm kidnapping you to be my personal combat support." The chill in her eyes made it clear. One wrong move, and the Ruin Blade would end him. Han Zhan latched onto the familiar name. "You're looking for our first war zone's commander, Marshal Wei?" He feigned surprise. "Marshal Wei is an 8th-tier apex fighter. What makes you think you can challenge him?" With her Valkyria-type soul contract, Gonyang Jin was born for battle. As expected, her smile dimmed. "Why? Can't you see it? A mere 3rd-tier contract wielder can sense my level. Wei Qing and I are both 8th tier. Why shouldn't I challenge him? Where's your spirit binder? On your own, you'll never beat Commander Wei." Han Zhan protested. He stood before the windswept ruins of the sand formation, worry lining his face, sweat beading between his brows. Yet the pride of a first battle zone combatant kept his back straight. At that moment, he resembled Wei Qing's most ardent follower. The slightest doubt could ignite his fury in defense of his commander. Gonyang Jin folded her arms, the dark gold filigree on her armor flashing coldly in the sunlight. She gave a dismissive snort. "I don't have a spirit binder, and no one is worthy of bonding with me. Who says a pact warrior can't train alone and still reach the summit?" "No spirit binder?" Han Zhan froze. A heartbeat earlier had assumed her partner was lurking nearby or had been crippled by Wei Qing. The truth was starker. Gonyang Jin had climbed to the 8th tier entirely on her own. A flicker of awe crossed his eyes. This woman was ruthless to the core. "Then have you ever fought Commander Wei?" He swallowed, adopting a look of respectful shock. "I have. He and another came at me to-known. I lost." She spoke as calmly as if reciting the weather. Han Zhan's opinion of her shifted yet again. To admit defeat with such composure took uncommon mettle. "Why am I wasting words on you?" Gonyang Jin muttered, suddenly seizing his arm. She slung her jagged ruin cleaver over one shoulder and strode off, dragging him along. The blade's rough hilt cut the air with a low hum. Hanjan staggered after her. Where are you taking me? To the city of Malice, the exiled lands. From now on you're my personal combat support. Absolutely not. He snapped. Her lips curved into the same playful, dangerous smile. A man shouldn't say he can't. Her gaze was a chill blade, slicing so keenly he felt his skin prickle. He stood firm. I'm a spirit binder of Daxia's first battle zone. Our war with the Iaki Serpent clan is raging. If I abandon the front, it'll be branded a traitor. Daxia does not forgive deserters. Oh, and what does that have to do with me? Gonyang Jin's tone remained flat, the indifference of one raised in the city of Malice. It matters to me, Hanjan replied. I'm a son of Daxia and a spirit binder. Moments ago my comrades fell to the Iaki serpents. If I walk away now, they'll take my own life to repay the nation and the academy that trained me. A corpse would be of little use to her. Gonyang Jin considered him for a long moment, measuring his resolve. Then tell me your hat will make you come willingly? Hooked. Hanjan's heart leapt. His gamble had paid off. Fight beside me. Help me wipe out the newly hatched Iaki serpent brood on the battlefield. Total extermination. That's my price. Hanjan's request made Gonyang Jin's elegant brows draw together. She had expected him to demand something outrageous, becoming his contracted spirit, for instance, but all he asked was that she hunt down the Iaki serpent clan. Was Daxiao really worth pushing himself this far? To her, the empire was rotting from within. Power struggles at court, spirit tamers bleeding on the front lines, while schemers fought for scraps in the rear. That the Li family had guarded its 100-year legacy was miracle enough. Realms long united must break apart. Who could truly swim against the tide? Besides, in the city of ultimate evil, every nation's secrets could be bought for pocket change, and she simply couldn't fathom Hanjan's obsession. Still, she did not refuse. Any other condition might have made her hesitate, but killing snakes was easy. The 4 8th-tier serpent sovereigns were already entangled by Wei Qing. Within the Iaki lair no opponent could match her. It would be a one-sided slaughter. She nodded, and Hanjan immediately projected a mission map. 30+ markers glimmered in midair. 10 finished sites glowed green. The remaining 20-odd burned crimson. Red meant failure. Those Iaki hatchlings had slipped the net and were converging on the main force from every direction. The clan's evolution was brutal and bizarre. Devour anything, animals, plants, even soil, and converted into spiritual energy. Records showed a hatchling could reach elite rank in a single day, leaving human tamers and their spirits far behind. Hanjan worked fast, lighting 3 new coordinates. The canyon mouth 5,000 kilometers away, a plain at 15,000, and a mountain valley junction at 28,000. These choke points would draw the hatchlings, the very ambush sites Xiao Ya's team had proposed earlier. If he went alone, the odds were slim, but with Gonyang Jin's success was almost certain. Hit these 3, he said crisply. Flank the hatchlings, support the main assault, and help Daxiao finish the offensive. No problem. Gonyang Jin agreed without hesitation. She lifted her blade to depart and froze. Her pupils turned jet black. A thin darkness climbed her spine, sketching the outline of a monstrous beast. Head bowed. She squeezed her massive sword until it creaked and forced out a single word: run. Hanjan still had no idea what was happening. A moment ago they were speaking. Now she was wreathed in shadow, fiercer than any serpent. He heard the warning and instinctively spun to sprint, only to halt in the very next heartbeat. It wasn't a pang of conscience that stopped him. It was the sudden realization that there was no way he could outrun an 8th-tier contract spirit. Don't run. The thought burst into Hanjan's mind, his heart hammering while plans flashed by in a blur of light. In the next instant, the only way out surfaced Fuxi Zither. Across from him, black miasma churned around Gonyang Jin, as if she had slipped into demonic madness, though that concept didn't officially exist in this world. Fortunately, Hanjan possessed a trump card that almost never failed against such conditions: the ancient Zither Fuxi Zither, one of the 10 divine relics, able to both seize a soul and purify the heart. He hesitated no longer. Dropping to his knees, he sat cross-legged on the damp leaf litter of the shadowed forest. The phantom instrument took shape and settled across his lap. Hanjan drew a deep breath, teeth clenched. Live or die. It all comes down to this. His fingers swept the strings. Pure notes, cool as spring water, rippled through the gloom. The black haze had thickened enough to swallow Gonyang Jin whole, yet the moment the music touched it, the cloud recoiled as if alive. There's a chance. Light flared in Hanjan's eyes. His hands moved faster, the strings quivering in a weave of lingering and urgent tones, each wave striking straight at the mind. Gonyang Jin's brows knotted, eyes shut, body drawn tight as a bow. She called this terrifying state not true possession, but a backlash from the wound on her back. That scar was left by a 9th-tier insect emperor. Though hailed as a Valkyrie, she was still only 8th tier, a gulf away from the 9th-tier peak. Years ago, the insect emperor, named Yin, had hunted her down. She escaped by sheer luck, but carried a hidden injury ever since. From then on, she would slip into the Yin state without warning, losing all control and becoming a mindless killer. Today, just as Yin was about to devour her consciousness, A strand of distant zither music slid into her ears like a thread of light. The crumbling edges of her awareness cracked open, giving her one fragile breath of respite. She seized it, forcing her mind together in agony. Time stretched unbearably until, all at once, her eyes snapped open. With that clear gaze, the grotesque black insect sigil behind her shattered into mist with a brittle snap. Cold sweat streamed down her spine. She looked at her body, now firmly under her command for the first time she had awakened without blood on her hands. A bright gleam flickered in her eyes. It's you. She lifted her gaze to Han Zhan. He was deathly pale, veins standing out on his forehead, his spirit nearly spent. Had she stayed lost a moment longer, he would have run out of notes and strength. But he made it with a second to spare. Now I really can't let you leave. Her voice shook with barely contained excitement, tinged with a hint of madness. This was the residual poison of Yin, a ninth-tier insect emperor, something that had plagued her for untold years. She had tried everything. Even as an eighth-tier powerhouse, she had been helpless, hoping for a ninth-tier healer, yet none of the few ninth-tier experts specialized in healing. And now a mere third-tier contract master had undone the knot with casual ease. You're good-looking, and you're incredible. Your future is limitless. How about it form a contract with me? With an eighth-tier spirit at your side, you'll sweep through the ranks, undefeatable among your peers. Faced with her half enticement, half recruitment, Han Zhan only shook his head gently and raised a hand. May I take a closer look at the wound on your back? Ganyang Jin pulled her clothes aside as instructed, revealing the smooth, alabaster skin of her back. Against that jade-like complexion lay a single ghastly wound that leaked faint wisps of black mist. She smiled, her tone playful, yet frozen with menace. You're bold, daring even to take advantage of me. Once you've finished looking, they'll put out your eyes. If she stayed silent, she was peerlessly beautiful from afar. Once she spoke, laughter and murder merged, turning her into a woman who could kill with a casual hand. Han Zhan pressed his lips together, offering no reply. Unsure which of her words were truth or bluff, he simply kept quiet. He placed his palm against the wound's edge and felt cool, delicate skin beneath his hand. Ganyang Jin's shoulder blades quivered, though not from pain. Since awakening her contract spirit talent, she had never allowed anyone to touch her. She refused even handshakes, let alone contact this intimate. Had it been anyone else, she would already have cut them to pieces. Sensing her suppressed killing intent, Han Zhan dared not hesitate. He summoned the Fuxi Zither once more. The peace purging the heart echoed through the chamber, purer than before, its cleansing power striking directly at the wound. Under the sound waves, the black mist dispersed quickly, yet as the final note faded, it began to gather again. Han Zhan put the zither away and concluded calmly, I can suppress it, but I can't dispel it. Ganyang Jin was not surprised. Temporary relief was already a gift. She was about to fasten her clothes when Han Zhan spoke again. Wait, I have another method. As his words fell, an ancient green cauldron materialized beside the zither, its surface etched with vines and leaves the Shennong Cauldron. Any injury might be healed by this, the supreme healing artifact among the 10 divine weapons of antiquity, and Han Zhan intended to try. The appearance of a second mysterious weapon made Ganyang Jin's eyes gleam. You never stop astonishing me. A spirit contract master who can command 2 spirits at once? With the keen eye of an 8th-tier powerhouse, she instantly sensed the different auras of the 2 divine weapons and deduced Han Zhan's dual spirits. Her voice stayed calm, but carried a warning. Didn't your teacher ever tell you not to reveal your trump cards so easily? It's dangerous. Han Zhan remained silent. He had his own plan. If he truly healed Ganyang Jin, his value in her eyes would soar. At first she saw him as expendable support and threatened to kill him outright if he refused her. Once the Fuxi Zither showed it could suppress her hidden affliction, even with his hand on her bare back, she could only swallow her murderous urge and settle for threatening to blind him. The more useful he was, the safer he became. Proving his worth, then, was a form of investment. At that thought, Han Zhan urged the Shennong Cauldron floating overhead into motion. Like a whale gulping down a tidal wave, it sucked every one of the billions of Izanagi serpent hatchlings Ganyang Jin had just slain straight into its belly. The cauldron's raging vortex swept up the lingering spiritual energy still clinging to their half-dissipated corpses. Every little bit counts, and with billions of serpents the haul was staggering. Refining power on this scale would drain Longevity Corporation of time and manpower. No rational soul would attempt it. For the Shennong Cauldron, though, it was as easy as breathing. Ganyang Jin looked up. The bronze vessel trembled, and the serpent's blood and flesh liquefied into a crimson torrent that poured inside. She had no idea what Han Zhan meant to do, but she could feel the cauldron's power skyrocketing, so she held her tongue and watched. When the last wisp of serpentine essence was devoured, Han Zhan flashed out a blur of hand seals, ready to unleash the cauldron's new Tier 3 gift life-weaving creation. In a heartbeat, the cauldron flipped mouth down with a thunderous crash, hovering directly over Ganyang Jin's head. Life-weaving creation, Han Zhan called. A cascade of milky mist thick enough to seem solid spilled from the cauldron's mouth and poured straight into Gonyang. As the Shennong Cauldron's strongest restorative art, its healing force was so potent even an 8th-tier powerhouse could barely stand it. A wave of warmth surged across her back, and old hidden injuries began mending before her eyes. Even the terrifying wound left by the 9th-tier insect emperor, yet something she had been powerless to treat, was slowly knitting together. She felt as though she were soaking in a pool of warm spring water, comfort spreading through every limb. When the last trace of energy was delivered and the mist thinned, she was startled by a faint sense of loss. She reached behind her. What had been a ghastly gash was now less than half its size, and the black miasma, usually gathering there, was reforming much more slowly. It can be healed. Gonyang rose in disbelief and spun toward Han Zhan. Flustered by the sudden turn, Han Zhan's weathered cheeks flushed. Perhaps you should put your clothes back on first. He wasn't entirely chivalrous, but he feared she might fault him once she regained her composure. Instead, her regard for him soared the moment she saw he could treat the incurable. Again, she demanded. Han Zhan shook his head. Life-weaving creation isn't something I can cast on a whim. You saw I had to swallow the flesh and blood of billions of serpents to stockpile enough energy. If you want another round, you'll need to bring me that much material again. Aren't we about to ambush more Izanaji hatchlings? Then let's go right now. Gonyang blurted. An 8th-tier enforcer, problem solved. At the mouth of the gorge on the Aiki battlefield, a flood of ash-black serpents surged forward like a broken dam, swallowing the ground wherever it reached. High-altitude drones captured the scene and transmitted the footage to Central Command at once. Massive swarms of Aiki hatchlings detected at the gorge entrance. Massive swarms of Aiki hatchlings detected on the Aranhai Plain. Massive swarms of Aiki hatchlings detected in the Tongbei Valley. The rolling alarms boomed through loudspeakers, echoing across the command hall. Under the harsh lights, every officer's brow tightened at the sand table. This is bad. We spotted those nests far too late, someone muttered. Frontline losses were already severe. Most regular squads were pinned down, and only a handful were free to carry out the bloodline missions, driving the failure rate sky high. Where's General Guanshan? If he were here, he could block all 3 converging routes with his Shift Mountains talent. General Guanshan was reassigned. That gift of his is priceless. Every front is fighting over him, so he can't stay anywhere long. 2nd Theater, United Command. Lin Jingxian stood with his hands behind his back, scanning real-time reports, his brows knit tight. The Aiki campaign was the last major operation before New Year. Victory was non-negotiable. The cunning serpent clans had memorized Daxia's rhythm. They threw everything at the front and coordinated with other large species to keep constant pressure along the border. Top 7th and 8th tier combatants were locked in duels with enemies of equal rank. 5th and 6th tier contract masters were stuck as the backbone on the front line. 3rd and 4th tier fighters were powerless against a serpent tide of this scale. They came prepared, Lin Jingxian said, closing a report. They're forcing us to keep feeding high-tier forces into the grind. It's subtle, but clear they want us afraid to hit back too hard, so they can spring whatever they're hiding next. He looked up. Get Theater 8 on a single-use line. Tell them hold that option for now. Sir. The 8 answered, hesitating a moment. Lin Jingxian's logic was razor-sharp, yet not everyone could stay that calm. Marshal Lin. If those 3 serpent swarms merge, our mid- and low-tier contract masters will pay dearly. It's almost New Year. They deserve a chance to get home alive. Lin Jingxian kept his eyes on the gray-black wave racing across the screen. His tone was even. War claims lives today, theirs, tomorrow ours. If we can't accept that. He broke off, hand snapping up. Hold on. What is that? Zoom in on the gorge entrance. The feed tightened. In the heart of the torrent, a white-haired woman in black combat gear stood atop a massive blade driven into the ground. Like an unmoved pillar, she split the unstoppable wave in two. At the gorge mouth, Gonyang had been about to act, but Han Zhan blocked her with an outstretched arm. Senior Gonyang, let me go first. She paused, eyeing him. Are you sure? I'm sure. Before them, countless Izanaji hatchlings rolled in like a black tide, and Han Zhan actually offered to charge in first. He had to be insane. Gonyang started to pull him back, but the determination in his eyes made her swallow her words. As an 8th-rank powerhouse, she was sure she could snatch him out at the last second and keep him alive. Han Zhan drew a deep breath and plunged straight into the roiling sea of serpents. He had come to the front line for one reason, to temper himself. Sliding off his ring, he unleashed his power without restraint. Come on, he growled. White chi roared through his body, instantly shielding his throat, heart, and other vital points. An instant later, his Ba-Ji fist crashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. Every punch burst an Izanaji hatchling into a mist of blood, yet more serpents piled in, layer upon layer, leaving no room to breathe. With death hovering inches away, Han Zhan shut out all distraction and let instinct drive his fists. The faint white aura thickened as the fight dragged on, almost turning solid. 5 minutes later, he burst out of the swarm, breathing raggedly. all his ferocity spent. Senior Ganyang-jin, help. Hearing the plea, Ganyang-jin snorted. She hated being summoned like a tool, but she still needed Han Zhan alive. With a flicker, she dove into the serpent tide. On the United Front Department's monitor, Lin Jingxian and the others watched as the white-haired, black-clad Ganyang-jin planted her giant blade like an anchor in the sea of snakes. Boom. One slash split the tide, carving a canyon down the middle and vaporizing flesh by the yard. It was nothing more than a casual swing. She raised her sword for a second strike, but the newly recovered Han Zhan lunged back in first. Ganyang-jin pressed her red lips together and stayed her blade. She could have ended it in a heartbeat, yet he insisted on dragging things out. Still, the kid had guts. The way Head leaped into the swarm reminded her of her own past. Without brushing shoulders with death, no one becomes truly strong. If he wanted power, Oblogy would never slip from her grasp anyway. The she-devil of the City of Malevolence whispered to herself, licking her lips with a chilling smile. Elsewhere, Han Zhan went under again. 6 minutes passed longer than before. Suddenly he broke through the surface, drenched in blood, shouting at the top of his lungs. Senior Ganyang-jin, help! Help! Only 6 minutes, and you're calling for help? Not so fast, get back in there. Perched on a boulder, legs crossed, Ganyang-jin pointed a finger at the serpent sea. Gritting his teeth, Han Zhan dove once more into the writhing mass. Ganyang-jin narrowed her eyes, tracking his silhouette, and let out a soft laugh. A man needs stamina. Kid, you've got a lot more training ahead of you. On his umpteenth plunge into the serpent tide, Han Zhan felt a long-forgotten heat burst from deep within the third gate of the 8-surge fist. The life surge lock had finally snapped open. The faint white mist that usually hovered around him thickened at once, wrapping every limb and bone like a second skin of armor. Battlera armor? What's next, a Battlera horse? He quipped. The instant the life surge opened, his speed, strength, and defense all leapt a tier, and a near-cheat self-healing kicked in. As long as bones weren't shattered and organs weren't smashed, any wound would scab over in moments. Close combat suddenly looked a lot less risky. Nothing tests new power like real combat. He dived back into the snakes and held out a full 15 minutes. After that quarter-hour, Ganyang-jin, still uneasy, cleaved the serpent wall with one stroke and hauled him out. Got stronger, did you? She frowned at the young man, clothes in tatters, aura roaring. He was still only a Tier 3 Spirit Pact adept, yet the pressure he radiated felt heavier. As an 8th tier Battle Pact spirit, she trusted her instincts. This kid was anything but ordinary. At the gorge mouth, juvenile Aiki serpent corpses lay in a thick heap. Dark red blood formed a river that flowed downhill into the distance. Han Zhan exhaled and flashed her a thumbs up. Every hatchling's down. We make one hell of a team. Ganyang-jin didn't bother replying. In truth, Han Zhan's tally wasn't even 1% of the haul. 13 swings of her blade had cleared the entire entrance, leaving only carnage behind. Heal up. She planted the ruinous great blade in the ground and sat cross-legged. Just as she was about to strip off her outer coat to treat her wounds, she looked skyward, snorted, and flicked her fingers. Bang, bang, bang. Soft explosions rippled through the clouds. Far away in a surveillance room, a monitor suddenly flickered. She spotted us. 13 strikes wiped out billions of snakes as a monster. Who's the kid with her? Doesn't look like her contracted spirit. You don't get it. Some top-tier spirits like their partners, young keeps the energy up. The chatter drifted off topic, but Lin Jingxian remained silent. He knew better than anyone who the woman on the screen was, the demoness of Malice City, Ganyang-jin, an 8th tier pact spirit who had lost to Wei Qing and his wife only a month ago. They'd assumed Shed left the Aiki front. Instead, Shed been lurking nearby all along and had somehow teamed up with his junior disciple. What he didn't say aloud was this. Ganyang-jin's moods are mercurial, human life means nothing to her, and her heart is ice. Han Zhan is only Tier 3. In her hands, he's living on borrowed time. Judging by their expressions, this is clearly more complicated than a simple case of captor and captive, perhaps him overthinking it. Lin Jingxian hovered at the command console, eyes fixed on the flickering feed. He lacked key intel and couldn't pin down the real relationship between Han Zhan and Ganyang-jin, yet it didn't change his call holding position and keeping the situation contained. Even if the newcomer was his teacher's latest disciple, he would make no exceptions. A few minutes later, another surveillance drone patched in from the Arhai plane. It had arrived late, and the entire area was already buried beneath a heaving, black tide of serpents. Having teamed up once, Han Zhan didn't bother exchanging glances with Ganyang-jin. He simply stepped into the air and dived straight into the writhing sea of snakes. While sharpening his mastery of the 8 Calamities fist, he reaped 2 more steady gains. First came advancement. The Shennong Cauldron had swallowed tens of billions of Aiki hatchlings. Most of their energy had been burned by Vitality Genesis for healing, but a sliver remained. Even that residue had been strong enough to mend a 9th tier insect emperor, and now every drop poured back into Han Zhan. Stalled at the peak of Tier 3, he was brute-forced one small notch higher. At this pace, 2 more battles on this scale would push him into Tier 4. The second gain was the Fuxi Qin's newly awakened third gift Soul-Seizing Banisher. Paired with the Tier 3 Tune Ancient Setting Sun, it captured the lingering souls of slain creatures and forged them into battle spirits. While Gongyang Jin harvested bodies, the Fuxi Qin swept up the spirits of billions of hatchlings. One snake was nothing, but billions stacked into a staggering boost. With the super hitter swinging non-stop, the ability's upper limit soared. The she-devil who ruled the city of ultimate evil had no idea how thoroughly her resources were being fleeced, and even if she did, she could do nothing about it. The two fought side by side, scouring the battlefield until not a single wriggle remained. From above, the high plain looked frozen into waves of brown-gray snake, corpse sesso, vast, it made the scalp crawl. Han Zhan collected the cauldron, refined the bodies, healed his wounds. Then the pair streaked toward their third target. Mid-flight, after a long silence, Gongyang Jin spoke. If I were you, I wouldn't use the next site the same way you did the first two. Why? Han Zhan was always eager to learn, especially from an 8th-tier powerhouse. Because of habit, she replied calmly. When danger becomes routine, your body adapts, and the edge of life and death tempering dulls. The words hit him hard. He had just noticed that the white life and death aura was growing slower, and she had pinpointed the reason. The 8 Calamities fist thrived on pushing limits and nurturing an unyielding will, but once the same crisis was repeated, it ceased to be a crisis. By now he could solo a snake tide for an hour. Staying longer would only waste time. He nodded. Understood. We finished the next one fast. One problem, however, still gnawed at him. How was he going to leave this she-devil's company in one piece? Surely she didn't plan to drag him home as her trophy husband, did she? Inside Tongbei Valley, everything was deathly still. Piles of snake corpses were swallowed by the Shennong Cauldron and turned into threads of spiritual energy. Han Zhan sat cross-legged, the cauldron's phantom hovering above his head, its emerald light washing over his shoulders. Gongyang Jin knelt straight back in front of him. Han Zhan's right palm covered the wound on her left shoulder blade, sending strands of energy into her body. Once she settled into the posture, the murderous glint in Gongyang Jin's eyes faded. Han Zhan, though, found himself thinking, so smooth, so soft, how does she keep her skin like this? He forced the thought away and focused on the last remnant of the 9th-tier Insect Emperor, a tiny pitch-black barb embedded in the wound. The surrounding miasma was gone. Only the thorn remained. The instant his fingertip touched it, a rush of lurid images flooded his mind. The nightmare's mental corruption felt much like the Fuxi Qin's, so he summoned the Qin at once. Its clear, calming notes echoed through the gorge, scattering the surge of desire. I have to get this thing out fast. If I lose control, Imdetch is an 8th-tier contract spirit who kills without blinking. Heart racing, Han Zhan unleashed his power. With the Shennong Cauldron's help, his energy poured into her like a torrent, forcing the barb to surface. The thorn seemed alive. It shot from her shoulder blade to the center of her chest. Agonizing pain made Gongyang Jin break out in a cold sweat. Her voice was icy. Are you pulling it out or not? Out. She snapped. Han Zhan swallowed. You said it, don't blame me later. Steeling himself, he thrust his fingers in. 3 minutes later, he finally yanked the barb free and pinched it between his fingers. It trembled, trying to flee. A massive blade of annihilation cleaved down, smashing it to dust. Before the particles could settle, the blade flipped, its edge resting against Han Zhan's throat. He gave a bitter smile. Seriously? You told me to pull it out. I did, but did you have to enjoy it? What should have taken seconds, you dragged out for 3 minutes. Gongyang Jin advanced, sword in hand. That was the Insect Emperor's barb, Han Zhan protested. It kept burrowing deeper. No way I could have done it in a few seconds. Logic told her he was probably right, yet letting it go would make it look as if she, an 8th-tier powerhouse, had willingly been taken advantage of. She tightened her grip on the hilt and said coldly, 2 choices. 1. Form a contract with me right now, return to the city of dire evil, marry me, and I'll drop this. 2. End up like the Iyaki serpent clan, dead under my sword. I choose 1. Han Zhan raised both hands without hesitation. A wise man bends to circumstances, survival comes first. Gongyang Jin nodded in satisfaction and withdrew the annihilation blade. Then we signed the contract now. Here? Han Zhan blurted. Second thoughts? She arched an eyebrow. No, no. Han Zhan shook his head at once. He had barely opened his mouth to speak when a violent tremor ripped through him, as if an inner shackle had shattered. A surge from the Shennong Ding flooded his body, blasting his energy past the 3rd-tier ceiling and straight into Tier 4. Barely a month after awakening, he was already 4th tier. The speed was nothing short of terrifying. Gongyang Jin showed little surprise at the breakthrough. She had only one thought: sign a contract with Han Zhan immediately and bind him to her will. The moment they moved, a deafening boom split the air. Tongbei Valley was leveled at once, and an unimaginably huge jet-black snake had punched through the Cloudsand 8th-tier Iyaki Serpent Emperor. Elsewhere, Wei Qing stood before the corpses of 2 8th-tier Serpent Emperors, lost for words. Each one was the size of a mountain range. Wherever they fell, the land became ruin. The other two got away, he muttered. Because you're useless, you folded in no time, sneered a crisp, icy voice from the blood-red gauntlets on his hands. You mouthy witch, when the serpent war ends, they'll teach you a lesson, he shot back. Please. Who knows what you were doing those 10 days in Deep Blue City, maybe keeping a little mistress, the gauntlets retorted. Their bickering never slowed Wei Qing's pace. His blood-red silhouette streaked across the heavens like a comet, tearing after the fleeing Serpent Emperor. Back with Han Zhan, the sudden Serpent Emperor cut Gonyang Jin off again, and her face darkened. Only 8th tier, yet you dare meddle in my plans? Courting death. With her hidden ailment gone, her aura was at its peak. As an SS-grade Valkyrie, she could likely hold her own even against the Wei Qing couple now. She had barely spoken when another thunderous blast erupted, and a second 8th tier Serpent Emperor barreled in. Han Zhan casually lifted his hand, slipping the 9th tier insect ring onto his finger. Powerhouses from Extreme Evil City and the Insect Clan had always been mortal enemies. Words were useless. Gonyang Jin drew her sword and shot skyward. Her slender form stood in stark contrast to the colossal serpent coiling 10,000 feet above. Clang a faint, ethereal zither note rang out. Somehow, Han Zhan had summoned the Fuxi Zither, layering buff after buff on her. A flicker of warmth crossed Gonyang Jin's cold eyes. Even now, he risks himself to empower me. He truly wants this contract sealed. Meanwhile, Han Zhan calculated silently. Buff supplied she should manage. If the fight drags on, I might slip away. Before the thought finished, Gonyang Jin, her strength and fighting spirit surging, raised her sword high and struck with all her might. The slash tore across the sky, ripping storm clouds apart, and leaving an irreparable rift of light. One stroke's rending. Boom. Heaven and earth roared as if enraged, and the dark clouds were ripped apart by the sword's aura. Gonyang Jin held her blade like a streak of lightning. With one sweeping strike, a frosty flash split the sky and smashed into the scale armor of an 8th tier Aiki Serpent King, spraying a crimson downpour. What had been a balanced fight turned into a one-sided rout in an instant. The Serpent Kings never expected such a brutal blow. They had only followed the aura of the 9th tier Insect Emperor while fleeing, and instead of finding him, they slammed into a female scourge whose power could rival Wei Qing's. Possessing near-human intelligence, the 8th tier Serpent Kings understood the situation at a glance. Their only chance was to run. They were not truly weaker than Gonyang Jin, but today the difference was fatal. Gonyang Jin, her old injuries were healed, her strength had returned to its peak, and the power boost from Han Zhan's Fuxi Qin made her even deadlier. Aiki Serpent Kings. First battered by Wei Qing, then forced to flee non-stop, they had burned through more than half their energy and could muster at most half their usual strength. When advantage meets disadvantage, the outcome needs no calculation. Seeing the two gigantic snakes trying to escape, Gonyang Jin refused to let them go. The Shatterblade morphed into a cascade of light. Crescent blades of moonlight plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the mountainous bodies and exploding in deafening blasts. The snakes howled in pain, but their massive size, normally their greatest asset, became a burden against such an agile foe, leaving them to suffer blow after blow. Gonyang Jin's assault came in waves, while Han Zhan anchored her dragon sword melody with the Fuxi Qin, channeling fresh energy into her without pause. It was their first time fighting side by side, yet their teamwork was flawless. With a thunderous crash, a snakehead larger than a hill tumbled from midair, slammed into the ground, and kicked up a storm of wind and dust. One Serpent King fell, then the second followed moments later, even weaker without its partner. Both died beneath Gonyang Jin's sword. 2 strikes, 2 kills. Not a drop of blood touched her. Gonyang Jin stood unscathed, her battle spirit still burning. She glanced around and rested her eyes on Han Zhan, her gaze filled with satisfaction and delight. The commotion echoed for dozens of miles. Moments later, Wei Qing tore through the sky and landed at the edge of the battlefield. Impossible to pretend he hadn't heard. Why is it you? He stared at Gonyang Jin in shock. A month ago they had crossed swords. She knew her limits. Back then she could have killed 2 Serpent Kings, but never this effortlessly. His gaze slid to the man holding the Qin beside her, and his pupils contracted. Little junior brother. The words blurted out before he could stop them. Han Zhan's face darkened at once. What on earth is going on in senior brother's head? Wei Qing's shout made Gonyang Jin wary. She stepped forward, sword across her chest, blocking any chance of contact between Wei Qing and Han Zhan. Perfect. Han Zhan groaned inwardly. The golden opportunity to get close had just been ruined. What are you doing? Let go of my junior brother. Wei Qing lunged, intending to drag Han Zhan away by force. Steel flashed. Gonyang Jin's sword sliced through the air and barred his path. Your junior brother? Just as I thought. Any man who catches the eye of Gonyang Jin could never be a run-off-the-mill spirit binder. No wonder you're a senior Lee student. Gonyang Jin, scarlet sleeves snapping in the wind, held her ground as Wei Qing pressed closer. Looks like I've struck gold this time. She wasn't Wei Qing's match yet, but the brief clash had convinced her she could break away at will, taking Han Zhan with her unharmed. Pinching Han Zhan's wrist, she declared in a clear, commanding voice, Han Zhan is already my captive husband. He's coming back to the city of malice with me right now. Wei Qing's tiger-like eyes flew open. The infamous she-devil of the city of malice wanted to drag his junior brother off as her plundered bridegroom? The sheer absurdity left him speechless. Before he could protest, a flamboyantly dressed, middle-aged beauty in crimson twisted his ear. If you can't speak properly, shut up. Her sharp gaze shifted to Ganyang Jin. You can't beat the two of us. Hand him over, and you can still leave Daxiao in one piece. A vein throbbed on Han Zhan's forehead. Can these two please learn how to talk? Ganyang Jin simply yanked him against her, pressing so close that not a sliver of space remained. Heat and a faint fragrance enveloped him. He bit the tip of his tongue to stay clear-headed. Lifting her chin in challenge, she said, I'm not letting him go. What are you going to do about it? The standoff turned the air to ice. Han Zhan struggled to lift his head and whispered to Wei Qing, Senior brother, leave me be. The Izanagi engagement is about to start. You're in charge of the first theater, stay on the main front and don't get distracted because of me. Wei Qing slapped the disc on his wrist with a sharp crack, breathing hard. So you really plan to run off with her? All those dainty wives at home aren't enough. Wildflowers smell sweeter than garden blooms, is that it? Forcing himself calm, he added, don't worry about the main front. The fact that I'm standing here, chatting means everything's under control. The Izanagi Serpent clan has 4 8th-tier Serpent Kings. I'll kill 2. Ganyang Jin will take the other 2. The hatchlings were intercepted ahead of schedule, so the lines are under no pressure. Victory is only a matter of time. The words let Han Zhan breathe easier. By rough calculation, he and Ganyang Jin had already solved most of the campaign's problems. The very next instant, the ground roared. High above, surveillance drones captured it all. The corpses of Izanagi serpents, human spirit binders, and their contracted beasts sank together as the earth trembled, swallowed in seconds by shifting sand. Even the 4 8th-tier Serpent Kings vanished without a trace. A crimson array flashed beneath everyone's feet. Ancient lines radiated in all directions, covering the entire battlefield where humans and serpents had fallen. The blood-red glow painted the sky a sinister hue. Boom. After months of defense, Human Pass cracked open, rents tearing down its walls. Human had fallen. The ground split wide, sand pouring away as though devoured by an enormous maw. From the abyss inside the pass, a monstrous serpent head dozens of times larger than an 8th-tier king rose, blotting out the sun. An array that sacrifices millions of lives. Someone croaked. That aura, it's a 9th-tier serpent emperor of the Izanagi clan. Every face on the battlefield tightened with a gravity none of them had ever felt before. The grand sacrificial array of a billion lives was no Zerg feat. When its sigils flared across the wasteland and a pillar of crimson light shot skyward, everyone in the know went ashen. Human traitors. Someone growled. Wei Qing looked down at the scarlet spirit flames bubbling around his feet, fury and loathing swirling in his eyes. Han Zhan had seen grand array of sacrifice in Lin Jingshuan's battle manual. 1. Devised by human array masters, fueled by the death energy of countless lives. 2. The more numerous and powerful the sacrifices, the greater the energy funneled to the core. 3. Once the core forms, it can instantly spawn an unimaginable monstrosity. Who could have guessed someone had etched this murderous array in advance on the Yiki battlefield? When was it laid? Who set it up? Had they really sided with the Zerg? No one had answers. So far, tens of billions of Yiki serpents had fallen to steel and artillery, and tens of thousands of human contract masters lay dead. For 8th-rank Serpent Kings had just been cut down, every drop of their soul energy pouring into the array's heart. Before everyone's eyes, a colossal serpentine skull surfaced at the center, bleached bone, scale patterns still clear. Vertebrae, body, and tail snapped together in turn, forming the full skeleton of a celestial serpent under an unseen force. A celestial serpent 9th rank, once the Yeki's ultimate weapon. A century ago Li Shutong had slain it. Yet someone had smuggled the remains beneath Human Pass and forged them into this array's core. The audacity was chilling. So that's one of the 9th rank's teacher killed? Han Zhan muttered, finally realizing why the young Yiki had recoiled from his ring. Sacrificial power, thick as blood, seeped into the massive bones, knitting them together. Ganyang Jin stared up at the serpent, squeezing her ruination greatblade. Once it's whole, even the two of us can't stop it. Lin Jingshuan's voice snapped over the comms. No time. Wei Qing, pull back. Ministry projections. 30 seconds till full revival. All 8th ranks withdraw now, you might still escape. Wei Qing's reply was ice. We're not leaving. Wei Qing, you command the first war zone. You know what's at stake. This was a sure victory until traitors sabotaged us with this array. Our ironclad line was gutted from within. His voice was low but lethal. Lin Jingxian, tell me, how could I not be furious? At 50, the man radiated battle intent, a pressure that whipped dust into a storm. Those who died were my brothers and sisters of the first war zone. I won't let those bastards have their way. Beside him, Ganyang Jin finally understood. During all their sparring sessions, Wei Qing had never once gone all out. Wei Qing tore off his communicator and hurled it aside. A born fighter, he chose to test his own limits. His pact spirit flashed into view, and with one stride, he became a streak of scarlet flame. Snow White's spiritual breath surged from his shoulders, denser than anything Han Zhan could summon. Life and death hung by a thread. Like Li Shu, his master, Wei Qing wielded the 8 dire fists. If he could force an 8th rank foe to the brink, the next step would be to challenge the 9th rank. He went full speed. A crimson afterimage cut the sky, trailing white mist. Fist winds shook the mountains beneath him. An 8th rank talent stacked with the strongest blow of the 8 dire fists slammed into the sky serpent's bare skull. Boom. The heavens split with a band of deep violet tribulation lightning, plunging straight toward Wei Qing. It was the sky serpent's 9th rank innate art, a strike that would pulverize flesh and bone. Just before it struck, a white portal snapped open above Wei Qing's head. The lightning passed through and vanished. A man in white stepped out, the second war zone's commander, Lin Jingxian. Wei Qing, you reckless brute, he growled. Wei Qing grinned. You cover me. He'll punch a hole through it. His offensive talent was brutally direct. At full power, he could crush an 8th rank and even strip a layer off a 9th rank. The sky serpent wasn't fully formed yet. This was their best chance. Wei Qing knew the risk, but gambled on that sliver of hope. Li Shu had taken him as chief disciple for exactly this resolve. Lin Jingxian wasted no words. He formed seals, gathering spatial force. High overhead, another massive gate opened. The lightning he had swallowed earlier poured back out, blasting the serpent's skull. Lin Jingxian had Wei Qing's back. Behind them, Han Zhan watched the pair and murmured, Senior Gonyang Jin, I want to help. Since learning Han Zhan's true identity, Gonyang Jin no longer tried to stop him. Hide behind me and play. I'll protect you as best I can. The Fuxi Qin was one of the greatest battle supports. Han Zhan sat cross-legged, 10 fingers on the strings. The dragon's soaring etude began. Spiritual energy rushed into the zither like a whale drawing water. Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian's needs were immense. Though only 4th rank, Han Zhan managed to keep up. With the amplification, Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian moved as one. A visible crack spread across the sky serpent's 9th rank skull. 15 seconds left. The fracture ran nearly the full width of the bone. 10 seconds. The serpent absorbed the life and death sacrificial array's power. Flesh started to refill the wound. 5 seconds. The skull was in tatters. One more punch would do it. 1 second. Heaven and earth flipped. Seas shifted and mountains moved. A cold, indifferent voice echoed above them all. Guanshan. Lin Jingxian's fingers flashed through a rapid sequence of seals, sweeping Wei Qing backward at breakneck speed. The moment they opened a full Thessanli gap, the sky and earth around the 9th tier, heavenly serpent abruptly folded in on themselves. It was as if some unseen hand kneaded the land into a colossal sphere. A brown-yellow ball 1,000 li across tore free from the ground, swallowed the serpent whole, and hovered over the battlefield. Move mountains and fill seas. That was Guanshan's SS strength talent. Only now did Lin Jingxian grasp the truth. The person who had quietly buried the serpent's corpse beneath human pass and erected a sacrificial array of hundreds of millions could be no one but Guanshan. The thought had been too horrifying to entertain before. Suspended in midair, Guanshan looked no different from an ordinary 30-something in black-rimmed glasses, yet his voice was calm and cutting. Marshal Wei, Marshal Lin, why did you have to force this? He asked, the words carrying clearly in every direction. Had you not tried to destroy the serpent's remains, I could have stayed hidden, still guarding the front for Daxia. At least my public identity would have remained intact. Now it's too late. It was you. Wei Qing roared. It was, Guanshan replied evenly. In raw power, he was no match for the two marshals, but his talent could delay them for a few precious seconds. That was all the time the heavenly serpent needed to complete its final awakening. A tidal wave of terror rippled through the air. Elsewhere, Han Zhan cast a grave look at Gonyang Jin. Senior, how deep is your understanding of the sword? Puzzled by the timing, she still answered without hesitation. Below the 8th tier, no one can rival me. Above it, I can at least hold my own. As a notorious villainess of Wicked City, her confidence in her swordsmanship was absolute. Given that the 9th tier serpent is waking, what chance do the 4 of us stand together? Han Zhan pressed. None, Gonyang Jin said flatly. Certain death. That creature once nearly destroyed Daxia. Even 3 8th tier experts couldn't take it down. Han Zhan nodded and posed one last question. Senior Gonyang Jin, if making a pact with me could keep you alive though it would mean a long sleep, would you do it? Surprise flashed across her face, then she followed her heart. A pact with you is always my wish. If it gives us even a sliver of hope against that serpent, I'm willing. Han Zhan was only 4th tier, Gonyang Jin a peak 8th, yet she felt an inexplicable faith in the young man. He had been able to purge the hidden wounds left by a 9th rank insect emperor. After that, no deed, however earth-shaking, was beyond his reach. Once Gonyang Jin gave her firm consent, Han Zhan no longer wavered. He slammed his foot against the rocky ground, which rippled like water. From beneath him, a complex contract sigil spread outward at blinding speed, pushing Gonyang Jin to its center. A pillar of white light shot skyward, wrapping her in brilliance as bright as noon. The sudden spectacle drew every eye. Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian grew anxious, unable to fathom why, at a life-or-death moment, Han Zhan would choose to forge a contract. Guanshan only folded his arms and sneered for him. Nothing short of Li Shu's personal arrival could save anyone from the newly awakened ninth-rank Sky Serpent. This is a deadfall, Guanshan muttered. You cannot win. The Xia is finished. As his words faded, the massive earthen sphere behind him exploded. A fully matured ninth-rank Sky Serpent reared up, obsidian scales glinting with a cold light. Its oppressive aura blanketed the field. Many found they could not even lift their arms. Amid that crushing pressure, the contract between Han Zhan and Gonyang Jin completed. Han Zhan's eyes blazed gold, a booming hum erupted, and an invisible ripple spread from his chest. When it brushed Gonyang Jin, their minds locked together, and the answers to the three questions posed at the start of the pact surfaced at once. Han Zhan, fourth-year spirit contract master. Innate abilities, divine radiance, self-insight, daoic unity. Newly awakened ability, armament descent. Armament descent allows the forcible awakening of an ancient divine weapon that has yet to manifest its spirit and grants it a soul. Restriction 1. The recipient must wield the same type of weapon and possess profound mastery of it. Otherwise, body and spirit will shatter the moment the soul merges. Restriction 2. If the recipient barely qualifies while the contract master's rank is insufficient, the weapon will manifest once, then fall dormant until the master grows stronger. Restriction 3. When both recipient and master meet all requirements, the soul transfer succeeds at full potency. Armament descent is achieved. The power is vast, the shackles equally harsh. Had Han Zhan not been a transmigrator, he would never have known the roster of ancient weapons, let alone summoned one by name. The contract had barely taken effect before he invoked armament descent. This time he called forth one of the 10 great divine weapons, the peerless sword Xianyuan. High above, the clouds were torn to shreds. From an unseeable height, the sword's titanic tip began its slow descent, eclipsing the sky. On its face were carved sun, moon, and stars. On its back, mountains, rivers, and forests. One side of the hilt bore the arts of agriculture and husbandry, the other, the design for unifying the four seas. Within it slept boundless might, forged from birth to smite monsters and demons. Even the ninth-rank Sky Serpent dared not look up. Its proud head drooped, its colossal body shuddering. Only then did Han Zhan's voice roll across the battlefield like a great bell. Remember its name, Xuan Yuan sword. The sword's golden soul cascaded in streaks of light, pouring into Gonyang Jin. The colossal blade in her hands, already battered beyond repair, rang sharply. From tip to hilt it shattered into iron dust. When the outer shell was gone, the weapon shrank by 2/3 and reformed, becoming the exact likeness of the Xianyuan sword that had hung in the heavens. System update. Gonyang Jin SS rank contract spirit. Manifested form, Xianyuan sword. Divinity, the sacred blade of the Tao. Gonyang Jin seized the Xianyuan sword. In an instant, blazing layers of gold wrapped around her black battle garb, making her appear like a celestial maiden descended from the ninth heaven, inviolate and untouchable. As the blade hummed, she drew the sword's entire spirit into herself. Her aura flared within the light and soared above that of the newly awakened ninth-grade Sky Serpent before her. The beast, dormant for a century, sensed true mortal danger from a human for the first time. Its massive tail whipped the air, fury and shock burning in its slit pupils, and its roar shook the heavens. Sort of the sacred path cleave. Gonyang Jin flicked her wrist. A searing beam of sword light condensed to a pinpoint the size of a grain of rice and shot forward. There was no thunderous crash, no storm yet in the next heartbeat. An identical golden spark bloomed on the serpent's thick skull. Time seemed to freeze. The monster's vast body hung motionless in midair. Guanshan's expression darkened. He tried to act amid the chaos, but a translucent halo suddenly bound his limbs. Lin Jingxian formed a seal, and Wei Qing drove a heavy fist into the back of Guanshan's head. The traitor twitched once and dropped unconscious. Robbed of its ninth-grade aura, the Sky Serpent crashed to the ground. Lin Jingxian swept a sleeve, teleporting the massive corpse along with shattered rock and sand. All vanished in an instant. Only then did he and Wei Qing turn toward Han Zhan. Across the field, Gonyang Jin sheathed the sword, offered Han Zhan a gentle smile, and then dissolved into countless motes of gold, tiny meteors returning to the blade where she fell into deep slumber. That was the price she chose to pay. Han Zhan offered no further explanation. Everyone was alive, the traitor subdued, the Sky Serpent slain. This was the best outcome possible. She went this far for you. She's nothing like the she-devil the rumors describe, Wei Qing murmured. Lin Jingxian shook his head. Without the two of you, Great Xia would have been crippled today. Well done, Han Zhan, but it's not over yet. They followed his gaze. Beyond the shattered human pass, an endless horde of Izanagi serpents was launching its final charge. With the gate in ruins, they had closed with the contract mages of Great Xia. The last chapter was underway. Han Zhan tried to store the Xianyuan's sword in his Sumeru space, but it refused to go. He borrowed an ancient bronze scabbard from Wei Qing and strapped it to his back. Rest easy. It'll keep breaking through until I'm strong enough to wake you again, he whispered to the sleeping Gonyang Jin within the blade. Then he turned to Wei Qing. Senior brother, let's get back out there and finish this fight. Right behind you, Wei Qing replied. With no tidal reinforcements, no 4 8th grade Serpent Kings to anchor the lines, and the 9th grade Sky Serpent already cut down, the Izanagi Serpent's desperate charge became wholesale suicide. The contract mages of Great Xia fought harder with every breath, shredding the serpent ranks inch by inch until the last creature collapsed in its own blood. Silence fell, then a tidal wave of cheers erupted across the scorched earth. Some wept, others howled at the sky. After months of brutal war, humanity had prevailed at last. Han Zhan stood on the battlefield as well. Surrounded by roars and battle cries, he felt exhilarated and refreshed. In that moment he finally understood why his teacher, Li Shutong, had insisted on sending him to the front. The reek of blood mixed with gunpowder, while broken stones and tattered banners rolled underfoot. Only in such a brutal setting could one's spirit be truly forged. This journey had brought him more than progress in cultivation, it had broadened his resolve and vision. At the head of the column, Wei Qing clutched the Daxia standard he had prepared and climbed step by step onto the tallest guard tower in the Aiki Serpent Clan's camp. The setting sun cast crimson and gold across the flag as he drove the pole deep into a crack in the stone. In that instant, every soldier stared upward. Daxia had reclaimed what was rightfully hers. Daxia will triumph. Wei Qing shouted. Daxia will triumph. Daxia will triumph. The response rolled like thunder across the scorched earth and shattered walls. Amid that deafening chorus, the Battle of Aiki drew to its close. When the fighting was over, Wei Qing led Han Zhan away from the noise to a clearing encircled by yellow silk. It was the cemetery for every soldier who had fallen. In the entire engagement, 58,320 battle-tamer mages and contracted beasts had Dieta figure that pressed on the heart. Anything but a cold statistic. Han Zhan gazed out at the dense gravestone sand endless gray forest. Each stone bore a photo, a name, and an epitaph, some solemn, some playful. When I get back, I'm eating 10 bowls of pickled mustard pork noodles. Mom, don't wait for me this new year. Wei Qing, you owe me 500,000 credits, plus 250 for hazard pay up when I get back. M33. The family says marry, but marriage can't beat fighting aliens. Proud to serve Daxia, spirit, 3,000 miles long. Kill the foe. Another drink? Line after line. The words felt like the living standing before him. Han Zhan had never met them, yet he seemed to know their smiles, quirks, and dreams. The impact left him breathless. Wei Qing said nothing. He walked softly among the stones, fingertips brushing the cold granite, head bowed in silent tribute. The victory was theirs as well. Before leaving, Wei Qing patted Han Zhan's shoulder and whispered, "Thank you." Without help from Han Zhan and Gonyang Jin, the death toll would have been 10 times higher, and his gratitude ran deep. What was Guanshan's epitaph? Han Zhan suddenly asked. Wei Qing paused, then answered, "The world lacks wisdom, so I walk alone." Han Zhan pictured Guanshan's wooden expression and nodded. Fits him. The Battle of Aiki had ended sooner than expected. In 2 days Han Zhan would return to Deep Blue City. Wei Qing looked at him. "Senior brother, your battlefield is over, but mine is just beginning." "You mean Dawn?" Wei Qing's gaze darkened. Every thread pointed to the same organization, Dawn. Had Han Zhan not narrowly escaped several times, he would already be dead. Whether for personal vengeance or as Li Shutong's student, he now stood openly against them. The war against alien races raged at the front. The war against Dawn hid in the rear, in deeper shadows. Wei Qing lowered his voice. "Going in alone will be brutal. They even pulled in Guanshan. Who knows how many agents they've planted inside Daxia. I heard what happened in Deep Blue City. Their net is cast wide, and whoever pulls the strings may sit at the very top. Fighting them will be hard." Han Zhan glanced back at the silent graves, his gaze lingering on row after row of headstones. He clenched his fists, his voice low but resolute. "I won't be alone." Han Zhan traveled back to Deep Blue City aboard a troop carrier. The low hum of the engines filled the hold, and the metal bulkheads gleamed softly in the fading light. Scores of victorious bondmasters and their spirits shared the cabin with him, chatting or sorting their gear while enjoying the calm that follows battle. Every so often someone glanced toward the young man in the last row, the youngest recipient of the Violet Heart Medal. It was Han Zhan who had destroyed most of the Serpent Swarm, cutting the hatchlings off from the main force and buying the front line's precious time. The medal had been created by Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian as the highest honor they could safely award him. Slaying a 9th-tier sky serpent should have earned him Great Xia's top commendation, but the publicity would have thrust him into the spotlight and attracted the Dawn Syndicate's attention. The Violet Heart was the most they dared to announce, yet it still dazzled the soldiers. Noticing their respectful looks, Han Zhan brushed the sword case on his back and whispered to himself, "This glory belongs to Gonyang Jin. Hold on, it'll wake you soon." The carrier stopped at several coastal ports, and dusk had settled by the time it reached deep blue. Li Shutong was already waiting at the pier, flanked by Xia Yue and Li Lingjun, whom Han Zhan had not seen for more than half a month. When the hatch lowered, the two girls dashed forward and seized his arms. After a few words to reassure them, Han Zhan stepped toward his mentor and bowed. "Teacher, good, I'm glad you're back." Li Shutong's gaze shifted to the sword case. "Jingxian told me what happened at the front. We owe this victory to you and Gonyang Jin. If you need anything for her recovery, just say so." He paused, one eyebrow lifting. "You are already 4th tier?" Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th tier required enormous spirit energy. In Great Xia's history, breakthroughs as rapid as Han Zhan's were exceedingly rare. Li Shutong kept his voice even, though he was astonished. "Tier 3 is a threshold," he said. "Beyond 4, everything changes. Since you've crossed it early, study the theory at once." Han Zhan nodded, recalling the meticulous notes Lin Jingxian had compiled. They explained that from the 4th to the 5th tier, neither bondmasters nor spirits could rely on energy absorption alone. They also needed an extremely rare substance called a spirit core. These cores sometimes formed inside high-grade insectoids, crystallizing their purest life force, and each one granted a random enhancement. A soft glow bloomed in Li Shutong's palm. A flawless, translucent orb floated above his hand. "This," he said calmly, "is a 9th tier spirit core." A 9th tier core. Han Zhan drew a sharp breath, amazed. Items this rare were usually classified as strategic assets. He had already considered using a core, and of course the higher the tier, the greater the benefit after consumption. But tier 9? He had never even considered it. Li Shutong raised his hand and passed the pitch black, finely scaled core to Han Zhan. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through time itself. "This is the 9th tier heavenly serpent from the Yazaki serpent clan," he said, voice calm but edged with steel. "I killed it myself years ago and kept the core. You just slew it again after the array revived its body. No one deserves this more than you." The formation restored only flesh. Its true gifts were still sealed inside. Otherwise, our fight wouldn't have been so easy. Understanding dawned on Han Zhan. A beast core preserved its native talents, which was exactly why humans coveted them. Who would turn down extra powers? Still, he asked, "Don't you need it, teacher? A 9th tier core is priceless. People would kill for it." "I can't use it," Li Shutong said, hands clasped behind his back. "Not unless I break past tier 9 and reach the legendary realm of Transcendence." There was no boasting in his tone, only a hunger for higher heights. A century ago he had slain 3 9th tier insect emperors. Today he stood solidly at 9th tier spirit binder. Since that was the case, Han Zhan stopped refusing and accepted the core with solemn care. As a brand new 4th tier fighter, he still had one fusion slot left. After a single heartbeat of hesitation, he put the core in his mouth. The icy material melted at once, turning into scorching energy that rushed down his throat and surged through his meridians. Within a few breaths, the fusion was complete. Vast 9th tier power roared awake inside him. Heavenly Serpent Physique. 1. Greatly enhances defense, speed, and strength. 2. Grants mastery over earth, wind, water, and fire, along with matching resistances. The short description alone made Han Zhan's blood race. Baji Fist and Longxiang Maneuver already gave him close-quarters skill on par with most 5th tier fighters. Stacking the Heavenly Serpent Physique nearly doubled his burst power. As for elemental control, Head had the Fuxi Harp's heavenly intent. For symbols from the start, with the serpent's boost, wielding the 4 elements felt almost instinctive. "Remember," Li Shutong said earnestly, "your 4th tier core is your foundation. It decides your future ceiling. With a 9th tier core as your base, your potential is limitless." He sighed. "Back at 4th tier, I could only scrape together a 7th tier core. I've been constrained ever since. The future's wide open." He laughed heartily and patted Han Zhan's shoulder. "Thank you, teacher." Han Zhan clenched his fists, barely containing his excitement. Lucky indeed. An SS Great Awakening. Apprenticeship under humanity's strongest spirit binder had avoided countless detours. Li Shutong waved a hand. "You two haven't seen each other in ages. They'll get out of the way." With that, he strode off, leaving the courtyard to Xia Yue and Li Lingjun. Xia Yue stepped closer, eyes half teasing, half aggrieved. "Word is you picked up a new contract spirit at the front?" Under her stare, Han Zhan's scalp tingled. He hurriedly laid out every detail of his meeting with Gonyang Jin. Only then did the two women drop their accusatory stance, trade a meaningful look, and immediately launched into a full-blown interrogation. The next morning at dawn, Han Zhan opened his eyes and reached for the person beside him, only to touch a cold sheet. He turned and found Li Lingjun curled up on a chair, face close to her laptop, slender fingers clattering across the keys. She was barefoot, wearing nothing but his shirt, the hem barely covering the tops of her thighs and showing off a long, graceful curve of leg. Curious, Han Zhan leaned over to glance at the flashing text on the screen, then quickly looked away. Li Lingjun was fully absorbed, her eyes sparkling. Inspiration hit last night. It would be a waste not to get it down right away. You're nothing if not dedicated. Han Zhan clicked his tongue. But with that level of steam, ITLL get banned for sure. If the official platforms won't have it, I can always go underground, she shrugged. I didn't earn the bestseller badge for nothing. Her cocky confidence left him speechless, but remembering she was Li Shutong's granddaughter, he let it slide. Li Lingxin's gaze slid from the screen to Han Zhan, eyes brightening. It's still early. Want to help me gather a bit more inspiration? What do you think I am? Han Zhan pretended to glare. Don't treat me like a saint, she shot back, fearless. Lines exist to be crossed. You too, knock it off. I'm still here, Xia Yue called from the sofa arm. She hugged a slim communicator and scrolled an e-book, expression exasperated. Han Zhan caught the title. Empress Chronicles? Yue, you're actually reading that? In his memory, Xia Yue had always been diligent and studious. After barely half a month apart, she had fallen into web novels? He couldn't help doubting. Li Lingjun raised a hand in protest. Not my doing. She said you'll end up juggling a dozen girls sooner or later. So as the Empress, she has to learn how to deal with the concubines. Now that's commitment to learning. Han Zhan laughed helplessly. Lingjun, Xia Yue squealed, clapping a hand over Li Lingxin's mouth. The two girls tussled, hems flying, heedless of flashing skin, and Han Zhan felt head struck it rich. When the commotion finally settled, the three shuffled out. In the dining room, Li Shutong had already laid out a steaming breakfast. Morinda black bean soup, sea cucumber and goji broth, sistanch and blackbone chicken stew with yam and walnut, lily and soft-shelled turtle soup. Each dish was thick and fragrant with medicinal herbs. Drink while it's hot. I even called in favors at Longevity Corporation to get these ingredients, the old man said offhandedly, though pride tinged his voice. Han Zhan eyed the spread of potent tonics, the corner of his mouth twitching. He lowered his voice. Master, am not that depleted, am I? Oh. Li Shutong raised a brow. So, will you drink or not? He'll drink. Han Zhan grabbed a bowl and downed it in one go. After the apocalypse, ingredients like these were nearly impossible to find. Only a fool would refuse, especially when his teacher had gone to such lengths. Li Shutong added, I mixed in a few awakened herbs to balance your energy. You just came off the battlefield, your cultivation is unstable. You need the nourishment. The quiet concern warmed Han Zhan's chest. He nodded earnestly. After finishing the soup, he set the bowl down and looked up at Li Shutong. So what's the plan now? It was the same question Li Shutong had asked Han Zhan more than half a month ago. Back then Han Zhan had given only 3 words, get stronger. Today, faced with the same inquiry, he paused. I'd like to take a few days off. Glancing at the 2 bright-eyed girls beside him, he added openly, I want to spend more time with them. Li Shutong didn't press the matter. He just nodded. He knew the frontline fighting had given Han Zhan more than a leap in cultivation, it had given him something far more concrete. After witnessing Gonyang Jin become a living sword, and seeing that field of graves and their epitaphs, Han Zhan's outlook finally gained depth. Power was still his goal, but it could not come at the expense of the people around him. If he reached the end of the road only to look back and find no one there, what would strength be worth? Xia Yue and Li Lingjun heard these heartfelt words and felt as though honey had flooded their hearts, sweet enough to spill from their lips. Since meeting Han Zhan, he had always been charging forward, paying little attention to feelings, so this simple promise meant the world to them. Seeing Han Zhan's earnest yet slightly embarrassed expression and the contentment glowing in the girl's eyes, Li Shutong couldn't help but laugh and curse. You little rascal. Han Zhan laughed along with him. By the way, I don't see Miss Shang, Han Zhan asked curiously. The moment he spoke, Xia Yue and Li Lingjun wiped their smiles away and stared at him in unison. Teeth grinding, wasn't he already eating from his bowl, yet still eyeing the pot? You mean Siting? She recently used an awakening stone and ended up with an erranked talent, so the Shang clan rushed her home. Erranked talent? Han Zhan rubbed his chin, surprised. What are the odds? We have no idea what sort of a rank talent it is. Li Shutong shook his head. She barely had time to tell us before they whisked her away. Seeing this, Han Zhan let the matter drop. After the meal, he agreed to take Xia Yue and Li Lingjun for a stroll through Deep Blue City. He had been away for quite a while, and the place had changed dramatically. Uniformed city guardians were everywhere along the broad avenues. When an elderly woman wanted to cross the street, 2 guardians immediately stepped forward to help her. When a couple quarreled in public, a guardian acted as mediator and calmed them down. Every few dozen meters, a guardian wearing a headset patrolled, alert and energetic. Are these really the city guardians I know? Han Zhan was speechless. In his memory, they were government loafers who couldn't even be bothered to pick up credit assignments. Now they were completely different. Xia Yue explained that after Zhao Hu's death, the captaincy of Squad 1 had been vacant. The authorities wanted to make Deep Blue City the first pilot city after the recent incident, so they promoted a newcomer to captain ahead of schedule. Who is it? Han Zhan blurted out. Xia Yue and Li Lingjun exchanged a smile. Someone you know, Yifan. Yifan. The news hit harder than when we'd just seen a guardian escort an old granny across the street. Yifan is captain of Deep Blue City's first squad? Are we absolutely sure this is a Guardian pilot program and not a Boozehound pilot program? Han Zhan pressed, still stunned. Buffed Xia Yue couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. Li Lingjun clapped Han Zhan on the shoulder. Trust me, you'll be seeing him again soon enough. Strolling down the spotless street, the three chatted idly. Passers-by were smiling more than they used to, and the Guardians on patrol looked especially motivated. For a rearline city, Deep Blue's new spirit was impressive. They stopped in front of a familiar building, the old Breeze Ballroom. The sign had been replaced with Breeze Tavern, and a freshly painted wooden placard hung beside the door. Come on, he's inside, Li Lingjun said, pausing with a warning grin. Try not to be too shocked. Since when does seeing Fan require a warning? Han Zhan muttered, yet he was the first to push open the heavy wooden door. Under warm lights, Fan sat on a tall stool at center stage, head bowed over a microphone, eyes full of melancholy. Who was unseen just yesterday, who shed tears in midnight sway. So faint, so slight, left nothing to say. The audience, mostly women, answered with waves of shrieks and applause. Bravo! So handsome! Moody poet! Moody poet! Even Han Zhan's imagination hadn't prepared him for this. Li Lingjun pointed toward the stage. There you have it, Deep Blue's very own moody poet. I write gritty realism, so you can imagine how I feel about Rhymianodyme verse. His tone oozed disdain, the classic band author. Still, plenty of locals loved it, and Fan already had a solid fan base. With prize money from the government, Head bought the old ballroom, renamed it Breeze Tavern, and kept the drinks flowing. Then inspiration struck. He applied to the Guardians. The officials, eager to set up a showcase squad in Deep Blue, checked his record and signed him on the spot captain of First Squad. Each day after work, he came back to drink and recite poetry, and the moody poet legend took off. This progression is downright absurd, Han Zhan muttered after the explanation, clicking his tongue in disbelief. On stage, Fan accepted bouquets from several wealthy patrons, thanked them, and gave each a quick hug. Spotting the trio at the door, he waved, then raised his voice. Honored guests have arrived. Drinks are on the house tonight. Woohoo! Boss, you're the best. Long live the boss. The tavern erupted. Fan hurried over and locked eyes with Han Zhan. Long time no see. Long time no see. Han Zhan noted the healthy glow in his friend's face and relaxed. Looks like you've finally moved past what happened with Bai Shuang. Time heals everything. Fan froze, confusion clouding his expression. He stared at Han Zhan and asked, who's Bai Shuang? Not only Fan but even Xia Yue and Li Lingjun were staring at him in bewilderment. Han Zhan could see they weren't pretending, so he stopped pressing and let the matter drop. Fan blinked, then suddenly slapped the table and burst out laughing. Come on. Word is you came back from the front a hero. Tonight it's on Muir, not leaving until we're drunk. In their familiar window booth, several glasses of strong liquor quickly crowded the table. While the toasts circled, Han Zhan used the chance to probe Fan about his recent situation. It matched almost exactly what Li Lingjun had told him. The protectors had chosen Deep Blue City as a pilot site for reform. The points system was gone, replaced by a fixed salary, performance bonuses, set working hours, weekends off, and full benefits, turning the protectors into ordinary office workers. Han Zhan pinched his chin, amusement flickering in his eyes. Fan sipped his drink and suddenly changed the subject. Too bad you picked a rough time to come home. He swirled his glass, the half-full amber liquor lapping at the rim. Deep Blue City's been swarming with outsiders lately. Outsiders? Han Zhan raised an eyebrow. Yeah, and every one of them is here because of you. Fan decided to lay it all out. 3 youths from the Li clan showed up saying they want to challenge you. Kanshong Technology wants you to endorse their newest mech line, the Zhan series. And people from Chongqing Corporation are asking around about you, though no one knows why. All 3 top powers at once. Han Zhan's thoughts raced. The Li clan was probably his mentor Li Shutong's family. A mech called the Zhan series sounded anything but peaceful. Chongqing was famous for secrecy. Clearly his teacher had known all this, and kept quiet, maybe as a surprise. The thought had barely formed when the tavern door swung open again. It was November, and a blast of wind swept dead leaves inside, making the patrons hunch their shoulders. A hot-tempered drinker shouted, "Damn it! Who leaves the door open? Shut it!" "Yeah, what's your problem?" Someone at another table echoed. The newcomer acted as though he heard none of it. A young man's clear, arrogant voice rang out. "I hear the owner of Micro Breeze Tavern knows Han Zhan. Get out here. Li Changhao, heir of the Li clan, wants a word." "The Li clan? Which one? Don't tell me the Jinghai Lis." A patron mocked. The laugh cut off as though a hand had closed around the man's throat, and he was flung sideways, smashing tables and chairs. Behind the bar, Fan drained his glass, then slammed it onto the floor, shattering it with a sharp crack. "In the owner of Micro Breeze Tavern. Keep your hands where I can see them. I don't care which Li clan you're from, step out of line, and they'll put you down all the same." Han Zhan started to rise as well, but Fan stopped him with a look. "They're not here for friendly conversation. Let me test the waters first," Fan said lightly, as though making small talk. Han Zhan wanted to object, yet Fan placed a hand over his golden light, flashed between Fan's fingers, and disappeared in a blink. The sharp burst of power sliced past Han Zhan's chest like a blade. Fourth tier. Yifan strode toward the door. Their booth hugged the window, so Han Zhan could see the street outside. Three young men his own age stood there with chins raised and eyes full of contempt, radiating the air of the privileged. Li Clan? He asked casually, remembering one sat at their table. Three idiots, Li Lingjun snorted. She spoke quickly but made her point clear. The trio had refused to bond with spirit beasts and instead forged their bodies, just like the crowd worshipping the war god Li Shutong. The Li clan had always loved to fight. Once, they'd produced a war god. Spirit contracts weren't the only road to power. Li Shutong blazed another trail altogether, and plenty now followed it. As more ancient ruins came to light, humanity's quest for strength branched into multiple tech trees. The tech path, led by Sanshang Corporation. The mutation path, led by Chongqing Corporation. Only those with shallow roots still clung to spirit contracts. More odd facts crammed into Han Zhan's brain. The rich leaned on tech or mutations, the poor on spirit bonds. No wonder Ivy Academy's admissions grew tougher every year. Lose your spirit partner and you're half crippled. And even if you sign another, compatibility is never certain. A forced pairing is rarely sweet. Could stake their future on someone else. The upper crust certainly didn't want their daughters becoming anyone's spirit companion. Reality was harsh. Snapping back, he focused on Yifan stepping outside. So you're Yifan, owner of Breezewind Tavern and captain of Azure City's first squad? The short-haired youth in the center folded his arms, his gaze defiant. Yifan still wore a white shirt. He tossed his black jacket onto a bench, undid his cuff buttons without looking up, and slowly rolled his sleeves to his forearms. The dismissive gesture made the three faces opposite him darken. Have you set up a stabilizer? I'd hate to bring the roof down, Yifan drawled once his sleeves were in place. Stabilizers were top-tier Sanshang tech, able to absorb destructive force within a set radius. Whether city guardians fighting insect swarms or gifted duelists settling scores, no one battled without them. The short-haired youth, wearing the smuggest grin, signaled his partners. They flung four palm-sized silver spheres around the area. The balls rolled across the ground, and in a flash the entire Breezewind Tavern lay inside their field. The illustrious Li clan could easily foot that bill. That guy in the middle is Li Chonghao, supposedly the most gifted member of the Li family's younger generation. While topping off Han Zhan's coffee, Li Lingjun lowered her voice to introduce him. Before she could set the cup down, Han Zhan pulled her over, pressing her into the narrow booth beside him so their shoulders touched in an unmistakably intimate pose. Under the dim lights, Li Lingxun's pale lavender dress drew every eye. Dark plaid traced her waist, and the hem, edged with gauzy lavender lace, revealed two slim alabaster calves. Wrapped in Han Zhan's arm, she clicked her tongue softly but didn't resist, instead scooting closer. The booth in the tavern's corner was anonymous enough. Other than her girlfriends and the powerfully masculine man beside her, few noticed them. A sly curve tugged at Li Lingxun's lips. If Han Zhan knew she'd just written the three of them into a steamy mental screenplay, his jaw would hit the floor and he'd probably applaud her professional flair. And the other two? Who are they? Han Zhan, oblivious to her daydream, kept asking. Cannon fodder, Li Lingjun replied offhandedly. On the main floor, Cannon fodder 1 and 2 quietly stepped back, leaving the space clear for Li Chonghao and Yifan. Interesting. Let's see what you can do, Yifan rumbled. In the next heartbeat, a golden film spread across his skin, coating him in pale gilding that blazed under the lights. S-class gift indestructible, Li Chonghao snorted, and his figure blinked out of sight. An instant later he appeared above Yifan, fist cocked, driving it down at the top of his skull, a killing blow. Clang. The clang of metal on metal rattled Li Changhao's knuckles, the rebound lancing through his arm. The golden light at Yifan's crown shattered into sparks, then snapped back together. Using the recoil, Li Chonghao darted away, trying to open distance. But Yifan, once a combat contract master, had no intention of letting him breathe. Swathed in gold, Yifan looked like a living statue, brilliance pouring from every inch of him. Indestructible granted more than absurd defense. The energy roared through his meridians, multiplying his strength. Boom. Yifan stamped forward, and, though he moved second, his golden fist smashed into Li Changhao's chest. Li Changhao's breath hitched. It felt like being rammed by a heavyweight Zerg bull, yet he didn't fly backward. His feet stayed planted, converting the force into a sliding retreat that carved two deep grooves in the floor. Nice punch, he said, rubbing his chest, eyes alight as if that hit were only a warm-up. Yifan, however, knew that strike had already pushed fourth-tier energy to its limit. This cocky youngster was no soft target. Just then a faint white mist drifted up from Li Changhao's head. Again, 8-burst fist. Han Zhan blurted as Li Chonghao attacked again. In the middle of the arena, Yifan's eardrums rang. A muffled boom hummed, the sound of compressed air being torn apart by something moving at extreme speed. An afterimage ripped across his vision, and Li Chonghao was suddenly right in front of him. It's him. Li Changhao's lips curled into a near-manic grin. Meeting an opponent heated was always his favorite way to fight. Brute, Yifan muttered. Thank you. That's exactly what I am. Li Changhao laughed, driving his fist forward once more. This punch was wrapped in a milky white aura. If the first burst had been a sports car, the power of the second burst was a train at full speed. Yifan dared not slack off. He poured every bit of strength he had into his body, his immortal talent turning into a golden radiance that shielded him. Clang! The fist hammered his abdomen, the impact ringing like a sledgehammer striking a bell. Ha ha ha, that's the rush. Li Changhao's assault suddenly accelerated, every blow landing solidly. Each impact sent ripples through the golden barrier, which multiplied until they fell like a summer downpour. As the layers stacked, flakes of gold began to peel away. His speed and power had increased more than tenfold. What is that white aura? Some kind of special ability, a bloodline talent? Yifan guarded his vitals while looking for openings, but every counterpunch hit nothing but air. Li Changhao never even slowed. The storm of attacks pushed Yifan onto the back foot within moments. Among the younger generation of the Li clan, Li Changhao was the first to unlock the second burst of the 8-burst fist, and right now Yifan was clearly outmatched. On the sidelines, Li Lingjun was about to shout a warning when she suddenly realized Han Zhan had vanished. Another flurry smashed into Yifan's abdomen. Even with his immortal gift, he felt the golden shield about to shatter. One thought echoed in his mind. So this is the Li clan? If Li Shutong, one of our war gods, comes from this family, then their reputation is well-deserved. Li Changhao grew wilder with every exchange, white steam boiling over his skin. The outside world really is fun. You're way tougher than those glass cannons back home. Too bad this is as far as you go. He inhaled sharply, stepped in, and drove an uppercut toward Yifan's chin. In the next instant, his grin froze. The Shirkill punch was caught and stopped by another hand. A young man about his age was standing quietly at Yifan's side. When did he get here? Li Changhao's eyes narrowed. I recognize you. You're Han Zhan, the one granduncle took as a disciple. No, you're not fit to be his disciple, Li Changhao added, jealousy edging his voice. Whether I'm worthy isn't up to you, Han Zhan replied calmly. If you have a problem, take it up with granduncle. Don't waste your breath here. The word stuck in Li Changhao's chest like a stone. What's your relationship with Li Lingjun? The first lackey demanded, still unwilling to let it go. What's your relationship? Han Zhan heard the question and let a faint smile tug at his lips. We're as close as Guan and Bao. What's that supposed to mean? The two attendants across from him traded confused glances. The sharper one, Li Changhao, looked as if had been clubbed over the head, his face turning ashen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You? His voice came out raspy. Yeah, Han Zhan said, pointing to his own chest. Me. Before the words faded, Li Changhao dove straight into action. Power burst from his core, second gate unlocked. A shockwave kicked up dust while he rocketed forward like a shell. The aura stretching behind him sharpened into a needle that whined through the air. With this punch, he meant to settle scores for himself and the entire Li clan. I've opened the second gate, he roared, fist slicing the wind. After this, how much life will you have left? I'd say all of it. Han Zhan still stood rooted to the spot. While he spoke, white mist surged up behind him, thicker and hotter than Li Changhao. An instant later, the roaring energy molded itself into a sleek suit of armor that wrapped him head to toe. Next to it, Li Changhao's aura looked paper-thin. Li Changhao's mind reeled, but his punch was already committed. Before he could adjust, Han Zhan blurred forward so fast it felt like teleportation. One hand clamped onto Li Changhao's forehead and drove it downward. Bang! The back of Li Changhao's skull smashed into the ground, stone fragments and dust exploding outward. Only one thought echoed in his head. How can he have opened the third gate? He's only been training 3 or 4 months. Cold concrete and engulfing darkness were the only answers. Han Zhan straightened, his aura rolling like that of a war god. He looked down at the two attendants still standing. Talk. You spoiled Beijing aristocrats didn't trek all the way to Deep Blue City just for a nobody like me, did you? Watching Li Changhao go down in one move, the pair swallowed hard. We're here to find the war god and deliver a letter. Outside Deep Blue City, in a modest tea house. Second uncle, the clan elders asked me to bring you this letter. The speaker was a middle-aged man whose features resembled his companions by 6 or 7 parts. Second uncle, you left the Li clan years ago, and the times have turned perilous. The elders want you back to steer the clan through the storm. Li Shutong drank his tea in silence. Even a brief glance from him made the middle-aged man uneasy. Fengchun, Li Shutong said suddenly. How many gates have you reached in the 8-gate fist? 3, Li Fengchun replied honestly. When I left, did I not pass on the entire 8-gate fist to the clan? You did, along with detailed training notes, everything. In the past century, how has the Li clan fared in Jinghai on the strength of my name? Exceptionally well, Li Fengchun murmured. Everyone calls us Daxia's top clan. No one dares offend the war god. Everyone wants our favor. After 3 questions, Li Shutong raised his eyes. I owe the Li clan nothing. If that's the case, why do those old men still want me back? No family thrives forever. When descendants stop striving and live off ancestral glory alone, how long can that last? He set the teacup gently on the table. If the Li clan is destined to fall, then let it fall. A messenger, huh? Han Zhan lowered his fist. The pale mist swirling around him darted back into his body like a school of startled fish and vanished without a trace. The Li clan prodigy Li Changhao, sprawled on the ground, had already regained consciousness. Purebird fighters could take a beating. Yet pride kept him motionless. Getting up now felt more humiliating than playing dead, so he let two teammates half-drag him away. Nearby, Yifan dropped his immortal state, flexed his wrist, and strolled over. What do we do with these Li clan guys? Han Zhan asked casually. What else? Yifan shrugged. Let him go. Someone powerful's watching your back, and I don't want Deep Blue City's pilot zone becoming the least target range. Come on, let's get a drink. Yifan rubbed his still sore stomach and grumbled to himself. Fighting will never be as much fun as drinking. I've never liked throwing punches. The whole incident was nothing but a brief sideshow. The group returned to the Breeze Tavern, drank to their heart's content, and only broke up when the night grew deep. Deep Blue City, a narrow, unremarkable alley. A manhole cover rattled softly, and several gray-furred rats poked out their heads. Their eyes shone with uncanny intelligence. After scanning the area, they climbed out one by one. I still don't get it, one rat said in a clear human voice. If the company wants Han Zhan, why not approach him openly? Idiot, another snorted. He's living with the war god of Great Xia. If you want to negotiate with that man face to face, be my guest. Then why sneak into Deep Blue City at all? Why the secret assignment? Silence fell. After a moment, the largest rat whispered 3 words, Shennong Cauldron. Han Zhan just came back from the front. He'll be resting. We wait until his guard's down, then approach him alone. Don't alert anyone else, especially that man. The rats nodded, clearly wary of Li Shutong. While they talked, none of them noticed the calico cat crouched on a dark brick wall nearby, tail raised, amber eyes locked on them. Moments later, pandemonium erupted in the alley. Meow? Squeak squeak squeak. Meow meow mo. Damn it. Deep Blue City, a beach near the harbor. Though the insect apocalypse still raged, plenty of tourists lingered by the shore, soaking in the endless seascape. The setting sun blanketed the water in gold, and late autumn chill sent most visitors home until only a few silhouettes remained. The last was a photography buff. He set up his camera, adjusting the angle again and again, hoping to capture the perfect meeting of sun and sea. Through his telephoto lens, he suddenly spotted a tiny black insect. It seemed to fly in from the very horizon, though beyond that lay nothing but open water. Where could it have come from? Before the thought fully formed, the insect ballooned in the frame. What had been a kilometer away was now right in front of him. Ah! He cried. On the seawall, a city guardian patrolling on a shared bike heard the yell, spun around, and raced toward the sound. Hey, are you alright? He propped his bicycle against the seawall, jogged down to the sand, and called out. The blank-faced photographer looked up and shook his head in silence. Are you sure you're alright? Really nothing wrong. As he pressed the question, a jet-black gleam flashed across the photographer's eyes. The guardian opposite him began to speak more and more slowly, and within seconds the darkness swallowed his pupils as well. Shall we go? Sure. We're in a hurry. I'll ride on your bike. All right. Han Zhan's place, Li Shutong's villa. In the dining room, Li Fengchun was shoveling food into his mouth. Lamb chops, steak, bread, anything he could reach, devouring it like a whirlwind. Han Zhan exchanged a glance with Xia Yue, both wondering the same thing. Was this man really from the prestigious Li family of Jinghai? He looked more like a vagrant than a socialite. Come on, why aren't you eating? Hurry up and eat. Li Fengchun shouted, his cheeks bulging. Han Zhan hesitated, then spoke first. Mr. Li, I smacked around a young guy with the same surname today. Oh, you mean Li Changhao? Li Fengchun waved dismissively, without even looking up. That brat's arrogant as hell. Thinks he's better than everyone else. Hit him. Hit him hard. If you went easy on him, I'll be mad at you. Though the words were muffled, Han Zhan managed to grasp the meaning. Halfway through the meal, Li Fengchun wiped his mouth and turned to Li Shutong. Second uncle, you're really not going back to help? My mind is made up. Li Fengchun nodded, crumpled his napkin, and put it down. Fine. They'll leave right after this meal. He had just braced himself on the chair to stand when, ding dong, the doorbell rang. A fuzz back already? Han Zhan got up to answer it. Instead, a guardian he had never seen stood on the porch, uniform crisp, a document pouch pressed under his arm. Hello, I have a mission from headquarters that must be delivered directly to Elderly. The Guardian Organization headquarters? Han Zhan raised an eyebrow and stepped aside. The Guardian nodded and strode across the living room, heading straight for the dining table. Li Shutong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, jolted upright and snapped his eyes open. On instinct, he swept Li Lingjun and Xia Yue toward Han Zhan with one powerful shove, placing them at a safe distance. Old War God, your sixth sense is as sharp as ever, the Guardian said in a low voice. Nobody saw him move, yet his figure flickered, crossing several meters in a blink to reach the table. Ninth tier insect Emperor Yen. Li Shutong fixed his gaze on him, sharp as a drawn blade. He reached out with his left hand, intending to shove Li Fengchun away the same way. The moment his palm touched the man, Li Fengchun suddenly caught his wrist. In the next instant, boom, Li Fengchun exploded, but no blood sprayed out. Instead, he turned into a mass of writhing flesh that spread from Li Shutong's left hand and engulfed his entire body. A chill shot up his spine. Li Shutong's eyes went ice cold as he stared at Yin. So you're working with the Li family to kill me? Kill you? No, no, Yin sneered. We're not strong enough to kill the old war god yet. First we'll slaughter everyone else, while you wait here like a good guest inside this flesh and blood barrier crafted just for you. As he finished speaking, the floor beneath his feet darkened as though soaked in ink. Darkness billowed outward and blood-red patterns surfaced, devouring everything in their path and in moments blanketing half of Shenlong City. When Han Zhan and the others looked up, all they could see was a crimson blood moon. What in the world? Han Zhan stared up at the crimson blood moon, then at the dining table where Li Shutong and Yin were completely engulfed by quivering flesh. His eyes hardened. The mass throbbed like a gigantic heart, scarlet mucus dripping from the table's edge. It was Yan's barriere was a 9th-tier insect emperor. Not every insect warrior favored a hidden charge. Experts like Yin preferred sinister, unpredictable tricks. Only hours ago Han Zhan had purged the hidden wounds Yin left in Gonyang Jin, and now he had run straight into the fiend's true body. As the backbone of the team, Han Zhan felt Xia Yue and Li Lingjun looking to him for leadership. Han Zhan, save my grandfather. Li Lingjun pleaded, hands trembling. I will. His voice was firm. We hit that flesh cocoon first. Once teacher is free, a 9th-tier insect emperor won't scare us. Orders flew from his lips. Yue, summon the Fuxi Zither send blade notes, and amplify mine. Lingjun, call out the Shennong Cauldron ring. Guard the perimeter against ambush. Everyone attack from range. The barrier was clearly a forbidden artifact. Han Zhan excelled at close combat, but charging in blind was suicide. Ranged fire was the only safe play. The Fuxi Zither and Shennong Cauldron burst into view, their spiritual light two ghostly flames in the darkened dining room. Zheng. Strings vibrated, hurling arcs of sound blades at the pulsing wall. Uft, uft, uft. The blades sank like stones in mud, smothered without a trace. Sound blades useless switched to weather aspects. Han Zhan snapped. Xia Yui's fingers blurred, unleashing spring wildfire. Merry gale, six-sting lightning. Flame, wind, and thunder struck but nothing echoed back. Han Zhan's frown deepened. Yan's barrier covered half of Deep Blue City, forming a pocket realm that locked out the elements. The Zither killing moves were dead on arrival. Time was leaking away. He drew the Xianyuan sword from his back. The 7 basic strokes cleave, thrust, tap, flick, crash, pierce, sweep were ingrained after weeks of drilling. The divine blade flashed, golden dragon patterns rippling. Boom, boom, boom. Sword key slammed into the flesh. The barrier devoured most of the energy, yet gore still sprayed, filling the room with iron stench. But each time he paused, the meat writhed and regrew, swelling into the same grotesque sphere. He sheathed the sword. No good. Anything that can cage 2 9th-tier masters is no ordinary trinket. That was only a probe. Failure's normal. What do we do now? Li Lingjun asked, voice tight. Han Zhan glanced outside. Besides the glaring blood moon, dusk had collapsed into pitch black night, a dark shroud over the whole of Deep Blue City. With a disturbance this loud, the authorities can't stay blind. We just have to hold out till reinforcements show up, he said, though doubt still gnawed at him. Deep Blue City lay a world away from the front Laniso. How had a 9th-tier insect emperor slipped in this far, without anyone noticing? And Li Fengchun, part of the Li clan, has actually joined forces with the Zerg and struck at his own family's veteran war god? Has he lost his mind? Or did the insects promise him something he couldn't refuse? To Han Zhan, the situation was as murky as a swamp, dark currents churning beneath the surface, and the truth nowhere in sight. Zhan, didn't Second Senior leave you his notes? Is there anything in them about the 9th-tier insect emperor, Yin? Xia Yue whispered. Han Zhan shook his head. Second Senior never fought Yin. If he had run into that thing, he would have been crippled even if he survived. He added silently, just like Gonyang Jin. Another avenue closed off, but the bad news came with a silver lining. Right now we're trapped inside Yan's barrier, but Yin has stepped into the flesh barrier as well, Han Zhan said, gathering his thoughts. It knows the flesh barrier alone can't hold teacher, so it came in person to add an extra lock. That leaves its own barrier on autopilot. If we break through that layer, we're free. That's a lot easier than trading blows with a 9th-tier insect emperor. Any strategy? Xia Yue asked. No strategy? Then well, make one. Han Zhan replied crisply, and the 3 of them felt their spirits rise. Right. Fan and the city guardians are stuck in here too. Li Lingjun remembered. We should find them first and join forces. Strength in numbers. Han Zhan nodded approvingly. Hearing that from a banned novelist was oddly comforting. Yet he still warned them. We don't know what's waiting outside or what traps Yin has hidden in this barrier. Stay close to me and move carefully. Deep Blue City, a gloomy alley. 3 people, bedraggled and covered in cat fur, staggered out of the alley mouth. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a brown plaid shirt and jeans, his retro outfit impossible to miss. He spat out several tufts of fur and muttered a curse. Damn strays. Elder, can we change forms next time? Why do we have to be mice? One subordinate moaned, rubbing his back. Yeah, Elder. The shapeshift serum can turn us into elephants, owls, toads. Mice are a raw deal. My backside still hurts, another chimed in. Shut up. You are disgracing the entire Longevity Corporation. The Elder barked. Anything bigger than a mouse would have been an easy target and slowed us down. We barely slipped past the first blockade now, get moving, and find Han Zhan. When the two still hesitated, he rapped them both on the head, but they stood frozen, unable to move. One of them stammered, the Elder, something's wrong. Out there are monsters everywhere. Beyond the alley, the streets of deep blue were bathed in crimson moonlight. The passers-by who had been walking there moments ago were twisting, bones swelling, skin splitting, turning into fanged abominations. The shout shattered the silence, and in the next instant every creature snapped its head toward the alley. It's a barrier and a high-level one at that. Elder Mu Yang of the Chongqing Corporation looked up. The crimson blood moon was sealed behind an invisible wall, and his voice came out hollow, as if his soul had been drained away. Across the street, the mutated creatures showed no intention of letting him stare. Their roars split the air, they wheeled around, and pounding limbs smashed fresh rubble from the broken pavement. Mid-stride, the leading beast's spine bulged. Flesh split, and slick wings snapped open with a wet crack. Those behind it sprouted wings in turn, lifted off their 4 feet, and shot forward, a rank wind swirling in their wake. Mu Yang's face went cold. He ripped a green injector free and slammed it into his left arm. The serum raced through his veins, his heartbeat hammering in his ears. Thump, thump, thump. His close-cropped hair grew madly, draping over his shoulders. 2 sharp cracks came from beneath his shoulder blades, and a pair of snow-white bone blades burst through his back, gleaming with murderous frost. A wild light flickered in his pupils. Chongqing Corporation's Superform Type 1 serum distilled from 4th tier Zerg dark-scale bloodclaw insects. Each member of the Deep Blue City team carried 3 vials for door-die moments. Mu Yang drew a long breath and shouted, "There's no way out. Stay with Mule, cut our way through." Inside the villa, Xia Yue suddenly pointed at the dining table. Han Zhan, look. The pulsing mass of flesh that had swallowed Li Shutong and the 9th Order Insect Emperor, Yin, thumped violently, its heartbeat making the furniture quiver. Once stagnant tissue writhed again. Creeping toward the wall, it was only a matter of time before the entire house was consumed. Looks like we're leaving, Han Zhan said grimly. Stick close. If anything feels wrong, call out. He pushed the door open. With the newly awakened serpent god physique and the guard of the 8-edged fist, he trusted his defenses. The sight outside stopped him. Cold houses, roads, and trees had vanished as though boiled away, leaving only dense gray mist. He couldn't see his own fingertips. Han Zhan stepped forward and barked, "Stay right behind me." Silence answered. He spun around. The villa was gone, and so were Xia Yue and Li Lingjun. One step had erased everything. A nameless dread made him trigger triple surge. Vapor-like force spilled from his body, spreading through the fog like a vast net. A dark shape flickered in the depths of the haze, whipping the mist into a spiraling vortex. Cold air brushed his neck, icy enough to raise every hair on his body. He twisted and punched on instinct. The strike howled through empty fog. Nothing solid met his fist. A heartbeat later, a brutal force slammed straight into his abdomen. His spine bowed under the impact, but he absorbed the blow. Anyone watching would have seen a faint layer of translucent scales ripple over Han Zhan's skin the instant the strike landed. The patterns on those scales resembled serpentine markings, yet each held subtle differences. From the depths of the gray mist, a sudden, crushing blow landed on Han Zhan before he could react. Instinctively, his celestial serpent physique flared, and Han's eyes scales absorbed most of the impact. At the same moment, the white fog armor forged by the 8 surge fist snapped apart as if smashed by a hammer. Even so, the jolt churned his stomach, and bitter acid burst from his lips. Though shielded by both serpent scales and mist armor, he was forced back all the same. The worst part was that he had not seen the strike at all. That thought spun through his mind, sharpening his focus, yet a heartbeat later a second attack sliced in from behind. This time it was a blade. Steel tore through the mist, split the fog armor, scraped sparks from his scales, then skated along bone to carve a bloody line down his spine. Han Zhan was already in triple surge mode, reflexes pushed to the limit, but still he couldn't dodge, let alone trace that eerie swordplay. Not even a sliver of room to react. Helplessness flooded him. How could he withstand an assault inside a 9th-rank Insect Emperor's nightmare barrier? Yue and Lingjun had vanished one after another. When his turn came, what could he do? All that remained was to take the blows again and again. Negativity chewed through his reason. Every nerve was ready, yet he couldn't block a single strike, so he let despair swallow him whole. In the gray haze, the attacks fell like rain on sheet metal. Scales and muscle tore open, blood leaking between plates, yet he forced his eyes to stay open. On the brink of death, Memories flashed like lightning. No, something's wrong. Awareness snapped back. The first blow in the mist hadn't even broken his guard. Yet as his fear rose, the strikes grew stronger. When had that shift occurred? The opening hit had merely startled him. The second barely breached his defense. Once the barrier fell, his panic spiked, and the attack swelled with it. The flaw was obvious now. He still hadn't triggered the 8 surge fists between life and death state. Han Zhan spread his hands, blood dripping between his fingers. Though his body was mottled with wounds, the surrounding white mist had not thickened at all, proof the fight had never truly reached life's edge. His judgment had failed. The strikes weren't stronger. His heart had buckled first. Gongyang Jin said a nightmare's cruelest weapon is the mind itself. The answer burst into clarity. Everything around him was an illusion. It's all an illusion. He growled, and his spirit soared. A practitioner of the 8 surge fist had faced death 100 times. Knowing it was a dream, why fear it now? Resolved, he shut his eyes, cutting sight completely. He dismissed the triple surge, relinquished the celestial serpent form, and let his battered flesh meet the cold gray mist unshielded. Come on, then. If you can, kill me. Han Zhan closed his eyes, calmly released the handle, and stepped forward. Wind screamed past his ears like razor blades, but it was only an empty threat. His expression never changed as he took a second step, and the roar weakened. When his third step fell, the howling stopped altogether. He opened his eyes and found himself still clutching the villa's doorknob, as if he had never moved. The scene before him had turned grotesque. A ghoul-like creature hung upside down from the top of the door, locking eyes with him. Gray, slick skin clung to its bones, completely hairless, like an oversized, mutated SBHYNX cat. A dim crimson light flickered in its pupils. Han Zhan drew back his fist, poured power into it, and smashed the creature's narrow head. Bone cracked, blood misted, and the skull burst, splattering warm gore across the frame and floor. Behind him, Xia Yue and Li Lingjun now stood rigid and vacant, clearly trapped in their own illusions. Han Zhan wasted no time. A Fuxi Zither materialized at his side, and his fingers swept the strings. The cleansing notes slipped like a gentle breeze into their minds. After a few heartbeats, their eyes refocused and life returned to their faces. Huff huff, Xia Yue doubled over, gasping and patting her chest. A moment ago she had been adrift on a boundless ocean, dragged under by dark water each time she surfaced. Li Lingjun had fared a little better, yet her face was chalk white and her calves trembled. What's wrong? Han Zhan reached out to steady her, but she flinched away. My illusion spawned hundreds of next-door old Wongs, she muttered, kneading her cheeks. I'm a bit nauseated by men right now. Han Zhan froze for a second, then ground the dead nightmare beast under his boot, smearing its blood into a dark stain. We've been hit by illusion magic, he said quietly. This is the nightmare beast raised by the legendary 9th rank Insect Emperor. There's no way only one is inside the barrier. As he spoke, he glanced at a lump of flesh they had dismissed as part of the illusion. To his alarm, the mass was really throbbing, muscles bulging and beating like a heart. His own heart tightened. He grabbed Xia Yue and Li Lingjun by the hands and hurried them out of the villa. The three of them stepped onto the streets of Deep Blue City. No gray mist greeted them, and Han Zhan felt a brief surge of relief. It vanished at once. On a bench ahead, a city resident stared blankly into space. Before Han Zhan could intervene, the man grasped his own head and, with a sharp crack, twisted his neck, dying instantly. Farther away, a couple beneath a street lamp turned into crazed beasts, clawing and biting each other. Screams, snapping bones, and spattering blood mingled as they tore at one another long after their faces were unrecognizable. The illusion was spreading like plague. The weaker the victim, the faster they died. Ordinary people snapped in an instant, low-level awakened ones lingered a moment, and experts only bought themselves a few extra breaths. No one knew how many nightmare beasts had been released. If every resident of Deep Blue City fell into the illusion, the death toll would defy imagination. What do we do now? Han Zhan muttered, mind racing yet finding no answer. Outside a narrow alley in Deep Blue City, Muyang stood gasping for breath, battered and exhausted. His clothes were already in tatters, every wound screaming with pain. Muyang lowered his gaze. 2 unhealed needle marks on his arm scars from the hyperstate type, 1 injection stood out starkly. With just those 2 shots he had torn the monster opposite him apart 20 times. Yet no matter how much flesh was scattered, the creatures always reformed, each time more savage than before. The drug had only minutes left, and his body was barely holding together. Of the 3 vials the company had issued, only 1 remained. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Muyang spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm onto the rubble at his feet and glanced back. The 2 colleagues who had come with him lay mangled and motionless, their bodies savaged by mutated beasts. Shoving aside a wave of despair, he gritted his teeth and pulled an orange injector from his storage space hyperstate type 2. The label read, 50 instability use with caution. With his junior elder clearance, this was the highest grade supply he could draw. Hyperstate type 1 could boost him to 4th tier combat power, Type 2 started at tier 5. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Muyang growled. Push me any further, and he'll stake everything. Across from him, dozens of chunks of flesh squirmed and clung together, about to reform into an even more terrifying monster. His eyes sharpened to a lethal glare. Deep Blue City, a rundown motel. Li Changhao crouched by the window with two underlings, watching the street through a thin crack. Under the dim streetlights, the entire city had gone mad. Some people hacked at themselves, others clutched their heads and laughed hysterically, and still more tore into each other. He let out a long breath. Good thing we brought enough gear. At his feet lay a jade pendant, smashed into 8-piece an amulet that blocked a single psychic assault. Thanks to it, the three of them hadn't been dragged into the hallucination at once. Boss, what now? Whispered the underling nicknamed Zayu, his voice trembling. Moments ago they'd been chatting in the room when the outside world turned abyss dark, the moon turned blood red, and the illusion struck. If Li Changhao hadn't slapped them awake, they'd be out there raving with the rest. What else can we do? We lie low. Li Changhao rubbed his temples, exasperated. This trip to Deep Blue City had been nothing but trouble. Head tried to show off in front of Han Zhan, only to find the guy stronger. Han's Baji Quan could dismantle 3 of Li's. Senjima Veso the showboating flopped. The uncle head brought, Li Fengchun, vanished after entering a villa, and now they'd run straight into a disaster like this. Zayu swallowed hard. Boss, why is it still so dark? And why's the moon red? A high-grade barrier, courtesy of an insectoid ability, Li Changhao murmured. The red moon is the array's core. To break the barrier would have to get near it. But the closer we get, the heavier the corruption and the stronger the illusion. With chaos on this scale, the authorities couldn't stay idle, he reasoned. All they could do was wait for rescue. The thought had barely crossed his mind when a measured knock sounded at the motel room door. Thud, thud, thud. Han Zhan lifted his hand and knocked out a civilian who was trying to ram an arm down his throat. The man's entire forearm had almost disappeared into Han's mouth. His hand and fingers were slick with bright blood that oozed down his arm and spattered on the pavement. Li Lingjun and Xia Yue felt their stomachs knot and instinctively looked away. They're not awakened, Xia Yue muttered anxiously. Once the illusion traps them, we can't force them awake. Will knocking them out really help? If it's only a nightmare beast's illusion, we'll be fine, Han replied after a pause, lifting his eyes to the sky where a blood-red moon hung like a gaping wound. But if we want to save more people, we have to take a risk. What kind of risk? We go there. Han pointed at the center of the crimson moon. Obviously, we can't ride straight to the moon, he explained. To break a barrier, you first locate the core and then destroy it. Of everything covering Azure City, that blood moon looks the most like a core. The tallest structure in Azure City was the abandoned TV tower. We hit the tower and tear the barrier down, Han said grimly. What he didn't say was the growing unease in his gut. A 9th-tier insect emperor would never stop at a trick like this. Move. As soon as he spoke, Li Lingjun and Xia Yue fell in behind him, and the three of them sprinted toward the broadcasting tower. Above them, the blood moon flooded the city with illusion. Anyone who stood in its light or even glanced at it dropped into a nightmare almost instantly. None of them noticed the wisps of soot-dark mist curling from the corpses at the end of the street. The vapor spiraled upward, devoured greedily by the blood moon, which swelled larger and darker, its edges rounding out. Meanwhile, the bodies below began to mutate. Skin turned ashen, bones jutted, and the nightmare beasts became something new entirely. Corpse beasts. Each one radiated power well beyond 4th tier, and their numbers were doubling by the second. A dozen minutes later, they reached the foot of the tower. Just as they started up, a tremor shook the air overhead. Boom. A blurred shape plummeted from above, slammed into the concrete, and left spiderweb cracks in its wake. When the dust settled, they saw it clearly. Vaguely human, but layered with knotted muscle and steel cable veins. An empty injector stuck out of its neck, whatever serum it held long since pumped in. The creature's killing intent hit them like a wall, making their hearts lurch. 5th tier. With a savage roar, it sprang on all fours, toes and fingertips like claws. Each impact punched craters into the ground, the thunder of its charge beating like war drums. It's human, Han shouted, spotting scraps of clothing still clinging to the beast, but the thing had gone fully feral, its mind long gone. Humph. Han stood his ground, shielding the 2 women behind him. Unlocking all 3 limiters in an instant, his power skyrocketed. Swathing his fist in a pale mist, he hurled it straight at the creature's face. In the brutal heating clash, Han Zhan actually held his ground. The monster seemed taken aback. It had lost all sense of self and fought purely on berserk instinct, yet it still failed to overpower him. Han Zhan gave it no time to think. A second punch, then a third, crashed home, each thud dull and solid. The heavenly serpent physique endowed him with extraordinary flexibility, letting his strikes flow like water. Once the 3 urgent locks were released, his speed, strength, and attack frequency all broke past their limits simultaneously. In close quarters, he now matched the raw might of a 5th-tier berserker brute. Under his relentless barrage, The opponent was forced back inch by inch until it stumbled out of the clearing around the TV tower. Yet the creature's recovery was equally terrifying. Muscle bulged instantly, wounds knitted shut in a blink, durability, brute force, regeneration. It was practically Han Zhan's mirror image. A quick victory was impossible, so he bellowed, Yue, Lingjin, go destroy the focal node. They'll keep him busy. Xia Yue and Li Lingjin reacted without hesitation, sprinting toward the abandoned TV tower. The tower in Deep Blue City stood 120 meters tall and had lain derelict for 30 years, its outer walls mottled with rust. Just getting from the base to the tip would take a fair bit of time on foot. Once off the ground, the steel lattice shrieked and flakes of paint showered down with every step. Li Lingjin glanced at the dizzying drop beneath her and felt her knees tremble. Sensing something was wrong, Xia Yue halted and asked, Lingjin, are you okay? If not, go back and help Zhan. I can climb alone. Li Lingjin bit her lip and shook her head. No, I won't slow us down. It's just a touch of vertigo, I'm fine. With that she climbed 2 more steps. The tower shivered. She instinctively tightened her grip on the rail, yet still looked up and urged, keep moving, don't wait for me. Seeing she was determined, Xia Yue turned and resumed the ascent. It took them 10 full minutes to cover barely 1/3 of the distance. Meanwhile, the battle below had reached a fever pitch. Both Han Zhan and the berserk monster boasted thick blood, crushing offense, and iron defenses. The deafening impacts shook the air, but neither could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, a swarm of black shapes poured from the crimson sky nightmares. They swooped toward the tower, clearly sensing someone was trying to climb up and break the array. Han Zhan's heart sank. A moment's distraction earned him a punch to the face that sent him sprawling. The flock of nightmares closed in, and at the same time he saw the ground around him crawling with twisted figures of every kind. The 4th-tier corpse beasts, driven forward by the flyers, had also reached the battlefield. Enemies in front and behind. Han Zhan pushed himself to his feet, his face dark with resolve. His hand slid behind his back until his fingertips touched the icy hilt. Then he drew the Xianyuan sword. The blade had merged with Gongyang Jin, muting much of its power. Yet even a basic swing from this ancient weapon could crush mundane steel. The moment the edge showed, a flash of cold light split the night and illuminated the half-living corpses around him. Wax-white flesh draped in black mist, hollow eyes, things no longer human, no longer ghost, identical to the nightmare whites of legend. A demon-slaying sword was perfect for such prey. Round 2. Let's finish this. He wiped the blood from his lip, kicked off, and plunged back into the shadows. Inside the tower, Xia Yue and Li Lingjin kept climbing. The steel spiral staircase, long neglected, screeched as rust met the cold wind. The higher they went, the sharper the chill. Beneath them was only darkness, as if they were stepping across a staircase of thin air in a starless sky. If only the Tianyi 4 symbols array still worked, Xia Yue sighed to herself. To kill the tension, she spoke in a steady voice. Lingjin, what was your family thinking, moving against the teacher? If Li Fengchun hadn't bound Li Shutong's soul, the 9th-tier insect emperor would never have struck so cleanly. Li Lingjin caught the diversion. Gripping the rust-flecked rail, she drew a long breath. The Li family has never been of one mind, she said. Grow big enough, and you get every sort of person. Her unexpected calm made Xia Yue lift an eyebrow. She hadn't thought this banned novelist could analyze so coolly. Grandfather Li Shutong is the 2nd son. His elder brother Li Guangmingmi Great Uncle holds real power, Li Lingjin whispered. Li Fengchun belongs to Guangming's branch. Years ago, when the 3 insect emperors ravaged the realm, Li Fengchun returned from slaying one. Li Guangming then erased Grandma's battle merits to crown the family with a great Xia war god and secure a century of favor. That broke the brothers apart, and later grandfather stopped meddling in family affairs. She knew only fragments of these secrets, even as a granddaughter. Still, it stunned her that the Lis would ally with the insect Hordia death wish in every sense. Silence fell. Only the clatter of iron steps and the howl of wind echoed, but their talk had thinned the fear. They neared the top and could now faintly see its outline. We're almost there, Li Lingjin called, her voice brightening. At that instant Xia Yue's instincts flared. She snapped her head up, eyes narrowing. Brace yourselves, they're coming. Outside, packs of nightmare beasts ripped through the night wind, diving. Crimson eyes blazed, eldritch light pulsed, and the creatures drifted on high currents, zeroing in on Xia Yue at the highest landing. Yue, Li Lingjin cried. Xia Yue flipped her wrist, and the Fuxi Qin floated before her. Fingers brushed the strings. The melody Qingxin then spread in unseen waves, forming a shimmering shield around them. The beast's illusions required eye contact, but their blood-red stares struck the barrier and rebounded, unable to seep through. It worked. Earlier, Han Zhan had once dispersed their illusion with a dose of Qingxin's sand, and that was when Xia Yue realized the music of the Fuxi Qin could counteract sorcery. Now the illusion was broken again. The nightmare beast stopped circling. With black, membrane-like wings they shrieked and plunged straight toward the tower. The Fuxi Qin had to pour every note into an anti-illusion resonance, leaving no strength to launch its razor-sharp sound blades. In an instant, the tower was in danger. He'll handle this. Li Lingjun stepped forward. At her gesture, the palm-sized Shennong ding materialized in her hand. A low boom rumbled through its cast-iron carvings, and the cauldron swelled to 3 or 4 meters tall before crashing down outside the tower, sealing the nightmare beast's path. Yue, go? Destroy the formation core. Leave them to me, she shouted, half turning, her tone crisp and decisive. Xia Yue didn't hesitate. The Fuxi Qin's melody surged outward, wrapping her in a pale gold curtain of sound that blocked the incoming illusion. Gathering her chi, she vaulted up the spiral stairs toward the higher floors. Outside, Li Lingjun pressed both palms to the bronze wall and poured in spiritual power. A faint herbal fragrance rose from within. During special training, she had learned the Shennong Ding's secret medicinal essences lodged in the metal could be awakened at will. This time she chose the scent of insect spittle grass. The aroma spread, and every nightmare beast that had been chasing Xia Yue wheeled around, scarlet eyes glinting with hunger, and hurled itself at the cauldron. Claws and fangs slammed into bronze, thundering without pause. Li Lingjun braced herself against the base. The impact blanched her knuckles, the muscles across her back stretched tight as bowstrings. If she faltered for even a heartbeat, stripped of the Fuxi Qin's protection, she would fall into the beast's illusion, her fate uncertain. The ground battle was even bloodier. Han Zhan swept the Xianyuan Jian in a blazing arc, severing the head of a fourth-tier corpse beast. Black blood sprayed, its stench riding the wind. Mangled limbs and shattered bones littered the field, yet fresh corpse beasts kept pouring out of the shadows. Opposite him, Mu Yinggan, elder of Changxing Corporation, now fully berserk, was covered in ghastly sword wounds. The gashes left by the Xianyuan Jian cut to the bone and kept corroding. Not even his formidable regeneration could mend them. Han Zhan drew a quick breath and glanced skyward. The nightmare beasts had still not broken through, which offered a flicker of relief. He steadied his stance, ready to charge again when the unexpected happened. Mu Yang slowly straightened from his crawling, beast-like posture. The bloodless whites of his eyes rolled back, black pupils emerging once more. His face twitched between human and monster, ink-black veins bulging across his cheekbones, as if ready to burst. Run now, run, he rasped, forcing the words out. Trembling, he pulled a jet-black injector from his storage pouch and plunged it into his opposite carotid without hesitation. The inky serum flooded in, and Mu Yang convulsed. Bang! Flesh ruptured, blood mist geysered, and his last layer of human skin disintegrated. Crimson muscle fibers and rock-hard bone lay naked in the air. Mu Yang was no longer human, he had become a sixth-tier abomination. Transformed into a full-fledged monster, Mu Yang tore into the corpse beasts around him, devouring them with feral hunger. Like an abomination starved to the brink, he grew as he fed. Muscle and rotting flesh ballooned over his frame, and in a blink he swelled from human size to a towering giant. The horde of corpse beasts was wiped clean, leaving only a single Tier 6 creature on the field. Han Zhan could not tell whether to feel relief or dread. With a roar, the monster lunged. He raised the Xianyuan's sword across his chest, yet the force of a Tier 6 blow sent him flying. The instant he hit the ground, he heard the beast thunder toward the spire. Its massive jaws clamped on the rusted base, steel crumpled like paper, whole sheets of metal torn free and crushed between its teeth. Staggering to his feet, Han Zhan pressed a hand to his chest while gripping the Xianyuan's sword with the other, shockwaves still rattling inside him. Seeing the monster gnawing madly at the foundation, he pushed aside the pain and charged again. I can't beat a Hedon, but it's lost all reason. As long as I stall it until Yue destroys the Red Moon's core, we win. He formed a one-handed seal, and the Fuxi Qin materialized in the air. The strings quivered, releasing waves of sound that turned to razor blades. Boom, boom, boom. Arcs of sonic steel ripped across the creature's spine, splattering black blood and ochre pus. Stung by the sneak attack, the abomination's crimson eyes locked onto Han Zhan. Without pausing, he vaulted backward. In the rush of wind he caught, from the corner of his eye, the monster kicking off the tower base and hurling itself skyward, its bulk blotting out the blood-red moon before crashing down. There was no way to evade that strike. At the same moment, the spire shuddered. The loosened foundation jolted Li Lingjun on the middle tier. She staggered, unable to stop a nightmare beast's charge, and fell backward. The Shennong Ding was knocked from her arms. She nearly tumbled off the tower, catching the railing at the last instant. The defense collapsed, and nightmare beasts poured inside with shrill howls. A sudden crimson light flared in Li Lingjun's eyes. The illusion had taken hold. On the summit, Xia Yue felt the tremors rising from below, each stronger than the last. She still had to sustain the clarity incense and fend off the illusions pouring from the red moon overhead. Time was running out. Drawing a deep breath, she launched into her final sprint. Elsewhere in a dark corridor, Li Changhao gasped for breath. The bodies of his two attendants sprawled at his feet. A deadly presence lurked at the end of the pitch-black hallway. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of approaching footsteps closed in again. Li Changhao broke, smashed through a window, and bolted toward the place where the commotion had been loudest. I get it. This is the artifact of the Tier 9 insect emperor in the Bajuo world. As Li Changhao sprinted forward, fragments of information surged through his mind like a rising tide. Those scraps of knowledge had come from a deceased elder of his bloodline, who had delivered them with his dying breath. Intelligence on the 9th-tier insect emperor known as Yin. The Bajuo realm was not Yan's innate ability, yet it meshed with the emperor's powers perfectly. Yin could weave illusions, and within the Bajuo realm those illusions solidified into Yin beasts that could soar through the sky or burrow underground. What made the Bajuo realm truly terrifying was its power to turn falsehood into fact. Yan's illusions first eroded reality, and then the Bajuo realm devoured the world's spiritual energy, replacing the real world entirely. That was all the intelligence available, but it was enough for Li Changhao to reach one crucial conclusion. The crimson moon overhead must never be destroyed. It was no array core at all. If the moon shattered, the vast spiritual energy it had absorbed would be released in an instant, and the illusion beneath their feet would solidify, overriding Deep Blue City. With that realization, he dropped his usual swagger and shot toward the tower in a streak of gold. At the tower's base, an abomination was leaping at Han Zhan. Li raised his arm, and a golden bolt of spiritual energy blasted from his wrist, slamming into the creature's shoulder and knocking it off course. Han Zhan seized the opening and twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the fangs. "Where are the people who came with you? Stop them now. They must not destroy the red moon under no circumstances." Li Changhao shouted. Han Zhan froze for a split second and murmured, "It's too late, they're already on the roof." Even as he spoke, a clear, resonant note of zither music descended from the sky. Both men instinctively looked up. Atop the tower, Xia Yue plucked her strings the moment the calming powder's effect faded, sending a massive sonic blade arcing into the air. The strike lashed out like lightning and slammed into the seemingly unreachable crimson moon. Boom. The moon exploded, and blood-red fragments laced with pitch-black energy poured down like a torrential rain, racing across the city. Dead corpse beasts twitched back to life where the dark mist touched them, while surviving citizens of Deep Blue twisted and warped the moment it clung to their flesh. Han Zhan and Li Changhao had nowhere to run. The black energy seared into their lungs with each breath, and a frenzy ignited in their chests. Black fur sprouted wildly across Han Zhan's body, agony tearing at his neck as a swollen tumor burst through his skin, its inner side pressed with a distorted human face. Li Changhao's abdomen bulged abruptly, as if nurturing some unknown monster. It's over. While the red moon was intact, we still had a sliver of hope, but once it shattered, the black energy ensured the illusion will become reality. Everything within the barrier, including a will mutate. He screamed. On the rooftop, closest to the crimson moon, Xia Yue and Li Lingjun were already twisting in anguish, their bodies the first to change. Total annihilation arrived in an instant. Life or death. Han Zhan's mind was about to shatter, slipping into madness. With the last spark of reason flickering, he clamped down on the rising fury and blurted out one final question, his voice ragged. To turn illusion into reality, you have to use spiritual energy, the black fumes, right? Li Changhao, belly bulging as if ready to burst, wore an ashen face. His mouth opened, but no words formed. He could only nod with difficulty. The answer hit Han Zhan like ice water over the head, clearing his thoughts in an instant. He roared inwardly, "One last gamble, everything depends on this move." Fuxi, ancient setting sun formation, rise. His shout cracked through the air as black sigils spread from under his feet, unleashing an ancient, desolate aura. In a blink, a massive ebony circle blanketed the sky over Deep Blue City. From above, intricate patterns shimmered and slithered as though a colossal, dark beast were waking. Battle spirits, to me. Boom-boom-boom-horn blasts rang out from nowhere, making the air itself feel heavy as lead. In the silent night, pale lights appeared 1, 2, 300s, thousands, tens of thousands, until billions filled the sky. The countless serpent hatchlings Han Zhan and Gonyang Jin had slain at the Izanagi summit now returned as battle spirits, summoned by the ancient setting sun formation. Shadows and white light crisscrossed the barrier until there was no room left to stand. Worse, the spirits warped the instant they appeared. Some burst into bloody mist, some sprouted wild black fur, others grew overlapping skulls, each more grotesque than the last. Meanwhile, the violent mutations racking Han Zhan and Li Changhao stopped cold. Staring at his rapidly deflating belly, Li Changhao shouted in disbelief, "What did you do? How did the samsara world's influence vanish?" Impossible. The burning itch at Han Zhan's nape disappeared. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled silently. "Guessed right. I just expanded the number of targets the red moon miasma has to corrupt," he explained quickly. "The more beings it touches, the weaker the pollution on each one. The ancient setting sun formation holds billions of first-tier battle spirits. That miasma is a bucket of ink. Tip it into a basin and the water goes black, but pour it into an ocean and you can hardly see the color change. That simple logic had flipped the whole battle. Li Changhao glanced sidelong, reassessing the man who had once beaten him bloody. He, the brightest talent of the Li clan's younger generation, had enjoyed every family resource and the finest instructors. Yet Han Zhan had needed less than 3 months to awaken as a soulbinder, reach 4th rank, and break 3 limits of the 8 urgency fist. Talent alone could make him no more than a reckless brute. Now Han Zhan had shown quick wit, iron resolve, and a will that refuses to yield. With those 2 qualities fused together, Han Zhan's future is impossible to measure. Images of every true genius Li Changhao had ever encountered flickered through his mind. 0. The monster longevity corporation had forged with obscene amounts of money and manpower. Shang Jinhe, the inventor from Shanshang Technologies, celebrated as a merchant engineer savant. The people who steer the course of an era all possessed the same indefinable aura. Han Zhan had it, without the slightest difference. In that moment, Li Changhao finally understood why his grandfather, Li Shutong, had chosen Han Zhan as his 9th student. What are you spacing out for? Han Zhan waved a hand in front of him. The residual anomalies left after suppressing the corruption were still eating at him. His face was bloodless, his breathing ragged, yet he forced himself to speak. Hey, I'm asking you. Since you know this artifact is called the Bajhuo world, can you tell me where the erase core is? How do we break the barrier? Li Changhao snapped back to himself, searched his memory over and over, and finally shook his head. I don't know. Even the 9th-tier insect emperor, Yan, rarely uses the Bajhuo world. There's almost no information about it. The data we do have was bought with the lives of high-rank awakened. The second half of that sentence remained unspoken. Without knowing the array core, they could not leave the barrier. More citizens of Deep Blue City would die, their bodies collapsing into black mist. Han Zhan could ignore the pollution, but he could not turn a blind eye to innocent civilians, much less to the life of his teacher, Li Shutong, who was currently sealed with Yin inside a prison of flesh and blood, his fate unknown. Mountains and rivers inverted, mirrored on a glassy lake. Li Shutong sat cross-legged at the lake's center, eyes lowered, utterly still, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Directly ahead, a figure wrapped in a black cloak and choking fog hovered in the air as well. An hour has already passed, rasped a voice squeezed from the darkness, like sandpaper scraping cardboard. Care to guess how your precious student and granddaughter are doing now? Li Shutong opened his eyes. They were as calm as a mirror. He uttered only 2 words, they live. Oh, so confident. Don't forget, this is the treasure I found in the ruins, the Bajhuo world. Do you really think they can break the barrier it creates with their level of strength? His expression did not ripple. If they were dead, you wouldn't be here chatting with me. If they were dead, you'd have no reason to go on living either. 2 short sentences, layered with killing intent. Within the black haze, the 9th-tier insect emperor Yan, currently in a vaguely human shape, frowned. A heart as still as water, worthy of being the great Xia war god. I freely admit I cannot match you. His tone shifted. But I don't need to defeat you. My part in this is just a business transaction. Keep you busy, and my mission is complete. A crease formed between Li Shutong's brows. The lake beneath him suddenly rippled, and a colorless, transparent chain shot up from the depths, wrapping around his limbs and torso. Yin stared for a beat, then threw his head back and laughed. Absurd, absolutely absurd. Li Shutong, the war god of Great Xia, stabbed in the back? Ha ha ha. Li Shutong, your heart has been disturbed. The artifact restraining Li Shutong was called the Heaven-Sealing 5 Shackles. Once all 5 chains were activated, even the sky itself would be locked tight, let alone a 9th-tier powerhouse. At this moment, the first chain had coiled around his chest, its blood-red runes glowing like molten iron, while the remaining 4 lurked in midair. The 5 shackles fed on emotion. For Yin, a 9th-tier insect emperor and master of illusions, mastering it should have been effortless. Yet after a full hour he had only managed to provoke Li Shutong's feelings enough to form the first chain. Now, Yin stifled his manic laughter, his eyes dark and brooding. Li Shutong's emotions had flared only once, then stilled like stagnant water. Such power carried a savage price. To finish the seal, someone of equal rank had to be sacrificed. Both combatants were drawn into the artifact's amber state, spiritual energy frozen, movements suspended until all 5 chains descended. Because Li Shutong was 9th tier, Yin had to be buried with him. That was why the insect emperor had come in person. Li Shutong ignored Yan's taunts and closed his eyes. Who wanted him dead? Outwardly, the one colluding with the insects was Li Fanchun, a descendant of his elder brother Li Guangming. Yet that alone could not be the whole story. He knew the 5 corporations had been scheming in the shadows for years. Those corporations now formed the 5 great powers, Daxia and the Empire, the last human nations on Blue Star, Shenshong Technologies and Chongqing Pharmaceuticals, towering corporate giants, and the secretive Old Covenant. The Old Covenant had not surfaced since the devastating insect outbreak 12 years ago, when 2 of their 12 apostles finally stemmed the disaster. For centuries, the 5 forces had stood united against the insects. But once ancient ruins were unearthed and new mysteries emerged, rifts had begun to deepen. Who's after these old bones of mine? Getting nowhere, he changed tack. Li Shutong looked at Yin. Both your artifacts came from the ruins, didn't they? What's the link between those ruins and your insect race? Yin froze, then sneered. Why would I tell you? Your silence is an answer in itself, Li Shutong replied evenly. Seeing his thoughts laid bare, Yan's expression grew even darker. The insects had to be tied to the ruins. They wielded relics effortlessly, seized vast territories, and explored dozens of times more sites than humankind. Li Shutong was convinced of that. Yet one question still gnawed at him. Why couldn't humans do the same? Yes, as humans, they cannot wield these artifacts. The heaven-sealing 5 locks, the Samsara realm, each legendary relic is now clutched by the swarm, turned into a weapon against mankind. At that thought, ripples spread once more across the lake beneath Li Shutong's feet, and from the dark depths a second invisible, glass-like chain slowly surfaced. Nightmare's eyes flared, and he gave a low, mocking laugh. Li Shutong, the mighty war god of Daxia, who knew you still carry such an obsession? Seizing the moment, he pressed on. Yes, the ancient ruins are tied to the swarm. The same devices work for the insects, but not for humans. That prove the swarm is the true master of this world? You want the reason? Huh, why should I tell you? He laughed recklessly and then watched coldly. He knew the crack in the human alliance began right there. During the first ruin expedition decades ago, humans also brought back many devices, but they could only lock them away like antiques. The swarm, however, handled them with ease, and human faith began to crumble. Apart from Daxia, which still clings to the contractor spirit system, the other 4 conglomerates have chosen different paths. Gemini Technologies, an ultratech program that fuses psionic power and science to mass-produce killing machines with overwhelming firepower. Evolife Pharmaceuticals, a mutation program that hunts the swarm, extracts DNA fragments, and brews mutagenic serums to create biosoldiers. The Empire and the Old Covenant both have likewise abandoned the contractor path. Details remain unclear, but their direction is set. Yet no matter how far these routes diverged, humans still could not activate the relics. Li Shutong's brow knit tighter and tighter. A third invisible chain wrapped around him. He simply gathered his thoughts and let his mind fall silent. Seeing this, Nightmare sneered again. You still think a few 4th-tier ants can break you out of the Samsara realm? Be good, and let me seal you. There are only a few 9th-tier powerhouses. How many of them will bother to save you? He kept talking, hoping to provoke the last 2 chains so the heaven-sealing 5 locks would fully form, but Li Shutong sat with closed eyes like stone, unmoved by the barrage. 30 minutes passed. Seeing no progress, Nightmare finally fell silent. By his reckoning, the Red Moon miasma should have finished absorbing energy and begun to run wild. The Samsara realm's illusion should have activated, and in another half-hour Deep Blue City would be erased from Daxia's map. Another half-hour slipped by without a sound. Nightmare remained confident, yet a faint unease crept in. 30 minutes later, the barrier suddenly convulsed in upheaval, like mountains collapsing and earth cracking tore in from the outer layer. What's happening? What on earth is going on? Nightmare shot to his feet, completely rattled. Shenlong City, Bajuo Realm. The ancient dusk array thundered in Hanzhan's palm, and billions of newborn serpents spawned from Izanagi churned into a fog of war spirits, holding the crimson moon and its black haze at the barrier's edge. High above, blades of sound carved the red orb apart. Blood-colored shards scattered across the sky, plunging the night even deeper into darkness. Only a few ghostly lights still glimmered atop the tower. Vaulting the rusted guardrail, Xia Yue wheeled around and saw Li Lingzhen, eyes vacant under a nightmare beast illusion, stepping toward the 100-meter drop. Xia lunged and clamped her fingers around the girl's wrist. Just then the bell of Qingxin powder chimed again, a cool clarity seeping into their ears. Li Lingzhen's pupils snapped back into focus. She sucked in air like someone hauled from deep water, shaken to the core. Did it work? She gasped. Xia Yue both nodded and shook her head. Yes, but also no. The crimson moon was never the array's core. It triggered itself, dragged the black mist in, and forced the mutation to start early, then vanished in under 30 seconds. That's how I managed to reach you. The same name flashed through their minds. Zhan. He must have figured something out. Let's get down there. With the nightmare beasts cowed by Qingxin powder and the Shennong Cauldron shielding them, the monsters could only howl from afar. The descent was far smoother than the climb. In half the time, they burst from the tower door and saw a sea of war spirits surrounding Zhan and Li Changhao. Zhan still sustained the ancient dusk array, its mindless spirits spreading in every direction. Neither he nor Li Changhao had a way to break the barrier. A crisp crack suddenly split the sky. The Bajuo realm could no longer bear the sheer mass of spirits. The barrier began to fracture. A seam opened in the night, pouring down a shaft of cold white light. Fissures spread like cracks in an eggshell, and the entire vault shattered into fragments. Shenlong City collapsed. The pitch-black night gave way to a boundless star field. Above and below them yawned pure void, distant lights blinking at the edge of infinity. Was it the universe, or an endless sea of stars? No one knew. Look over there, Xia Yue whispered, voice trembling. Everyone followed her gaze and froze. A single tree rose from the star sea. Its roots tangled deep in the darkness, while its crown shed a soft golden glow, scattering glittering motes in every direction. Transparent bubbles hung from its branches like luminous fruit, swaying gently. The tree was colossal beyond comprehension, filling nearly a third of the endless star river. Everywhere Han Zhan looked, golden branches and leaves stretched across the void. So this is what the Posa realm really looks like. It's magnificent. Li Changhao stared ahead, speaking to himself. Han Zhan was about to reply when scorching light flooded his vision. The divine sight awakened on its own before he could summon it. Golden brilliance burst from his pupils like twin miniature suns. Gazing again at the ancient tree that propped up the cosmic vault, he intercepted a stream of information that made his heart skip a beat. Item: Bodhi Treasure Tree. Ability: to carry worlds. Description: Bodhi is not a tree, nor is the bright mirror a stand. Since fundamentally nothing exists, where could dust settle? Thighs Han Zhan felt as if struck by lightning and froze for a second. The name in front of him matched perfectly with the legends he had heard before crossing over. Wasn't the Bodhi Treasure Tree an ancient divine weapon from myth? How could it be here? The next instant the tree under divine sight underwent a sudden change. Pale golden flames spread from the roots, swallowing the entire colossus. Thick branches, countless twigs, and dense foliage dissolved into glittering stardust that rained across the starry sea. The massive crown contracted at breathtaking speed, shrinking to the size of a centuries-old oak within a single breath. Before Han Zhan could react, the now diminished Bodhi Treasure Tree floated over on its own and came to a halt before him. Xia Yue, Li Lingjun, and Li Changhao wore complicated expressions, and entire cosmic tree radiating divinity had just chosen Han Zhan as though he were its rightful master. Inwardly they all grumbled, this guy has to be cheating. Han Zhan was no less shocked. He had chalked the earlier appearance of ancient weapons up to coincidence. But seeing the Bodhi Treasure Tree echo the myths of his former world cracked his understanding of this one all over again. With the tree hovering nearby, every detail was clear. Where fruit had once crowded the branches, only 12 remained. One hung dull and lightless, the very Posa realm they had just left. Of the remaining 11, 3 gleamed with golden light, ripe as celestial apples waiting to be plucked. Drawing a deep breath, he followed the bonding ritual he remembered. He slid his palm and pressed the bleeding hand to the trunk. In a flash, the entire Bodhi Treasure Tree blazed with blinding light, then shrank again to the size of his palm and settled there. A rush of shared awareness flooded him, and part of the tree's mysteries unfolded in his mind. Feeling the others' inquisitive gazes, Han Zhan offered no lengthy explanation. The Posa realm's barrier is gone, he said simply. It's time to rescue our sealed teacher. With that, he tightened his grip on the miniature tree and gave a gentle sweep. Boom. Prismatic light surged, the world flipped upside down, and after a moment of weightlessness their vision cleared. They were back in the villa in Shenlong City. In the middle of the living room, Li Shutong and Yin were still encapsulated by the fleshy mass. Without another word, Han Zhan raised the Bodhi Treasure Tree and smashed it down onto the grotesque sphere. Inside the heaven-sealing 5 locks, a violent tremor pried open a tiny crack, and Li Shutong caught the brief slack at once. Threads of power leaked out. He summoned the true chi within him. Milky mist surged through his meridians and swallowed him whole in an instant. On either side of the lake, white mist squared off against blacklight, against shadows urging and colliding yet deadlocked. Deep within the darkness, the 9th-tier insect emperor, Yin, felt his heart lurch. He hastily wove an illusion. 3 phantom chains dropped from the sky, trying to bind Li Shutong again. Li Shutong's face stayed calm. His robe ballooned as his force blew the chains apart link by link. Clang! The metallic blast rang in their ears. Before Yin could react, Li Shutong's fist was already at his face, its gale ripping the air. Yin knew the fight was lost, yet refused to yield. In the blink of an eye, Li Shutong's bare fists smashed the heaven-sealing 5 locks to pieces. Outside, Han Zhan gripped the Bodhi sacred tree in one hand, eyes locked on the mangled fleshball barrier head just dented. Boom! The barrier burst from within, chunks of meat flying as Li Shutong tore through. Teacher, grandfather, Xia Yue and Li Lingjun called out in delight. The familiar voices softened the murderous glint in Li Shutong's eyes. Teacher, where's the 9th-tier insect emperor Yin? I've wounded him badly, Li Shutong said. His illusions are deadly, but his body is frail. Watch out, may try to possess one of you. Don't worry, teacher. He's not escaping. Even before Han Zhan finished speaking, he raised the Bodhi sacred tree. Golden light flooded out, branches and leaves weaving a vast net that sealed the entire lake. Moments later, a shrill scream echoed overhead. Dragged forward by the golden mesh, a cloud of black, Qi took shape Yin himself. Head intended to hide and wait for a host. Never dreaming this ordinary-looking human spirit binder could wield the Bodhi sacred tree. The tree is the natural bane of illusions and spirits, able to pierce all deceit. Horror twisted Yan's half-formed face. Impossible. The Bodhi sacred tree was found by the insect clan in an ancient ruin. No human can command it. Li Shutong turned in surprise. His own student could control a relic from the ruins? Before the shock settled, the tree flared again. A once dim crystal orb in its crown flared with savage suction, swallowing Yin and the golden net in one gulp. In a heartbeat, he vanished without trace. You actually captured a 9th-tier insect emperor? Li Shutong asked. He was already half dead. I just finished the job, Han Zhan replied calmly. Since the tree accepted him, his control over it grew ever smoother enough to leave everyone staring in awe at the sudden show of power. Teacher, the 9th-tier insect emperor, Yin has been slain. The danger has passed. The ruins of the test site were still smoking as Li Shutong surveyed the devastation and let his eyes settle on the youngest among them, Han Zhan. If you hadn't stepped in, we'd be in serious trouble, he said with quiet satisfaction. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Han Zhan merely clasped his hands in salute. Li Changhao, who had wanted to challenge him earlier, shut his mouth at once. The thought of facing billions of battle spirits sent a chill down his spine and killed any desire to compete. The attack came out of nowhere, so I need to brief the other old hands from the companies, Li Shutong added, straightening his jacket, his composure unshaken. You've all earned a rest, go and recover. To have fought 3 insect emperors in a row yet remain this calm was what made him so formidable. Everyone nodded and turned to leave, but Li Shutong called out, Han Zhan, stay. Insect territory, an endless sea of blood. This was the swarm's most hidden nest. Blood-red mist steamed above a viscous, metallic stench, while tens of thousands of high-level insects writhed inside titanic egg sacs, their silhouettes blotting out the crimson sky. At the sea's center, a vague figure slowly took shape. With a wet splatter, the membrane around it burst, and the 9th-tier insect emperor, Yin, staggered forward, carapace cracked and fissures still bleeding. 3 projections waited on the shore. 1. A semi-transparent insect form hung in midair, every inch of its body packed with countless eyes, each glowing with a strange, all-seeing light. 2. A Tenkaloma turtle flesh puppet nearly filled the sea, mountain-sized tumors swelling and bursting, yellow-green pus pooling in foul hollows. 3. The last was a mass of living darkness, night made solid, space twisted wherever it stood, eaten away into pitch-black void. The longer it remained, the farther the darkness spread, forcing the other 2 to leak energy just to hold back the corrosion. For all his rank, Yin looked wretched. The flesh puppet let out a mocking chuckle. If not for the sea of blood, you'd be dead already. Yin lifted his gaze, swept past the puppet and the iridescent phantom, and fixed on the darkness. The task is complete. Did Li Shutong kill you? Asked an ancient, rasping voice from within the gloom. No. He crippled me, but couldn't finish the job. The one who truly killed me was an unremarkable human. An ant below the 9th tier? The flesh puppet sneered. Yin recalled the moment, his voice dropping. He used the samsara world to take Meihei and control that relic. Every pupil in the void insect's countless eyes contracted. A human wielding a relic? Impossible. What possible gain do I have in lying? Yin replied, his tone icy. We've uncovered another mortal enemy for the swarm, haven't we? Name, the darkness demanded. I tore it from Li Shutong's memory as 9th student, Han Zhan. A human who could command a relic was added to the swarm's kill list in an instant, but that was merely a bonus. The 4 insect emperors had gathered today for a far more pressing matter. Have you gauged Li Shutong's strength? The darkness asked again. Compared with the past, has he advanced or declined? After a short silence, Yin answered in a low voice. He is weaker than before. The 4 9th-tier insect emperors traded glances, then burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, then, the plan proceeds on schedule. Darkness spread, blood mist boiled, and the laughter of the phantom and the puppet mingled, echoing across the entire sea of blood. When the new year arrives, Li Shutong will die. Li Shutong finished his calls with the other oldtimers in short order. Throughout the conversation, Han Zhan stood respectfully at his side, hands clasped behind his back, eyes lowered, doing his best to make himself invisible. When the call ended, Li Shutong set down the receiver and turned to him. What's the name of the artifact you just captured? The Bodhi treasure tree, Han Zhan answered without hesitation. Bodhi treasure tree, Bodhi treasure tree, Li Shutong murmured, tapping his fingertips on the desk as a bright light kindled in his eyes. Then he switched gears. Han Zhan, do you still remember the major theaters of war in Daxia? Han Zhan nodded. The first theater handles the main front, the second oversees united front operations, the third seizes cities and territory, and the fourth conducts relic expeditions. Exactly. I kept you here to talk about the fourth theater, Li Shutong said, motioning toward the desk. They sat down. A single lamp flooded the desktop with light, leaving the rest of the study in half-shadow. Li Shutong got straight to the point. Humanity has invested little in relic exploration not because it's unimportant, but because the risks usually outweigh the rewards. With the drain of the main front and the city taking campaigns, we can hardly spare the manpower. Han Zhan caught his drift. Master, are you saying that artifacts like the Bodhi treasure tree all come from those expeditions? Li Shutong nodded. Relics hide countless treasures. Yet for us they remain sealed museum pieces, never keys that decide the war. Do you know why? Han Zhan remembered the shock on the battlefield when he wielded the Bodhi treasure tree, and a harsh answer formed. Because humans can't activate them? Precisely, Li Shutong said solemnly. For centuries we've unearthed artifacts, but not one has truly answered to human hands. The insectoids, however, can wield them and tilt the balance. Without that, we wouldn't be fighting such an uphill battle. His words sent Han Zhan into deep thought. If this was true, why could he use the Bodhi treasure tree? Was he really different from other humans? The answer was obvious: was a transmigrant, a soul that didn't belong to this world. His awakened talent and his bond with ancient weapons proved it. He lowered his eyes to the Bodhi treasure tree in his Handan artifact from the legends of his previous world. Li Shutong watched the rapid play of emotions on Han Zhan's face: shock, realization, confusion, then waved a hand. No need to explain. Everyone has secrets, you don't have to share them all with me. Has he already seen through me? Guilt flickered across Han Zhan's mind, but he knew that spilling everything might not help. He inclined his head and pushed the doubts aside. Seeing this, Li Shutong continued. So what should I do now, master? Han Zhan asked. Study the artifacts, master their use, and wield them against the insectoids, Li Shutong replied. When a future for humanity. No one can ever learn that you can wield those artifacts. Once the secret gets out, your safety is finished. Li Shutong gave a solemn warning. He'll keep Li Changhao in check. As for the Li clan, I'm heading back to investigate every corner. Deep Blue City is humanity's rear stronghold, yet a Tier 9 insect emperor has infiltrated us hats far worse than anyone imagines. Their conversation ended, and after saying goodbye to Li Shutong, Han Zhan returned to his bedroom and summoned the Bodhi tree once again. The Bodhi tree was now only palm-sized, its entire trunk and branches suffused with flowing gold, the leaves crystal clear like glass. The soft glow danced in Han Zhan's eyes, drawing his thoughts back to distant memories. A sudden, delicate knock snapped him to the present. The door creaked, and a slender figure poked her head inside. Lingzhen, why are you still up? Han Zhan asked, already knowing the answer. The two had just reunited and survived a deadly battle. Yet Li Lingzhen needed another kind of fight to calm the storm inside her, so she had slipped in. Seeing him act clueless, she pouted. Humph. I'm out of inspiration and came to you for material. Stop giving me that look. Before she could finish, a gust rustled the window and a second sneaky shadow slid into the room. Xia Yue bit down on her silver teeth and muttered, that little vixen got here first again. I haven't watched enough palace dramas. I'm the official wife, so I have to keep you two in line. With that, she huffed and flung herself into Han Zhan's arms. Han Zhan could only fall back on his usual tactics, trying to pacify the war between the two young women. At dawn, pale light filtered in. When Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen opened their eyes, Han Zhan was already gone. They reached the dining table to find 4 bowls of restorative soup emptied, faint curls of medicinal steam still rising. Grandpa, where did Han Zhan go? He was exhausted last night. Why is he up so early? Li Lingzhen lifted an empty bowl, puzzled. Li Shutong glanced at her, his tone tinged with reproach. If you knew he was tired, why did you keep pushing him? Young people need restraint. Put that energy into getting stronger. Afraid she might interrupt, he added. He went to the Guardian's library to check the ruins archives. Ruins? Why look those up all of a sudden? Li Lingzhen exchanged a baffled glance with Xia Yue, but Li Shutong said nothing more. Meanwhile, inside the Guardian's headquarters, Han Zhan stepped through the doors and froze at the chaotic scene in the lobby. On-duty Guardians hurried past, faces grave. Fan rubbed his temples, frowning at the mountain of incident reports on his desk. Damn it, I slept like the dead last night. What happened in Deep Blue City? These are all fatality and injury reports. Did the insects attack again? He muttered. Spotting Han Zhan, he waved. What brings you here today? I need to use your library and its archives, Han Zhan replied. Last night, the Bajua world did not blanket the entire city of Deep Blue, and that was a small mercy. Because Han Zhan triggered the Red Moon ahead of schedule, the onrushing tide of corruption was blunted, casualties fell sharply, and the tragedy was confined to only part of the city. At dawn, carrying the questions that had haunted him through the night, he approached his old teammate, Fan, and demanded access to every file Deep Blue City possessed. Fan did not hesitate. With a single gesture, an aide delivered a thick stack of documents to the conference room. The databases were linked, so the folders contained not only the city's records but also reports from other cities and the frontline battlefields. Han Zhan bent over the long table, leafing through the pages one by one. The soft scrape of paper edges seemed to turn the very air into the dust of history. Archive record insect cataclysm year 112. An 8th-tier insect emperor led the swarm and unleashed the artifact Blood Pagoda, sacrificing 10 human cities in a single stroke. Rivers of blood flowed across Daxia, and the casualties were horrific. Archive Record Insect Cataclysm Year 159. 10 8th-tier spirit contract masters, with support from the Second War Zone, set out to hunt a large insect clan. Victory seemed assured, but the insects escaped with the treasure star map. The entire clan dissolved into starlight and vanished into the cosmos, and the hunt failed. Archive Record Insect Cataclysm Year 209. The identity of Jiao Songpa, a 9th-tier awakener of the Old Covenant and one of the 12 apostles, was exposed. The insects dispatched only 3 8th-tier insect emperors to ambush him. Though weaker, they used the artifact fish guts to inflict severe wounds. Jiao Songpa's fate remains unknown. One familiar artifact name after another flashed across the pages, matching Han Zhan's pre-transmigration memories with eerie precision of legendary treasures of that other world. His heart pounded in his chest. If the legends were true, was Blue Star the world he had traveled to, or had it been his homeland all along? No one could tell him, and the uncertainty sent an icy chill through him. Digging deeper, he found the official description of the Bajhuo world. Bajhuo world, supreme treasure of the 9th-tier insect Emperor Yan. Recorded uses, extremely rare. Its only documented descent occurred in St. John province. The entire province was swallowed by a phantom realm, and billions of lives mutated. The Empire took a full year to purge the anomaly, yet St. John was left a barren quarantine zone unfit for human habitation. Imperial assessment. Beyond doubt, a supreme treasure. It contains a world of unimaginable terror. Should it fully manifest on Blue Star, it would trigger a global catastrophe. Han Zhan closed the file, cold sweat beating in his palm. He raised his hand and summoned the Bodhi treasure tree. Its silhouette appeared, branches like jade, heavy with fruit. The fruit representing the Bajhuo world hung low, its surface gray and dull, with only a thin veil of starlight flickering across it, far dimmer than the rest. Meanwhile, 3 enormous fruits at the crown of the tree blazed with fierce golden light, like 3 miniature suns, dimming every other glow beneath them. When Han Zhan projected his consciousness into the Bodhi treasure tree, he was delighted to discover the names of these 3 world fruits. Their names were Zhuolu Jie, Shengxin Baichao, and Qinzi Fulai. Han Zhan stood beneath the Bodhi treasure tree, 3 radiant fruits mirrored in his pupils. A lifelong lover of myth, he saw at once that these names referred to the Xianyuan sword, the Shennong Cauldron, and the Fuxi Zither. Zhuolu Jie was the largest of the 3, its diameter nearly twice that of the others. A fierce golden blaze made it hard to look at, like a miniature sun hanging from the branch. Shengxin Baichao and Qinzi Fulai were slightly dimmer, yet starlight still surged across their surfaces, each one extraordinary. By contrast, the surrounding fruits looked dull, wrapped in only a faint halo, like weak stars outshone by a full moon. Bathed in the searing glow, Han Zhan suddenly understood. Since becoming a spirit pact master, he had bonded exactly 3 contract spirits: the Xianyuan sword, the Shennong Cauldron, and the Fuxi Zither. The Bodhi tree's activation requirement, then, was a pact with these ancient artifacts. If each fruit represented a separate world, he might gain entry to the matching mythic dimension. Troubled yet excited, he archived all his notes and hurried back to the villa for a private discussion with his mentor, Li Shitong. Han Zhan laid out his deductions one by one. Li Shitong listened in silence, then nodded gravely. Your logic is sound, he said. But if these fruits are gateways, do not touch the largest. The bigger the world, the more complex its structure and the higher the danger. At your current level, you would almost certainly die. Han Zhan bowed. Which fruit should I take, teacher? Either the Shennong Cauldron or the Fuxi Zither, Li Shitong replied. Both are support-type artifacts. The worlds they anchor should be relatively manageable. Han Zhan then asked about the Posa world. Li Shitong shook his head. It first appeared in St. John's State of the Empire, and its monsters fit that region's folklore. I suspect it mirrors imperial legends. You are a son of Daxia. You will fare better in a culture you know. The master and disciple divided their tasks at once. Han Zhan shut himself away to review every scrap of lore lodged in his mind, sorting out the omens and anomalies he might face. Li Shitong contacted the Li clan, reported the ambush by Li Fengchun and the 9th-rank insect emperor, and pressed the Daxiao authorities to tighten security and root out hidden agents, weakening the insect's infiltration. Victory would not come overnight, but even the first moves would force the enemy to act more cautiously. 7 days passed in a flash. Inside the villa, Han Zhan drank the last bowl of his photonic broth, a decoction of ginseng, deer antler, polygonum, and dragon bone. Vitality surged through his veins. He said farewell to Li Shitong, Xia Yue, and Li Lingzhen. Because of the unknown danger ahead, he chose to enter the fruit alone, asking his mentor to watch over the 2 young women's training. Though reluctant, they nodded through their tears, trusting his decision. Everything was ready. Han Zhan sat cross-legged in the courtyard, forming intricate seals with his hands. The Bodhi tree shot upward, its canopy covering the entire villa, 3 world fruits blazing on a dark green branch. Rising to his feet, Han Zhan stretched out a finger and touched the fruit whose golden light rolled like a tide. The radiance flared, his body dissolved into countless sparks that spiraled inward, vanishing into the fruit's depths. The world he had chosen bore a single name, Xingxin Baichao. A shower of starlight cascaded down, the glittering particles coalescing into the figure of Han Zhan. When he opened his eyes, the familiar deep blue city villa had vanished. In its place stood a ramshackle hut, frayed straw mats on a dirt floor, cracked mud walls, a crooked wooden window ready to fall apart, and a worm-eaten door riddled with holes. Sunlight filtered through those tiny gaps, scattering specks of light across the walls. He had barely taken in the scene when hurried footsteps and an angry shout erupted outside. "Where's that outsider? Move, everyone, move. He's about to kill my daughter, and he'll make him pay." The words were still hanging in the air when the door was kicked clean off its hinges, slammed into the wall, and split it with a web of cracks. A towering man stormed in and grabbed Han Zhan by the collar. Instinctively, Han Zhan tried to channel Senji, planning to break free with the power of a 4th-tier spirit contract master, but his strength was completely suppressed. The brute's speed was absurd. Han Zhan never even saw the move that pinned him. 5th tier? 6th? Or higher? A chill swept through him. Before he could react, a heavy palm smashed him to the ground, leaving his limbs twitching and useless. "With skills that sloppy, you dare fight back? Ignorant outsider." The man growled. Someone nearby urged softly, "Jiang Hua, calm down. Don't kill him." A ringing filled Han Zhan's ears. Jiang Hua's next strike knocked him unconscious, and he awoke inside a dark, dank cell. A day later, after much pleading, he finally learned the reason for his capture from the young guard delivering his meals. The Bodhi sacred tree had flung him into a world resembling the legendary realm of Wuyu, but with some startling differences. Here, the supposedly frail ancients were strong enough to kill with a flick of the wrist, and a mysterious plague was sweeping the land. Calling himself a healer, the outsider Han Zhan had tried treating Jiang Hua's daughter. Something went terribly wrong, and the enraged father had thrown him into jail. This was the starting scenario of the 100-herb Sacred Heart Fruit world. Once he grasped the situation, Han Zhan saw only one path to survival: mastering the art of healing. That afternoon, the good-natured meal boy appeared on schedule, slid a bowl of coarse food through the bars, and turned to leave. Han Zhan lunged, clamping onto his arm. Startled, the boy spun with practiced ease. He twisted Han Zhan's wrist into a lock, reversed the hold, and struck him squarely in the chest with his free hand. Han Zhan felt as if he had just been struck by a 9th-tier insectoid. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips as he was hurled backward and smashed against the wall. Sorry, I didn't mean it." The delivery kid froze, his hands flailing in midair as he blurted out an explanation. "I never thought you were that frail. One hit, and you're down. I'm really, really sorry." Sliding to the floor, Han Zhan tasted iron with every breath. As a 4th-rank spirit contract master with a heavenly serpent physique and the triple guard of the 8 extreme arts, his defenses should have shrugged off even 6th-tier insectoids, let alone a casual punch from a clan errand boy. None of this made sense. There was no time to puzzle it out. Clutching his bruised ribs, he forced himself upright. "Don't go, wait. I can save that little girl, I swear. Just hear me out." His words were rushed, but resolute. At the plea, the young man's expression softened into sympathy, then twisted into something odd. "You? An outsider? Cure her?" He chuckled. "Really? A cure? What's so funny?" Han Zhan met his strange gaze heated. "Yes, a cure. Last time I used the wrong herbs. Can you relay a message? Tell Jiang Hua to give me one more chance. I can at least keep his daughter alive." The legacy of the Shennong Cauldron filled him with confidence. The laughter faded, replaced by a weightier tone. "Stay here 30 days, and you walk out free. But if you insist on facing Jiang Hua, his temper's volcanic. Fail again, and you die. Think it through." The words sounded half warning, half ultimatum. Han Zhan's mind raced. The heart of 10,000 herbs hinted at 2 paths: wait safely for 30 days, or gamble on the secret. He chose without hesitation. Seeing his decision, the youth returned to his awkward, earnest self, nodding apologetically. "He'll pass it along. Whether he comes, I can't promise." Once he left, silence reclaimed the cell. No one appeared for the rest of the day or night. At dawn, Han Zhan hovered between sleep and waking when a loud, familiar roar echoed down the corridor. Jiang Hua stormed in, cursing under his breath. Fine, I heard you. They'll give that lunatic one more shot. If he brings you back, they'll tell the clan chief to let him go." Apparently, the delivery kid had pestered Jiang Hua all night until the fiery father relented. Clang. The chains rattled, dust billowed, and the iron door slammed open. Light speared into the narrow cell. "Get moving, saintly doctor," Jiang Hua growled. Han Zhan was yanked outside by Jiang Hua. The man's iron-like hand clamped onto the back of his collar and dragged him along, kicking up clouds of dust while Jiang Hua swore nonstop. Han Zhan couldn't even struggle. He was hauled off like a sack of rags. They soon reached the tribe's inner quarter, where uneven rows of wooden and stone huts climbed the hillside. People stopped in their tracks, and hushed whispers swelled into a tide. Jianghua, haven't you had enough? You already threw him in the stockade, we drag him out again? We told you, the plague can't be cured. Why won't you believe it? Your daughter's human, so are we. We're all infected. We'll all die sooner or later. No one can escape. The mockery drilled into Jianghua's ears. He wheeled around, eyes bloodshot and feral. All of you, shut the hell up. His roar exploded with psychic force like a hurricane. Low eaves groaned, loose tiles rattled, and the onlookers staggered back. Han Zhan took the brunt of it. Blood seeped from every orifice and his face went ashen. From that single burst of pressure, he knew Jianghua had long surpassed the 8th rank, perhaps even touched the 9th. Noticing the miserable state of his captive, Jianghua clicked his tongue and muttered, weakling. He then stepped into the nearest hut, dragging Han Zhan inside. The room was dim. A crude wooden bed stood in the center, and on it lay a girl of 12 or 13. Her brow was knotted, her lips blackened, damp beads of sweat sliding down her temples as though she could stop breathing at any moment. Jianghua dumped Han Zhan beside the bed and barked, start now. You have 5 minutes. If she isn't awake, by then you know the price. Han Zhan wiped the blood from his mouth and had barely approached when fine black threads burrowed out of the girl's skin. They writhed like worms, crawling in every direction. Some even leapt toward him, making his scalp tingle. What in the world? His heart sank. He tried at once to summon his spirit relics. The Xianyuan sword and Fuxi Zither stayed silent. Only the Shennong Cauldron thundered in his mind. The cauldron's shadow materialized, bronze patterns shimmering with light. The black threadworms shrieked as if facing a natural enemy and scurried to the corners. Yet the girl suddenly foamed at the mouth, limbs convulsing, a black miasma rising from her body. Jianghua's gaze sharpened, fists creaking as he clenched them, ready to splatter Han Zhan at the first sign of failure. Han Zhan felt the sinister force wrestling with the cauldron. The darkness around the girl thickened. He dared not hesitate. Pressing both palms on the cauldron, he growled, Live's creation. Blinding runes erupted from the cauldron's mouth like a reversed starfall, pouring one after another into the girl's body. With a faint murmur, Jiang Yu's lashes fluttered and her eyes slowly opened. She was awake. Jianghua forgot all composure. He swept his daughter into his arms, voice hoarse with emotion. You're finally awake, Father? The girl looked up, bewildered. Regardless of how it happened, Han Zhan had saved her. Jianghua turned, the brutality gone, his eyes sincere and grateful. Sage, you truly did it. I'll petition the chieftain to lift your confinement. From now on, if ever you need me, just say the word. You saved my daughter, and I owe you my life. Listening to Jianghua's forthright declaration, Han Zhan nodded, yet his eyes stayed on the newly awakened Jiang Yu. Her lashes fluttered, her lips were still pale, and the lack of color made her normally lively eyes look painfully fragile. Although awake, she was far from cured. The black worms were only a surface symptom. The true source was a mass of black mist that had merged with her body, something even the arts of life and creation could not dispel. What kind of illness is this? Han Zhan felt a chill. He had practiced medicine for years and had never encountered a condition that even those powers could not touch. Then he remembered he could not defeat even a random youth in this place, and he accepted that the abnormality lay in his expectations, not the world. As a physician, he still chose to tell Jianghua the truth. He had expected the burly man to explode, yet Jianghua merely nodded calmly after hearing him out. I already know all that. You know? Han Zhan froze. If he knew, why invite me here? Jianghua placed a calloused hand on his daughter's forehead and sighed. Knowing is one thing, but the timing is wrong. You is so young, this shouldn't have surfaced yet. In the end, I'm just a father who refuses to accept it. Seeing Han Zhan's doubt, Jianghua treated the outsider as a confidant. Not only Jiang Yu, everyone here carried the same illness. At 35, the black mist would seep from the abdomen, invade the heart, then swallow the head and limbs. The victim vanished silently into the fog without exception. No matter what they tried, no one escaped this curse. Han Zhan remembered the black worm that had crawled from Jiang Yu's body. This world was indeed called Baichao Xingxin, and the first anomaly he met here was this disease. Coupled with what the young NPC in the prison had said, he was almost sure the key to the world's secret lay in this illness. He asked, Uncle Jiang, does every member of the Jiang clan suffer from it? Every single one. The chieftain, ordinary folk, 2-year-old babies, 34-year-old adults, we all carry it. What signs do you see day to day? None in daylight. We never go outside at night. The moment you step through the door, something terrifying and unpredictable happens. No one has broken the curse. We can't go out. Han Zhan's heart skipped. Do you have any record of when this illness first appeared? The question stumped Jianghua. He scratched his head, then shook it. I'm a simple man. I live for today and never bothered with history. The word suited him. He added, but I can take you to the chieftain, should have the most detailed records. The reminder made Han Zhan realize the clan chief was crucial. Without Jianghua's introduction, meeting him would be nearly impossible. Had he not saved Jiang Yu? this lead might have vanished forever. Now the chance was before him, so he readily agreed. Good. Let's go see the chieftain. Outside, a crowd had gathered, expecting Jiang Hua to smash Han Zhan to pieces. Instead, the two men walked out shoulder to shoulder, smiling. The onlookers were stunned. The chieftain's quarters lay at the very back of the settlement, the largest room of all. Beneath a high canopy of stretched hides, braziers glowed against copper lamps, sending ripples of warmth through the space. When Jiang Hua led Han Zhan inside, Chief Jiang Huai already stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clearly having waited for some time. I hear you roused Jiang Yu, Jiang Huai said, his sharp gaze locking on a Han Zhan. One look was enough to make Han Zhan feel as if he had been laid bare. The hair on his arms bristled, and a shiver ran down his spine. This man's aura was even stronger than Jiang Hua's. He dared not be careless. Bowing quickly, he said, I didn't cure Heronly woke her. It was nothing, really. Nothing. Jiang Huai's voice rumbled. Outsider, do you understand what such a small favor means to the Zhang clan? He paused, each word distinct. Since the sage Shennong's death, no one has mastered the healing arts. You, an outsider, are unique. The revelation stunned Han Zhan. Shennong? That had to be the very same figure from the legend, who tasted every herb. Grasping at this thread, he blurted, how did the sage Shennong die? He sampled a fatal herb while testing plants and perished from its poison, Jiang Huai replied. The answer confirmed Han Zhan's suspicion. The sage was indeed the legendary Shennong. Jiang Huai continued. You asked Jiang Hua about the first appearance of the strange illness, so let me tell you. The outbreak began the very day the sage swallowed that deadly herb. Our records say that after his death, the whole world fell ill, every human caught the disease, and those skilled in medicine vanished, as if healers had never existed. The world is gravely sick. What, then, did the insect hordes have to do with this? Han Zhan couldn't see the link. He sensed that only by uncovering the secret of the sacred heart fruit world could he learn the truth. Seeing Han Zhan fall silent, Jiang Huai drew a yellowed sheet of paper from a wooden box beside him. This contains a pill formula left by the sage. You are an outsider and the only healer alive today. It can belong only to you. Han Zhan took it and saw the Tidal Minor Restoration pill. Jiang Huai added, every herb listed in the formula is stored in our warehouse, but no one can read the recipe, and we lack the equipment to refine pills, so it has gathered dust. The name alone told Han Zhan nothing about the pill's effect, yet a formula handed over as part of the main quest had to be crucial. He decided to refine it first and look for answers later. Please have the herbs prepared, Chief. I'd like to begin at once, he said. Jiang Huai exchanged a glance with Jiang Hua and nodded. The herbs are in the eastern storehouse. It will take some time to fetch them. Stay here for now. Jiang Hua, since the outsider saved your family, you'll arrange his lodging and explain our rules. Yes, sir, Jiang Hua replied. After leaving the patriarch's quarters, Jiang Hua led Han Zhan to an empty room that was far more refined than the bare shack he had slept in when he first arrived in this world. The floor was spotless, a wooden bed held fresh bedding, a pot of tea sat on a low table, and soft daylight filtered through the lattice windows. While Han Zhan silently marveled at the improvement, Jiang Hua suddenly heaved a sigh. Brother Han, you shouldn't have taken on this task. You saved Jiang Yu's life, and I don't want to repay kindness with harm. Sensing the weight in his voice, Han Zhan paused. What are you trying to say? Jiang Hua offered a bitter smile. There should still be apothecaries in the world. Babies are born every year, surely a few inherit the talent, don't they? The remark pierced the doubt Han Zhan had buried. Overwhelmed moments earlier by the patriarch's power, he had ignored the details. Now he nodded for Jiang Hua to continue. They're all dead, Jiang Hua said, voice dropping. Two words crashed into Han Zhan like a stone in still water. Dead? How? Who? Every apothecary, Jiang Hua went on. Anyone gifted enough to study the Shennong sage's prescriptions is dead. Shennong left more than one formula in this world, but everyone who probes into them ends up dying. We call these recipes the curse of Shennong. The declaration set Han Zhan's mind ablaze. Patriarch Jiang Hua had passed him the formula while fully aware of the danger. Without Jiang Hua's conscience, Han Zhan would have remained oblivious. Only now did he truly grasp how terrifying this fruit realm was, hundreds of times more brutal than he had imagined. He'll need to tread lightly if him to solve the final mystery, he reminded himself. He cupped his fists to Jiang Hua. I understand. Thank you for warning me. He'll be careful. Han Zhan kept the prescription, and that alone revealed his decision. Seeing this, Jiang Hua offered one final warning. After 6 in the evening, lock your door and don't go outside. With that, he hurried off. The door closed, and silence settled over the room. Han Zhan sat at the low table and unfolded the yellowed formula. The ink was clear, yet a shadow seemed to cling to the page. He stared at it for a long time, thoughts churning. Everyone who studies it dies. Is it really a curse? If so, how do I break it? Two possibilities crystallized in his mind. 1. The formula itself is lethal, condemning anyone who studies it. 2. Researchers lack some essential condition and perish during the process. If the first was true, his 4th rank strength meant certain death. If the second, survival, might be possible, he could find the missing key. Han Zhan recalled the legendary Shennong sage, who had tasted every herb to benefit humankind. It was hard to link such a benefactor with a curse. The thought looped in his head as he scrutinized the formula again, but no breakthrough appeared. I can't just sit here. I need more information on healers and formulas. Decision made. He rose and opened the door. The hinge creaked softly. The corridor was quiet. He had taken barely one step when he sensed eyes on him fleeting, almost imperceptible. The once busy hallway now held several bystanders, arranged far too conveniently. Han Zhan's heart sank. Jiang Huai's people, watching me. His expression remained calm, but his pace quickened as he merged into the flow of people. Let them come. He would find out exactly what Jiang Huai was planning. Han Zhan's first stop was the home of the young man who had sneaked food to him. The place was easy enough to find. Follow the flagstone path, turn into a quiet alley, and the gray-tiled cottage behind the bamboo fence was it. After 2 light knocks, the young man opened the door, saw Han Zhan on the threshold, and froze before blurting out, "Shengshi? Don't call me that." Han Zhan waved the title away. Just Han Zhan is fine. Word of Jiang Yu's rescue had spread through the Jiang tribe, and Shengshi had become the locals' honorific for the outsider healer. Han Zhan had no patience for formalities. "I just got a pill formula from Chief Jiang Huai," he said bluntly. "They say it was left behind by Shennong Shengshi. You once risked your life to break me out of prison, and I haven't forgotten. I'd like to study the formula with you as payment for that favor." The young man's eyes widened, and he waved his hands as if scalded. "How could you repay kindness with harm?" He burst out, speaking so fast Han Zhan worried he might actually pull out the formula. Catching the flicker of fear in the boy's face, Han Zhan feigned confusion. "What's wrong with it?" After a hesitant pause, the young man spoke the truth. "I don't know the exact ingredients. Only that everyone in the tribe who researched that formula ended up dead." Chief Jiang Huai later banned it. "Maybe he thinks you're an outsider and the curse won't touch you, so he handed it over." An outsider, Han Zhan repeated under his breath, and a thought flashed. Didn't truly belong to this world at all. If a curse existed, perhaps it wouldn't affect him. The idea cleared his mind. After a few more polite words, he took his leave. His second stop was Jiang Hua's house. Night had fallen, and the cooking fire glowed warmly inside. Jiang Hua and Jiang Yu were busy with supper. When Han Zhan pushed the door open, Jiang Hua raised an eyebrow. "It's almost dark. Didn't I tell you not to wander after sunset? Trouble finds you then." "I'm just out for a quick walk," Han Zhan assured him, letting his gaze settle on Jiang Yu. With few clues, he could only start with the people he knew. He got straight to the point. "You, why did your illness flare up early? Did you go anywhere unusual beforehand?" Jiang Yu glanced at her brother. Seeing no objection, she answered softly. "I was playing hide and seek with the others. I lost track of time, and when I came out of my hiding spot, it was already dark. I knew that was bad, so I ran straight home. After that, everything's a blur." Jiang Hua picked up the story. "She was late, and I was frantic. She stepped through the door half an hour after curfew, and the moment she crossed the threshold something seemed to crawl out of her, colder than ice. Luckily it never fully showed itself. The rest you know. She fainted until you woke her." Han Zhan nodded. "Can you tell me exactly where you were hiding that night?" Han Zhan pressed on. "I can't remember clearly. I only know it was a huge tree, hidden deep in the woods far beyond our tribe. I ran that far on purpose so they couldn't find me during hide and seek." Jiang Hua nodded, showing he understood. Night was falling, and fearing for Han Zhan's safety, he didn't insist that Han stay for dinner. Han Zhan jogged home and arrived before the curfew. Darkness settled quickly. Outside the bolted wooden door, the wind began with a faint whimper, then rattled the shutters with a hollow whoosh. Beneath the gusts he could pick out soft yet weighty footsteps, as if something were wandering in the night. He glanced toward the window. Behind the glass lay unbroken blackness, nothing to see. A cold draft swept into the room, the temperature plummeting, and he instinctively pulled his clothes tighter. The commotion lasted who knew how long before it finally drifted away. Curiosity drew him to the door. He bent down and peered through the gap. The moment his eye met the crack, he staggered back, nearly slamming into the mud wall. A pair of blood-red eyes was staring right at him. The face was Jiang Yue. She would have known it anywhere. Yet the tribe forbade anyone from going out after sunset. Why was she outside? Shaken, Han Zhan abandoned any thought of investigation. He leaned against the wall, facing the door, and fell asleep fully clothed, alert. At dawn a rapid knocking yanked him awake. Medicinal herbs from the chief, Jiang Huai, were stacked at his threshold, and the messenger looked impatient. Han Zhan noticed the odd urgency, but said nothing, only accepting the delivery. The man reminded him repeatedly, "Shengshi, these herbs are priceless. The chief orders that the elixir be refined at once, or calamity may strike." It was clearly a threat. Han Zhan kept calm and nodded. Satisfied, the messenger bowed and left. Checking the ingredients against the recipe, Han Zhan confirmed they matched the formula for the small reversion pill. Jiang Huai had obviously gathered everything long ago, yet never tried to make it himself. Had he failed, or was something else hidden? Back inside, Han Zhan reviewed the events of the night and decided to attempt the refinement himself. First, the trail of clues pointed to the pill, and without it he could go no further. Second, if the curse targeted only natives of this realm, it might not affect an outsider like him. He summoned the Shennong Cauldron, added the ingredients according to the recipe, and controlled the flame. When the final herb dropped in, the cauldron's walls glowed faintly. Moments later the pills took shape, smooth, lustrous, as white as mutton fat jade, clearly of the highest grade. Han Zhan had just relaxed when a distorted human face surfaced on one pill, which was instantly shrouded in dense black mist. The face turned toward him, twisting into a sinister grin. An instant later the darkness lunged, fast as a striking viper, leaving him no room to dodge. The pill was tampered with after all. Jiang Huai has hidden something crucial. The thought flashed through Han Zhan's mind, but he realized it too late. Just as the eerie pellet was about to shatter the cauldron, the entire Shennong Cauldron blazed with a faint golden radiance that rolled over its bronze surface. The light spread like a net, sealing the escaping medicinal force and the grotesque human face inside a shimmering veil. Under the scorching glow, the chilling visage sizzled and managed only a piercing screech before vanishing into glittering dust. Han Zhan held his nerve, waited until the cauldron fell silent, then slipped a hand inside and gently scooped out the flawless pill. Warmth pulsed against his palm. The pellet was clear as crystal, as though a dark gold current swirled beneath its surface. Han Zhan's eyes burned with anticipation, and the scripture of illumination activated once more. Name: Xiaohuandan. Effect: wards off the corruption of night, suppresses internal mutations, and overrides the tribal ban by granting the user 3 incense sticks time of night travel. Warning: refining a Xiaohuandan costs a life, 1 life, for 1 pill. Proceed with caution. The word stunned him. The formula was not cursed. The sacrifice was the price of a successful refinement. Without the Shennong Cauldron's innate resistance to pill toxins, he would have been ash by now. A cold laugh escaped him. Jiang Huai, the Zhang clan chief, clearly knew the secret. That was why he forbade his own people to refine the pill and instead handed the recipe to an outsider like Hyman, act of ruthless malice. The pill was finished, yet Han Zhan saw no reason to rush. He stayed inside and waited for darkness. If Xiaohuandan allowed one to walk at night, he could ignore the ban and uncover more secrets. Exhausted from alchemy, he sat cross-legged and rested until his strength returned. When he opened his eyes, the world beyond the window was pitch black. The familiar, howling wind was swallowed by the night, growing even more oppressive. He did not hesitate. He tossed the pill into his mouth. Its gentle medicine melted at once, an invisible force coursing through his meridians and forming a protective barrier. Drawing a deep breath, he pushed the door open. The Jiang settlement was unervingly quiet. At the faint creak of the hinge, even the wind seemed to die, and the entire street sank into lifeless silence. No ghosts appeared. No crimson eyes glowed, only empty stone paths and dim watchfires. Han Zhan's sharpened senses still caught soft footsteps in the distance, so he slipped against the wall and vanished into the shadows. The steps approached. A furtive figure rounded the corner, strolling along as though blind to its surroundings. As the person passed under the torchlight, Han Zhan's heart tightened. It was Jiang Huai. If he could move freely at night, he too possessed a Xiaohuandan. Jiang Huai walked straight to Han Zhan's door. He pressed an ear to the wood. Hearing nothing, he gave a crooked smile. That outsider died for a good cause, he muttered. And I got a Xiaohuandan for free. With that, he shoved the door open. It swung inward with a squeak, revealing an empty room. Han Zhan was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Huai froze, and a familiar voice rose behind him. Patriarch Jiang, out so late, were you looking for me? Han Zhan's voice sliced past Jiang Huai's ear like a dagger. Jiang Huai whirled around, pupils contracting as he stared hard at the young man half hidden by the lantern light. This is impossible, he stammered. You refined the minor rebirth pill. How are you still alive? Nothing's impossible, Patriarch Jiang. Han Zhan stepped forward, blocking the mouth of the alley. By day Jiang Huai's aura had been intimidating, yet now, in Han Zhan's perception, he felt no stronger than an ordinary man. Realizing this, Han Zhan had no qualms about cutting off his escape. Jiang Huai's face clouded, but he forced a smile, trying to bargain his way out. Stranger, I never meant to cause you trouble. Let's drop the matter, shall we? No trouble? Han Zhan's laugh was icy. You tossed me a pill recipe, tricked me into gambling my life to refine it, and planned to swap my death for your medicine. Does that count as no trouble? Before the words finished echoing, Jiang Huai's complexion shifted from ashen to pale. Seizing the pause, he darted sideways like a slippery eel toward a narrow side lane. Yet Han Zhan was ready. One palm slammed down, pinning him to the dust-covered ground. The humiliation of being knocked flying earlier was returned in full, and Han Zhan even felt a flicker of satisfaction. What do you want? Jiang Huai snarled through clenched teeth. Everything you know. Han Zhan withdrew his hand, voice calm. Don't play games. I've got all night. Realizing escape was hopeless, Jiang Huai spilled the truth. 1. The minor rebirth pill truly came from Shennong and had been guarded by the Zhang clan since his death. 2. Only an apothecary could refine it, but each pill cost the apothecary's life, so generations ago the formula was sealed away. 3. The curfew after 6 was not aimed at Han Zhan alone. Every clansman obeyed it because an unknown nocturnal miasma accelerated illness. 4. Day and night were opposites here. By day, everyone's strength soared, making hunting trivial, but after sunset power plummeted. The stronger one was by day, the weaker by night, while the harmless wildlife mutated into nightmarish beasts. 5. Jiang Huai had coerced Han Zhan into refining the pill only to stockpile another dose for emergencies, sacrificing an outsider instead of his own people. Han Zhan listened in silence, eyebrows raised in half-belief, yet he stayed his hand. Night wind swept through the alley, and a brief stillness settled over them. Then light footsteps, almost weightless, drifted down the street. Under the moon, a small dark silhouette emerged, a girl of 12 or 13, twin braids bouncing with each step, strolling over the gravel without a hint of caution. Most striking was her pair of blood-red eyes. Jiangyu. Why is Jiangyu here, and what exactly is going on with her? The sudden appearance threw Jiang Huai off rhythm. His face darkened, but under Han Zhan's piercing stare he had no choice but to speak. Jiangyu has been parasitized. More precisely, the anomaly inside her has been awakened, but the infection hasn't run its course yet, so she's in a delicate state of equilibrium. Han Zhan snorted, unhurriedly exposing him. That's your real goal, isn't it? You used the excuse of picking up a rejuvenation pill, then tailed Jiangyu to trace the infection back to whatever's hiding behind it. Clan Chief Jiang, that's quite the scheme. There was no need to visit in the middle of the night just to check on a single pill, wasting one pellet at worst. Han Zhan wasn't a child. He quickly realized Jiang Huai's visit had nothing to do with him. Jiang Yu's sudden appearance confirmed everything. With his intentions laid bare, Jiang Huai stopped defending himself and silently fell in behind Jiang Yu, following on light feet. Han Zhan hesitated only a moment before tagging along, also wanted to know what the contaminated Jiang Yu was doing at this hour. The Jiang clan lived on a plain at the foot of a vast, pitch-black mountain. Under the night sky, the peak looked like a curtain that swallowed every trace of light, and the three soon disappeared beneath its shadow. Jiang Yu led the way, small and slight. She moved with effortless grace, as if she knew every twist of the trail, an unsettling sight. Half an hour later, Jiang Huai was the first to falter. In the darkness, his power was stifled. Weaker than an ordinary man, he panted up the rocky path like a bellows. Han Zhan raised an eyebrow. With stamina like that, how did you tail her before? Didn't she lose you? Jiang Huai bent over, catching his breath. I've only followed her once. She turned back before entering the mountain, so it never took this long. For some reason, she's going farther tonight. Maybe it's because of me, Han Zhan thought grimly. The Shennong Cauldron gift, Lai's creation, could mend any damage if the clan's so-called curse was actually an injury. Had his ability unknowingly deepened Jiang Yu's anomaly? No sooner had they exchanged these thoughts than the running Jiang Yu vanished into the darkness. Damn, we lost her, Jiang Huai cried. But before he could say more, Han Zhan yanked him aside. At that instant, a massive shadow plummeted from the sky, smashing into the spot where Jiang Huai had been standing. Moonlight revealed its true form, a beast built like a tiger, but bearing 3 different heads, each maw bristling with razor fangs. Jet black fur stood on end, and bony wings unfurled from its back. A tiger literally with wings. Even more terrifying, the missing Jiang Yu suddenly appeared atop a tree across from them. Motionless, she fixed Han Zhan and Jiang Huai with crimson eyes. Chillingly silent, she was not Jiang Yu, Han Zhan declared. From the very beginning, she copied Jiang Yu's appearance to lure us away from the Jiang tribe. His gaze swept the area. In the moonlight, the trees' lengthened shadows crawled across the ground like ghostly claws. The Jiang tribe is still unharmed, which proves that even in death, Shennong continues to shield his people. You're sharp, outsider. Jiang Yu's voice suddenly sank, cold and alien, as though another soul had taken hold. Without you, I'd have waited decades to break the seal in this girl's body. You revived me early, and I must thank you for that. The moment she finished speaking, Jiang Yu's frail form shattered into a swirl of jet black mist. It churned like a bound behemoth breathing in the night, distorted yet unwilling to disperse. It's the curse. Jiang Huai's eyes widened. He had watched clansmen vanish into black fog on their 35th birthday countless times, yet he had never expected to face the nightmare ahead of schedule. This mist felt far more vicious, carrying a cold that was painful to behold. Han Zhan stayed calm. Don't panic. It's exposing its true form to scare you into losing your judgment. Jiang Huai quivered, and Han Zhan continued. It's trying to run out the clock on the Xiaohuandan. The Xiaohuandan of Shennong's legacies lets its user travel at night free from the rule's restraints. If its law is immune to the night's erosion, then anything born of darkness, this fog included, along with the bone-winged black tiger it commands, cannot touch us. Realization struck Jiang Huai. It wants the pill's effect to fade before attacking. Then what are we waiting for? Run. He spun and bolted toward the tribe. A heartbeat later, a massive black tiger appeared, blocking the path. Bone wings spread wide, silent yet deadly. Han Zhan couldn't track its movement at all ninth tier, a force equal to the tribe's finest daylight warriors. So what if you've seen through me? A chilling voice seeped from the mist. The second you left the Jiang tribe, your fate was sealed. Stop your pointless struggle. Jiang Huai's composure crumbled. He had taken only one Shao Huandan before this journey. Its power lasted 3 hours. It was barely 9 o'clock. Dawn was a lifetime away. When the time ran out, nothing would stop the night's corrosion. Terror surged, and he hurled a desperate look at his only hope, the outsider Han Zhan. You must have a plan, right? Outsiders are sly, you always keep a trump card. Seeing himself exposed, Han Zhan didn't hide anymore. He opened his palm, revealing 7 or 8 smooth white pills glowing with a soft light. Additional Shao Huandan. Despair turned to hope in Jiang Huai's eyes. He reached for them, but Han Zhan abruptly closed his hand. The voice within the fog faltered, stunned. How can you have so many Shao Huandan? Each pill costs a life. They can't be brewed at will. Han Zhan chuckled. You're not completely ignorant. Then perhaps you recognize this? Forming a seal with his hands, he released an ancient aura that rose from his fingertips. Above his head, a phantom bronze cauldron emerged, massive and solemn, its etched patterns gleaming like the eyes of a primordial god. The Shennong Cauldron. That's his alchemy furnace? How on earth did it end up in your hands? Pitch black mist churned like ink, and a shrill, rasping voice burst out of it, even more agitated than before. Han Zhan faced the billowing darkness with an expressionless calm. Lifting a finger toward the bronze cauldron hanging overhead, he said in a low voice, since you recognize it, this will be simple. Leave on your own, or shall I help you? Jiang Huai stood to the side, thoroughly bewildered. Moments ago that cursed fog had seemed ready to swallow them whole. Yet after Han Zhan tossed out a handful of restorative pills and summoned an unfamiliar giant cauldron, the threat collapsed in an instant. As clan patriarch, he struggled to keep up with this bizarre turn of events. There was no time to think. Han Zhan pressed his palm downward. The Shennong Cauldron flipped, mouth first, and slammed down. Just as had expected, the vessel that could subdue even the strange reaction of the restorative pills was equally lethal to the black mist. The moment its shadow fell, the fog shattered into countless filaments and vanished, as if it had never existed. When the haze dispersed, only a skeletal black tiger with bone wings remained. Deprived of the mist, the creature's life force drained away. It froze where it stood, utterly motionless. Done? Han Zhan looked up at the suspended cauldron and couldn't help thinking, inside the realm of herbal divinity, this thing is basically a cheat code. Feels great to play on easy Medano, wonder the ancients swore by it. Master, should we head back now? Jiang Huai, suddenly deferential, edged closer. With the fate of those precious pills in Han Zhan's hands, his own survival depended on the man's mood. Head back? Han Zhan shook his head. We've come all this way, might as well explore properly. My time is short, am not wandering in circles. With that, he strode forward. Shielded by the pill's medicinal power, the pair ignored the remaining monsters along the path, and soon reached an ancient tree that pierced the clouds. Han Zhan recognized it as the one where Jiang Yu had hidden during their game of Hidden Seeker. Rather, it only looked like that tree. He stretched out a hand, and his fingers slid straight through the trunk as though dipping into water. The tree's an illusion? Jiang Huai sucked in a sharp breath. Under Han Zhan's gaze, he hurriedly waved his hands. Don't look at me, swear I didn't know. We passed this spot in daylight, and there was no tree at all. Day and night are two different worlds here. That girl must have slipped in after dusk. Han Zhan nodded and tossed him another restorative pill. After each swallowed one, he lunged into the tree without hesitation. Instead of pain, he felt a sudden lightness. When his vision cleared, he was standing inside a deep cavern. Symmetrical niches had been carved into the walls, and everlasting lamps burned quietly, their warm glow revealing every contour of the rock. Han Zhan surveyed the chamber, a spark of realization flaring in his mind. So there's a world within a world. If I'm right, Shennong's protection reaches here as well. So you're saying we can stay here till dawn without worrying about the darkness swallowing us? That's right. Han Zhan nodded and stepped deeper into the cave. The slick stone walls caught a faint, eerie light, and his toe bumped a squat table fashioned from yellow clay. Resting on its surface was a sheet of paper almost identical to the first one. Han Zhan lifted a corner. Fresh ink still clung to it. Another brand new pill recipe. Hunyuan pill. Jiang Huai's excitement detonated. Even his fingertips trembled. He snatched the formula, his voice hoarse yet jubilant. A second recipe. There really is a second recipe. The legend is true. Which legend? Han Zhan asked. Jiang Huai could no longer hold back. He spilled the secret in his heart. Stories say the pill formulas Shennong left behind hide away to save the world, to break our curse. The Jiang clan searched for a century and never found a trace. And it's been here all along. Now didn't fail to find it. We never had a chance in the first place. His mood swung, words turning sharp. A single Shaohuan pill lets someone survive the night for 3 hours, safe from erosion. But the night's dangers go far beyond that. You saw that black miasma. It can't strike directly at the pill's user, but it can trap them and wait for the medicine to wear off. To reach that towering tree, You need both the Xiaohuan pill and a way to drive off or even kill the black fog. Yet our Jiang clan is powerful by day and weaker than commoners at night. So this second recipe was clearly never meant for us. Then who was it meant for? Jiang Huai muttered. Han Zhan already knew. With the Shennong Cauldron in his hands, he could shrug off every nighttime threat. To him, this place was a playground with cheat codes. Patriarch Jiang, they'll keep the formula safe. Any objections? Jiang Huai looked up, conflict flickering in his eyes. When they first met, had planned to reclaim his dignity once daylight returned. One night later, he saw how unfathomable this outsider was able to scatter the black fog with a single strike of his cauldron, break the one pill in a life limit, and now uncover the second recipe his clan had hunted for a century. Maybe this young man really could shatter their shackles. He shook his head without hesitation. Sage, the formula is yours. Whatever ingredients you name, the Zhang clan will provide. Han Zhan liked the answer. A wise man yields when needed, and this patriarch understood the trade-off. In return, Han Zhan placed the last 2 Xiaohuan pills in Jiang Huai's hand. Our goal is the same. Gather every formula, uncover the truth of this world, and lift your clan's curse. Let's work together. Jiang Huai closed his fingers around the pills and let out the last of his doubts in a single word. Agreed. As the exchange ended, Han Zhan noticed a line gouged into the clay table beneath the recipe words hacked by a sharp blade. Nothingness has devoured this world, must not, must never. Death is not the curse, use reincarnation to erase. Did Shennong carve this? Han Zhan brushed the groove with a fingertip, and a vivid image slammed into his Minda memory. The sage had burnt into the clay. The vision crashed through him. His pupils contracted, and his spirit felt ripped by an invisible tide. Jiang Huai held his breath, afraid to disturb him. At last Han Zhan exhaled and spoke 2 weighty words. The insectoid. Yes, the Zerg. Han Zhan could not be mistaken. The swarm blotted out the sky, rolling forward like a flood intent on devouring the world. The most conspicuous among them was a whirling mass of black mist, dwarfing every other creature he had seen that day. Only one word came to Han Zhan's mind: black hole. Wherever it passed, mountains, rivers, light, and sound were erased in an instant, leaving nothing but silent darkness. Ahead of the darkness stood several towering figures suspended in midair. Their bodies radiated blinding light, blazing like miniature suns as they barred the path of annihilation with nothing but flesh and bone. Yet the power they faced was beyond comprehension. One after another those suns burned out, swallowed by the darkness, until, in a heartbeat, heaven and earth fell silent, as though the world had plunged into the void of endless space. Is this the nothingness sage Shennong spoke of? The thought chilled Han Zhan to the core. The true culprit capable of erasing worlds was a Zerg brood beyond the 9th tier. No one could answer him, so he could only whisper the question to himself. If the realm that housed the heart of myriad herbs had been destroyed by the Zerg as well, were the world fruits hanging on the Bodhi tree nothing more than bits of its remains? That would explain why the insects handled artifacts from every plane with such ease. They had claimed them as spoils long ago. And now their next prize was this blue planet. At that moment, an aged yet lucid voice seemed to brush past his ear. I left a contingency in the Celestial Palace. It is the only chance. Gather the 4 alchemical scrolls and find it, future bearer. The words drifted away with the wind, vanishing at once. Han Zhan's heart trembled. Where was this Celestial Palace? How were the 4 formulas connected to it? How could a world that should have been erased be rebuilt? The questions tangled together, impossible to unravel. Night fell, and Han Zhan turned to Jiang Huai. Chief Jiang, it's late. Let's spend the night here. Here? Very well. Jiang Huai had wanted to turn back, but Han Zhan's certainty left no room for argument. The cave had been carved out by Sage Shennong and would shield them from the encroaching darkness. The 2 men rested there in silence for the night. At dawn they woke to find themselves lying on a desolate hillside. The cave and the towering ancient tree had vanished as if they had never existed. The grass in the distance stirred, and a striped tiger crouched low, growling as it gathered strength. In the next heartbeat it sprang forward, its claws cleaving the air. Still smoldering with frustration, Jiang Huai snorted and drove his fist like thunder, blasting the tiger hundreds of meters away. Blood spattered the path of its flight, snapping countless trunks, and the ravine echoed with its distorted, dying scream. When the dust settled, Jiang Huai turned and met Han Zhan's eyes. His anger still smoldered, yet he bent at the waist and cupped his fists. Master. That single word signaled the Jiang clan's complete respect and allegiance, and Han Zhan accepted it without reservation. From then on they ceased all probing and returned to the village side by side. The moment they re-entered the Jiang clan's territory, the tribespeople surged around them. Night had only just deepened, yet torches blazed throughout the settlement. People poured in from every direction, some still wrapped in animal hides, proof of their haste. After even a single night without word, the clan had learned that both Jiang Huai and the outsider Han Zhan were missing, and anxiety gripped everyone. They worried about Han Zhan, but their true fear was for their chieftain, Jiang Huai. Now, seeing the two men return unharmed, tight faces relaxed at last, heavy breaths rising and falling in relief. Jiang Huai spared no time on explanations. He raised a hand for the crowd to clear and murmured to a trusted aide, "Gather every ingredient on the list for the Hunyuan pill. Not a single sprig can be missing. The sooner, the better." The aide took off at once, footsteps echoing urgently through the night. On Han Zhan's side, Jiang Hua brought several young clansmen over, worry written all over them. Jiang Yu stood beside him. Her eyes were still clear, yet filled with wonder at everything around her. The sight made Han Zhan's chest tighten. Had he not used the Shennong Cauldron so recklessly, she would still be asleep, safe from unknown danger. Now she was awake, but as bewildered as a newborn, and that was on him. Lifting the curse had become critical. His instincts told him the spell had never come from the holy sage Shennong at all, but from the shadow the insect tribe left behind when they ravaged the world. Between them and the insects, conflict was inevitable. After a few polite exchanges, Han Zhan excused himself to rest and hurried to the wooden hut assigned to him. A faint warmth still lingered in the hearth. He brushed herb scraps from the table, unrolled the Hunyuan recipe, and checked the ratios once more. Soon, footsteps sounded outside. Jiang Huai's men arrived carrying baskets, leftovers from the lesser return pill, plus every rare herb and ore required for the Hunyuan pill. Nothing was missing. Han Zhan nodded to himself. Clearly Jiang Huai's earlier claim of short supplies had been a bargaining chip. Now that trust existed, he held nothing back. With a silent thought, Han Zhan summoned the Shennong Cauldron. The black bronze vessel thudded onto the floor, its feet steady, lines of carving rippling pale gold in the firelight. He fed the ingredients in one by one, fine-tuning the heat. Experience from his first attempt made him surer of hand, and the fragrance rising from the cauldron was far more even. When the final pinch of mineral powder dissolved, the inner wall flared, constellations of runes lighting up in a soft gray glow. Moments later, a strange halo burst at the rim. This time it was streaked with ash rather than pure white, its tone far darker. The pill that coalesced was larger as well. If the lesser return pill was a pigeon's egg, the Hunyuan pill was nearly a chicken egg. The vision that followed was even more terrifying. As the pill took shape, a chilling cackle echoed inside the cauldron. A fist-sized swirl of black mist howled toward the opening. Han Zhan's pupils contracted. The Shennong Cauldron erupted in blinding light and clamped its own lid shut like an enormous hand, forcing the shadow back. The mist smashed against the bronze walls. Boom, boom, boom. Each thud sounded like an ancient war drum, making Han Zhan's ears ring and shaking dust from the hut's mud brick walls. The cauldron even tilted under the impact. Seconds stretched into a dreadful eternity. He held his breath, refusing to ease the flame, eyes locked on the light coursing over the bronze. At last the pounding faded. The gray light at the rim folded inward, and a flawless pill of mottled white and ash rolled along the inner wall into Han Zhan's palm. The Hunyuan pill was complete. A surge of powerful medicine washed over him. Han Zhan instantly activated his innate skill, Divine Sight. A crystalline flash crossed his eyes, laying the pill's data bare. Name: Hunyuan pill. Effect: when chaos merges heaven and earth into one, the user becomes immune to all physical harm. Warning: refining a Hunyuan pill requires a life in exchange for each pill. Proceed with caution. Like the lesser return pill, the Hunyuan pill cost 1 life per dose, yet the two differed completely. The lesser return pill let its bearer ignore the rules and wander freely through the Nightwalker realm. The Hunyuan pill granted absolute immunity to physical damage. Han Zhan guessed that somewhere ahead lay a barrier that only such invulnerability could pierce. Every recipe was a clue Shennong had scattered along the way. Out of 4, Han Zhan now possessed 2, and step by step he was drawing closer to the truth the ancient sage had left behind. Han Zhan had no idea what Jiang Huai had said to the rest of the Jiang clan. By the time he capped the pill furnace, let the last curl of medicinal fragrance fade, and pushed the door open, he sensed a new, undisguised emotion in their eyes, part respectful bow, part desperate plea for hope. He chose not to pry. Instead, he went straight to Jiang Huai, handed over the freshly refined Hunyuan pill, and explained its effects, duration, and dosage. Clan Chief Jiang, is there any place nearby that a mere mortal body simply cannot cross? Han Zhan asked bluntly. A mortal body cannot cross. Jiang Huai mouthed the words. After hearing the pill's details, realization struck. There is indeed such a place. Mortal or not. Even if I travel at full strength in daylight, I cannot pass. Even Jiang Huai was powerless? Han Zhan's heart tightened. Where? The plains of Dugong. The plains of Dugong? Han Zhan froze. The name unfolded like a long sealed scroll, and he searched his memory at lightning speed. The classic of mountains and seas records, between the black waters to the southwest, lies the plains of Dugong, burial place of Huji. There grow rich beans, rice, millet, and grain. The 100 crops sprout of themselves. Luan birds sing, phoenixes dance, lingshou trees blossom, and beasts of every kind roam in herds. The grass there never withers, winter or summer. It was the sacred ground Shennong had once sought, and the crucial gateway to the celestial palace. Suddenly, every clue connected. The sage's final stratagem lay in that palace, which meant Han Zhan's ultimate goal lay there as well. Where are the plains of Dugong? Clan chief, they'll leave at once. Jiang Huai hesitated, studying Han Zhan's face before voicing the truth. The ingredients for a Hunyuan pill are gone. Since the sage's death, no one has managed to grow several key herbs. They have vanished from the world. The pill in your hand is the last one. No way back, then. Han Zhan had expected as much, yet still needed to ask, only that one? Jiang Huai nodded. One will suffice. Han Zhan tightened his grip on the jade bottle, but Jiang Huai stopped him with another warning. To reach the plains you must cross the river of thorns. It stretches beyond sight. Except for Shennong himself, no one has ever set foot on the far bank. An arrow loosed cannot be recalled. Once you enter the river, there is no return. Swallow the Hunyuan pill and your second chance is gone with it. Han Zhan understood, yet he did not flinch. Sensing that resolve, Jiang Huai no longer tried to dissuade him. An indescribable instinct told him that if this young man could not break the clan's curse, no one ever would. Since the sage is determined to go, the Zhang clan will see you through the first leg. Even before he finished speaking, several of the clan's strongest men stepped forward, Jiang Huo among them, veins bulging across his rough hands. Pointing to them, Jiang Huai said, the road to the river of thorns may take days. These are our best trailblazers. They'll spare you much trouble. All we ask is that you prepare a few minor restoration pills so they can heal on their return. Han Zhan had planned to travel alone, but the thought of unfamiliar forests convinced him that seasoned guides were essential. He agreed at once. After a brief round of preparations, the group set out without delay. With the Zhang warriors at his side, Han Zhan met no real danger on the road. Several days later the party reached the River of Thorns. True to its name, the river was a boundless sea of layered brambles. Even the shortest thicket stood twice a man's height, blotting out everything beyond. At the verge of the thorns the warriors barred his path. Master Sage, do not underestimate these brambles, the leader warned, snapping off a spine whose edge glinted like a blade. They can slice our skin and carry a vicious poison. Even a ninth-tier physique would fail here. If we tried to cross, we'd be riddled through. He and the others saluted with cupped fists. This is as far as we can escort you, Master Sage. The road ahead is beyond us. Han Zhan bowed in return. Thank you. If I reach the Dugong wilderness safely, the curse on your line will be lifted. May I come back victorious. Safe travels, Master Sage. Watching them depart, Han Zhan took out a Hunyuan pill and swallowed it. At once his body turned to mustache and chaotic chi, tangible yet insubstantial, colored yet formless. He extended a hand into the brambles. The moment the barb struck, his skin dissolved into the same chaos and reformed, rendering every physical blow harmless. Certain of himself, he strode into the river of thorns. Unsure how long the pill would last, he charged ahead without pause. Nothing filled the river but the thickets themselves, their tangled spikes like a million god-forged blades. Without the pill, crossing would have been impossible. Legend said Shennong had relied on alchemy to reach the Dugong plains. The mastery of that age-spanning sage was indeed unrivaled. As he ran, gray-green thorns blinded him and shredded any sense of direction. He had no idea how far had gone when the world suddenly opened up. The brambles vanished, replaced by a bright, open meadow. It matched the classic of mountains and seas. Luan birds singing, phoenixes dancing, spirit beasts roaming, exotic flowers blooming everywhere in earthly paradise. At the meadow's heart a woman in splendid robes danced, her sleeves swirling like clouds. Tireless, she moved until she felt his gaze, then paused without turning. How many years? How many years since an outsider set foot here? Her voice was clear as a lark, fresh as a mountain spring. Young traveler, where do you come from? Han Zhan recalled the tales. The Dugong wilderness was home to the Su Nu. The pure maidenness must be her. I come from the Jiang tribe, he answered. Following Shennong's trail, I ventured here solely to behold the Su Nu's true visage. It is my honor. Young traveler, such a silver tongue. I have yet to turn. How can you claim to know my face? With that she slowly turned around, revealing a smooth, featureless face devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth. Young traveler, she asked, am I beautiful? Su Nu turned around. Her face was as smooth as porcelain yet utterly featureless, an affront to everything humans believe a face should be, made even more unsettling in the clear light of day. Han Zhan felt his heart sink. Power gathered at his fingertips, but in the next instant he forced himself to stay still. This was daytime, and if Su Nu was stronger than clan chief Jiang Huai under the sun, attacking her now would be suicide. Fortunately, the effects of the Hunyuan still lingered, leaving him in a state of temporary physical immunity. That thought steadied him a little. Am I beautiful? Su Nu pressed, as if she genuinely awaited his judgment. Han Zhan fell silent, yet his mind betrayed him with a grisly image. That featureless face suddenly splitting down the middle, becoming a gaping, blood-red maw that lunged for him. A silvery laugh sounded right beside his ear. Su Nu seemed to relish his wild imagination. Outsider, your thoughts are delightful. I've never witnessed such grotesque scenes before. She flicked a hand, and the air rippled like a curtain, projecting the very image Han Zhan had just envisioned the rift-faced woman. You're far more interesting than Shennong, she said lightly. When that venerable forebear set foot in Dugong Plains, all I saw in his mind were endless herbs and countless elixir recipes. Dreadfully dull. Su Nu can read memories. The realization jolted Han Zhan. Is this an illusion? He blurted out. She shook her head. No, everything you see is real. I've been trapped here for a millennium. Facial features long ago lost their meaning. I didn't disfigure myself during that calamity. The void devoured them. Shennong saved me and left me here to wait for the one who could unravel the mystery. At once Han Zhan recalled last night's vision of Shennong. Among the radiant figures beside the sage stood Su Nu herself. Respect welled up inside him. This girl was also a guardian of the world. I ask for your guidance, Senior Su Nu, he said, cupping his fists and bowing. She nodded. Mist gathered in her palm, coalescing into an ancient guqin that hovered in midair. The trial is simple. I love music, and I've been starved of new melodies for far too long. Play a piece that pleases me, and you pass. Han Zhan was stunned. So this was the final test in the Sacred Heart of 100 Herbs? Who would have thought it would be a musical performance? Any other apothecary, no matter how skilled, would probably be dumbfounded at the sight of a guqin longer than their own body. But he was different. As a spirit contract master bound to both the Shennong Cauldron and the Fuxi Zither, playing the zither came as naturally to him as breathing. Without another word, he accepted the instrument from Su Nu, sat cross-legged, laid the guqin across his knees, and began to pluck the strings. Although the melodies of the Fuxi Zither have lost their supernatural power in this world, they remain complete works of music. Han Zhan's fingers flew across the strings, weaving an unbroken tapestry of sound, without a single stumble. Even though Su Nu had no facial features, she rested her chin on one hand, turned slightly to listen, and swayed gently, clearly lost in the music. Time slipped by, and it felt as though ages had passed. All at once she murmured softly, woke from her dream, and stretched languidly, pleased and relaxed. I haven't slept this well in ages, she said. You play beautifully. Anyone capable of such music cannot be dull. You have passed this test. As she finished speaking, she flipped her hand, and a prescription materialized in midair. Its parchment matched the two. Han Zhan already possessed Shennong's third formula. Of the 4 recipes, he now held 3. Delight surged through Han Zhan, yet a crucial question arose. He had the recipe, but where would he find the ingredients? He accepted the parchment. The first line read 5 dragon pill, followed by a dense list of rare materials. While he was still frowning, Su Nu laughed softly. By our original agreement, you were to gather the herbs yourself, and then ask me to refine the pill. But your music pleased me, and within it I sensed the resonance of another artifact. Her tone grew meaningful. Destiny has chosen you. Those pointless trials can be skipped. Before her words had faded, 5-colored light blossomed in her palm, coalescing into a pill the size of a clenched fist. Its body shimmered with even bands of color, like a flawless bead. The 5-dragon pill. Han Zhan gaped. I was bored, so I made one in passing, Su Nu said casually. Han Zhan bowed quickly and accepted the pill with both hands, speechless with shock. Getting it out right was beyond cheating. It was downright heaven-defying. Su Nu continued. Activate the 5-dragon pill, and its draconic chi will nourish the Jianmu. Then you will see the stairway to heaven. The celestial palace holds no danger, only a single truth. Go, child of fate. When she finished, her figure dimmed and dissolved into motes of light. Just before she vanished, she whispered, my attachment is gone. Guard this world for us. In that instant, Han Zhan finally saw her true appearance, beauty like an immortal maiden. The motes dispersed, the vision froze in his memory. Su Nu was gone. Han Zhan stood solemnly and bowed once more to the place where she had vanished. Without Su Nu and Shennong, the world would have neither present nor future. Steadying his emotions, he activated the 5-dragon pill. It erupted in 5 blazing rays that took the form of multicolored dragons spiraling toward the sky, their roars shaking the heavens. The overwhelming draconic chi rained onto the earth, where a humble sapling broke through the soil, shot upward, and in moments grew into a colossal wooden stairway that reached the clouds. Jiamu's stairway to heaven, Han Zhan whispered. Ahead lay the final destination of the sacred herb realm, the celestial palace. He drew a deep breath and stepped onto the first rung, then the second, the third. Climbing higher and higher, he turned to a shaft of light and vanished at the edge of the endless plains. In Shenlong City, at the Guardian's reception center, a phone rang suddenly. The operator picked up, only to hear a panicked male voice. Tu saw them. I saw the Chongzhu. All right, sir, please calm down and give us your exact location. The Guardians will send a team to handle it. Send a team? Ha. Send a team? No, there's no need to come. They're already here. Hello? Sir? What did you say? Hello? Sir? Static hissed over the line. Deep Blue City, inside a villa. Li Shutong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes sweeping coldly over the training ground while Xia Yue and Li Lingzhen practiced their techniques, dripping with sweat. In just a few short months the pair had reached the peak of Tier 4, spiritual energy churned inside them, ready to burst into Tier 5 at any moment. If we keep this up, do you think we'll overtake Zhan? Li Lingzhen asked with a mischievous grin as she steadied her breathing. Even better if we do. When things get physical tonight, hell be completely at our mercy. Xia Yui's eyes lit up the moment the words left Li Lingzhen's mouth. Once a naive college girl, she had long since been molded by Li Lingzhen into a seasoned seductress. Wiping sweat from her brow, she curved her lips in anticipation. She could hardly wait to see Han Zhan's face when he came back from cultivating under the Bodhi tree only to find they had passed him. When that happens, I'm taking the top spot, she declared, clenching her fist as a strange thrill surged inside her. Focus on your training. Li Shutong snapped. Both women fell silent at once, straightening up and resuming their cultivation. Suddenly Li Shutong's brow twitched, as though tugged by an unseen thread of energy. He jerked his head toward the window, staring into the distance as his expression darkened. Pulling out his communicator, he dialed a number. Beep beep beep. No answer. A storm is coming, he muttered, his brows knitting tighter. Deep Blue City, Ivy Academy. Today was the academy's autumn outing, and Principal Chen Guangpu was personally leading the students to the beach. Bathed in sunlight, he walked at the head of the line, dozens of teenagers chattering excitedly behind him. After New Year's, it's time for the graduation awakening exam. Hope I awaken some overpowered talent like Senior Han Zhan. I'm aiming for SS rank. Yeah right you? Senior Han Zhan is the pride of the academy. Honestly, the one who gets to boast the most is Principal Chen Guangpu. He backed Han Zhan back then, and now he's finally vindicated. Listening to their chatter, Chen Guangpu felt a warm surge of pride. The few sparse strands of hair on his head fluttered in the sea breeze. If Han Zhan could show up a bit more often, next year's enrollment would be booming. Thinking of his wife who had fallen on the front lines, his expression softened into a gentle smile. The smile froze. His gaze snapped to the horizon in the once sparkling water. A jet-black fin suddenly broke the surface. A heartbeat later, its owner surged out of the waves, a monstrous zerg creature the size of a small cottage. Its carapace was like armor, 6 legs hammered across the water, each step throwing up a towering surge as it charged toward the shore. Chen Guangpu's face drained of color. He bellowed, all Ivy Academy students, fall back to Deep Blue City. Chen Guangpu had faced insectoids many times before. This was far from his first encounter. The salty wind whipped past as his expression hardened, and he ordered the Qingting Academy students to pull back along the boardwalk in an orderly line. The words were barely spoken when the sea began to roil black, jagged horns knifed through the waves. 1, 2, 3, then countless more. The dense array of spines sealed the water's surface, turning it a deathly black and making every scalp tingle. Insectoid incursion, his heart lurched. How did they cross the sea? Impossible. The question had no time to settle. A towering wave rose with a thunderous roar and charged toward the shore. The students froze, certain they would be swallowed whole. Then a pale green light flared in front of them, and a translucent barrier unfolded, gathering everyone inside. The wave crashed against it, spray flying high, yet not a drop broke through. Chen Guangpu grunted, swallowing the blood that threatened to spill from his lips. Old as he was still a spirit binder. What are you waiting for? Run. Whoever's fastest, get to the transmitter, call the city guardians, and report everything. Headmaster Chen, what about you? A student shouted. I can hold them. Move before they hit the shore. He pushed the shield wider, blocking wave after wave. On normal days he kept such a low profile he'd break a sweat just walking. Now he was unleashing 5th-tier power. Still, the insectoid's rage focused on the children. He clenched his teeth. They were at most 3rd-tier numerous, but not unstoppable. If he could stall them until the guardians arrived, the crisis might end. No choice. Old partner, I need your strength once more. With a sigh, greener light flared around his hands. He slapped the crown of his head, and a thumb-sized 4-leaf clover burst through his skin, its tender leaves swaying in the wind. For a single eerie heartbeat, the raging sea fell silent. Then he spun and sprinted the other way, stepping onto the surging waves as though they were solid ground, racing toward deeper water. Roar, roar, roar. Everywhere he passed, the insectoids shrieked and wheeled about, hatred locking onto that tiny, trembling clover. The swarm that had been driving toward shore broke off as one, flooding after Chen Guangpu like a living tide. Go, Headmaster. Headmaster Chen, you're the best. Some students turned and shouted themselves hoarse at his lone, retreating figure. By himself, Chen Guangpu drew all attention and bought them a sliver of hope. When I awaken next year, I'll join the front lines, become a combat spirit binder, and protect humanity. The boys and girls vowed in their hearts. The vow had barely formed when they saw an abyssal maw burst from the water and swallow Chen Guangpu whole. He didn't even have time to wave goodbye before he vanished. At that moment, the sky darkened. Black clouds pressed low, and a rain of blades poured from the heavens, whistling like steel. The newly sworn youth were sliced to ribbons in an instant. Blood soaked the entire beach. City Guardian Organization, Central Tower. The switchboard was ringing off the hook. More and more residents along the coast had spotted something strange and called in, their voices tight with fear. Please remain calm. Our guardians are already heading for the shoreline. Rest assured, every battle zone has been notified and reinforcements are on the way. Understood. The operator set down the external line. His face had gone chalk white, grief etched between his brows. He drew a deep breath, picked up the internal phone, and reported in a low voice. 362 students, 10 teachers, and Principal Chun Guangpu of Qingting Academy were killed on the beach. Principal Chun held the seaborne Zerg at bay single-handedly to give his students time to escape, but was ultimately swallowed by a mysterious, extremely powerful breed. He paused, then added, "The sea isn't our only problem. Enemy silhouettes have appeared in the sky as well. The Zerg are preparing an all-out assault." The citywide broadcast switched to its emergency channel. After an ear-splitting buzz, an order tore through the skies above Deep Blue City. All guardians of Deep Blue City, drop what you're doing and assemble on the beach at once. Close the Deep Blue gates and raise the shield. All civilian personnel, move out simultaneously to oversee evacuation and emergency shelter. The announcer finished with a raspy shout. Hold the line. The Zerg ambush won't last long. Great Xia's elites and the army are almost here. Street vendors, office workers, and construction crews froze at the sound, then followed instructions toward the shelters. Contract mages and their familiars, however, ignored the call for safety and raced to the gates, ready to meet the Zerg Heathen. At that moment Fan, captain of Guardian Team 1, stood atop the city wall. His brow was knotted, his gaze locked on the distant horizon. An entire hour had already slipped by. On the water, Zerg of every shape and color were surfacing in tight lines. Most were first or second-tier creatures, yet larger shadows kept bursting through the waves. They packed the shoreline but had yet to attack, as though waiting for a signal. A soldier sprinted up and saluted. "Captain E, all civilians have been evacuated. Every contract mage and familiar we could reach is on the wall awaiting orders." He nodded once, then asked, "What about the other cities? How soon can we expect support?" The runner hesitated before answering. The nearest cities dispatched reinforcements immediately, but they're still en route. As for headquarters, the line's busy. We can't get through. Busy? E's eyes narrowed. He muttered, "At a time like this? A bit too convenient." No one dared respond. Only the ocean wind howled across the battlements, its salty edge now tinged with the smell of blood. The sight of Zerg carpeting the shoreline made every guardian's scalp prickle, yet not one of them stepped back or fled. Defending Deep Blue was their highest honor. Suddenly the crowd parted. Xia Yue and Li Lingjun walked up to the wall, their expressions equally grim. He acknowledged them with a nod and asked, "Where's the big shot? Didn't he come with you?" The big shot was Li Shutong. His identity was no longer a secret, and Li Shutong had never bothered to hide it. Li Lingjun shook her head. "Grandfather didn't come with us. He said he had more important matters to attend to." Millions of nautical miles from the coastline, the sea and sky merged into a boundless expanse of blue. High above the waves, Li Shutong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seeming to pierce the water all the way to the ocean floor. He saw it clearly. A massive vortex was spinning open in the depths, and countless Zerg were swarming from that dark rift, pouring into a preset tunnel that led straight to the frontline beaches. "If I were you, I wouldn't have rushed over so quickly. You're far too impatient." Yan's voice drifted in from the side. Dressed as always in black clothes, black hat, and a veiled mask, he revealed only a chilling smile. "So you really survived?" Li Shutong answered coldly. "A defeated worm dares to show his face again?" "Heh," Yan chuckled. "I admit I can't beat you. But you want to destroy the portal? With me here, can you tell what's real and what's illusion?" Besides, his tone paused. "This time, I didn't come alone." As the words fell, the surrounding sea surface rose with a thunderous roar. Waves tens of thousands of feet high arched like a collapsing sky, crashing down on Li Shutong. He merely rotated his body and thrust out a fist. One strike shattered the wall of water into a rain of mist. When the spray dispersed, a towering flesh puppet tens of thousands of feet tall emerged. Layers of dark red rotten flesh stacked upon one another. Exposed veins pulsed violently, and tiny holes burst open across the headless torso, releasing swarms of red insects that devoured the falling meat. "Mad beast." Li Shutong's eyes narrowed. "Another ninth-tier insect emperor." He glanced at Yin. "Even with the two of you, what can you do to me? Then how about three?" A raspy old voice called from the direction of his retreat. Darkness seeped forth, staining the entire sky and sea. One glance felt as though it would drag the soul into endless nothingness. Li Shutong forced his eyes away, his heart tightening. This was a death trap meant solely for him. "Ninth-tier insect emperor, void," he murmured. "So you came as well. Quite an ensemble." "Ha ha ha." Maniacal laughter echoed from the shadows. "To personally slay the greatest warrior of Dashali Shutong, who once fought 3 insect emperors alone, surely deserves an audience. The 3 insect emperors took up positions on 3 sides, locking Li Shutong in a tightening ring. None attacked at once. Each watched in silence, waiting for the slightest opening. Against Daxia's war god, any lapse could prove fatal. Li Shutong, we can wait you out. Can you wait us out? Yin taunted. At his words, the deep blue sea below suddenly flushed crimson. The red tide spread in an instant, staining the endless waters. At the ocean's deepest point, beside the swirling portal, an ancient coffin creaked open. From within, a young woman stepped forward. Each footfall turned the surrounding water into thick blood. With every step, the stench of iron permeated the abyss. Her plain clothing dissolved in a heartbeat, replaced by a scarlet robe that draped her tall, austere figure. Crimson nails grew from slender fingers. She lifted a hand and pointed toward Azure City far in the distance. I have returned, she whispered. I am neither by Shuang nor Red Iris. From this day on, call me the Crimson Queen. Her finger flicked, and her icy decree rang out. The slaughter begins. As though a trumpet had sounded, the lurking Zerg erupted with scarlet flames. Blood filled their eyes. Fury, cruelty, and bloodlust spilled from every gaze. Even across millions of nautical miles, they heard the Queen's command with perfect clarity. Billions of Zerg raised their heads and roared, and charged toward Azure City. Han Zhan set foot on Jianmu and climbed toward the sky, one step at a time. No one knew how long he traveled before he finally reached the Celestial Palace, only to find it nothing like the legends. Instead of gleaming jade towers, he saw a few floating aisles hastily woven from clouds, with not a single towering hall or trace of an immortal. The moment he stepped off Jianmu, the soft clouds bore his weight, as if he were truly riding the mist. Overhead stretched an endless vault of blue, yet Shennong's promised truth was nowhere in sight. He wandered from aisle to aisle without direction until a surge of sword intent exploded from the dome above. A beam of sword light tore open the firmament, then crashed down with unstoppable force. Locked on by that light, Han Zhan felt no urge to resist. All he could do was watch it reach him. In the blink of an eye, it pierced his body, and the sense of impending death vanished. The strike left not the slightest wound. Before surprise could settle in, a hoarse, ancient roar rose behind him. A swirl of shadowy mist churned, stirred by the sword light, and something colossal writhed within. The voice was cold and vicious. I never thought anyone in this realm would even touch that threshold. Far off, a young man in silver armor stood on the clouds. An immortal sword hummed in his grip, his gaze sharp as lightning. Who are you? He asked, to covet the source of this realm. From the depths of the mist came a scornful reply. I mean to devour it. What can you do? You cannot stop me. As the words fell, darkness surged outward, staining the bright sky black. Han Zhan noticed a single dazzling point of light high above, its radiance wrapped by swirling fog. The star-like core was shrinking, its brilliance siphoned away. It was the very source of the 100-herb Sacred Heart realm. In that instant he understood. This was no present scene, but a memory Shennong had somehow preserved. The truth lay hidden within it. The battle inside the vision raged on. Seeing the Master of the Mist refuse to retreat, the Celestial Emperor shed all restraint. His sword split into thousands of copies, each one carrying the power of that first strike. They filled the sky, piercing the darkness like a sudden downpour, churning the mist into waves. Useless, all useless. The ancient voice mocked. You've only brushed the threshold. You're still far from crossing it. I have devoured the sources of 99 worlds. One more, and I shall surpass the 9th tier. Stand down now and live. Serve as my sword-bearing attendant. As he spoke, his absorption sped up. The entire 100-herb Sacred Heart realm dimmed, its light flickering as though the next heartbeat would shatter it like an old, cracked film strip about to break. The world shuddered after its primordial essence was stolen. Beyond Deep Blue City, storm clouds sagged over a boundless sea. Li Shutong stood on the heaving crests, his eyes locked on the last 9th-tier insect emperor to reveal itself. Su Wu. I've heard you never interfere in the wars between insects and humans, that you are the most laid-back of all the emperors, Li Shutong said, voice calm, yet pressing forward with every word. If you've chosen to show up in person today, you must want something. What could be important enough to make you attack me? A hoary, indifferent voice rolled up from the ocean's depths. I'm here for my source. Part of it was severed and trapped in another world. It merged with the Bodhi divine tree and can be reached only by the one fated to enter. By now he should be on his way out. Once I reclaim that fragment, I'll fuse it and break past the 9th tier. Su Wu made no effort to hide its plan. To it, Li Shutong was already a dead man. Li Shutong suddenly laughed. So certain of yourself? Who cut off your source in the first place? And who sealed it away? What makes you think it won't happen again? The taunt pierced Su Wu's core. Memories of ancient humiliation jabbed like poisoned thorns, and it lost all pretense of calm. Silence. Before the word had faded, black mist surged and ballooned, rushing to swallow Li Shutong. White vapor burst from Li's body, spiraling around him as he charged straight into the darkness. Ra. On another front, the ninth-tier insect emperor Guangshou barreled in, ripping through the gloom. Yan, lurking nearby, let out a cold laugh. The only thing visible of it, a pair of eerie eyes, flashed as an illusionary spell unfolded. Battle erupted across sea and sky. High in the celestial palace, Han Zhan watched through an ancient mirror as the scene churned. Darkness flooded the vision, Su Wu devouring the worldland, mountains, oceans collapsing into a lightless void. Even Han Zhan's pupils turned pitch black, as though the memory itself might consume him. In that split second, a blaze like the midday sun split the murk. A familiar voice thundered in his ears. You want to swallow this world? Did you ask us first? Shennong appeared and he was not alone. Just as the cavern murals had foretold, more lights ignited the night. Shennong, Su Nu, the immortal emperor, and several other sunbright figures Han Zhan could not make out. They took up 9 positions, forming a strange pattern. At its center lay the world's source, almost fully absorbed by Su Wu. If Su Wu succeeded, the source would merge and the path beyond the 9th tier would open forever. Yet in mere moments these ants had found a way to stop it. Boom. Darkness slammed into radiance, and Su Wu screamed in pain for the first time. With the sky as the diagram, the earth as the base, and 9 suns as the eyes of the array. All 9 paragons burned their lifespans at once, blood-shaping runes that lit the heavens. The vast realm was dragged into the formation. The vault of heaven unfurled like a scroll, the earth became its foundation, and 9 blazing suns locked into place. All creation trembled. Such a feat demanded the lives of 9 ninth-tier giants, spent in a single strike. It was the one and only peerless array beneath heaven. The moment the grand array locked heaven and earth, boundless darkness inside was scorched by blazing suns, like or thrown into a furnace. Layers of shadow peeled away, curling inward until they condensed and sank into the world's core. If light could not dispel night, then fire would refine it. For the first time, void could no longer stay calm. Scalding heat surged toward it, as though 9 burning suns had been crammed into its body. You are insane. Whoever devised this must be a lunatic. A lunatic? If madness lets us bite an invader like you, let us all be mad. The voice within the array answered coldly. In a rage, Void hurled indiscriminate attacks at the 9 blazing suns. Each sun was a keystone. Corroding even one would shatter the formation and set it free. Yet behind every sun stood one of the 9 greatest champions of the sacred herb heart realm. The instant the array was completed, they had already cast aside all thought of survival. Sunna's features were swallowed by darkness, turning her face into a sightless, noseless mask, yet she held her post without wavering. The immortal emperor's head had been severed, leaving only half a body standing, blood swirling at the broken neck, and still he refused to lower his sword. Shennong, barely breathing and knowing his end had come, swallowed the newly forged cosmic toxin, severed intestinea poison, so vicious even a 9th-rank powerhouse dared not test it. Devouring works both ways. The poison followed him into Void's body. An instant later, terror and panic bled into Void's roar. If I can glimpse the threshold, I can fathom a strike at the source, the half-bodied immortal emperor declared, his voice still clear. The methods of ascension differ, but their essence is the same. Today, by this array, I sever half your origin. For eons to come, you will remain forever stalled at the 9th rank. As his words fell, the 9 suns detonated at once. Blinding white flames swept across the firmament and burned the darkness away. When the shadows dispersed, 1 human and 3 insect emperors faced each other again. In the boundless void, Void's voice carried exhaustion. The flesh puppet berserker had lost an arm. Yan's left eye was swollen by poison until only a thin slit remained. Li Shutong staggered back in silence, white mist coiling ever thicker around him. You two have glimpsed the threshold, the berserker rasped with a laugh. The greatest combat genius humanity has bred in centuries. Even without your spirit beast, you remain the war god of Great Xia. Killing you, that will be fun. Among 9th-tier insect emperors, each ruled its own domain, and war was constant, so alliances were rare. They had gathered today, each with a different agenda. The berserker fought purely for the thrill of battle. Yin longed to sow an endless night in the hearts of humankind. And Void sought to reclaim the piece of its origin that had been stolen by the Bodhi sacred tree. The flesh puppet behemoth wanted only one thing, Li Shutong's body. If it devoured that vessel, it could, like Shiwu, break past the 9th rank and transcend. Such a prize would tempt any living thing. Shiwu urged in a low voice. Yin, the payment is made. How long are you going to wait? Yin chuckled and said nothing. From his robes he produced a crystal bead, the Shinshi pearl. A pale halo shimmered across its surface. Misty edges blurred the line between illusion and reality. This was the reward he had demanded for acting and for gifting the Bodhi tree to Han Zhan. The Shinshi pearl resonated perfectly with Yan's innate illusion arts. With it, his 9th rank power could climb higher still, and continued study would one day open the gate beyond. He lifted his hand, and the pearl floated over his head. A hazy curtain swept across the sea, and within the illusion everything became real. In a single breath, several terrifying auras materialized in rank insect emperors Yin had once recorded. A three-unknown stalemate instantly turned into a lopsided melee, and the balance collapsed. Baichao Sacred Heart World, Celestial Palace. Han Zhan felt as though he had just watched an IMAX epic, tragic, yet exhilarating. The realm's champions held fast to their source, shielded their homeland, and severed half of Zeus' origin, forcing his rank downward. Xiwu fled in disgrace, the 9 blazing suns dispersed, and the lone purified origin merged with the world's core to become a new sun in the sky. So the world survived, and its heroes endured. I guess that's the best ending we could hope for, Han Zhan murmured. Even so, he had found no clue tied directly to the curse or the plague. From his high perch he stared at the sun and, backlit by its glare, caught the outline of a miniature heaven-earth array. The formation hadn't collapsed. He froze. The 9-sun formation still wrapped the world. Why? In a flash, the 3 alchemy scrolls he carried flew into the air and aligned themselves side by side. Bathed in 9-sun light, the pages melted and reformed into a single scroll, the legendary 4th formula, the 9-turn pill. 9 suns in heaven, 1 wheel, 9 turns. When 9 turns unite, creation is reborn. Ingredients: the souls of 9 ninth-rank powerhouses and a portion of purified world origin. The scroll bore a final message. To those who come after us, this is our last gift. Understanding struck Han Zhan. Death was no curse, and reincarnation no end. The severed origin of Xiwu had risen with the sun, brimming with malice. Refining it required the 9-sun formation and ages of time. To shorten the process, the mighty turned the entire world into a furnace. Thus the world fell ill, and billions of lives shared the burden through cycles of birth and death. In the end, the beings Xiwu called ants accomplished the impossible, purifying the malignant origin. Ironic and awe-inspiring. The truth thundered through him. With the 9-turn pill revealed, every mystery stood exposed. Once he refined and swallowed the pill, he could leave this realm and return to reality. The Xian Emperor and Shennong had been dazzling geniuses wherever they went, but fate is unpredictable. Even so, the unveiled truth proved one thing. They had succeeded in protecting the world they loved. Squad leader, we can't hold them back anymore. Hang on a little longer, reinforcements are almost here. The squad leader gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the churning insect tied ahead. Reinforcements? What reinforcements? If they existed, they should have arrived by now. The guardian from Shunlan City slid down the wall, leaving a gruesome smear of blood. The gash was bone deep. Crimson leaked through the seams of his armor and pooled on the ground. The healer's spirit binders assigned to medical duty were on the verge of collapse. Flashes of spirit energy flared and faded, yet the flood of casualties never stopped. As a rear-line garrison, the defenders were tasting true frontline carnage for the first time, and this was only a flanking push by the insect horde. A short distance away, humans and insects were locked in brutal melee. Tens of thousands of Shunlan guardians faced an enemy that outnumbered them by the millions. The spirit binders left behind were hardly elite. That they had held this long was thanks to frantic training after the Han Zhan incident. But even that determination was nearly spent. From atop the wall, the view was nothing but insects, wave upon wave surging toward the battlements with no end in sight. Heavy guns lined the parapets, muzzles spitting fire, orange blasts and black smoke repeatedly scoured the killing ground. Improvised autocannons ran so hot the ammo belts glowed. Only this wall of fire kept the defense intact. Every nearby city had already sent whatever troops it could spare, still a drop in the bucket. The large force promised by headquarters remained silent, and despair crept into every heart. Fall back into the inner city. They'll cover Yugo. The squad leader hauled a fallen comrade upright and dragged him toward the gate. At that instant, a Tier 3 insect locked onto Thema, giant wasp beast, its carapace bristling with venomous spines that gleamed dark green in the sun. It blurred forward on thrumming wings. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Poison spikes shot from its tail, punching through the squad leader's breastplate. The toxin ravaged his flesh. Pain twisted his face, yet he refused to release his teammate. The wasp beast raised its razor wings for the kill. A clear metallic twang split the battlefield. A blade of sound lanced skyward, cleaving the Tier 3 wasp beast in two. Meat and green ichor rained from above. Gano. The voice was cool and steady. A striking young woman stepped forward, a guqin cradled in her arms. She swept the strings again, and whole clusters of Tier 3 wasp beasts exploded in midair, their blood reddening the sky. Spirit energy flowed into the two guardians. Torn flesh knit together, venom burned away, and strength flooded their limbs as though they'd just left the infirmary. Another woman, equally beautiful, appeared beside her. Light blossomed in her palm, sending a second wave of healing energy through them. They're Han Zhan's idolants. The squad leader gasped, shock and elation mingling in his chest. As a member of Fan's Guardian Corps, He knew Han Zhan commanded 2 extraordinary spirits and had seen their photos in the files, but meeting them in person eclipsed every briefing. He swallowed the surge of emotion, exchanged a silent nod of gratitude with his partner, and sprinted back to the firing line. If even they retreated, who would be left to defend these walls? Could they really expect the innocent citizens of Shenlong City to stand in their place? Xia Yue pressed her lips together as she watched. She said nothing and tried to stop no one. Whether to fight or fall back was a decision each person had to make for themselves. The casualties are getting out of control. Lingjun, still no news from our teacher? She asked in a low voice. Li Lingjun gripped the jade communicator, his expression darkening. Nothing. Grandfather just said he had something to deal with, then disappeared completely. Deep Blue City had been swallowed by the insect tide, and reinforcements were nowhere in sight. 3 full hours had passed, and the front line was still isolated. They were barely holding off first, second, and third-tier cannon fodder bugs. If 4th or 5th tier, let alone 6th or 7th, showed up, the defense would crumble in an instant. Good thing our teacher's special training pushed us both into the 5th tier, or we couldn't even protect ourselves, Xia Yue thought. She still had a killing move in reserve, but this was not the moment. She had to wait for the perfect opening. What about Zhan? Still inside the Bodhi treasure tree realm? Li Lingjun glanced at the Shennong Cauldron. The sapling inside was swaddled in layers of spirit mist, and he could only shake his head helplessly. Over the sea, a figure fell from the sky and crashed into the water. For several kilometers around, the ocean boiled away before the waves rushed back to fill the void. Li Shutong wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. Dozens of wounds laced his body, yet he stood straight on the surface. Beyond the mist loomed insect silhouettes. More than a dozen 9th-tier bug emperors closed in on him. Some were mangled beyond recognition. 6 or 7 still held their form. Behind them appeared 4 enemy generals, including the Void Ravager. Knowing Li Shutong excelled at close combat, his stamina, regeneration, and power were monstrous, they had set up a relay assault, using mirage orbs to project substitute bug emperors and wear him down. Yin sneered. Hey, Li Shutong, after you finish these bug emperors, how much strength will you have left? From the looks of you, even if you can still fight, the drain must be brutal. It was an open trap. Li Shutong knew a teleport vortex lay on the seabed. Destroying it was the only way to end the insect plague. His enemies were betting he wouldn't retreat if he did. The swarm would raise Deep Blue City and dozens more, sacrificing countless humans in blood. He also knew he was Deep Blue's sole 9th-tier defender. If he left, the resulting carnage would be unimaginable. These pathetic wretches? I can still take down dozens more. He straightened, drew a deep breath, and spirit energy poured in from every direction, burying him in a dense white mist. From within came his steady, cold voice. 7th, urgent seal release. Outside the fog, Yin watched as Li Shutong's power not only recovered but surged even higher, and his eye twitched. No matter. Hitting Deep Blue is only one move, Yin chuckled. We're not the only players on this board. Tian Yuan made his move today. That should set everything else in motion. In the endless darkness, a hollow voice echoed softly. The prize we truly intend to claim is the entirety of Great Xia. Why aren't the reinforcements here yet? Where are they? The roar of artillery scraped across the sky, while the screeching swarm rolled forward like a tide. Question after question flooded the frontline command channel, yet no one answered. Where's Theater Command? Can't they send a single troop transport? Are they abandoning the city? The defensive line was already torn open. Amid corpses and smoke, morale was crumbling. Panic and dread, like blood-soaked vines, coiled around every spirit binder and contract spirit. The cold bodies of the fallen spelled out the battlefield's cruelty more, and more people were forced to admit that perhaps humanity really couldn't defeat the swarm. A burst of golden light flared. Wrapped in blinding spirit energy, Yifan smashed his fist through a chitinous behemoth, green ichor spraying through the air. He pivoted and regrouped with Xia Yue and Li Lingjun on the scorched earth. Still nothing from the city guardians? The line's dead, Li Lingjun rasped, her face streaked with dust. Dead? Are you kidding me? Since when do comms just go dead? I wish this were a joke. Yifan's gaze hardened as he watched the battlefield ahead, a giant meat grinder devouring everything in sight. Too many spirit binders and contract spirits had already fallen, and he was powerless to stop it just like back then. Captain, the insects are everywhere, we're surrounded. Get out of here now. Leave. I can't leave. What happens to you if I run? Besides, we're combat spirit binders. If even we retreat, what happens to Xia? Yet headquarters had clearly tossed them out as bait. Thousands of combat spirit binders, thousands of living souls simply abandoned. Enough, save your breath. Brother E, you saved our lives. If we die together. Through fire and shattered stone, a flash of vivid red stepped into view. A woman in crimson walked up behind Yifan and gently smoothed the furrow between his brows. Xiaofan, she said softly. Yanwei, this time we're really going to die. No, you won't. Have you forgotten? My innate ability is S-class immortality. Immortality? Yifan laughed bitterly. That's why they put us in this trap. Those people in their ivory towers never treat frontline lives as lifestyle parasites. He stared at his bloodstained fists, rage and helpless grief burning in his chest. Brothers who had sworn to live and die together were ripped apart by the swarm, one after another. Hong Yanwei collapsed into a pool of blood. Yifan pulled her close, shaking. Why? Your gift is immortality, how can you die? Hong Yanwei brushed his cheek with trembling fingers. Fool, immortality can be transferred. One layer of it can't block hits like these. From the moment I became your contract spirit, I knew this day would come. Take my share and live for both of us, Xiaofan. As her last warmth faded, immortality branded itself onto Yifan's soul. By the end of that slaughter, he was the only one left alive. In that moment, he threw away his honor, tore off his spirit binder armband, and walked back to Deep Blue City alone. What were you thinking about? Xia Yuai's voice yanked him from his memories. Yifan shook his head, forcing the past down. Where's Han Zhan? Hasn't that kid come out of the Bodhi sacred tree yet? Did he tell you anything? Xia Yue shook her head. Not yet. Yifan let out a long sigh and lowered his voice. Where's the Bodhi tree now? With me. Li Lingjin tapped the communicator at her waist, her tone unwavering. The Shennong Ding is shielding it. It's perfectly safe. The brief exchange fell silent, tension hanging in the air. We'll try one last time. Yifan tightened his grip on the communicator. If we still can't reach him, we leave it to fate. Commander Lin, urgent report from the rear. The duty officer burst into the operations room. Deep Blue City is under a massive insect assault. The swarm's main force somehow appeared on the waterfront and is launching a full-scale siege. The situation is critical. Dispatch reinforcements immediately. Tell every battle zone to pull back and assist. Lin Jingxian issued the order in a low voice, though a flash of doubt crossed his razor-sharp eyes. Deep Blue City was a rear area hub, irrelevant to the outcome of the war. Why would the swarm bypass the front lines? The question shot through his mind alongside a name his teacher, Li Shutong, the greatest war god of Daxia, now stationed in Deep Blue City. If their target is teacher, he hesitated no longer and contacted the other sectors. Every commander replied at once, mustering troops for departure. The front had just secured a year-end victory, leaving plenty of manpower to spare. In 30 to 60 minutes, a steady chain of reinforcements could form. The swarm abandoned its frontline advantage just to strike the rear. That move makes no sense. Lin Jingxian frowned, a needle of unease pricking his heart. 5 minutes later, the adjutant rushed back, face drained of color. Commander, all troop carriers are offline, every last one. What? Lin Jingxian shot to his feet. Say that again. Every carrier in port has shut down, and all communicators went dark simultaneously. We've lost contact with every battle zone. The carriers were serviced daily, they never failed together. A total communications blackout was no coincidence. A dangerous suspicion surfaced, darkening Lin Jingxian's expression. If that man is behind this, Daxia is in true peril. Even he, usually unflappable, felt a wave of helplessness. Kansang Corporation, he growled. The independent tech giant that had partnered with Daxia for a millennium and controlled the most advanced equipment on Blue Star. No one but Kansang could ground every carrier overnight and silence the network in an instant. After centuries of cooperation, if they turn on us now, Daxia will be crippled just as we are today. He looked up, face set, and barked new orders. Gather everyone we can still reach. If the comms are down, pass the word by mouth, move out at once. Commander Lin, without the carriers we can't reach Deep Blue City. Who said we're going to Deep Blue? We're heading for the third battle zone. His voice was rapid, his gaze sharp as steel. We're in the open and the enemy is in the shadows. This won't be their only move. We may be pieces on the board, but we'll become the strongest ones, refusing to be taken out one by one. Yes, sir. First theater of war. Wei Qing had barely ended his call with Lin Jingxian when his face darkened. He spun around and summoned his aide. Pass the word, leave is cancelled. Full muster. We're reinforcing Deep Blue City. His voice exploded through the command center like an artillery shell. Only hours earlier, the first theater had crawled out of a battle so brutal the troops called it the meat grinder. Surviving spirit binders were either heading home or strapped to infirmary beds. Emergency recall was common now, so after a single stunned heartbeat, everyone moved in grim harmony. Within 10 minutes, most soldiers who hadn't yet left had shouldered their gear, cradled their spirit cores, and formed ranks on the parade ground. Almost at the same moment, disaster hit the port, reported every troop ship dead in the water, and the link to Lin Jingxian went silent. Cut off from the outside world, the first theater was suddenly blind. Wei Qing spat. I despise these so-called masterminds. People who play at tactics have filthier hearts than the swarm. He raised his voice. No ships and no trucks? Anyone with forced march talent, step forward. If we can't reach Deep Blue City today, we'll reach it tomorrow or the day after. One way or another, we march. Wei Qing never claimed brilliance, but his orders were brutally practical. The warriors checked their packs, topped up stimulant vials, formed up, abandoned the sea route, and drove straight down the planned land corridor toward Deep Blue City. 3 hours later, still out of contact, The column neared a canyon on the Daxia frontier. A leaden sky pressed overhead, and the mouth of the gorge looked as if some colossal beast had wedged itself there. Wei Qing's pupils contracted. The passage was packed with towering figures. They weren't ordinary humans, each stood 2 to 3 meters tall, veins writhing under their skin, fangs bared, breath rasping like bellows. The leader was worse, 8 or 9 meters high, muscles dark and dense as meteoric iron, the cold designation Unit 01 carved into his neck. Bioweapons. Longevity Corporation's cyborg troops? Wei Qing narrowed his eyes and touched the hilt of his blade. Why block the pass? Unit 01 stepped forward, the impact kicking up dust. His voice boomed like a church bell. Wei Qing, my apologies. Your reputation for peerless valor precedes you, and I've long wanted a match. Today, at last, my wish comes true. The shock wave hammered the spirit binder's eardrums. The weaker one saw stars as blood seeped from eyes and ears. Wei Qing sneered. You and what army? Just me, 01 replied. He raised an arm, and an ominous crimson light pulsed through the grooves of his muscles. Over 100 experimental compounds from Longevity Corp flow through my veins: rapid regeneration, hypermetabolism, combat amplification. I'm no longer human. Even the swarm can count on one hand those who could fuse this perfectly. Rumor held that bioweapons with single-digit serial numbers had never appeared in open combat. Longevity kept them under lock and key. If the intel was right, Unit 01 was already a Tier 9 threat, and no one knew how high his ceiling truly reached. But today, facing the first battlefront in the canyon, Changxing Corporation finally bared its fangs. Lin Jingxian had foreseen this step long ago. The Zerg had placed their first stone on Tianyuan, and every other faction moved in response, spreading a game of cosmic go across the sky. Wei Qing silently tightened his crimson gauntlets, metal clasps grinding against bone with a dull scrape. Fearing an enemy might rip the weapons from him in the frenzy to come, he had bound his forearms to the gloves with black alloy cord. For a man who relished combat, the usual madness in his eyes was now mixed with a rare solemnity. All troops of the first battlefront, hear my command. His voice thundered. Changxing Corporation has betrayed us and is no longer part of the alliance. From this moment on, we fight to the death. Soldiers of Daxia, hold your ground and kill. Horns blown by spirit binders and the mechanized roars of biowarriors erupted from both ends of the gorge. 2 torrents, each a different color, slammed together in the center, carrying with them roaring psionic energy and the acrid sting of stimulants. Blood and fire painted the rocks in an instant. The third battlefront. Yi Qiu received Lin Jingxuan's message at once. The third battlefront, one of the lines closest to Daxia's heartland, was already mustering according to contingency plans, preparing to reinforce Shenlong City. The dust at the rally point had not yet settled when 9 figures appeared out of nowhere. Coarse gray robes hid them from head to toe, leaving only a shard of glacial light in their eyes. That ascetic garb belonged to no unit of Daxia. Yi Qiu recognized them almost immediately. The 12 apostles of the Old Covenant? What are you doing here? This is Daxia territory, he demanded. Not for much longer, the leader replied, his tone as calm as a weather report. We accepted a payment we couldn't refuse. Our task is to keep you here forever. Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow. Quite the investment. 2 or 3 apostles could handle a bug swarm, yet 9 show up. Does the Old Covenant think we're that soft? After today, Daxia will exist in name only, the man answered blandly. Whether the alliance pact is torn up will mean nothing. Yi Qiu's heart clenched for a beat, but he steadied his breathing. As a fellow disciple of Li Shetong, he would never allow himself to show fear. 9 renowned 8th tier combatants equal to himself? Very well, welcome the challenge. Come then, let's see whether you die here or I. Yi Qiu, break my spear, he said, brushing dust from his shoulders while a grin tugged at his lips. Wei Qing is in the first battlefront. He must be facing tough opponents too, he added suddenly. Tell me, who's up against them? The Changxing Biolegion, 1 apostle answered. Good, Yi Qiu nodded in satisfaction. Biolegion for Wei Qing, 9 apostles for Minnow. That's fair. We left Shenlong City undecided last time. Let's settle it today. Before his words faded, the 9 apostles vanished, swallowed by the wind. Yi Qiu raised his arm and gripped the tiger talisman. The bronze charm flared scarlet as he flooded it with spiritual power. Third battlefront, form up. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of spirit binders snapped into position. Lines of battle array script linked into a vast net, and surging energy condensed into a crimson canopy, its killing intent making the very air vibrate. The third battlefront specialized in clearing the deepest hives of the Zerg. This fortress woven from manpower and sigils was their greatest source of pride and Yi Qiu's confidence against 9 8th tier foes. Kill. In the Bai Chao Sheng Xian realm, Han Zhan stood within the celestial palace and summoned the Shennong Cauldron. At his command, a sudden upheaval erupted in the heart of the distant scorching sun opposite the palace. 9 miniature suns, each shrouded in swirling black mist, drifted downward, trailing searing white flames as they slipped into the mouth of the cauldron. An instant later, the Shennong Cauldron flared like high noon, flooding the entire palace with blinding light. Within that radiance, the embryonic form of a pill coalesced, its blurred outline sharpening into reality. The power of countless reincarnations in the Bai Chaosheng Xian realm had long since ground the curse to dust, and now the void source was fully purified. Without the slightest hitch, a flawless pill rose from the cauldron. 9 intricate runic seals were etched across its surface, each locking the source from a different direction as though 9 chains held it fast. The pill drifted to hover before Han Zhan, and a light screen unfolded. Name: 9-turn pill. Effects: 1 grants the power of the void source. 2 The 9-turn force can heal any wound. Warning: the void source is the exclusive property of the 9th-tier insect emperor, Su Wu. Ingesting this pill will provoke the emperor's relentless pursuit, no quarter, no end. The stark warning made Han Zhan's heart sink. What kind of being was a 9th-rank insect emperor? Yet the thought of that source's value gave him pause. Even peak 9th-rank cultivators had only brushed its fringes. In rarity, it surpassed their entire realm. A mere fraction of the void source could yield unimaginable benefits. Besides, humans and the insect race were already locked in mortal conflict. To stand still was to fall behind. With that, his hesitation vanished. He tipped back his head and swallowed the 9-turn pill. The pill dissolved the instant it touched his tongue, and 9 streams of power escorted the source into the depths of his body. Starved for energy, the void source began devouring Han Zhan's other spiritual forces, converting them into nourishment while shaping itself into a miniature black hole within his dantian. Talent: endless devouring, incomplete. Source ability: it can swallow anything, converting it into spiritual energy. Once a target is fully absorbed, its unique talent is permanently inherited. Available talent slots: 1. Currently inherited talent: Celestial Serpent Physique. Interesting, Han Zhan muttered. He raised a hand to test the power. A vortex spun in his palm, and its black hole pulse shredded a vast bank of clouds beneath his feet, drawing the vapor inward as threads of spiritual energy. He hurriedly reined it in, suppressing the urge to devour everything around him. One more second, and he would be plummeting from the sky, probably the first cultivator ever to gain a source power only to die from a fall. That would be embarrassing. At the very moment Han Zhan swallowed the 9-turn pill, every member of the Zhan clan felt a subtle tremor in their hearts. They looked up toward the blazing sun, unaware of what had transpired, yet they unmistakably sensed the ancestral curse that had shadowed their lineage dissolving at that instant. Generations of torment and worry were finally over. Tears filled the clan chief, Jiang Huai's eyes. Facing the sun, he was the first to kneel in gratitude. At the patriarch's gesture, every member of the Zhan clan dropped to their knees. Awe, rapture, and devotion mingled in their eyes. The outsider had truly succeeded. The curse that had haunted their bloodline for countless generations shattered in an instant. Together they bowed toward the blazing sun, shouting the names of Sage Shennong and Sage Han Zhan. In that moment, Shennong's will merged with Han Zhan's soul. The gossamer barrier between them burst apart, and his resonance with the Shennong Cauldron soared to an unprecedented height. Deep Blue City, forward battlefront. The thunder of artillery was fading, yet the city warden's casualty roll kept lengthening at a terrifying pace. Ammunition was down to its last sliver, and the walls could fall at any moment. After the first wave of expendable drones finished their suicide charge, the entire sea began to churn forth, and 5th-tier insects rose like a black tide, sweeping toward the shore in a suffocating wave of despair. Zheng, a blade of sound, sharper and heavier than anything heard during the combat exams, ripped across the battlefield. Xia Yue stood amid the scorched earth, zither in hand, and the crisscrossing sonic edges mowed through the swarm like razored wind, shattering scores of creatures in an instant. But the higher-tier broods quickly fixed on the noise source. First 1 6th-tier beast, then 2, 3, until 10 of them had her surrounded. As a 5th-tier combatant, Xia Yue was suddenly in mortal danger. Just as the claws closed in, a blinding white beam descended. Li Lingjun arrived in time, the Shennong Cauldron hovering above his palm and pouring boundless life force into Xia Yue. Transformed into a true battle familiar, she pivoted back to back with him. Together they faced 10 6th-tiers and barely held the line. But the swarm never tires. 10 became 20, 20 became 30, and the relentless attrition quickly ground down the human defenses. Xia Yue, Li Lingjun, Yifan, and every other high-tier warden from dozens of surrounding cities were being hunted in the same way. If these elite fighters fell, Deep Blue City would inevitably be breached. Yue, look out! Li Lingjun had barely spoken when a shadow coalesced on her left. It was a 7th-tier void assassin, king among killers, responsible for reaping countless elites on this very field. It ripped through the air in a blink, bone blade aimed straight at her heart, moving faster than the eye could track. The warning came too late. Her pupils contracted as the cold, pale blade burst through drifting smoke and lunged at her. On the brink of death, she felt a surge of reluctance, tinged even more with regret. In a blur, she thought she saw a familiar figure beyond the swirling dust. Zhan. If there is another life, I still want to fight by your side. Images flickered like a spinning lantern. She closed her eyes and awaited the inevitable darkness. 1 second, 2, 3, then, at her ear, the voice she had missed for so long. Sorry I'm a bit late. In the same instant, a warm embrace swept away the chill of death, blocking the bone blade and smothering the killing intent. Han Zhan was back. Han Zhan opened his hand, and the seventh-tier void shade assassin disappeared, body and aura alike, swallowed into nothingness. A pitch-black vortex spun in his palm like a bottomless well, erasing every trace of the assassin. Xia Yuwei's mouth fell open, and even Han Zhan felt a jolt of shock. The power of endless devour was more terrifying than ever. In a single breath, he sensed his energy surge. The cultivation he had only just pushed to the 5th tier vaulted upward, as if he had instantly absorbed a miracle elixir. Zhan, it really is you. You made it out of the Bodhi sacred tree, thank goodness. Li Lingjun was the first to speak, her voice overflowing with joy. Xia Yuwei smiled too, but the grin vanished as the battlefield pressed in around them. This isn't the time for catching up, Han Zhan said, sweeping his eyes over the ruined city and the churning insect tide. What happened while I was gone? The place was deep blue city, yet insect carcasses and shattered defenses littered every street. Han Zhan had not heard that the swarm had launched a surprise strike on this rearline stronghold. In a few hurried sentences, Li Lingjun and Xia Yuwei explained. The horde had pushed all the way here. 6th and 7th tier monsters were already on the front lines, and the human garrison was on the brink. Han Zhan's expression hardened. 6th and 7th tier bugs are on the field, and we're about to buckle. Zhan, what do we do? Xia Yuwei asked, tightening her grip on her longbow. Don't lose heart, Han Zhan replied. Low-tier insects can be churned out as cannon fodder, but high-tier ones are much harder to breed. And look, there are only a few 6s and 7s scattered around. I'd say that's our teacher's handiwork. The single remark eased both women's nerves. Han Zhan's arrival felt like driving a spike of certainty into chaos. He wasted no more time. Spreading his arms, he pushed endless devour to its limit. On either side of him, man-sized black vortices yawned open, their rotation howling like gale-force wind. Any insect that drifted near had its carapace crack with a dry snap before it was sucked into the dark. In seconds, pressure on their sector of the battlefield collapsed. A few months earlier, he had barely survived unknown fights with low-tier bugs. Now a single technique erased thousands at once, and even high-tier creatures no longer made him flinch. His growth was absolute. It's Han Zhan. He's finally in the fight. Fantastic. With him here, we still have a chance. The city's defenders shouted, and morale blazed to life. Han Zhan moved like the wind, ringed by swirling voids. Wherever he passed, the swarm was vacuumed clean, limbs and chitin shattered, blood itself swallowed by the dark. At this speed, even 7th or 8th tier awakeners might struggle to match him. The tide turned. Under Han Zhan's command, the once cornered humans sounded the counterattack. Armor, gunfire, and supernatural power fused into a roaring flood that pressed deep into the insect horde. Alone, Han Zhan charged through the mass of creatures, cutting upstream until he reached the riverfront's edge. On either side of him, 2 gigantic black hole vortices gaped like insatiable mouths, swallowing an endless tide of insectoids. In an instant, at least half of the bund was cleared. Farther out on the sea, Li Shutong having unlocked the 7th limit lock stood atop the heaving waves, blood and sweat sluicing down the cracks of his battered armor. His fists rumbled like thunder. Every swing ripped through entire ranks of bugs. Stranger still, he would periodically drive a punch straight into the water, raising a wall of spray that stood out amid the melee. Yan's rasp burrowed into his ears. Li Shutong, being a hero isn't all glory. Drop that hollow righteousness and forget your so-called morals. And even if we brought twice as many insect emperors, we could never touch you. Most of these wounds were inflicted while you shielded those high-tier insects that were teleported in. Was it worth it? It spoke only to break his spirit, yet his blood-red eyes remained calm, steadfast as fire forged into steel. At that moment, Shiwu, who had been holding the rear, suddenly felt a pull. The mass of darkness curled like a vortex and locked its gaze on Shunlan City. It's here. At last. Shiwu trembled with excitement. It had caught the aura of its long-lost origin. If it reclaimed that missing half, it would break past 9th rank and step into the supreme realm. The shift did not escape Li Shutong's senses. With a snort, he hammered out 2 blows, shattering 4 advancing insect emperors. The imperial aura inside the mirage pearl finally ran dry and collapsed. A heartbeat later, he vaulted forward and cut Shiwu off. As long as I stand, you're not setting foot on this shore. In reply, the endless darkness recoalesced. With the 7th lock fully open, Li Shutong's power grazed the 9th rank. His fists split the darkness apart, only for the black mist to knit itself together elsewhere. No matter where Shiwu darted, it could not slip past those iron fists. Li Shutong, do you really think victory is yours? Zui's ancient voice echoed. Scarlet Queen, if not now, when? Let your little paramour move. As the words fell, a scarlet figure surfaced, her blood-red cloak snapping in the spray. Li Shudong's heart clenched. You are Baishuang? Baishuang is dead. She smiled faintly. Call me the Scarlet Queen. With a flick of her fingers, a crisp snap sliced through the crash of the waves. At the same time, far away on the beach, Yifan appeared soundlessly behind Han Zhan. Han Zhan, brandishing his warblade, was laughing. Give me another half hour, and it'll clear every last bug run off this sand. A shrill whistle cut him off. Before he could turn, Yifan's dagger drove into his shoulder blade, spraying blood. Why? Han Zhan stared back in disbelief. Yifan's face remained unmoved. I warned you. You chose to stay. He withdrew in a flash, and the Scarlet Queen rose from the water, drawing him into her arms. In that same instant, guided by the dagger's mark, a presence of unimaginable malice manifested behind Han Zhan's ninth-rank insect emperor, Shiwu. This was an out-and-out conspiracy. Han Zhan still had no idea how long it had been brewing, perhaps from the very moment he first awakened as a spirit pact master. The longer the scheme, the higher its success rate. Now that the enemy had finally made their move, almost nothing could overturn it. The sea wind sliced at him, its salt thick and acrid. Standing on the crest of churning waves, Han Zhan's eyes darted between Yifan and the inexplicably resurrected Baishuang. Memories, hacked apart like film strips, crashed into his mind. The three of them fighting side by side. The vows, the laughter, now nothing but mockery. He would never have believed that these two had allied with the insectoids. Why? He demanded. Yifan lifted his head, black hair whipping in the gale, his tone cold and final. Because I had to bring her back. Because Great Xia is not worth my life. He'll tear this rotten empire down. I want revenge. The moment the words fell, every loose thread snapped into place. How had the devourer worm slipped into deep blue? Why had Yifan shaken off his usual laziness and volunteered to lead the Guardians? How had the ninth-tier insect emperor Nightmare slipped into deep blue city, tested Li Shutong, and so smoothly presented him with the Bodhi tree? Why had Yifan pushed for a sea burial, using the sinking to hide a transport vortex he was building on the seabed? Every clue pointed straight at the man before him, Yifan, the architect of it all. Han Zhan shouted, your gift was never immortality, it's deceit. Immortality belongs only to your contracted spirit, the red iris. He had finally pierced the lie, but it was far too late. A warped shadow void appeared out of nothing and sealed the space around him. Han Zhan did wield half a shard of void's essence, yet the creature itself was the true master of that power, handling it as casually as raising an arm. In mere heartbeats his essence was torn from him and sucked into the shadow. When the darkness eased, Li Shutong materialized above the sea, just in time to hear Void's manic laughter. Ha ha, essence united. Beyond the ninth tier, no one can resist me. Even you, Li Shutong, mean nothing. A terrifying aura, already beyond the ninth tier, roiled around Void. He stepped forward and swung a fist. The moment his punch began, space caved in. Force and pressure vanished before they could even form. As he laughed, darkness erupted like a flood, devouring half the sky. Staring at that black cloud, Han Zhan recalled the doomsday vision had seen in the 100-herb Sacred Heart Realm Void consuming the entire blue star. Against power on this scale, he had no counter. No, something's off, he thought. Ages ago, the sage Shennong and the immortal emperor had foreseen this day. If their chosen heir were hunted down and consumed by Void, would they really leave him helpless? Shennong's parting words echoed in his mind. A failsafe, what was it? Suddenly his chest flared with heat. 9 crimson suns burst from his body, sigils burning like wildfire, igniting the Black Sea. The formation revered as the greatest array under heaven unfolded again, and at last fear flickered in Void's eyes. The 9 suns streaked forward as searing beams, drilling into the shadow, binding and sealing it. And more than that, they plunged into Void's core, locking its very essence in chains. The overwhelming aura that once surrounded Shiwu suddenly collapsed. The fusion was complete, yet true evolution was still brewing. Had just stepped into the 9th tier, but had not fully broken free, 1 foot dangling over the abyss, poised to take that final, decisive step. You again? You've ruined my plans time and time again. Do you really think this shabby formation can hold me? Shiwu roared. With his newly merged source power, shattering the 9-sun array was only a matter of time, and time was the one thing humanity lacked. Li Shutong grasped the danger at a glance. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full strength and lunged at Shiwu. Not far away, the Crimson Queen and Yifan exchanged a look, then locked onto Han Zhan. No one could intervene in Li Shutong's duel, but killing his student would surely shake the man's resolve. Before the thought had fully formed, the Crimson Queen streaked forward in a flash of blood-red light. Once an 8th-tier insect empress, she had sacrificed billions of insects and humans alike. The karma of that slaughter had propelled her straight to the 9th tier, her price for joining the fight. Against this 9th-tier monster, combined with the traitor Yifan's power of lies, Han Zhan barely managed to raise an arm before a single palm strike sent him flying. The expected killing blow never came. A clear sword cry split the air, sparks showered the sky, and the reflection danced in the Crimson Queen's widened Isa breathtaking woman had stepped in front of Han Zhan. Sword in hand, phoenix bright eyes blazing, her aura matched the Crimson Queen's, measure for measure. She was the Valkyrie of the city of Malice, the Malice Queen, Ganyanjin. The nine-cycle pill had done more than grant Han Zhan the gift of endless devouring. It had also fully healed every contracted spirit he had ever bonded with Shennong's true blessing. That rule applied equally to Ganyanjin, the eighth-tier spirit who had been grievously wounded by Xian Yuan's sword's intent and forced into slumber. After fusing with the sword's spirit, she seized the moment and broke through, becoming a fresh ninth-tier powerhouse. With her arrival, the top combat strength of humans and insects was once again in perfect balance. Huang Shou and Yin burst through the waves, hovering above the burning battlefield, their voices cold as frost. Impressive tricks, I'll give you that. But we were never without contingencies. In this death trap, you'll finally understand what it means to stand against the entire world. Fourth War Zone. Commander Shinjichi had just finished rallying his forces for a dash to Shenlong City when a large group of Lickland spirit tamers suddenly turned on them. While the army was still in formation, they activated a hidden relic. Its rules swallowed the entire unit, and in an instant the Fourth War Zone vanished from every battle ledger. Shinjichi stared at his comrades in disbelief. What are you doing? Betraying Great Xia? Commander Shen, we have never betrayed anyone. Our loyalty has always been to the Li clan, nothing more. That Li clan did not include the war god Li Shatong. In that moment Shinjichi finally understood it, the most critical juncture. Great Xia had been stabbed in the back from within. A nameless island lay shrouded in thick smog. Every combat spirit tamer of the 8th War Zone stood in formation, waiting for their leader, Wu, to give the order. Behind him a special portal glowed, its white light leading straight to Shenlong. Wu lifted a foot to enter only for a bolt of lightning to crash down and shatter the gate to dust. I've long heard of Li Shutong's mysterious 8th War Zone, a voice echoed. We scoured every scrap of intel and found nothing. But a few months ago, you revealed yourself in Shenlong City to save that young man named Han Zhan. That one move let us pin you down. As the words faded, a group of strangers stepped onto the island. Wu recognized them at once. The Empire's executioners, the Iron Blood League. Somewhere near the border of Great Xia, a canyon lay in ruins. The once towering cliff walls had been hollowed out by blood and fire, leaving only a sunken basin riddled with ravines and cascading debris. Wei Qing stood amid the devastation, his lowered head caked with sweat and gore. His right shoulder was empty, the stump still weeping blood, and his one remaining arm hung powerless at his side. Even so, a dense, fog-like aura of blood churned around him, as if a newly awakened beast guarded its territory. Opposite him, a giant more than 10 meters tall lay in a pool of crimson, the number 01 brand on its neck smeared beyond recognition. Wei Qing had won, but it was a hollow victory. He tilted his head back, eyes fixed on deep blue city in the distance, embers of obsession burning in his gaze. Each step he took stamped bloody prints into the mud. He still meant to lead the last soldiers of the First War Zone to the front. Suddenly a slip of paper fluttered from his jacket, 2 words, head north. Wei Qing fell silent for a long time. He crushed the note into dust, rage and frustration roiling in his chest. Then, ripping his raw throat, he roared, anyone still breathing, march north with me. Blood spattered the ravines as his shout echoed away. At the 3rd War Zone garrison, shattered walls looked as if repeated disasters had pounded them flat. Yi Qiu, hair in disarray, slumped in the center of the rubble. A commander's seal, mottled with black-red blood, lay before him. Hysterical laughter, sobs, and blank stares flashed across his face until, at last, he clutched the seal and collapsed, screaming until his voice tore. Not far away, only 5 of the 9 apostles of the Old Covenant still stood, for corpses lay hammered into the scorched earth, blood smeared in jagged trails. They had paid dearly, yet the battlefield was theirs. He's gone mad. The rest of Great Xia's contract mages are no threat. We lost 4, but the reward for that artifact will more than compensate. Kill everyone else. Leave no witnesses. The order had barely been spoken when the sky quaked and spatial ripples unfurled. A black-clad man strode down from the air, Lin Jingxian. The moment he saw Yi Qiu clutching the seal and wailing, his gaze turned to ice. Losses acceptable? Fine, he said in a low, frigid voice. He'll make sure the losses become unbearable. Lin Jingxian apologized silently, had come at full speed, yet still arrived too late. Yi Qiu was already broken. Only vengeance remained. I know a thing or two about deployments. Show me the famed brilliant moves of the Old Covenant apostles. With a flick of his wrist, the commander's seal flew from Yi Qiu's grasp and landed in his own. At once, battle contract mages from the 2nd War Zone vaulted in from every side, forming a star-like net that sealed the ruins. Just then, another slip of paper shot from Lin Jingxian's coat. After revenge, head north. He needed no more explanation. Crushing it to dust between his fingers, He swept his arm forward. This feud ends only with death. Fourth war zone, deep inside ancient ruins. This forbidden sector of Blue Star cut itself off from the outside world the moment one entered, its laws twisted and strange. Shinjichi led his troops in brutal close combat against the Li rebels. Blood splashed as both sides fought for every inch. Just as the battle reached its peak, the rebels suddenly fractured from within. A large number of soldiers turned their blades and fought alongside Shinjichi, slaughtering the remaining rebels beneath the shadowy arches of the ruins. Compared with the other war zones, Shunziki's fourth was the least damaged and had suffered the fewest casualties. He now stood frowning at the group that had suddenly switched sides. From the crowd stepped a stern-faced, middle-aged man, another member of the Li clan. When a tree rises above the forest, the wind will break it, the man said in a low voice. A century ago, the old patriarch understood that and broke with the family head and his brother. As Great Xia gained the upper hand in the war against the aliens, more and more factions made secret deals with the Lis, and Li traitors multiplied by the day. To the ambitious, the aliens were never the only enemy. The scales of profit are always tipping. Great Xia was never the Li's private kingdom. It has survived only because the old patriarch held off the first storm 100 years ago. Now he sees the tide cannot be turned, especially after that peerless prodigy of the Han War appeared, and he is sure of it. Civil strife can flush out the filth hiding in the shadows, but cleaning it up will be up to us, the man finished, handing Shinjichi a slip of paper. On it were Li Shutong's familiar, flowing characters. Lead the fourth war zone, preserve your strength, cross the ruin, and teleport north. On an unnamed island, the bloody sea wind mixed with scorched earth. Corpses lay everywhere. Every combat contract holder chosen from the 8th war zone wore a hazy veil of light over the face. Even in death, their identities remained hidden, one last act of protection for their families. At the front, the 8th's commander, Wu, stood with one foot on the skull of the braggart who had attacked them earlier. The 8th had taken heavy losses, but the Empire's elite force had been annihilated. Given the result, the price was acceptable. Chief, do we still finish the portal? An aide asked quietly. Wu crushed the skull beneath his boot and shook his head. Forget the portal to Deep Blue City. Activate the backup coordinates. We head north. High above Deep Blue City, Li Shutong and Wu had exchanged hundreds of blows before separating again. Gong Yongjin's blade fists clashed with the Scarlet Queen, neither side gaining ground. In the insectoid ranks, Nightmare and Berserker crouched low, ready to strike. On paper, their side even held the advantage. You've already played every piece, haven't you? For the first time since the battle began, Li Shutong spoke. He calmly listed the names: Concrete Corporation, Longevity Corporation, the Old Covenant, the Empire, and those greedy, decaying elders inside. Great Xiathan looked up. Is that all you've got? From the endless vortex of darkness, Zui's voice carried a hint of surprise. You figured it out? No guessing was needed, Li Shutong said flatly. The moment you moved against me, I assumed everyone was an enemy. Both combatants and onlookers felt a chill. From the start, he had been prepared to face the entire planet alone. You knew and did nothing. Isn't it too late to talk about it now? Wu sneered. Did nothing? Li Shutong laughed softly. The students I trained. The 8 war zones built on a century of toil. Do you think they'll lose to a slapdash alliance of petty schemers? He pointed out the flaws one by one. If Longevity had really sent its entire top 10 roster, if Concrete Tech had done more than cut communications and ferry troops and instead besieged the 2nd war zone, if all 12 apostles of the Old Covenant had shown up, if the Empire hadn't been so arrogant and had dispatched its main Knight Corps to crush the 8th, then I, Li Shutong, would have bowed my head long ago. Fortunately for me, that was impossible. Temporary allies always count the cost first. That was why he dared to stand against them all. Fine, suppose you're right. How will you deal with me? Wu growled. The instant the words left its mouth, its form swelled. Darkness swept across the sky, tearing the 9-sun seal to shreds. It merged with the very essence of the void and vaulted past the 9th tier in one leap. The overwhelming pressure drove everyone, humans and insectoids, alakito their knees. It felt as if they were facing a true god, and that god intended to kill them all. In the face of absolute power, every scheme is rendered weak and useless. Although Li Shutong commanded the forces of 8 war zones and could crush each allied enemy army in turn, those were victories only on the surface. The real threat was an entity called the Void. Once it stepped into the 9th tier, all resistance would lose its meaning. It would wipe out every human and living creature on Blue Star, dragging the entire planet into dead silence. Now the Void had become an endless darkness, pouring down like a flood and swallowing everything from the horizon to the ground without distinction. Transmission towers, mountains, cities, even the battling mechs and Zerg were shredded in an instant, reduced to drifting ash. The sky dimmed visibly, as though the whole world were being throttled. As everyone held their breath, Li Shutong suddenly turned and fixed his gaze on a young man at the rear of the formation. Number 9, it's your turn. Those 5 terse words stunned every officer and soldier around him. If even Li Shutong could not stop what was coming, what could Han Zhan possibly do? Li Shutong gave them no time to doubt him. Tell me the location of the 8th urgent lock. Teacher, you? Han Zhan jerked his head up to meet those calm eyes, as though seeing his mentor for the first time. He had always believed he was chosen as a disciple because of talent or luck, never suspecting another possibility. Li Shutong had long known he was a traveler from another world. The word sent a chill down Han Zhan's spine. That's right, I know everything. Li Shutong seemed to read his thoughts, speaking unhurriedly. For thousands of years, Great Xia has explored tens of thousands of ruins. On those ancient broken steels are myths that do not belong to Blue Star Fuxi Zither, Shennong's Cauldron. The Xianyuan sword, the 10 divine weapons of antiquity, correct? In that instant, Han Zhan understood today's situation was an ending Li Shutong had foreseen and deliberately steered toward years ago. He was not caught in someone else's trap. He had built the board himself, binding the Zerg and every other alliance to his game. A line from deep in his memory resurfaced. The root of Great Xia is utterly rotten. Cutting it out won't cure it. Only a cleansing fire can make it new again. Han Zhan had always thought he would be the one to light that fire. Now he finally realized Li Shutong was the man prepared to burn all the decay himself. Teacher, Han Zhan opened his mouth, but no sound came. He knew that once the 8th urgent lock was activated, its wielder's life would be drained dry. If Li Shutong had already placed this piece, then his own death had long been written into the plan. Number 9. You once said you wanted to be a hero, to protect those you care about. Li Shutong's tone was calm, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. Heroes pay a price. Often, that price is their life. Except if this is where my journey ends. Han Zhan looked up at the sky. Darkness still spread, the cloud-like void blanketing the once blue firmament, letting through barely a glimmer of light. Mountains, cities, the screams of crowds were swallowed by the black mist until only crushing silence filled the world. It would not take long for the void to consume everything. Han Zhan knew his teacher was right. Since he had chosen to burn away the darkness with his life, then the flame should roar higher and fiercer until every enemy felt it in their bones. Without another moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed steadily at Li Shutong's heart, the site of the 8th G lock. A gentle, almost paternal smile lifted the corners of Li Shutong's mouth. He met Han Zhan's gaze and spoke in a low, clear voice. Your senior brothers have followed me for years, yet toward you I have always felt a debt. To make amends, I stayed in Deep Blue City these past months. I treasured the time we spent together. From the instant you awakened your talent as a spiritual pact adept, we have shared the same board. The best move I could find still demanded sacrifice. For that, as the player, I am truly sorry. You once said that in the next game you wish to hold the pieces. Now the board is yours. Your brothers and every surviving Great Xia citizen have been settled safely. They're waiting for you in the north. Go. He gave a slight nod. In that instant, the endless white mist behind him found an outlet and thundered into his heart from every direction. A century of stored power and life and death tempering poured into this single moment. The final chain of the 8G fists was torn apart. The 8th G lock opened. The mist vanished, and Li Shutong's aura shot upward until it stood level with the void itself. Fine cracks split his skin, blood tracing delicate lines across his body. Mortal flesh was never meant to bear a god's power, yet he burned every ounce of life as a torch. With the first punch he struck the sky, blasting a vast hole through the endless darkness. Beyond the breach, the void roared in fury, ripping the heavens. Impossible. How can a mere human transcend the 9th tier? The answer was a second punch. Darkness shattered completely, and the void's fused source essence lay exposed for all to see. A third punch landed. The essence was flung free. Li Shutong seized it, and, like driving a wedge, forced it straight into Han Zhan's body. At the fourth punch the void turned to flee, only to have its consciousness severed by the rushing force. Equal in rank, it still could not withstand 4 blows. The fifth punch swept away the feral beast and the nightmare. Neither enemy managed even a token resistance before their souls were scattered. With the sixth punch, he aimed at the Crimson Queen and Fan, but crushed only 2 insectoid decoys spun from lies. The true Fan had already swapped bodies and fled with the Queen in disgrace. The seventh punch spanned 10,000 li across the sea. The demotion teleportation vortex collapsed with a roar, cutting off the swarm's reinforcements for good. The eighth punch fell, and every last insect in Deep Blue City turned to ash. Heaven and earth grew clear once more. The 8 punches spent, Li Shutong had reached his limit. His life fire was gone, yet he still stood with hands clasped behind his back, eyes piercing the snow-laden wind, quietly watching the north. Han Zhan looked up, his chest blazing, and etched the scene into memory. A heartbeat later, Li Shutong vanished from the world. Li Shutong has fallen. The greatest war god of Daxiao has vanished from the world. Li Lingjin clamped a hand over her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Xia Yue drew her close and stroked her back. Han Zhan sat cross-legged with his eyes shut, veins bulging between his brows. The source of nothingness that Li Shutong had forced into him at the moment of death rampaged through his meridians like a crazed dragon, seeking to break its chains and return to the cosmos. Even mourning was a luxury. He could spare no thought except to suppress that surging power inch by inch because now, he held the pieces on the board. Amid the shattered ruins, the surviving contract summoners gathered in a ring, watching the light where Li Shutong and the insect swarm burned out together. Grief erupted like a dammed flood. A young man who had lost half a leg threw back his head and wailed, blood-soaked bandages still dripping. He hadn't shed a tear during the amputation, yet now he wept uncontrollably. A gray-haired city guard knelt and hammered the ground, knuckles cracking rubble with dull thuds. He had once fought beside Li Shutong, then spent retirement guarding Deep Blue City. Now he could only sob in its ruins. Others stared blankly into the empty air where the hero had disappeared, as if sheer focus might call him back. The suffocating silence was ripped apart by a low, mocking chuckle. It began like a mosquito's whine, then grew brazen. All eyes snapped toward the sound. A middle-aged man strolled toward them. Floral shirt, brown shorts, beach sandals, the picture of West Coast nonchalance. His lips hooked in a permanent grin, laughter rolling out with each step. One enraged survivor lunged and swung a fist. Before the blow landed, the attacker burst into a mist of blood, droplets hanging frozen in the air. The crowd fell silent in horror. TSK, you ignorant peasants see me and still won't kneel? The man's lazy drawl carried undeniable authority. Daxia is now history. These lands belong to my empire. Imperial Knights Corps, Commander Louis 17. In the empire his fame and power matched Li Shutong's standing in Daxia. His arrival meant the hidden vulture had finally shown itself to seize the spoils. Louis XVII took 2 steps, and the earth rumbled. High above, metal thundered. A war fortress the size of a small mountain cast its shadow over the coast, blotting out the sky. Louis XVII, the empire's payment isn't here. Don't break the rules. The cold warning came from the fortress. Oh, Imperial Knights are born free. No rules can shackle us. Louis XVII shrugged and smiled. Whatever my eyes behold belongs to the empire. As the words left his lips, the air beside him tore open and a figure stepped out. He looked like an ordinary boy, buzz-cut, gray tracksuit, hands in his pockets, face expressionless. Yet on the slender side of his neck burned the brand 00. Longevity Corporation prototype subject. No one knew how many serums he had been pumped with. They only knew he was born with an SS-level gift and then rebuilt as a bioweapon. Only 8 or 9 years old, he still made every onlooker's skin crawl. Even Louis XVII was not exempt. As Imperial Knights, we're free to stand aside and let others make new enemies. He spread his hands and halted. By our earlier agreement, the Empire gets half of Daxia's land, and the Kansang Corporation takes the other half. Chongqing will claim the Shennong Cauldron, while the Old Covenant removes Han Zhan and the remaining contract spirits. The metallic, synthesized voice rolled out of the Doomsday Fortress. But the plan has changed. Reports from every front say Li Shutong left a contingency. Daxia is crippled, yet the survivors have withdrawn north and hold the mountain passes. Only 2/3 of the territory can actually be divided. 8 of the Old Covenant's 12 apostles are dead, another fled with grave injuries, and their strength is shattered. The Pope chose not to appear, apparently afraid we'd all turn on him. Therefore the Pope's share will be split between the Kansang Corporation and the Empire. Clap, clap, clap. Louis XVII was the first to applaud. A perfectly fair division, Chairman. Very generous of you. Bio-warrior number 00, silent as ever, studied both parties, estimated his odds of facing them alone, and stayed quiet. He had come only for the Shennong Cauldron. Captain Louis XVII, you may take the Fuxi Zither and the Shenyuan sword. The contract master himself belongs to us. The electronic voice spoke again. Louis XVI's eyes narrowed, though the smile never left his face. Greedy as always, Chairman. Is this for your dear daughter? I hear she's awakened in E. Boom. Dozens of dark gun ports snapped open across the fortress, all trained forward. Louis XVII fell silent. They conversed as if discussing the weather, oblivious to the fact that Li Shutong had just died, that Daxia's casualties were beyond counting, that they were all human. How dare they? Gong Yangjin stepped in front of Li Lingjin and Xia Yue. Though the 3 contract spirits had only just met, Han Zhan was still unconscious and enemies pressed from every side. She had to stand her ground. Alone, can you really protect them? Louis XVII advanced, voice light, gaze mocking. Such beauty. Why stick with him? Come with me, I'm your true match. You belong with the strong. The boy in the fortress moved up as well, encircling the 4. Their eyes treated them as trophies. Li Shutong was dead. Daxia's god of war gone. Who could shield them now? The threat came faster than anyone expected. At the last instant a hoarse voice rang out, and a sphere of darkness detonated, swallowing the 3 women. So it was you who forced teacher to his death. Han Zhan's cold voice echoed through the endless void. The assembled powers flinched. The earlier scene of a void surpassing the 9th tier was still vivid. Instinctively they stepped back, fearful of being dragged in. Don't be fooled. The fortress flat electronic voice warned. That black hole psionic threshold is wrong. Old hands all, they caught the hint at once and stopped retreating. Fully awake now, Han Zhan saw his status panel before him. Character, Han Zhan, Tier 5. Contract talent, 87%. Divine essence, 3 of 10. Void origin abilities, divine gaze, self-reflection, way of heaven unity, endless devour. They guessed right. Although Han Zhan had fully mastered the essence of the void and could replicate the devouring power of a black hole, the might he could release was still far from that of a true singularity because of his current cultivation. At the moment, the 3 enemies surrounding him in a pincer formation were all 9th-tier powerhouses. They were still a notch below Li Shetong, yet already beyond what Han Zhan could face heat in. The void black hole can tear open space. Make sure they don't use it to escape. The synthetic voice inside the Doomsday Bastion gave a cold reminder. No sooner had the words fallen than dozens of palm-sized metal cubes shot from the seams of the fortress hull. Trailing streaks of blue-white light, some burrowed into the ground while others hovered in midair, and in the blink of an eye, they wove a visible energy mesh that sealed the area around Han Zhan. Spatial stabilizers, the voice explained. I carry them for 2 reasons. To counter the void's spatial talent and to guard against Lin Jingxian, commander of the Second War Zone. That man is also skilled in space manipulation, so every loophole has to be sealed in advance. Once the device is activated, the space around Han Zhan shredded like ragged cloth by the black hole knit itself back together. The remaining creases stayed distorted, but they could no longer spread or split. You can't run, Han Zhan. This time the voice from inside the bastion was not mechanical, but a deep baritone laced with amusement. Given the present situation, your best option is to come back with me to Kanshang Corporation. Thanks to the ties between the Shang and Li families, we won't harm you. On the contrary, we'll help you finalize the contract with Shang's sighting. The man paused, his tone softening. She just awakened in a level talent in the Nuwa Stone and she has always been fond of you. She wants to marry you. The supposed goodwill in those words only made Han Zhan's expression grow colder. What do you take us for, cargo or merchandise with a price tag? You pick and choose at will, treating us worse than livestock. This is the arrogance of you people at the top. The weak are meat, the strong are predators. That's the way of the world. The voice inside the bastion replied without a trace of shame. Someone as mighty as Li Shetong still died here. Heroes? They're meaningless. Heroes are meaningless. The image of Li Shetong lying in a pool of blood flashed through Han Zhan's mind, sending a chill through him. If everyone you save turns out to be an ingrate, then being a hero truly isn't worth it. He ran a quick assessment. 3 9th-tier opponents, each stronger than he was, and the stabilizers had locked down space. Conventional tactics offered no escape. At that moment, a clear female voice echoed in his ear. Gonyang Jin. I have a way. Since merging with the sword spirit of Xianyuan Jin, she had mastered a new technique, but had never used it. If I unleash it, we can break this stalemate. The cost? Han Zhan asked instead of agreeing immediately. Realm regression, Gonyang Jin admitted. I've never tried it, but activating it will drop my cultivation. I don't know how far. Can it be restored? Han Zhan pressed. It can. After a brief silence, Han Zhan made up his mind. Then I'll have to rely on you once more. No need for formalities. Gonyang Jin chuckled, sword intent surging in her palm. Zhan, keep your eyes wide open and watch this strike. This sword is called Jadebreak. The void black hole unleashed by Han Zhan tore through dimensions, sealing off every trace of sound. Louis XVII, the prototype biowarrior, and Doomsday Bastion could see Han Zhan freeze mid-sentence, yet not a single word reached them. The silence dragged on until their patience snapped. They knew nothing of black hole physics, but with 3 9th-tier powerhouses on hand, breaking the stalemate should have been easy. Exchanging a glance, they nodded and prepared to act. A blade of light burst from the endless void. Torrents of sword keys swept across heaven and earth. Everything within sight was swallowed by blinding white, minds wiped blank. The strike was far beyond 9th tier, a force never witnessed before, roaring its intent. Better shattered jade than intact clay. They cursed their proximity. Even at full strength, they could not fully escape. The spatial stabilizer vaporized in an instant, and before its dust could fall, the black hole collapsed into a lone, ink-black singularity that shuddered once and vanished. When the glare faded, all 3 wore darkened expressions, too busy suppressing the lingering sword key tearing through their bodies. The prototype biowarrior and Louis XVII clenched their teeth against the pain. Doomsday Bastion simply dropped his defenses, letting the blade energy wreak havoc on every electronic component. Sheets of armor crashed to the ground until only a man-sized humanoid robot stepped from the wreckage, its metallic eyes cold and lifeless. Capture failed, Doomsday Bastion stated in a flat mechanical voice. It was merely a side project. Now that I've received a third of Daxia's territory, affairs at Kanshang Corporation demand my attention. I have no time to entertain you further. They'll report everything to my master. As for the Shennong Ding payment, you broke the deal. Changshan Corporation will not let this slide. Without another word, He strode away over the debris. The next to rise was the prototype biowarrior. Shredded flesh sloughed off as new limbs regenerated before their eyes. He said coolly, "I'm leaving," then turned and walked off, his silhouette crisp and decisive. The would-be predators had expected a feast, yet Jadebreak's sudden strike left them battered and humiliated. Louis XVII bared his teeth. Blood seeped from a narrow gash across his chest where residual swordkey flickered. He was certain that woman, Ganyang Jean, had driven at least half her blade's fury into Hema petty act of vengeance, pure and simple. Impressive, he muttered, eyes chilled. If I could forge you into my contract spirit, I'd reach the next realm even faster. I look forward to our next meeting. Pressing a hand to his wound, he staggered away. Not far off, commotion rose as squads arrived and bowed. Commander, Louis XVII lifted a hand. Calm the wounded civilians and begin the city takeover. Before those fools obsessed with high-tech can react, carve a larger slice of Daxia for us. He paused, voice dropping lower. Any resistance skill on sight. Show no mercy to these inferiors. Yes, sir. With the rise and fall of three competing forces, the deep blue cataclysm finally drew its curtain. The upheaval that had rent the world apart reached a temporary conclusion, later etched into official chronicles in coarse, icy prose. The post-war figures that followed were equally chilling. Daxia, the god of war, Li Shetong, fell on the central front, staining the battlefield with his blood. Wei Qing, commander of the First Theater, and Lin Jingxian, commander of the Second, were both critically wounded and narrowly clung to life. Yi Qiu, commander of the Third Theater, succumbed to madness under a psychic onslaught. Over half of all pact mages were lost, and ammunition and supply routes were completely severed. Two-thirds of Daxia's territory was consumed by successive insect tides, leaving the nation on the brink of collapse. Following Li Shutong's final sealed orders, the remaining soldiers and civilians withdrew north without pause, fortifying the last third of their homeland where tattered flags still fluttered amid the rubble. The swarm, the transcendent sovereign void, perished on the spot, and its core essence was seized by the enemy. Ninth-tier insect kings Ravager and Nightmare fell on scorched soil. Corpses of grubs high and low formed mountains. Shattered carapaces littered the plains. Yet the Crimson Queen used the chaos to evolve into a ninth-tier monarch, breaking out with the human defector Ifan and reclaiming the Bloodsea Abyss. Chongqing Corporation. Flagship Biosoldier 001 was obliterated during a heat-in charge. 70% of mass-produced biosoldiers were destroyed, crippling the research division. Chongqing Corporation. Direct combat losses were zero, but exposure of its covert manipulation caused a precipitous drop in global trust. Through post-war negotiations, it annexed one-third of the land Daxia had lost and stockpiled resources for future conflict. The Empire. Every sleeper agent embedded in Daxia was uprooted. The intelligence group Ironblood Society, along with its reserves, was wiped out, leaving no means to rebuild an equivalent network in the near term. Amid the turmoil, the Empire seized one-third of Daxia's territory, standing toe-a-toe with Chongqing Corporation. The Old Covenant. Of the 9 apostles deployed, only one limped back to the sanctuary with broken wings of light. Enraged, the Pope found the 12 apostles reduced to merely 2. Battered and shamed, the Covenant retreated to heal behind closed doors. Once the dust settled, people revered Li Shetong, the lone legend who reversed the front lines. Yet another name proved unforgettable: Han Zhan. A student of Li Shetong, this young man twice nearly overturned the battle from hopeless positions, and in the end carved a bloody path through the encirclement of 3 ninth-tier powerhouses to escape alive. Such feats propelled Han Zhan to instant renown. Northern Commandery, Jilao Pass. As the end of the year approached, the northern snow arrived earlier than usual. A gray-white sky sifted down fine flakes, draping the towering fortress in a gossamer veil. A few figures stood on the ramparts, looking tiny against the howling wind. Wei Qing stood by the parapet, his empty sleeve flapping, yet his back ramrod straight. The cold had reddened the tip of his nose, but he forced a grin. Go inside and get some rest. I'll take this watch. Lin Jingxian pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his voice cool. With all your nagging, you should be the one to go. I'm only drained. 2 days of meditation and he'll be fine. Missing an arm is quite a bit worse. Oh, want to test that? Wei Qing's fighting spirit flared, and he clenched his right fist. The challenge faded as quickly as it came. His hand relaxed and fell to his side. They stared at each other while the drifting snow broke the silence. After a long moment, Lin Jingxian spoke softly. Remember our study days with Master? Whenever we argued, he'd drag us apart, hit you once, then hit me twice. Wei Qing swallowed, his gaze drifting over the desolate land beyond the walls. He's gone. Turning to business, Lin Jingxian looked over the endless white plain below. The contingency master left behind is active. Thousands of arrays scavenged from the ruins interlock across northern commandery, forming a grand formation that has repelled Chongqing Corporation's probes 3 times. I've also severed Kanshang Corporation's network. With our current tech, though, we still can't restart the old wartime gear. The Swarm and the Old Covenant took heavy losses, so they're quiet for now. As for the Empire, the Swarm is keeping them busy, so that front is stable. Never good with words, he could only list the situation, both to encourage Wei Qing and to change the subject. Wei Qing pressed on. What about Ninth Brother? Still nothing? All we know is that he broke through an ambush by 3 ninth-tier opponents. Chongqing and Kanzhang are hunting him together. After our network went dark, we lost track. Tell 8th Brother to look into it. Sector 8's intel is the sharpest. Lin Jingxian shook his head. If we openly use Sector 8, the Empire will uproot us first. A blurred shadow suddenly coalesced in the windwheel. Before either of them could speak, he said, they're here. 4 figures appeared on the snowy path. Han Zhan, Xia Yue, Li Lingjun, and Gonyang Jin, everyone accounted for. After fleeing 1,000 miles, they had finally reached Northern Commandery to join the remaining Xia survivors. In the next instant, Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian vaulted from the battlements, landing at the end of the snowy road. Frost coated the newcomers' robes, but the reunion rekindled their spirits. Han Zhan's gaze brushed over Wei Qing's missing arm, and he froze. Senior brother, what are you staring at? Wei Qing raised a hand to smack Han Zhan's head, grumbling, I can still beat up 5 of you, believe it or not. Seeing Han Zhan's face go pale, he let the hand drop. All right, inside get some hot soup. We shook the pursuit and finished Master's last mission. We don't owe him anything anymore. Just before they stepped through the gate, Han Zhan asked, what about the other senior brothers? Wei Qing faltered. Lin Jingxian adjusted his glasses and answered, 3rd brother lost his mind. 4th brother is running errands all over the commandery. Sector 5 is under Kanzhang control, so 5th brother's fate is unknown. 6th and 7th, along with every healer under them, were taken by Chongsheng. As for 8th, he's here, you just can't see him. The wind kept blowing, the snow kept falling. Lin Jingshuan's final words were unhurried, yet as cold as a blade. Healing contractors are strategic assets, their value speaks for itself. That is why war zones 5, 6, and 7 are the only ones still largely intact. Their troops were stretched to the limit with nowhere to run. So Chongqing Corporation and Kanchong Corporation kept them firmly under control, though at least their lives were spared. Han Zhan nodded in silence. Li Shutong's fall felt like the sky had caved in, forcing them to grow up overnight. Rage and frustration lay buried deep, as quietly as fresh snow covering everything in sight. The moment they entered Northern Prefecture, the blizzard thinned, and the clouds overhead seemed to part. The 4 seasons since spring array had taken hold. Their teacher had retrieved this ancient formation from the ruins, and now more than 1,000 such arrays stood across the prefecture, with more appearing each day. 4th senior brother, Shinjichi? The word ruins instantly brought the man's face and name to Han Zhan's mind. Lin Jingxian nodded. That's right. Thanks to the connected ruins, 4th brother was the first to arrive. In Master's contingency plan, he's responsible for activating, maintaining, and inscribing the arrays. This is the new mission of the 4th war zone. Master really thought of everything, even our escape route, Han Zhan said with genuine admiration. Wei Qing and Lin Jingxian exchanged a glance. Not entirely, Lin added, catching Han Zhan off guard. Master wasn't sure how you would get out. He left each of us a slip telling us to head north, everyone except you. He couldn't be certain you could escape 3 ninth-tier powerhouses, so our first priority, Wei Qing's, old 8ths, and mine, was to rescue you. Han Zhan opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. On reflection, it made sense. Li Shutong had embedded the void source in his body, betting he wouldn't be killed, though freedom was another matter. If events hadn't shifted, the Shan clan would probably have taken him away as a hostage son-in-law. Wei Qing clapped him on the shoulder. Gotta hand it to you, kid. The first time I saw you at Qingting Academy, I knew you were something else. Breaking free from 3 ninth tiers saved us a huge headache. So how did you do it? Han Zhan described how Gonyang Jin unleashed the Jade Fracture sword to hold off all 3 foes, while he opened a void black hole and shifted space. Now that Xiao Jin has dropped to 5th tier, I owe her 90% of my escape, he finished. Having shared life and death, their bond deepened, and his way of addressing her changed. Gonyang Jin was walking arm in arm with Li Lingjun and Xia Yue. She complained playfully, when I was 9th tier, you called me Senior Gonyang Jin. Now that I've fallen, you're suddenly calling me Xiao Jin? Her teasing drew a round of laughter, lifting the mood. Han Zhan scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Jingxian raised a hand and pointed at the great Xia survivors gathering in the distance. Don't sell yourself short. Having a 9th tier contracted spirit is impressive enough. See them? They heard you'd reached Northern Prefecture and came all this way just to see your admirers. You fought beside the war god of Great Xia, turned the tide twice, helped Master break his limits to slay a powerful enemy, and escaped 3 ninth tiers. With a record like that, you're no longer ordinary. We're getting old. Great Xia needs a new symbol to believe in. Lin's words made Han Zhan look up sharply. He saw the excited, determined faces of the people and felt their hopes for the future. They were waiting for him to speak. So this is what it means to move the pieces, he thought, thinking of his teacher. A flood of mixed emotions rose within him. but he simply raised his hand. No stirring speech, no grand declarations. It was only a bit of wind and frost, nothing more. Li Shudong's funeral was set for the last day of the year. In bygone days, merchants had to settle every debt before that date. Crossing the year's gate was like passing through a perilous checkpoint. Today, the danger facing Great Xia is far graver than any gate ever was. After much deliberation, Han Zhan and his senior brothers chose this day. Let all grief stay behind with the old year, and pin every hope on the new. At dawn, thick goose-feather snow poured from the sky. The perpetual spring array shielded only the main residential quarter. Beyond its reach, Regeleo Pass was buried in white, drifts already past the ankles. Han Zhan, Wei Qing, Lin Jingxian, and Shun Jiqi shouldered the coffin, staggering through the deep snow. The casket was empty. Li Shutong's mortal body had vanished, unable to contain power beyond the human realm, yet it pressed on their shoulders like a mountain. Behind them, hundreds of comrades marched in silence across the frozen expanse. Not a single voice was heard. The burial site lay at Regeleo Pass in North Commandery, the fortress closest to the south. In its center stood a newly erected statue of Li Shutong, lifelike and resolute. Facing south toward the lands Great Xia had lost, the captives taken, and the enemies they must never forget. Snow veiled the throng of mourners. Flurries settled on hair and shoulders, frosting temples and brows white in an instant. Some cheeks glowed red from the cold, some limbs had gone numb, yet no one left. The four men lowered the coffin into the grave, and ice-laden soil covered it. The silence that followed was weighty and reverent, as everyone offered a final farewell. A fresh stone stele rose before the grave. 8 characters were carved upon it. If my country needs me, I will live or die for it, never weighing fortune against duty. Han Zhan had penned the inscription himself, convinced it captured the essence of Li Shutong's life. A century ago, Li Shutong had turned back disaster, saved the nation from collapse, forged 8 war zones, and expanded the frontier. A century later, he used his own death to rip out Great Xia's rod, burning himself away so heaven and earth might shine clear once more. War god of Great Xia, hero beyond dispute. Beside his teacher's memory, Han Zhan knew his own road was still long. Yet, urged on by his brothers, he stepped to the front. The wind and snow grew fiercer. Drifts nearly swallowed the statue's base. He stood beneath Li Shutong's likeness and turned to the crowd. Senior brothers, companions, countrymen, elders, children, every gaze fixed on him. For a moment, he felt transported back to the Sacred Heart realm of 100 Herbs, where he had shattered a curse, won the people's trust, and inherited Shennong's mantle as the new sage. Now, he was also the man who had helped Li Shutong repel the swarm, a 5th-tier cultivator who had challenged 3 9th-tier supremes, both disciple and heir. Han Zhan drew a lungful of frigid air, heat roiled in his chest. His eyes swept the gathered faces as he spoke the words that weighed upon his heart. Citizens of Great Xia, comrades in arms, the pillar that held up our nation has fallen. He did not fall fighting the swarm. He fell to greed, selfishness, desire, and sordid intrigue. The icy wind at Julao Pass swept pellets of snow across the battlements. Han Zhan stood beneath the frozen parapet, his voice hoarse yet resolute. But we will remember his name forever. Remember this man, Li Shutong, the war god of Daxia. He lifted his head, letting his gaze sweep over faces reddened by wind and snow. I'm no hero, and I don't want to be one. I'm just a small man who fears death. Compared with my teacher, I'm ashamed. I once wanted nothing more than to guard a tiny plot of land and stay with the woman I love. With a bit of talent and a giant like my teacher shielding me, I thought I had all the time in the world to grow. Snowflakes landed on his heavy cloak and melted instantly. He laughed at himself. I've been lucky and unlucky, friends. That's life. Losing one war god doesn't mean defeat, because each of us can become our own war god. Han Zhan struck his chest with a clenched fist, his words amplified by swirling snow. Bury your hatred and pain here. Even if the road ahead is hard, move forward without wavering. In this insect-plagued apocalypse, our lives are as light as feathers and our bodies as wild grass. But since we've seen the darkest night, we will never let the fire inside us die. With that, he yanked out the Shenyuan sword. The silver blade flashed in the snowfall like lightning. He turned and carved into the ancient brick stone chips flying south. Ward. The 2 forceful strokes were gouged deep, the crimson gashes stark against the snowy night. This is my promise and my vow to my teacher. Han Zhan's voice slammed like a hammer on a drum. One day he'll lead you south and take back everything that's ours. Silence reigned for a heartbeat. Then a roar burst like a breached dam. Southward, southward, southward. They had once fled north like panicked rats, escaping scoundrels who stole their victory. Their war god had fallen, their future adrift. Now those 2 scarlet words rose like a new banner, planted in every wandering Daxian heart. After retreating north comes the march south. Defeat isn't frightening. Someone bellowed. As long as we're alive, we can fight again. Even if we can't win, we'll tear a chunk of flesh from them. Wei Qing's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, his body trembling with hot blood. Lin Jingshuan's glasses fogged over. He removed them and gently wiped the lenses. Teacher, you really chose the right man. Shen Ziqi's eyes blazed. Days of exhaustion swept away by an unseen fire. Boundless strength surged within him. At the same time, in a sanatorium on Beijing's southern edge, wounded soulbinders and their spirits heard the distant tumult but couldn't catch the words. In the deepest ward a door burst open, and a wild, disheveled man charged out. Lord Yi, a nurse cried, chasing him. Yi Qiu shook off restraining hands, threw back his head, and laughed like a madman. He cocked an ear, then laughed even louder. Southward. They're shouting southward. Ha 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 southward. The corridor fell silent for an instant. Then every door flew open. Shocked, excited patients swathed in bandages roared in unison. That's right. Southward. To hell with it, let's kill our way back. That day, the entire territory of Beijing echoed with the same two words southward. That day, Li Shetong was laid to rest. That day was the last day of the old year. With every passing year we grow a little older, and the new year always feels like a clean slate. Northern County was usually ablaze with lights at this hour, yet tonight it lay eerily quiet. Sansang Corp had collapsed, the power grid was dead, and every satellite link and ground relay had gone dark. The ancient formation still regulated the climate, repelled invaders, and intensified the flow of spirit energy, but it could not supply so much as a single watt of electricity. When night fell, the whole county was swallowed by darkness. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A scream sharp enough to rival a marmot's split the silence. Han Zhan burst into the room with a candle. In its wavering light he and the others saw Li Lingjun crouched on a chair like a startled cat, her face drained of hope, eyes fixed on a computer that had shut down the instant the power died. I just hammered out 5,000 words, didn't save, and the computer went black. Her voice quavered, and her expression was tragic. It's all right, it's only 5,000 words, Han Zhan soothed her. But those 5,000 words were pure gold. Li Lingjun nearly sprang to her feet. Pure gold? Han Zhan shook his head. Even better, then. If that filth had actually gotten out, who knows how many innocent minds you'd have corrupted. Buddha save us. Damn Sansang, she shouted, stamping her foot. This outage is killing me. The readers are already roasting me for 2 weeks without an update. I told them I was battling the insect swarm, and they laughed in my face. Han Zhan shot her a sidelong glance. Calling you a hiatus author isn't wrong, though its bite could be sharper. Her pinned post tried to explain the delay, but the fire in the comments was hotter. A banned novelist fighting bugs? Why not claim you're an SS rank contract spirit? The author's not in Deep Blue City, right? They just had a bug outbreak. Moment of silence. Spare me, hiatus eunuch. No inspiration? Go find some. No update today, and I'll chop off my head for you. Drop your address. I'll mail you some local specialties. The endless scroll of comments proved Li Lingxin's career was thriving. Most of the posters were Daxia citizens, though much of their homeland had already changed hands. To ordinary folk, a new flag just meant a new master, and plenty of them were fine with that. Staring at the flood of sarcasm, Li Lingjun clenched her teeth and flew across the keyboard, her fingers moving so fast they left trails in the candlelight. Xia Yue cleared her throat. Lingjun, we've got fresh material tonight, brand new inspiration. Are you really going to spar with them until dawn? I absolutely am. Wait, new material? New inspiration? Li Lingjun froze. Her head snapped up, eyes blazing. She locked on a Han Zhan, then shifted to the stunning, long-legged Gong Yangjin beside him. In that instant, everything clicked. Ever since Gong Yangjin woke up, the three of them had been on the run, and it had taken no small effort to settle down in the northern prefecture. As the newest spirit bound to the Shenyuan sword, Gong Yangjin hadn't even figured out the situation before Xia Yue and Li Lingjun dragged her into a corner, one on each side. The three heads huddled together, whispering with unusual fervor. Xia Yue, gulu gulu gulu. Li Lingjun, guala guala guala. Gong Yangjin, goyong goyong goyong. Han Zhan leaned against the doorway, exasperation written all over his face. He was standing right in front of them, yet the trio insisted on using an encrypted language in public, as if determined to shut him out. Minutes later they seemed to reach an agreement, then looked up in unison and fixed their eyes on Han Zhan. The intensity of their gaze made his heart skip. Something bad was coming. Sure enough, they began pacing around him, taking turns questioning him, coaxing one moment and pressuring the next. Unable to withstand the interrogation, Han Zhan offered a few vague answers, so vague that even he could barely remember what he had said. Deep into the night, moonlight spilled over the windowsill. In the small hours, Gong Yangjin jerked awake and found Xia Yue and Li Lingjun still curled under their quilts, sleeping soundly. For all their usual boldness, their earlier whispers had been about how to help Han Zhan relax so he wouldn't stay wound tight. That outrageous suggestion had sprung from that concern, and in the end Gong Yangjin had reluctantly agreed. She was not a native of Great Xia, so she lacked the deep sorrow Xia Yue and Li Lingjun carried, yet she was willing to do whatever she could for her companions. Now she realized the spot beside her was empty. Han Zhan was gone. She pulled on a coat and eased the door open. The night air was faintly cool. At the far end of the balcony, Han Zhan leaned on the railing, staring into the inky darkness. It's late. Why aren't you asleep, little brother? Gong Yangjin lowered her voice, half teasing. Han Zhan turned his head, his eyes drifting over her figure clad in only a thin coat, a flicker of heat in his gaze. Woman, are you trying to provoke me? Small or not, you already know, don't you? Gong Yangjin laughed, her voice light as silver bells. The brief banter faded, and the two slipped back into serious talk. Han Zhan looked out at the night. Wind slipped through the railing and down his collar, cool and unmistakable. The ancient formations were only stopgap measures my teacher left behind. They'll serve for a time, but not forever. Why do you say that? You felt it too, haven't you? Take this eternal spring array. Its power is fading. There's already a trace of outer chill in the wind. It's subtle now, but the decline is inevitable. Gong Yangjin's smile vanished. She nodded. I've heard the same. Every ancient array was unearthed from ruins, and no one has truly deciphered them for centuries. Their energy just leaks away bit by bit until the core is spent, and they can't be activated again. A man who ignores the future will soon face present danger. Han Zhan sighed, a faint shadow crossing his brow. Gong Yangjin stepped closer and brushed his brow, as though smoothing the crease there. You've slipped into your role fast, already worrying about the realm. Relax. We'll find a way. Remember your senior brother's thieves seen more of the world. Maybe they can patch the gap. She shook her head with a wry smile. Unfortunately, my own strength has dropped so much that I can help you only a little. Han Zhan caught her hand, his palm warm. Everything will get better. I know a way to boost your cultivation quickly. Want to try it? Gong Yangjin abruptly switched topics, a clumsy maneuver on par with her cat's attempt at a backflip. Yet Han Zhan nodded with genuine interest. Then let's try. Yesterday, Chongqing Corporation tried once again to attack a city in the southern part of North Prefecture. The enemy circled hundreds of kilometers to mount a surprise raid, and with the defense line understaffed, the outposts noticed nothing until the alarms blared. Fortunately, the ancient Guiyuan array rose outside the city, its blue-black barrier stopping the entire wave of bioengineered soldiers. Reports poured in one after another, and on the first day of the new year, Lin Jingshuan's brow never relaxed. Since North Prefecture pulled its forces back to rest and fortify, Changsheng's probes had never stopped. Unlike the larger powers that had temporarily lowered their banners, the company acted like a cornered mad dog, striking again and again. Lin Jingxian knew every ancient array depended on the energy stored in its core. Once exhausted, the array would be nothing but a shell, and no one on their side knew how to recharge it. Shifu had stockpiled more than 10,000 arrays over a century, but if 100 years of painstaking work were squandered, who would grant them a second century? A harsher reality loomed. The ancient ruins of Daxia now lay in the hands of Kanshong Corporation and the Empire, blocking further exploration and cutting off new supplies. Each activation cost them an irreplaceable array, which suited Chongqing perfectly. By throwing wave after wave of cheap biosoldiers, the enemy could simply drain the front line's energy. That was the first dilemma. A second file arrived in quick succession, detailing the city's power crisis. The civilians who had marched north alongside the army all pledged their loyalty to Daxia. That was understood. Having accepted their support, the command now owed them an answer. After losing access to Kanshong's energy grid, many cities were critically short of electricity. To keep essential services running, power was strictly rationed, and the non-core districts were almost entirely dark. A highly urbanized society plunged into sudden blackout. Complaints and petitions flooded headquarters like snowflakes. That was the urgent second dilemma. Kanshong even extended an olive branch. The Shang clan's patriarch declared that if North Prefecture handed over Han Zhan, Kanshong would supply all necessary power free of charge. Lin Jingxian snorted, seeing through the salami-slicing tactic at once. Han Zhan could use his divinity to awaken contract spirits, and paired with Kanshong's technology, his potential would become terrifying. But if Han Zhan fell into enemy hands, Daxia would lose its new spiritual pillar, and the people's faith would shatter. The calculation was crystal clear, so Lin rejected the transparent ploy on the spot. He was still weighing his options when hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a third report landed on his desk. Daxia's awakening stones were being destroyed in large quantities by a coalition of organizations. The third problem made not only Lin Jingxian frown. Even Wei Qing, who had drifted through the meeting in a daze, furrowed his brow. Even someone as slow-witted as Wei Qing understood what the awakening stones meant. They were the cornerstone of the Daxia spirit pact tradition. Without them, any 18-year-old would be unable to awaken, losing the right to become either a spirit pact master or a bonded spirit, cutting the very heart out of their future. Lin Jingxian stood before the map, brow furrowed. 3 freshly delivered intelligence scrolls lay open. The ink was still wet, yet each sheet felt like a slab of stone on his chest. First crisis. Northern Prefecture's energy reserves were nearly exhausted. Second, the ancient formation and its core could not be repaired. Third, A large cache of awakening stones had been stolen. Lin Jingxian had weathered many storms, but today he saw no ready answer. The door creaked open. Han Zhan shuffled in, eyes bleary. He had spent the night helping Gonyang Jin cultivate, draining almost all his spiritual power. Now several newly arrived Fei needed his care, and even the teacher who normally brewed restorative soup had disappeared. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind, yet he still raised a hand in greeting. Why the long faces? What happened? Lin Jingxian spilled out the three crises at once. Han Zhan listened calmly, nodding as if he had expected every word. That's pretty much what I figured. I can solve all of them, he added. The room fell silent. Every eye swung toward him. Lin Jingxian warned instinctively, don't joke about this. Do you really have a plan? Han Zhan outlined the line of thought he had worked out on the balcony the previous night. We need priorities. My order is 1. City power supply. 2. The ancient formation. 3. The awakening stones. Simple livelihood first, security second, awakening last. He traced circles and lines across the tactical map, highlighting the cities that once belonged to Daxia but now lay under the control of the Canopisha company. The power solution is straightforward: take it back. Reclaim the energy hubs that are rightfully ours. If we can find their processing plant, we move the whole facility to Northern Prefecture. It will keep us running for a long time. Wei Qing swallowed hard, and Lin Jingxian fell into thought. They had clung to the idea that kin must not prey on kin, forgetting that in wartime, resources come first. What about the ancient formation and the awakening stones? Lin Jingxian pressed. Remember, I still have the Bodhi treasure tree, Han Zhan said, tapping his Qingquan pouch. The world fruit it bears is probably linked to the realm of the Fuxi Zither. The 8 trigrams are the root of every array, and Fuxi was a master of them. The clues we need to repair the formation are likely hidden in that realm. His tone brimmed with confidence. As for the awakening stones, Northern Prefecture is mainly home to surviving spirit pact masters and bonded spirits. Ordinary civilians are few, and even if they awaken now, they won't be combat ready soon. Turning them into cannon fodder helps no one. We can postpone that issue until the situation stabilizes. Having set the priorities, Han Zhan glanced around the room, clenched his fist, and smacked it into his palm. So the first step is to head south and seize the city power grids under Canopisha's control. This will be our first official southern campaign. He slapped his hand onto the map, his voice firm and unyielding. When Han Zhan finished speaking, the room went dead silent. A handful of words had shattered the last traces of doubt in everyone's mind. The plan was insane, but so was their situation. Caution would only get them killed. They had all considered these options before, yet worries and habit kept the ideas off the table. Han Zhan, however, sealed every escape route and left only the sharpest, most practical choice. Lin Jingxian was the first to recover. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and several workable strategies flashed through his mind. First location, Chuanrao City, he said, pointing to the red dot nearest Juliao Pass on the map. A straight 1,000 kilometers away, the quickest place we can reach. If Kanshang Corporation catches on, we can retreat behind the pass immediately. Lowest risk. Han Zhan bent over the map. The distance was tempting, but he still shook his head. One city won't give us enough energy bricks, he said, steady yet sharp. Northern Prefecture has 32 cities, each burning at least 10 bricks a month. Chunrao is close, but it's a drop in the bucket. And we can only do this once. Next time Kanshang will lock it down tight. Lin Jingxian nodded, then offered his preferred target. Then Hechu City. He jabbed the center of the map. About 5,000 kilometers from the north. It's the largest energy hub in Daxia. The stockpile there could sustain us for half a year. If we tighten our belts, we'll manage. Before he finished, Wei Qing slapped the table so hard the teacup jumped. That's the one. Let's move. Ill alert first sector. Anyone still standing? Rally up. We roll out the moment it's dark. Ignoring the outburst, Lin Jingxian kept his eyes on Han Zhan, waiting for a final verdict. Han Zhan propped his chin on one hand, thinking for a moment. For now, Hechu City is the safest bet, but 2 problems remain. First, Hechu is a critical energy site, and Kanshang knows it. Its defenses will rival any frontline city. If a night raid drags into a prolonged fight, their reinforcements will arrive fast. Second, the distance. 5,000 kilometers at full speed is still a long haul. He tapped 3 choke points on the map. If I were Kanshang, Idaho placed pursuit units here, here, and here. With their mobility, they'd be on our tail in no time. Wei Qing despised this kind of meticulous assessment. To him it sounded like cowardice. Rolling up his sleeves, he hammered the table again. This won't work, that won't work, then name a place. We head south, we go hard. You were bolder at teacher's funeral, weren't you? Wei Qing, Lin Jingxian murmured, adjusting his glasses to calm him. Han Zhan knew his senior brother's temper and paid it no mind. He glanced around the room. Lin Jingxian set down his cup, and as the ripples spread across its surface, the room dissolved into a stark white void. Walls, floor, and ceiling blended into a single sheet of blankness. Even their breathing seemed to vanish. Rolling up his sleeves, Lin Jingxian said calmly, "This is my white space. Tell me what you really think." Decades of sharing life and death battles had forged this silent trust between the three brothers. He turned to Han Zhan. "You volunteered to let us choose the target, so you must already have something in mind." "As sharp as ever, second brother." Han Zhan's smile carried a hint of manic resolve. He lifted a hand and tapped a point on the projected map. The instant his fingertip landed, Lin Jingxian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, while Wei Qing swallowed the curse that was halfway out of his mouth. They raised their heads together, both clearly thinking, "Are you out of your mind?" Han Zhan lowered his hand, his tone unnaturally calm. "You've heard of Titan City, haven't you?" Who hadn't? Titan City was Kanshang Corporation's capital. Blue Star's most technologically advanced steel metropolis. Top research centers, airtight defense matrices, and terrifying weapons systems all converged there. The city itself took its name from the corporation's ultimate strategic weapon, the Titan Bastion. Even ninth-tier powerhouses thought twice before making a move against it. Wei Qing, usually itching for a fight, couldn't force out a single word. He hadn't dared touch Titan City even when Great Xia stood at its peak. Now, in worse times, he wouldn't dream of it. Moments ago had mocked Han Zhan for hiding only to be stunned speechless by one sentence from his youngest brother. Lin Jingxian asked again for certainty. "You're serious?" If Wei Qing had said it, he would have kicked him out of the white space already, but this was Han Zhan. "Dead serious," Han Zhan replied, eyes steady. "If we're stealing, let's steal big." They plundered Great Xia's resources and schemed against our master, then strutted off, proud of themselves. First brother was right. Since we're heading south, we need to make an impact. Lin Jingxian tilted his head toward Wei Qing, who nearly rolled his eyes. Never had he imagined his own bluster would come back at him word for word. I did not twist my words." Wei Qing cleared his throat. "Ninth brother, we get it, you want revenge for master, but this is Titan City we're talking about. If we're heading south, then do it with some swagger." Han Zhan slammed the table, making the light screen quiver, perfectly mimicking Wei Qing's usual tone. Wei Qing's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, but he had no comeback. Han Zhan sobered and locked eyes with Lin Jingxian. "I chose Titan City for 3 reasons. First, it's Kanshang's primary hub, and nobody holds more energy bricks. Second, everyone thinks it's impossible, so Kanshang won't expect anyone to raid the Tiger's Den. Precisely because it looks suicidal, the odds actually exist. Third, I spoke to the people of North County. Their hopes now rest on me. That excitement will fade, and without an action that shakes the world, their trust will shatter." He drew a long breath, voice low but resolute. "So no matter what, I have to go. The bigger the team, the bigger the target. Sneaking into Titan City calls for few hands, preferably one. If I go alone, the risk is lower." The room grew so still that the distant hum of energy currents was audible. Wei Qing opened his mouth, but found nothing to say. Lin Jingxian pushed up his glasses, glancing back and forth between his brothers. Han Zhan's reasoning had rendered them completely speechless. Under Han Zhan's persistent arguments, Lin Jingxian and Wei Qing finally nodded and approved his infiltration plan. They immediately forged a strict pact: absolute silence. Even their comrades Li Lingjun, Xia Yue, and Gonyang Jin were to be kept unaware. It wasn't a matter of trust. They feared that heartfelt concern might cloud judgment and jeopardize the mission. To help the 3 junior sisters mature into independent leaders, Lin Jingxian assigned each of them new roles. Li Lingjun resonated with the SS-grade contract spirit Shennong Cauldron. Gifted with healing, she became the most sought-after medic in the northern prefecture. Elevated to chief healer, she oversaw mass treatment of critical patients. The infirmary's furnaces roared day and night, green-blue alchemical mist swirling through the halls, and she alone kept the wounded on the northern front alive. Xia Yue bonded with the SS-grade Fuxi Zither, a weapon equally suited to offense and defense. Reinforced by the ancient remnant sun and millions of battle spirits within her, she was born to command armies. Lin placed the commander's seal in her hand and kept her at his side on campaign, letting real battle temper her until she mastered the art of war. Gonyang Jin wielded the SS-grade Xianyuan sword. Her training was brutally direct daily full-contact duels with Wei Qing. One should never underestimate the one-armed Wei Qing. As he often said, losing that arm never set him back. It pushed him further, echoing their mentor Li Shu's maxim: a warrior advances only when tempered between life and death. With everyone settled, Han Zhan's team began harvesting every scrap of intelligence on Titan City and drafting a plan to slip in unseen. Lin Jingxian, the most seasoned operative, handled the details. A week slipped by in silence. At last a breakthrough arrived. Sector 8 reported that a large group of Da Xiao awakened slaves would soon be moved into Titan City. Such a mass transfer happened only once a year. If they were going in, this was the only window. Here Lin Jingxian hesitated. Seeing his doubt, Han Zhan spoke first. "Speak your mind, second brother." "The entry plan is sound," Lin said quietly, "but everyone in that convoy dies. Because of that, Titan City screens them loosely. Once inside they're locked down and executed, so infiltrators never matter." He exhaled. If it were any other agent, fine. But you're the new standard bearer for the Northern Prefecture. If you die in Titan City, the blow to Daxiao would be unimaginable. That's why I'm wavering. Where are the slaves taken once they arrive? Han asked. No one knows. How does the Sanshang Corporation keep them under control? No one knows. Has even one person ever walked out alive? Lin met his gaze for a long moment, then gave the heaviest answer possible. Not one. After a brief silence, Han Zhan lifted his eyes, his voice unshakable. Then he'll be the first. His resolve was set in stone. Persuasion was useless. Seeing he couldn't sway him, Lin buried his worries. Every warrior walks their own path, and this was Han Zhan's choice. The road of the strong is never smooth. Han Zhan could manipulate the void like a black hole, and Titan City couldn't keep its spatial stabilizers running around the clock. If it did, even its own ships would stop functioning. That meant infiltrating the city was dangerous, but not hopeless. After countless back-and-forth discussions, he and 8th senior brother settled on a plan. Slip in with a slave convoy run by Sanshang Corporation. A few covert contacts were activated, and Han Zhan's name quietly appeared on the transport roster. Disguise was second nature to 8th senior brother, a mainstay of the intelligence network. In less than half an hour he narrowed Han Zhan's brow, sharpened his nose, and turned him into a lean, unfamiliar young man. Wu lowered his voice in warning. Whatever happens, don't let anyone from Sanshang get a blood sample. The moment they run a genetic scan, no disguise will save you. Han Zhan himself had chosen the mission's code name. Raven, the bird said to hover along the river of forgetfulness, forever walking the line between life and death, perfect for this assignment. On the former territory of Daxia, now administered by Sanshang, Luhai City's temporary assembly plaza was packed. Hundreds of awakeners were herded together. Some had once fought as frontline spirit contract warriors. Others had guarded cities or served civilians. Now they were no different from common criminals, worse. Even because awakeners meant risk, and risk meant the uncontrollable. It was Titan City's annual slave intake day. Local authorities simply swept up every awakener they could find and handed them over to Sanshang's troop carriers for the long haul to the distant metropolis. Hey, new guy? As Han Zhan took in his surroundings, a light tap landed on his shoulder. A boyish-looking young man leaned close and whispered, when it's time to board, stay right behind me. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. See them? They're with me. Trust me, you'll be fine. Han Zhan looked up, his tone flat. Why should I trust you? Once we're inside Titan City, everyone dies. Following anyone won't change that. He made a point of sounding beaten, just another slave, trying not to stand out. The young man grinned. There's an easy death, and a hard one. Which do you want? I hear Sanshang runs live experiments on spirit binders, and their familiars people can suffer for a whole year before they finally die. I can promise you a faster end. The certainty in his voice made Han Zhan raise an eyebrow. According to Lin Jingshuan's intel, no one had ever escaped Titan City alive. Yet this kid seemed to know quite a bit. Han Zhan asked, you have a way? Of course. The youth winked. Just stay close. He added under his breath, better a good death than a rotten life. I can make it quick. Han Zhan considered, then nodded. Time to see what the boy was hiding. Almost forgot names. Wang Chunyu, captain of Lahai's Defender Squad 1. He thumped his chest for emphasis. Wang Chunyu. Han Zhan echoed, as if rolling the odd name around in his mind. His gaze stayed calm, his voice low. Call me Raven. Titan City lay far to the southwest. According to rumor, it sat year-round in the heart of the boundless desert, serving as the head section of Sanshang Corporation's ultimate weapon, the Titan Fortress. Historians claim the fully assembled fortress was the size of a small asteroid, able to punch through the crust and reach the core with a single blow. But that was only legend. The last time anyone saw it in action was in the previous epoch. Even so, as Sanshang's primary stronghold, Titan City alone was immense, at least 100 times more spectacular than Human Pass, the grandest fortification Han Zhan had ever seen. Its walls bristled with cutting-edge armaments that gleamed with a cold light, while silver shuttles streaked through the air in luminous trails, weaving a mesh of flight paths that stitched sky and earth together. Inside, neon lights overlapped until color flooded every corner. A vast transparent barrier enclosed the outer ring, countless hexagonal energy tiles locking together with beehive solidity. A troop transport was now diving toward Titan City. The skyline was visible to the naked eye, yet at their current speed docking was still at least 15 minutes away. Inside the cabin, most passengers had answered Wang Chunyu's call. Han Zhan looked around. Every man and woman aboard seemed to be between 18 and 30, a full ship of peers clearly tied to whatever Wang Chunyu had planned. Hey, why so quiet? You're like a sealed jar. Which city are you from? Wang Chunyu asked, curiosity lighting up his grin. Songhai City, Han Zhan replied flatly. Songhai City? Wang Chunyu's eyes lit up. The one near Shenlong City? I've heard of it. Have you heard of Han Zhan? Hearing his own name pop out of a stranger's mouth, Han Zhan felt a jolt. He calmed himself and nodded. Sure. He's well known in our region. He had chosen Songhai City on purpose. It was close to Shenlong City and matched his usual stomping grounds. A lie sprinkled with truth was harder to expose. In Songhai, The name Han Zhan really was familiar to everyone. Of course. He's my idol. Wang Chunyu rubbed his hands in excitement. Can you tell me more about what he's done? Everything online gets reposted so much that it's hard to know what's real. Han Zhan instinctively touched his face, making sure he hadn't been recognized. Seriously? On the way to Titan City, he had to run into a diehard fan? Before he could answer, another young passenger let out a cold laugh. His name was Wang Chunyu. An idol? Han Zhan, really? Wang Chunyu looked up, sarcasm dripping from every word. Calling him an idol is only slightly less ridiculous than calling him a hero. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Drop the attitude, Wang Chunyu frowned. Attitude? I can do worse, Wang Chunyu sneered. If Han Zhan is so amazing, why did he ditch us and run to Beijing back then? Some hero tucked his tail and bolted. Exactly. They abandoned us and holed up in Beijing. They locked us awakened up and turned us into slaves. And you still dare call him a hero? What a joke. Someone spat, and a few others echoed the insult. Amid the clamor, Han Zhan kept his gaze lowered and said nothing. From the moment he left Deep Blue, he had expected people to question the title of hero. If you want the crown, you must bear its weight. These abandoned awakened were hanging by a thread, their anger understandable. Yet he believed their hatred should be aimed at the insect swarm, Chongqing Corporation, Kanshang Corporation, the Old Covenant, and the Empire, not at those who bled on the front lines. Before Han Zhan could respond, Wang Chunyu slammed the table and unleashed a torrent of words. Does griping here help anything? If you're that capable, why aren't you in Deep Blue City? Think you could do better, stand shoulder to shoulder with the war god of Daxia, and turn the tide? Daxia's land has been seized, and instead of going after the invaders, you insult the ones defending the last third of the territory. Are you out of your minds? Han Zhan nodded to himself and let Wang Chunyu speak for him. In a few sharp sentences, Wang silenced the grumblers. He argued so well that 3 or 4 critics were no match, and soon they fell quiet. Flushed with victory, Wang Chunyu sidled up to Han Zhan. Come on, tell me about the old days. I've been dying to hear it straight from you. Since Wang had just fought so fiercely on his behalf, Han Zhan obliged, recounting his exploits in Deep Blue and nearby cities. The stories were already legendary, but hearing them from the man himself brought the details to life. Wang Chunyu's eyes sparkled. Every time a tale met his expectations, he clapped in delight. The blatant self-praise left Han Zhan slightly embarrassed, but the feeling lasted only a quarter of an hour. Bang! The troop ship jolted to a halt. The hatch slid open, and rows of metal figures marched in, robots, everyone. Under cold white lights they ran facial scans, collecting and verifying everyone's data. Han Zhan clicked his tongue. Lin Jingxian had claimed Kanshang Corporation didn't care about infiltrators. That, it seemed, was a smokescreen. The company had released false intel, and then deployed facial recognition the instant the ship touched down their intent plain as day. Fortunately, 8th senior brother had anticipated this and secured a legitimate identity for Han Zhan, a spirit binder from Shanghai City. The man was long dead, but his appearance and records matched Han Zhan perfectly, so the scan raised no alarms. When the checks ended, the lead robot's eyes flared red. All personnel on this vessel fall within the 80 age bracket. Screening criteria met. Commencing assignment. Assignment complete. Destination confirmed. Mechanical Research Institute. At that announcement, Han Zhan caught the brief flash of excitement in Wang Chunyu's eyes. The institute was clearly his target. Han Zhan was about to ask when restraints designed for awakened snapped onto them. A capsule chip was injected beneath the skin at each person's neck. Once the procedure was done, they were herded onto a black maglev transport. The vehicle hummed to life, lifted off, and hurtled toward the Mechanical Research Institute. The interior of Titan City was even more dazzling than what they'd glimpsed from the transport ship. Indigo and violet neon outlined every sharp angle, and the streets were dominated almost entirely by robots. Some wore heavy plating for freight work, others were tall and slender, medical symbols flashing on their chests. Spherical drones on rolling wheels prowled the air with watchful precision. Occasional humans appeared, each fitted with metal prosthetics that made them look both startlingly out of place and perfectly at home in this technometropolis. Han Zhan barely had time to absorb the scene before a black maglev transport glided to a noiseless stop outside the Institute of Mechanics. The sensor doors slid apart, and he and the other captives were herded into the lobby. As the vehicle braked, Han noticed Wang Chunyu's step half a pace backward, a tiny motion, almost invisible, yet it snagged the corner of his eye. Han followed suit, retreating 2 quiet steps of his own. The doors burst open. Dozens of octopus-like mechanical arms shot into the cabin, joints clacking as they locked onto targets and dragged each body out. Screams shredded the air. The arms recoiled at once, hauling their prisoners into unknown darkness. The sight cemented Han's suspicion. Wang Chunyu had been here before. How else could he have foreseen the ambush? Was he clairvoyant? Wang seemed oblivious to Han's growing doubt. He had kept only one promise: to bring the group to a place where death would be painless. Anything beyond that was never part of the deal. Pandemonium ruled the lobby. The arms kept harvesting bodies until only a few trembling survivors remained. Move. Wang hissed, whirling around and leaping from the transport. Han reacted instantly, sprinting after him. Together they left the stunned crowd behind and plunged deeper into the institute. While they ran, Wang asked without looking back, "When did you figure it out?" "I'm not big on trust," Han replied through clenched breaths. "Anyone who offers help for nothing usually has an angle." The response made Wang pause for a heartbeat before he managed to dry, "A healthy habit." He pointed down a side corridor. "This way." Those arms operate within a 1 kilometer radius centered on the maglev. Once we're outside the circle, we're safe for the moment. "How do you know that?" "Who are you, really?" Han pressed. Wang said nothing. They kept running, and once they crossed the 1 kilometer mark, the first swarm of arms, as if deprived of coordinates, abandoned the chase. But fresh silver doors slid open without a sound, and thicker, serpent-like manipulators emerged, locking onto the stragglers behind them and hauling the screaming survivors inside. Gasping, Han finally took stock of their surroundings. Silver-white hatches crowded the walls like a honeycomb, at least a dozen on every tier. The levels climbed in a narrowing spiral, forming an inverted cone. Above that, brilliant beams of light bathed everything in glare. Higher still, the brightness was so fierce that nothing was visible at all. The earliest mechanical arms appeared high overhead, then descended layer by layer. Sprinting forward, Wang Chunyu offered a terse briefing. The arms seized test subjects in a fixed order, and they had to clear the trawling zone before the last tier finished its sweep. "Trawling zone? We've already put a whole kilometer between us and the fence," Han Zhan called from behind. "That kilometer is only the warning line," Wang replied without breaking stride. "Once the system detects no slaves inside it, it triggers a toxin purge and scrubs the entire zone of microdis cells and all." As he spoke, they reached an odd-looking door. Unlike the corridor's silver hatches, this panel was a muted gray, flush with the wall. Only a hairline seemed betrayed its existence. Wang tapped the surface, and a translucent keypad materialized. He punched in a code. The door slid open, and a 10-second countdown began. Inside, "Now emergency exit." He beckoned sharply. Han's doubts boiled over. "You work for Kanshong, don't you? How else would you know the door and the code?" "I don't." Wang shot back. "No time to explain. Take the lift. You'll understand when we get there." Han hesitated for a heartbeat and charged through. The panel sealed, and through a narrow viewing slit he watched purple toxin gush from the ceiling, flooding the trawling zone and staining the lights an eerie violet. The sight forced him to trust Wang, even as the man's identity grew only murkier. The elevator stopped at a new level. When the doors slid apart, a lattice of silver corridors stretched out like a precision-cut honeycomb. Any outsider would be lost in minutes. The maze linked every functional block. Yet Wang navigated as if its routes were etched in his bones. After several quick turns, he halted before a lab door. 3 black characters above the frame read, "Research Project Mechanical Ascension," words that sent a chill through Han. Wang keyed in another code, and the door glided aside. No guards, no cameras, only the low tick of machinery filled the hollow space. Han lowered his guard enough to step inside. "Kanshong's dogs are drunk on their own tech," Wang muttered as they walked. "This institute is their crown jewel, so they assume no one can breach it. Security is paperthine unless you're upper management or live bait." "This is where you were headed?" Han scanned the room, fixing on a massive transparent cylinder at its center. Pale green fluid filled the tank, surface rippling gently. Suspended inside, a young girl was laced with tubes, eyes closed. Every line fed into a hulking bank of electronics. On the monitors, a heartbeat-like trace crawled slow and steady. The instant Wang looked up, the girl's eyes snapped open, slicing through the fluid to lock on them. A metallic, half-electronic voice rolled from the speakers. "You have arrived." On screen, the pulse spiked into a frenzy. "I've arrived," Wang answered, his voice raw. As the two men seemed to exchange a covert signal, Han Zhan's instincts flared. The lab's icy lights cut through the gloom, and he shifted sideways, widening the gap to guard against any sudden strike. Wang Chunyu raised a hand and pointed at the cylindrical tank brimming with nutrient solution, his voice low but steady. "You're right," he said. "She's why I'm here." "Who is she?" Han Zhan asked, eyes fixed on the sleeping woman inside the tank. "Shang Xiaoyan," Wang Chunyu replied after drawing a deep breath. "She's also my pact spirit." The name blindsided Han Zhan. The Shang family runs the entire Shennong Corporation and commands a full-scale carrier. How could one of their own end up as a lab specimen? Questions raced through his mind, but before he could speak, Wang Chunyu dove into the story. Their meeting was pure chance. The Shang clan forbids its members from using awakening stones, denouncing them as a false path. They worship only one route to godhood, mechanical ascension. One day, Shang Xiaoyan slipped free of her family's grasp. Driven by curiosity, she touched an awakening stone and spontaneously became a pact spirit. She met Wang Chunyu. They fell in love, and they forged their contract. Life should have remained calm. Then the Shang family stormed in and hauled her home. Wang Chunyu assumed it was a brief separation. It became permanent. He searched, bargained, begged, nothing worked. Convinced status was the barrier, He clawed his way up to captain of the Guardian's first squad, still no access to her. Titan City is blanketed by Shang surveillance. Covert operatives stand little chance. What the family never foresaw was Shang Xiaoyan's glass synesthesia. Two linked partners can share senses, meaning Wang Chunyu witnessed every atrocity the Shang labs inflicted on her. The Shang quest for mechanical ascension began with ordinary civilians, then shifted to awakened subjects when they proved more compatible with machinery. As the project neared its climax, they picked the perfect vessel, Shang bloodline, pact spirit, Shang Xiaoyan herself. Uploading her mind into a central core would grant them digital immortality, and no price was too high. This obsession has consumed generations of the family. The woman in front of them is the product of an earlier trial. When that experiment failed, she was shelved here as a reject. Technicians log data daily, patch her damaged cells, and keep her organs functioning just enough to prevent total collapse while they prepare the next attempt to prolong her life. So this is what it means when people say living hurts more than dying? Han Zhan finally felt the full weight behind Wang Chunyu's words. With his gift for empathic resonance, Wang Chunyu had replayed every torment Shang Xiaoyan had suffered, frame by frame, in his own mind. Through that same link, Shang Xiaoyan perceived the outside world through Wang Chunyu, staying conscious and clinging to his humanity during the endless experiments. Their pains intertwined, and that intersection was the source of Wang Chunyu's lament. Wang Chunyu knew every nook of the Mechanical Institute, not because he was born a Shang, but because his Qilin carried Shang blood, and this place was its cage. So what's your plan? Han Zhan stared at him. Sneak in as a slave, use the recruits as shields, shed the prosthetic arm in the chaos, ride the escape elevator, and slip away that about cover it? Wang Chunyu had run the plan in his head more times than he could count. He didn't deny it. He simply nodded. We all have capsule bombs in our necks, he said. They're made for awakened. Any psionic ripple, and they detonate. The compound dissolves in the blood, races through the body, and there's no way to cut it out. When it goes off, you're dust, no bone shards, nothing. As he spoke, he stepped to a cylindrical glass tank. The metal tubes embedded in the massive machine came alive with a hiss and plunged into his veins. Han Zhan frowned. What are you doing? Replacing my blood, Wang Chunyu answered calmly. Drain the blood laced with explosives, pump and clean blood. The dark liquid gurgled through the tubes. In less than a minute, a tiny capsule separated out and spun into his palm. Want to try? Wang Chunyu tipped his chin. Han Zhan shook his head. He wouldn't leave his blood here, and his devouring talent could swallow every microbomb inside him whenever he wished. He felt no fear at all. Seeing the refusal, Wang Chunyu shrugged, pinched the capsule between his fingers, and headed for the door. Where are you going now? To set up a little fireworks show for the Shang clan. He lifted the bomb with casual ease, but his tone was resolute. From slavery and implanted bombs to infiltrating the lab and extracting the device, each link fit perfectly. He would turn the enemy's own weapon against them. Han Zhan could guess what came next, but he didn't follow. To him, this was Wang Chunyu's private feud with the Shangs. Han Zhan's real target was Titan City. Locate the energy bricks and take them. To do that, he first had to stage an accidental death and vanish from every line of sight. While he weighed his next move, a faint yet distinct synthetic voice whispered in his ear. Please, can you save him? Don't let him throw himself into the flames. The Shang clan is beyond his reach. Don't avenge me, please. Don't avenge me. Beep, 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 beep. The giant machine blared alarms. Warning chimes overlapped, and the heartbeat trace on the monitor raced faster and faster. I refuse, Han Zhan said without hesitation. To him, the choice was obvious. Stealing the energy bricks mattered far more than risking exposure to save a stranger, blood ties or not. The synthetic voice on the other end clearly hadn't expected such a blunt answer. It hesitated, then rushed on. What will make you help me? I can tell you where the Shang family keeps its treasure. I can give you every detail of their most advanced research. I can. A tone meant to sound cold and mechanical now rang with unmistakable anxiety. Hearing it, Han Zhan raised a hand. Hold it. You say you know their vault location and their latest tech updates? Don't bluff me. That's top-level classified. Shang Xiaoyan is just a test subject. How would he know that? He scoffed inwardly. It was like a stranger on the street claiming to be Qin Shi Huang and handing out high commands, utterly absurd. It's true. The voice protested. The mech ascension experiment failed, but part of my consciousness was uploaded to the Shang core terminal. It gathers every generation's memories and secrets, and I've accessed a trove of data. Remember how Wang Chunyuan knew the hidden corridors and lock codes? That had puzzled Han Zhan before. Xiaoyan was trapped in a tank, yet Wang Chunyuan knew every passage and password. The explanation now convinced him mostly. I can transmit those secrets directly to you, Shang Xiaoyan urged. All it takes is a neural link. I'm sealed in a water tank. What threat could I pose? Han Zhan considered. Since infiltrating Titan City, he still hadn't located the energy bricks. Getting the coordinates straight away would save him endless trouble. Weighing risks and rewards, he nodded. You don't even have to come close, Xiaoyan added quickly. I just need a single conduit. For a test subject, neural transfer was indeed convenient. If perfected, It meant eternal consciousness and instant knowledge transfer, a pinnacle of science, and proof of its madness. Steeling himself, Han Zhan stayed where he was. A metal tube slowly emerged from the massive machine, its surface mirror smooth, the tip set with a polished crystalline disc that caught a cold white light. He kept his guard up, watching it draw near until the chilled metal grazed his forehead, a bolt of cold shooting straight through his skin. The torrent of transmitted data detonated inside Han Zhan's brain in an instant, scorching his neurons like a shower of sparks. He had no time to react, only managed to part his lips before darkness swallowed his vision and his body crashed onto the icy floor. Finally, it's done. The security light above the door kept blinking as Wang Chunyu confirmed through the shared feed that Han Zhan was out cold. Only then did he push the door open and stride into the lab. Under the dim lamps, he moved swiftly, crouching to lift Han Zhan. This guy is unbelievably cautious. I poured on the charm the whole way here, and he still never let down his guard. Good thing you rattled him at the end. His hands kept working as he spoke, disconnecting the restraints and dragging Han Zhan toward the tank in the corner. A metal rail ran beside it, perfectly positioned for rerouting the neural conduits. By the way, right before he blacked out, his lips moved. Did he say anything? Wang Chunyu asked offhandedly. He said, "Damn Wuliang Kongchu," Shang Xiaoyan repeated over the comm. Whatever, doesn't matter. Wang Chunyu shook his head and eased Han Zhan into the tank's harness. Xiaoyan, hold on. I'm going to shift every neural channel from you to him. The Shang Corporation won't notice a thing. Give me a minute. As he spoke, he pulled needles and cables free, snapping new connectors into place with millimeter precision moves he had rehearsed countless times. No, not as if he had rehearsed it, truly had. Rescuing Shang Xiaoyan was the only reason Wang Chunyu had to keep breathing. Chun Chunyu. The speaker above the tank crackled with Shang Xiaoyan's fractured electronic voice. Could you wait just a second? Wait. For what? Wang Chunyu didn't pause. Relax, I've practiced this over and over. Nothing will go wrong. Trust me. MHM. She hesitated, then added, Chunyu, your idol is Han Zhan, right? The hero of Great Xia, the new hope that Han Zhan. Exactly. Wang Chunyu kept working. He's Great Xia's hero. I've wanted to be someone like him since I was a kid. Once we get out of Titan City, we can head north. When we reach North County, we'll pull our weight. We won't just cling to each other all day. We're citizens of Great Xia, after all. He noticed the silence. Xiaoyan, why aren't you saying anything? Only faint static answered. After a moment she spoke, each word slow and careful. What if I told you the man you've just strapped down is Han Zhan? The conduit in Wang Chunyu's hand froze midair, the titanium needle trembling. He bowed his head and couldn't speak for a long time. You're lying. You have to be lying, right, Xiaoyan? His voice was hoarse, unrecognizable. Chunyu, you know neural transmission is two-way. We don't just input signals, we can catch fragments of the other person's mind. The pieces that came back were someone else's, and that someone was your idol, Han Zhan. Chunyu? She called. Wang Chunyu stayed crouched on the floor, motionless, as though time itself had frozen. To save the woman he loved, he had been willing to grovel. To betray his own people, to turn an innocent man into a scapegoat, nothing was off limits. So why, when success was finally within reach, did the person lying unconscious before him have to be the very symbol of Great Xia he worshipped, Han Zhan? His shoulders began to shake violently. Instinctively he turned away, forgetting that Shang Xiaoyan still shared his senses. Tears were already streaming down his face. Maybe we should stop, Shang Xiaoyan whispered. I'm not from Great Xia, but I know what he means to you. What we have know it isn't so bad. Not good enough. Wang Chunyu spun around, his voice breaking like a wounded beast. Honor and love each worth a fortune. But what happens when you can only choose one? When Han Zhan regained consciousness, a dull throb still pressed against his skull. Instinctively he rubbed his temples, and his glance swept the cold metal floor until it caught a strange sight. Wang Chunyu sat collapsed against the wall, back badly hunched, his ashen face looking decades older than it had moments ago. Tell us why you're here, and we'll give you every assistance we can. The emotionless female voice reverberated through the room, coming from the girl suspended in the fluid-filled tank. Shang Xiaoyan. That synthetic voice had just speared into Han Zhan's mind, detonating every piece of knowledge he possessed and driving him into blackout. Yet on waking, he realized no one had laid a hand on him. He understood at once. By exploiting the two-way nature of the neural link, they had already uncovered who he was. He had been careless. Not all was lost, though. In the torrent of Shang Xiaoyan's memories, he had located the massive warehouse that stored the energy bricks, coordinates in hand. The mission was no longer blind. Shang Xiaoyan's tone softened. We don't want to hurt you. We only want to help. After a brief pause, Han Zhan answered plainly. I infiltrated Titan City for the energy bricks. Wang Chunyu's head snapped up. Of course he would do exactly that. The words faded, and pain crossed his features. He fell silent again. You need to go. Now, Shang Xiaoyan warned. Every 24 hours someone checks my vitals and tops up my life support. If you wait, none of you will get out. Wang Chunyu exhaled hard, pushed himself upright, and brushed off his coat. Follow me. I know a tunnel that leads straight outside the Mechanical Institute. What about her? Han Zhan pointed at the tank. Can we all leave together? No chance, Wang Chunyu said, shaking his head. Those tubes feed her neural signals directly to the central terminal. The moment one line is cut, the Shang Corporation will know, and we're finished. A heaviness settled in Han Zhan's chest. So Wang Chunyu had intended to lure him here as a decoy to free Shang Xiaoyan. What had changed his mind discovering Han Zhan's true identity? He held the question and followed. Come on, it's not your fault, Wang Chunyu said, flashing his familiar grin. I had my motives. Get you out alive, and we're even. He turned back to the girl in the tank. Her face behind the glass was peacefully asleep. Bitterness and longing welled in his eyes before he forced them down. Xiaoyan, if we miss this chance, there'll be another. He'll never give up. The declaration rang through the lab, and he strode for the door. In the corridor, the lights flickered. Han Zhan still asked, do you regret it? We can turn back. We can find another way. Regret? Of course I regret it. Regret that back when we chose our people, I didn't realize it was you. If it had been anyone else, Xiaoyun and I would already be out of Titan City. Wang Chunyu curled his lips into a bitter, metallic smile. Maybe this is fate, maybe we're just not meant to escape this time. Still, helping my idol makes the whole trip worthwhile. Forcing himself to stay upbeat, he matched Han Zhan's pace, racing through the hive-like maze of corridors. Beep, 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 an ear-splitting alarm blared. Inside the Skynet control center, a massive screen lit up. An icy face, woven from countless zeros and ones, took shape as lines of code flowed across the display. It glanced down at the consoles and spoke in a flat voice. Level 3 alert. 2 rats have escaped from the Robotics Institute. The number of uploaded experiment files doesn't match the number of personnel who entered. The moment the order dropped, the feed flickered. One photo after another filled the screen. Wang Chunyu's face beside the ID badge of the researcher Han Zhan had been impersonating. These two capture them. Copy that. Staffers instantly pulled up every camera in the institute, scanning each sector, level, and angle. Minutes later, the fugitives reappeared on screen. How do they know the access codes? Han Zhan and Wang Chunyu moved as if they owned the place, keying in strings of numbers and popping gates open one after another. The operators exchanged baffled looks. Did they have an inside man? Request escalation to level 2. Alert security, seal the perimeter. We need them alive. Find out where they got those codes. Orders scrolled across the monitors as contingency plans kicked in. Unaware of the tightening net, Han Zhan and Wang Chunyu kept moving. The institute was vast, a three-dimensional hive, and every passage cost precious time. So they removed the capsule bomb inside me the same way? Han Zhan whispered. Yes. Where's the bomb now? In the lab. Wang Chunyu stopped short. Damn, I forgot about it. No time to go back. Security will surround us before we can. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. They had barely gone 100 meters when the entire complex erupted in alarms. Corridor lights turned blood red. The floor trembled. Gates that had stood open slammed shut, heavy metal severing each sector into sealed cells. We're busted, Wang Chunyu muttered, face darkening. Told you the Skynet core isn't easy to fool. Cursing under his breath, he sprinted toward their last Hopia vertical escape shaft. At the shaft's rim, cold air rushed up from the depths. They leaned over and peered down. Tier upon tier of silver platforms glinted far below rows of security droids standing at attention, gun barrel arms gleaming. Wang Chunyu drew back, took a steadying breath, and turned to Han Zhan. Change of plan, he said quietly. Looks like we'll have to find another way out. Wang Chunyu had mapped out 3 separate escape routes. Had spent ages preparing for this rescue, and now all he could do was shut out the noise and sprint for his life. The security drones from Consummating Corporation moved like lightning, their metal feet pounding the floor, and the gap between hunter and prey was closing fast. At the end of the corridor, the sector gate was inching shut, buying them a precious sliver of time. The gap was down to half a meter. Wang Chunyu and Han Zhan locked eyes. Chunyu dropped into a slide, shielding his head, and both men rolled under the gate just as it slammed shut with a thunderous clang, sealing the drones outside and throwing sparks across the floor. Why aren't we fighting back? Han Zhan asked, confusion lining his voice as heavy impacts thudded against the door. He was already a 6th tier awakened, and the young man beside him had to be at least 3rd tier. Crushing a few superalloy drones would have been easy. Yet Wang Chunyu hadn't even looked over his shoulder. Tian Wang's rules, Wang Chunyu replied, still running. As long as we don't reveal our awakened abilities or strike first, the incident stays capped at level 3. That limits how many assets Consummating can deploy. But if we show our hand or scrap even one drone, the Tianwang AI re-evaluates, the threat level spikes, and they'll send super soldiers and armored cruisers after us. We'll never outrun that. Han Zhan scowled. Consummating's top authority is really an AI called Tianwang? Had always assumed the corporate board held the reins. Sensing his doubt, Wang Chunyu lengthened his stride and continued. The shareholders say humans are too emotional. The Tianwang brain is pure logic. It makes the optimal call in 99.99% of scenarios. If someone slips through a loophole, an oversight team files a manual report and plugs it. After endless trials, they decided AI first. Oversight second is the safest model. Xingyun Shang had told him as much herself. Overhead, warning lights suddenly bled red, and the alarm siren spiked. The shrill buzz swallowed their footsteps. Wang Chunyu's face darkened. Damn it, the oversight team pushed approval this fast? How long ago did they file? Outside the Institute of Mechanics, the night sky tore open. Silver shuttles dove in trailing blue flames, their wings carving cold arcs through the dark. Cargo bays yawned, and squads of fully armed Shang exoskeletal soldiers dropped to the ground without a sound. Unlike the mass-produced security drones, these troops were top-tier assets. Bones sheathed in high-density armor, neural centers wired to combat chips, strength and reflexes far beyond human limits. The tech resembled Chongqing Corporation's mutation program, yet it had veered into a different extreme. No orders were spoken. Once they formed up, the exoskeletal soldiers moved in perfect unison. They kicked off the wall, glass burst outward, and a dozen black shadows shot through the windows, racing into the Institute's interior. Hold your breath 2 more minutes. Han Zhan's whisper brushed past his ear. The two of them huddled beneath a charcoal gray camouflage sheet, its fine weave draped tightly over them as they crouched in the corner of an abandoned laboratory inside the Robotics Institute. Back in the building now, they were boxed in by layers of alloy robots, and every corridor kept flooding with fresh aberrant soldiers, multiplying the difficulty of escape. The camo sheet came from the 8th Battle Zone's armory, something Han Zhan always carried. Its greatest value lay in total concealment. It erased outline, scent, even body heat, an unsolvable puzzle for robots and aberrant soldiers that relied on high-tech sensors. The flaw was equally fatal. Once deployed, any movement shattered the illusion. Sight was cut off, but Wang Chunyun possessed the class talent shared sense. Using Shang Xiaoyan's vision, he kept real-time watch on the hallway outside. 10 aberrant soldiers were advancing in formation, boots steady, shoulder lamps flashing cold white as their scanners combed each inch of floor and wall. Infrared, laser, scent detectors all reported the corridor empty. Sector F clear, no anomalies detected. The 10-man squad reported to command. Suddenly, one soldier lifted his head. The mechanical lens of his eye contracted, locking onto an observation platform 100 meters up. Suspicious observer spotted. Coordinates X423, Y611, Z779. All units, converge. The leader ordered crisply over the public channel. At once, every aberrant soldier and alloy robot in the building pivoted and rushed toward those coordinates. Damn, they found Xiaoyan. Through the shared view, Wang saw rows of red markers, enemy tags swarming toward Shang Xiaoyan. He tore the camo sheet aside, ready to bolt. Han didn't try to stop him, but as Wang took one step, he heard the ragged breath that betrayed the effort. Wang froze, bitterness twisting his face. Does it really have to be like this? He spoke to the air, but the words went through the shared channel to Shang Xiaoyan. Chunyun, stay back. If you move, I detonate. Shang Xiaoyan's electronic tendril pinched a thumb-sized silver capsule. A capsule bomb. Back when Han was dismantling the explosives, Xiaoyan had secretly palmed one and told no one. Xiaoyan. Wang's heart hammered. He stopped dead. Chunyun, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm Shang. Sorry I couldn't stay by your side all these years, and left you carrying my burdens and moods. Sorry you spent so much energy and youth on me. Truth is, I've been tired for a long time. Faced with the future, I chose fear. Go. Leave with your idol, finish the mission. You always wanted to be a hero, here's your chance. To me, you've always been a hero. Good luck. The murmured words drifted through the link like a final farewell. They were less than 500 meters apart, yet separated by a chasm of life and death. Wang Chunyun dropped to his knees, clutching his head, a hoarse sob scraping his throat. Meanwhile, the security squad and aberrant soldiers reached the target room. The alloy door slid open. A cold synthetic voice echoed in the stillness. Goodbye, my love. A thunderous blast ripped through the facility, scattering metal shards and mangled limbs. The capsule bomb, Sanchang Corporation's ultimate tool for controlling slaves, proved more powerful than anyone had imagined, erasing the pursuing alloy drones and aberrant fighters in an instant. As soon as the shockwave faded, Han Zhan yanked the dazed Wang Chunyu off his knees and sprinted toward their secondary escape route. That fallback path led to a research pod. Because the project there required a direct link to outside water, Wang Chunyu had flagged the pod as an emergency exit. They raced down a corridor spitting sparks, boots clanging on warped steel plates. When they reached the lab, the reinforcements, more alloy drones and aberrant fighters, had not yet arrived. A momentary lull let their hearts drop a notch, only for urgency to clamp down again. Snap out of it. Han Zhan growled, gripping Wang Chunyu's wrist. Shang Xiaoyan bought us this chance with her life. Are you going to throw it away? You don't understand. Wang Chunyu's voice shook, teetering on collapse. Xiaoyan is dead. She's dead. I don't. Han Zhan's eyes turned icy. When I warned my mentor about a certain path to death, and still watched him walk straight into it, the helplessness felt like killing him myself. He slapped Wang Chunyu's shoulder. The dead are gone. The living owe them everything, so life. The rebuke steadied Wang Chunyu. Without another word, Han Zhan kicked the alloy door open and charged inside. The doors slammed shut, and both men froze. At the center of the lab, a stranger sat before a console, eyes closed as if meditating. They snapped open, razor-sharp, and locked onto the intruders at once. Outside the Mechatronics Institute, Skynet's central AI issued a live update. Threat level elevated to Tier 2. Casualties confirmed among security personnel and aberrant fighters. Additional forces authorized. Target still holds 1Na-29 capsule bomb. Blast radius classified as extreme. Recommendation: deploy a 5-star aberrant fighter for suppression. As the alarms intensified, ever more eyes turned toward the Institute. This night would be anything but quiet. High above, a specialized craft tore across the sky, trailing a crimson plume like a comet in free fall. When the dust settled, a lone figure stepped from the red Comet Favester aberrant fighter Xianglin, regional security chief. The aberrant fighters encircling the building parted to clear his path. Fresh from his latest round of modifications, Xianglin radiated raw power, but upgrades were never free. He had to pay for them with a steady stream of merits. The moment the order came, he had raced here at top speed. No briefing needed, the AI already filled me in, Xianglin said, sweeping his gaze across the troops. Where's the target? The perimeter captain answered immediately. One fugitive is still at large with the capsule bomb intact. Several cameras went down in the blast, but the last trace places him inside the research pod in Sector B. Head for Sector B now? No, skip that. Initiate stellar transit. With a sweeping gesture, Xianglin tapped the side trigger on his arm guard. A burst of blinding starlight detonated. His body shattered into a spray of photons, pierced the thick walls, and reformed deep inside the Institute of Mechanics. Stellar transit tore at muscle and nerves like torture, yet he never hesitated. The other augmented warriors, gritting their teeth, unlocked the same protocol. Spears of light knifed through the corridor and recoalesced outside the research pod in Sector B, where the smell of gunpowder hung almost solid in the air. Xianglin's face darkened. His pupils dragged a holographic wireframe across the doors, alloy panels scarred by fresh scuffs. Inside, a lone figure stood rigid. Breach. The first warrior slammed a shoulder plate into the door. Steel buckled. Behind it, a lab coat flinched. Assistant Lu? Ridiculous. This is a research pod. If I'm not here, would I be caged in your Kanshong holding cells? Lu scoffed, still clinging to arrogance. Looks like 5th Sector spines aren't as stiff as I heard you come to argue. Xianglin didn't bite. His gaze swept the cramped chamber. He knew Liu's background cold, a Daxiao prisoner, retained for his medical expertise. But today Lu clearly wasn't the only intruder. Their response time was under 2 minutes. No one could have escaped yet. Assistant Lu, you're really going to shield him? Xianglin's voice dropped to a growl. Remember, your sector spirit binders are still in our cells. The threat stabbed like ice. A shadow flickered in Liu's eyes. His glance slid toward a stack of crates. His left hand rose, fingertip brushing the darkness. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm alone. Leave. The words stayed defiant. Xianglin understood. His stare hardened. The warriors lifted their rifles in unison, muzzles locking onto the crates. Swish camouflage cloth whipped away, and a figure sprang out. A heartbeat later, a flash grenade burst, flooding every retina with white. In that flare of agony and blindness, the intruder burst through the perimeter, sprinting down an alternate corridor. Target's loose, Xianglin muttered, rubbing his stinging eyes. He shot Lu a cold look. Thanks for the help. Without waiting, he gave chase. To him, this was cat and mouse. The only real danger was the capsule bomb. Wait, capsule bomb. He looked down. The floor was littered with sesame-sized gray beads, the bomb's active compound. When had the intruder spread them? Boom. The pod buckled as though struck by a giant hammer. A shockwave, wreathed in fire, swept the room. Xianglin and Lu were hurled meters away. The other warriors vaporized into mist. Damn it. Amid the roar, Xianglin dragged the scorched Lu clear of the flames, flinging him toward a safer alcove, rage fixed on the escaping silhouette. The heat torrent reduced his coat to ash, revealing that 80% of his frame was a scaffold of special alloy, gleaming and cold. He stamped once, metal bones thundered. Like a shell from a cannon, he launched himself after his target, eyes locked forward. 3 minutes earlier, Han Zhan pushed open the heavy alloy door of the research module, and Wang Chunyu followed close behind. The harsh white ceiling lights made their eyes swim, and the instrument panels pulsed with multicolored indicators. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than they spotted the man inside, who had been resting with his eyes closed. At the sound of the door, he looked up, gaze cool and razor-sharp. Instinctively, Wang Chunyu turned to bolt, but Han Zhan clamped a hand around his wrist. Han Zhan gave a slight shake of his head, stepped forward, and said in a calm, clear voice, 9 grit hot pot. Not bad. The stranger froze, as if searching his memory for a corresponding code. An instant later the turmoil in his eyes settled, leaving only a faint, almost invisible relief. It really is, Lu Jingchun said with a nod, sinking back into the metal folding chair. Wang Chunyu was baffled. Had they truly verified each other's identities with nothing but a hot pot joke and a single not bad? Still, at least it meant the man wasn't an enemy. Suddenly Lu Jingshun looked up, his eyes skipping past Han Zhan to Wang Chunyu. Lu Jingshun, commander of the 5th War Zone. The statement landed like muffled thunder. Wang Chunyu straightened in shock. This unremarkable man was the head of an entire war zone. Rumor held that after the Deep Blue Plague broke out, the 5th Zone had been seized in advance by the Kanshang Corporation and turned into a refuge for healer-class spirit contractors. Their combat strength was modest, but their value to the rear lines was immense. When the fighting ended, Kanshang simply kept the zone, trying to recruit those contractors and their spirits. To force Lu Jingshun's compliance, they had taken the lives of his people hostage and pressed him into providing medical support. Though Lu Jingshun addressed Wang Chunyu, his words were clearly meant for Han Zhan as well. Kanshang is holding the rest of the 5th Zone hostage to force me into support work. Time is short, so we'll be brief. Need to get out of here. He lifted a hand toward a sealed bulkhead on the far wall. You're planning to use the external waterway connected to this module, right? In theory it works, but Titan City just finished rerouting the line. The exit is now outside the walls. You two didn't risk sneaking in here just for sightseeing. The news hit hard. Han Zhan and Wang Chunyu exchanged a stunned look. According to Wang Chunyu's original plan, they would free Shang Xiaoyun and slip out through the waterway. Mission accomplished. He had never considered that the exit might have been moved. The flaw now loomed enormous. Sorry, I didn't think of that. Wang Chunyu began, sweat beading on his forehead, but Han Zhan cut him off with a raised hand. This isn't the time for blame, Han Zhan said, words coming fast. Kanshang's hunters are almost on us. If this route is gone, we move to the 3rd extraction point. First we have to shake the squad that's chasing us. Lu Jingshun lowered his eyes, tapping the armrest with a fingertip, thinking. Suddenly Wang Chunyu looked up, voice resolute. I can draw them away. Remember the information gap. They may not realize there are 2 of us. In the eyes of those number-crunching drones, 1 capsule bomb going off means a single survivor at most. If I deliberately reveal myself and pull them in the opposite direction, you 2 can head for the 3rd extraction point and get out of the mech research facility. When he finished, the only sound in the module was the low hum of machinery. Han Zhan and Lu Jingshun traded a glance, then both turned to Wang Chunyu. It's a good plan, Han Zhan said with a nod, then asked quietly, but how will you escape once they're after you? I have my own ways. Don't forget there's plenty stored up here. As Wang Chunyu spoke, he tapped his forehead, knuckles clicking. At almost the same moment, the 5-star aberrant warrior Shang Lin raised his right arm, fingertip aimed at his own brow. Energy veins lit up between the purple-black plates of his gauntlet. A split second later, a spray of flame erupted, and a string of incendiary rounds tore through the air, orange-eared tails blazing. The scorching whistle rushed at Wang Chunyu. As if eyes had sprouted on the back of his head, he snapped his core tight, ducked, and rolled across the alloy floor. The rounds grazed his scalp, washing him in blistering heat. His hair singed and curled, and the passage filled with the stench of sulfur and scorched protein. When he stopped rolling, he had already slipped into a cross corridor. Slippery little rat. Shang Lin roared, his voice distorted and hoarse behind a metal mask. Corridors inside the Mechanical Research Institute crisscrossed like a maze. Resident researchers got lost all the time, let alone an aberrant warrior like Shang Lin, who showed up only a few times a year. In theory, he and the researchers lived in different worlds. Yet the great Xia rat in front of him had humiliated him again and again, vanishing thanks to his perfect grasp of the layout, until Shang Lin felt ready to tear the building apart. Wang Chunyu kept an eye on the pursuers behind him, but all his focus stayed on the passageways. The Institute's full, three-dimensional Mapan, endlessly magnified labyrinth was burned into his mind, the result of 5 solid years of study. 5 years. On this very day he had expected to reunite with the woman he loved and spirit her away from the bug-ridden apocalypse. But fate had twisted, and he now found himself running for his life. I never wanted to be a hero, he told himself. I'm a nobody. All I ever wanted was to save her and escape this chaos. Now that woman was dead, killed by the people chasing him. A rat? Fine if I'm a rat. They'll still chew a piece off you before I go. He muttered as he ran, then suddenly saw the black hazard stripe a heated dead end. By the time he registered it, he had already charged into the enclosed space. Behind him Shang Lin rounded the corner first, new security robots flanking him, iron boots hammering the floor and shaking dust from the walls. Run on. Why do you stop? Weren't you so fast a moment ago? Shang Lin mocked, voice echoing along the narrow walls. A dead end meant the prey had nowhere left to flee. He laughed aloud, the sound ricocheting between the walls. Ha ha ha! Suddenly Wang Chunyu laughed too, louder and even more unrestrained. Shang Lin's laughter died in his throat. I'm taking you alive, he growled, and handing you to those science-crazed lunatics for a live brain dissection. Once we find the traitor inside Kanshang Corporation, you and that man will beg for death. The threat fell like a stone into cotton. Wang Chunyu lowered his head, back against the alloy wall, chest heaving. That's why I keep saying everyone in Kansang Corporation is an idiot. You rely on tech and calculations for everything, yet you can't see the simplest plot. He lifted his eyes, bright as lit saltpeter. Do you really think a capsule bomb only explodes once? Look at the map. If you have one, then figure out whose grave this cul-de-sac will become. Shang Lin narrowed his eyes, but it was already too late. One more thing, Wang Chunyi whispered, the credit doesn't have to be mine. 4 or 5 years he had flattered, bargained, and betrayed, all to rescue the woman imprisoned far away. He had plotted, schemed, even turned against his own people. Still, she had died. So he decided to be a hero, just this once. Why would I want to be a hero? I lied when I said I didn't. He closed his eyes gently, as if speaking to someone in another world. Shang Xiaoyan, I can finally be the hero. Shang Xiaoyan, I'm coming to you. Boom. That was the dull thud of a detonator engaging. That night, a blinding gold bloom blossomed over Titan City. The roar that followed tore the clouds. Half of the Mechanical Research Institute collapsing into a pillar of fire, steel and concrete flung skyward, as though a gigantic cage had been bitten away in one savage bite. It looked exactly like a prison from which someone had ripped a great, jagged chunk. Over-threshold energy fluctuation detected. Blast analysis indicates that the energetic core storage center of the Mechanical Research Institute has been ignited, setting off a chain reaction of explosions. Sector Supervisor, 5-star aberrant warrior Shang Lin, is now missing. Incident level raised to Tier 1. As these warnings scrolled across the giant surveillance screens, Tianwang Center shifted to maximum output. Only then did the operators grasp how badly they had underestimated the destructive power of that rat. The Mechanical Research Institute, more accurately, the half that still existed, lay in ruins. Far off, violent flames ballooned against the night, twisted steel frames buckled, and shrapnel rained like hail. Han Zhan stood on the edge of the wreckage, the inferno reflected in his cold, hard eyes. Wang Chunyu, he murmured, a faint curve tugging at his lips. Congratulations. You're a hero now too. Without lingering, he spun and sprinted toward the third evacuation point. Wang Chunyu's self-detonation had bought him precious time, yet the blast was deafening. The pursuing troops were briefly obliterated, but the noise forced the Tianwang AI to elevate the threat level again. The next wave would almost certainly include more than a 5-star aberrant warrior. Han Zhan knew that once Tianwang deployed higher-tier forces, escaping the Institute would become 100 times harder. The third escape route lay deep in the Institute's refuse bay, a cavern packed with experimental waste. At exactly 1 a.m., the debris would travel by conveyor to an external incinerator. That was his sole window. The moment he stepped inside, Han Zhan froze. Mountains of metal scraps, shattered glass, and biological remains blended into a dim sea whose waves were made of knives. He pushed farther. Half a human hand stuck out from a crevice. The rigid index and ring fingers snapped off, the middle finger still raised. Nearby, several severed heads lay among the refuse, the young prisoners who had been transported with him, the ones who had cursed him earlier. Their skulls were split open, red-white tissue oozing onto the floor, filling the air with the stench of iron. Scenes like this covered every corner, proof of Kansang Corporation's madness and cruelty. Disposal time was near. Recalling the timestamps Shang Xiaoyan had transmitted, Han Zhan quickened his pace. Suddenly, a chill of being watched crept up his spine. Someone was here. He halted at once. With senses far keener than most, he could feel any gaze that lingered on him longer than 3 seconds. The instant he stopped, the presence vanished. He moved again, and the sensation returned. Closing his eyes to pinpoint the source, Han Zhan gathered his strength, whirled, and charged toward a trash mound slightly ahead on his left. The heap before him had grown into a small hill, one of many in the vast field of refuse. When Han Zhan pried open the trash heap, he spotted a peculiar lump of metal. He snapped his hand back, crouched beside the mountain of debris, and scanned the object again, and again it was a small robot, little more than a wreck. It lay motionless, utterly powerless, like a cold corpse. Only after confirming he was alone did Han Zhan lean in, seize its rust-stained shell, and pull the entire machine from the pile. Its ruin was plain to see. Both arms and legs were nothing but primitive hydraulic rods, the joints slack, the paint flaking. The head was an almost square chunk of iron riddled with cracks. The robot barely reached Han Zhan's calf, and its crude finish made him doubt it could even stand upright. He had never seen junk this rough before. Drop the act, he warned, keeping his distance. Who are you? The little robot didn't move. Han Zhan narrowed his eyes. Still pretending? I've never seen a scrap unit close its eyes. Dead optics usually stay open. No sooner had he spoken than the robot's eye snapped on with a click. Really? A synthesized voice rasped, crackling like an old radio. Of course not. Han Zhan shrugged. Who's got time to study whether bots blink or not? After another quick scan of their surroundings, he pressed on. Now can you tell me who you are? Bueling, belong. I am a robot, came the flat, mechanical reply. I know you're a robot, but you're clearly not property of the Kankri Corporation, at least not anymore. Han Zhan tapped the metal casing. These parts are over a century old. Only cankerous industrial-grade components can last 100 years without rotting. They'll give it to them. The mad scientists do good work. Bueling, belong. I am a robot, the little machine repeated. Han Zhan's expression darkened. If the thing meant him harm, it would have contacted the Skynet core the moment he touched it, exposing him to every hunter in the sector. Nothing had happened. All right, let's strike a deal. Han Zhan pulled out his personal terminal. Tell me the truth, and he'll consider taking you out of here. He paused. And he'll put you in a brand new body made from top-tier materials. Really? The robot finally looked up, its voice trembling with something like hope. Really, Han Zhan said. For a robot, the lure of a hardware upgrade was nearly irresistible. After only a few exchanges, they reached an understanding. The little machine stopped pretending to be mute and, almost human-like, folded its legs, sitting with Han Zhan to wait for the 1 a.m. window. Han Zhan checked his timer, then asked out of boredom, "So who are you anyway?" "Who am I?" "I have no idea," the robot said, staring at the dark ceiling. "Since the moment I woke up, I've been stuck in this garbage depot. Why not leave?" "What for? I'm a robot. I don't need food, drink, or entertainment. Staying put is enough." A century of solitude had drained its tone of feeling, and Han Zhan had no answer. He nodded and asked casually, "Do you at least have a name?" "I could. I'm called Shiriwe," the robot cut in. Han Zhan raised a brow. "How'd you get a name?" There was even a trace of disappointment in his voice. "Some idiot always likes giving things weird names," Shiriwe replied. "When I woke up, the system clock said October, so I'm Shiriwe." Seeing the robot's bluntness, Han Zhan managed an awkward laugh. "Well then, nice to meet you, Shiriwe." "Nice to meet you, trash." Clang. The platform beneath them collapsed. The bay doors burst open, and debris poured out like a waterfall. Han Zhan and Shiriwe dropped straight into the void. Mechanical research facility escape successful. Titan City, streets. The little robot named October clattered along behind Han Zhan, hurrying to explain, "When I shouted trash a minute ago, I wasn't talking about you. I was warning you the garbage hatch was about to open." "I know," Han Zhan muttered. October cocked its head. "Then why the long face?" "I'm just not in the mood to talk." Han Zhan wiped his face. The stinging reek of brine still filled his nose. Moments ago, he had nearly become the first 6th-rank contract sorcerer ever buried alive in refuse, and the thought still made his skin crawl. Had only just clawed his way out of the heap, reeking of salty rot, and life suddenly felt a shade darker. They walked for quite a while. Once the stench had faded a bit, Han Zhan finally raised his eyes to the gray sky. "We need to get our hands on a Skynet chip. If we don't, Titan City's defense grid will lock onto me again soon." "You mean one of these?" October lifted a mechanical arm. A gleaming sliver of metallic Skynet chip glittered between its pincers. Han Zhan snatched it up, frowning. "Where'd you find this?" October's optical lens flickered. "Cankerous Tech puts these leashes on every resident, 1 chip per person. They're for anti-intrusion and crowd control. The trash bay is full of them, all nice and shiny, so I grabbed a few. If you need more, I've got plenty." It spread both claws. A dozen chips lay on its palms, each no bigger than a fingernail. Han Zhan's heart sank. Head forgotten. The cankerous family, mad enough to use their own kin as lab stock, dumped the failures here. A landfill full of ordinary corpses would obviously be full of chips. Once a host died, the system deactivated the chip no recycling value. October kept reporting. "I've already re-registered this one in the backend. You can use it now." "That easy?" A giant question mark popped up in Han Zhan's mind. Had expected stealing a chip to be nearly impossible, but October had done it in seconds. Next up, implantation. October grabbed an injector-sized tool and pressed the activated chip through Han Zhan's scalp. A cold sting, then the chip fused with his neural network. A torrent of data poured in, giving Han Zhan all of the original host's basic info. Implantation successful. The moment it finished, Han Zhan's mouth began twitching uncontrollably. October shifted to diagnostic mode at once. Mouth twitch detected 60% probability of chip incompatibility, 33% epilepsy, 17% unknown. Initiating contingency protocol, physical therapy knockout. Both arms rose, casting a shadow over the back of Han Zhan's head. "What the hell?" Han Zhan sidestepped and caught the harmless but alarming blow. "Scan complete," October stated flatly, "vitals normal. Contingency cancelled." Han Zhan brushed the robot's arm away, cursing its faulty logic under his breath. Then he remembered the real reason for his twitch and almost twitched again. Because he had merged with an activated Skynet chip whose original owner was Boban, 82-year-old black man. "Can I swap this chip out?" Han Zhan finally voiced his concern. "You can, but the old one has to come out first." The little robot October spoke through a damaged speaker, its tone raspy. "Problem is, the chip has completely fused with your neural network. Without open brain surgery, the odds of turning you into a vegetable are 99.9999. For decimal places, nice attention to detail." Han Zhan raised an eyebrow, weighed the risk, and shelved the idea for now. In Titan City, mechanical ascension borders on mass hysteria: prosthetic limbs, exoskeletons, neural chips. Throngs chase a cold, metallic immortality. Compared with that, Sharing headspace with an 82-year-old black man's memories isn't all that strange. He glanced at his right arm, where a faint blue line under the skin looked like a miniature circuit. It was the Skynet chip's external lead, able to sync directly with the city's network. Han Zhan spread his palm, and a translucent holographic panel bloomed. Titan City registered resident. Name, Bob. Gender, male. Credit rating, excellent. Account balance, 50,000 Titan coins. Additional menus, housing permits, medical files, tax records were available, but he dismissed the display with a squeeze of his hand. Canopus Corporation really sticks to its principles, he muttered. Use people as lab rats yet leave their money untouched. I killed you, but am not after your cash. Professional ethics, I guess. With Bob's chip, he quickly reorganized the data Shang Xiaoyan had force-loaded into his head. 1. SSS, Titan City Defense Grid, and the complete schematics for the superweapon project, Starkiller City top priority, encryption required. 2. A. City culture, customs, prosthetic upgrade theory useful for blending in. 3. D. Dubious gossip, corporate scandals, specialty club locations, and price sparked for later. When the sorting finished, the pounding in his skull finally eased. First order of business, he followed a level tip to a nearby bathhouse. Steam rose as he washed off grease, dust, and blood. A clean, cheap gray fatigue suit cost him 10,000 Titan coins. Next, Han Zhan and Leaking Oil October headed to the city's famed Dawn Boulevard. Stretching for kilometers, Dawn Boulevard glowed with neon storefronts. Giant holoscreens screamed ads for limb upgrades, intelligent body overhauls, and custom robot modules. Plasma cutters hissed, servo arms clanged. It was a metallic symphony. Han Zhan had 2 goals. Keep his promise to October and prepare for the upcoming energy brick heist. The moment he stepped onto the boulevard, he drew Starisa. Fully organic man escorting a battered, oil-dripping robot looked downright alien in a place where nearly everyone was modified. 2 thugs soon blocked his way. On the left, a man's right arm had been swapped for a silver rocket launcher that gleamed wickedly. On the right, a black banded thug's lone eye glowed crimson. Hey, kid, you from Titan? The one-eyed man asked, arms folded, suspicion thick in his voice. Why aren't you sporting a single upgrade? Han Zhan snorted and smirked. Who says I'm not? Mine's strapped around my waist. When Han Zhan spoke, the 2 street punks were stunned. One hell of a line, man. We're all Titans, not wooden puppets. You're a tough guy. Did think you'd worry about pleasure, the one-eyed punk said, half in awe, half out of curiosity. Han Zhan shot him a scornful glance and tossed the words right back. You've already replaced your limbs with prosthetics, so why not go all the way? Install sensors in the arm. Skip your hands. Entirely cleaner and easier. The 2 punks froze on the spot. Ignoring the dazed pair, Han Zhan called his little robot, October, and headed deeper into Dawn Boulevard. The boulevard was lined with shops, almost all of them selling tech, exactly what Titan City residents favored under Cancri Corporation's umbrella. Han Zhan wandered into a repair shop, planning to swap out October's worn parts. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with graying hair, wore brown reading glasses. As Han entered, he fished a monocle from his pocket and clipped it over his right eye with practiced ease. This bot's practically an antique, he muttered while removing the casing. These gears Cancris simplified model from 2 centuries ago, ditched for poor compatibility. And this hydraulic rod Eastcom Tech Eastcom folded more than 200 years back. He listed each part like an appraiser, then asked offhandedly, pick it out of a trash heap? Han Zhan thought, this old guy's got an eye. The man kept working, unable to hide his admiration. Nice assembly work, neat wiring. Getting full output from junk like this takes skill. He glanced up. Han Zhan quickly waved him off. I didn't build it. I just found it. Of course you didn't, the old man snorted. Kid your age wouldn't have the chops. Lucky find, though. An hour later, he set down his tools and wiped his brow. Done. All brand new internals. Want to swap the tin shell for something flashier? I've got the latest chassis, 300,000 Titan credits. No thanks. I'm into the retro vibe. Han Zhan declined without hesitation. Suit yourself. Total comes to 12,000. The shopkeeper brought up the payment screen. Han Zhan offered his hand. Fingerprint, palm, and vein scans completed in a single shake. Payment confirmed. The moment Han left, the old man stopped short, rubbed his eyes, and muttered, weird. The payment alert showed a photo of some old black guy. Damn, Skynet glitching again. Skynet Central. A dense stream of symbols flickered across the screens, every scrap of data being processed at once. This was Sanshang Corporation's butler, the Tianwang Brain. A half-ring of holographic panels hung from the dome of the hall, pouring thousands of data cascades like digital waterfalls. Below, more than 1,000 analysts sat at clustered workstations, eyes locked on their terminals as they manually patched gaps, giving the superintelligence a human second opinion. 2 hours earlier, no one had noticed the brief flash of strange characters racing across the main display, nothing but numbers arranged in the unmistakable shape of a raised middle finger. Almost at the same moment, an explosion at the Mechanical Institute rocked Titan City. A 5-star aberrant warrior was killed, hundreds more were ruined alongside several thousand alloy robots, and half the institute was scorched to ash. Fire lit the skyline like fireworks, visible across the entire city. Senior management immediately took notice, hinting that, if necessary, the Tianwang brain could be switched to full power mode to comb every corner of Titan City. The Tianwang brain was originally built to model Sanshang's dream of mechanical ascension. Under normal conditions, only 1% of its processing power kept the city and subsidiary departments running. Waking it fully required a gauntlet of authorizations and was reserved for the most extreme events. The investigator in charge of the Institute incident clenched his fists when he heard the option was on the table, the dark circles under his eyes practically glowing. He had been working 3 days without a break, no overtime pay, and if the results displeased the brass's bonus would be dock pressure, so high his scalp tingled. He rushed to a colleague's desk, only to receive a shake of the head. It hasn't been approved. One director signed off, the rest think it's a minor issue. A minor issue. The investigator exploded, rattling off the losses again, his voice sharp enough to cut air. Yet the reality was plain. If it wasn't about mechanical ascension, Sanshang deemed it peripheral. When his anger burned out, he slumped into his chair, limbs weak. His colleague handed over the latest slave entry list for the Mechanical Institute. There might be something in here. Especially this Wang Chunyuth, one who blew up the proto-energy reserve. He apparently dated an heiress from the Shang family. All the files are inside. At the same time, Han Zhan was strolling down Dawn Avenue with his freshly refurbished minibot, Shuriwa. He had 27,000 Titan credits left, barely enough for a half-decent sidearm. A man who normally spent money like water was frowning over his finances for the first time, mind racing for ways to earn cash. Across the sidewalk, a woman in stiletto boots headed straight toward him. She stood around on 75, legs long enough for a magazine cover. A loose blue sweater clung to her slim waist and generous curves, while black fishnets cast fractured shadows under the streetlights, wrapping her in a mix of sex appeal and streetwise grit. "Hey, handsome, out here alone tonight?" Her smoky voice carried a playful tease. Han Zhan glanced at the grease-stained coveralls he was wearing and rolled his eyes. Nice face, nice voice, but the mouth's a liar. You call this handsome? What kind of taste is that? He turned to leave, but she pivoted and body-checked him, nearly knocking him off balance. With a flick of her slender fingers, a string of pale gold of vouchers shimmered in the air. 5,000 Titan credits. Han Zhan spun back, eyes sparkling. You're giving that to me? Her smile turned suggestive, brow arched. Not impossible. The woman across from him let out a soft laugh. You're an interesting one. Han Zhan shrugged and nodded. Am I? I think so too. My name's Zhu Di, and I live in this building. She threw him a teasing glance. Care to come up for a while? Just to sit? Han Zhan asked, playing along. Or to do something else? Zhu Di gave a suggestive wink. A seasoned flirt, she could toss out risque lines without the slightest blush. Han Zhan had little interest in getting chummy with a stranger. He was about to excuse himself when the small robot that had been ignored for so long suddenly whirred to life. Clicking and clanking, Shuriwa bolted toward the narrow stairwell that led up from Liming Street. Bueling, belong. I am a robot. Its childish mechanical voice echoed in the empty corridor. Han Zhan and Zhu Di exchanged a helpless look and followed. Liming Street was home to a large number of native residents. Land in Titan City was precious, and the buildings here climbed straight into the sky. Zhu Di's place was on the 27th floor, a compact hotel-style studio, but spotless, completely at odds with the stereotype Han Zhan had of the neighborhood. A faint, mature fragrance hung in the air, enough to make him slightly lightheaded. Something to drink? Zhu Di asked, closing the door behind them with a sidelong smile. He'll have whatever the host recommends. Then let's open a little Spirit Kid. She produced 2 thimble-sized cups. Spirit Kid had been popular in Titan City decades ago, made with a secret formula just enough perk you up, too much hit you hard. Zhu Di clearly had no intention of getting drunk. She poured exactly 2 cups. The pale blue liquid filled the rims. Han Zhan took a sip, sweet with a hint of tartness. It slid warm down his throat, sweeping away the fatigue of the past few hours. His eyes brightened. First time on Liming Street. Zhu Di rested her chin on her hand, the pointed toe of her slender heel tracing the cuff of Han Zhan's trousers, her gaze magnetic. I haven't seen you before either, so that makes sense. Han Zhan set the cup down, his fingers tracing its edge. I work on Kabuli Street in the south, dismantling and recycling robots. Places like Liming Street aren't on my usual route. Kabuli Street was so remote that many city residents had never even heard of it. Zhu Di sipped her drink, her red lips brushing the rim. When he finished speaking, she crossed her long left leg over her right and shifted position. How about a game? We take turns asking questions. No lying, no dodging, no half answers. Break a rule, and you drink. Answer honestly, and the other person drinks. Deal, Han Zhan agreed. Zhu Di went first. What's your name? Bob, Han Zhan said calmly. Are you really a lady? He fired back. That's a rather crude question, Zhu Di said with a playful roll of her eyes, though she wasn't offended. Do I not look like one? Then, sticking to the rules, she leaned closer, her fragrant breath brushing his face. Yes, I am. My shift, now what brings you to Dawn Avenue? I'm here to swap out some worn-out parts for October Me robot, Han Zhan replied, sliding a small box of screws and wrenches under the bar. The moment they stepped inside, Octoberno, taller than an adult's knee, dashed into the adjoining bedroom and vanished. Han Zhan was about to ask what it was up to when tiny footsteps pattered back and a little figure wobbled into view. Half covering the robot's head, front and back, was a pale lavender lace bra. Han Zhan was taking a swig of water and nearly sprayed it onto the ceiling. What the hell is that little brat up to? He coughed, thumping his chest. Before he could blow up, October obediently spun around and trotted back to the bedroom. Judy, leaning against the bar and lazily licking her straw, glanced at him. Looks like your repairs were a huge success. It's not usually like this, Han Zhan tried to explain, but her expression clearly said, I don't buy it, so he let it drop. Feeling his reputation take a hit, he quickly changed the subject. I'm broke. Where can I pick up some extra Titan coins? Be a lab rat for the Mech Institute. Work as a gigolo, or commit robbery assuming the patrol and Skynet don't catch you, Judy said, spreading her hands as she rattled off 3 progressively crazier options. Han Zhan stared at her. Come on, you're a local. You've got to have at least one legit idea. I'm just a hostess. If I knew an easy score, I'd already be rich, Judy shrugged. Fair point. I've got nothing, Han Zhan said with a wry smile. She tossed him another line. I'm enjoying our chat. 3,000 Titan coins, special discount. Sure you don't want to take me up on it? Not a chance. I'm a man of principle, he said flatly. He had barely finished when October bounced out again, this time wearing a pair of panties on its head. Judy chuckled. Mr. Bob may be disciplined, but your little robot seems to have other ideas. October, Han Zhan barked. The robot scuttled over, and just as he tried to grab it, it raised an arm, proudly displaying a roll of dark brown film, ancient, edges curled, clearly very old. So that's what it had been rummaging for? Han Zhan opened his mouth to ask, but October tilted its head back and swallowed the entire roll. What was that? He asked Judy. No idea, Judy shook her head. I'm just renting this place. In Titan City, this is considered an antiquite, least a few centuries old. A few centuries? Sounds like a condemned building to me, Han Zhan muttered. At that moment, a mechanical clatter came from inside October, gears grinding loud and clear, followed by the voice of an older man. Old age is shutting down every function I have left. Why can't humans stand against time? Why? The tone dripped with despair, and then the speaker filled with labored breathing, a woman's breathing, laced with pained moans as though she were enduring some kind of torment. Han Zhan and Judy exchanged a look. Seriously? They had been bracing for a world-shattering secret, and instead got this? Dirty old man still got a young heart, Han Zhan muttered. The two of them listened for a solid half hour. Finally the gears wound down, and October, in the most human way, burped and patted its round belly. That was it. It looks like Mr. Bob's mini-bot is still hiding plenty of secrets. Judy moistened her red lips, eyes as clear as water. She leaned in on purpose, the rise of her chest to steep peaks almost brushing Han Zhan's face, forcing him to recline against the chair. 1,000 Titan coins, Mr. Bob, she whispered, biting her lip, her voice trembling. Am I not even worth 1,000 Titan coins? Han Zhan lowered his gaze in thought. He had already decided. He was only choosing the words. Just as he opened his mouth, the apartment door was struck by a violent pounding. Open up. Open the door, you slut. I heard everything. Half an hour, a full half hour. You whore. The man outside slammed the door hard enough to make the walls shake. Not opening. Then I'll break it down. I want to see which pretty boy dares touch my woman. Bang bang bang. Each blow warped the wooden door. So this guy's been eavesdropping for 30 minutes? Han Zhan thought. What a gentleman. He looked up. Judy still wore her professional smile. Her face didn't twitch. Miss Judy, people in your business know better than inyon muching isn't a good habit. Han Zhan raised one finger. 10,000 Titan coins. I don't have that kind of money. Judy dropped her head, twirling her fingertips. Besides, the rice is already cooked. She hadn't finished when the door crashed in. A middle-aged man barged inside. So you're the pretty boy? Judy, you bitch. I've bankrolled you for years, and now you quit? Not a chance. Tonight I'll beat this gigolo to death right in front of you. Without another word he swung, his fist aimed straight at Han Zhan's face. Titan City allows brawls as long as public property isn't damaged, panic isn't caused, and no lethal weapons are used. The man weighed at least 160 gene fat rather than muscular, and the floor quivered under his charge. Troublemaking Judy had already slipped into the bedroom and locked the door with a bang. Watching the meaty fist coming at him, Han Zhan's lips curved. Well, no need to be polite then. Skynet Center. The night shift operator stared at the incoming data, clicking his tongue in amazement. A coworker with an armful of snacks leaned over. What are you watching? Nothing big. Just a street fight on Dawn Avenue. A regular brawl? That's boring. The coworker started to turn away. The security squad won't even show unless someone dies. The operator read the chip data aloud. Combatants, Zhang Lifu, 32, Bob, 82. Poor Bob. Poor. The operator pointed at the screen. Judging by the vitals, Zhang Lifu is about to be knocked out by Bob. The co-worker blinked. What? Did I hear that right? An 82-year-old Bob is pounding Zhang Laifu? Yep. Never underestimate a black guy, the operator said. 80 plus, and still dishing out a beating. Him staying out of his way. Skynet Center couldn't view live footage. They had to rely on chip telemetry and a little imagination. In their minds, they pictured a white-haired black elder straddling a 32-year-old man and pounding him with a flurry of ordinary punches. The image sent a chill through both of them, and the scene before their eyes was almost the same. Come out, Miss Judy. I've taken care of your problem. Consider it payment for that shot of pick-me-up. Han Zhan glanced at the floor. Zhang Laifu lay there unconscious, a heap of mud. He straightened up, walked to the bedroom door, and knocked gently. There was no response from inside. Huffing and puffing, the little robot October hurried over and raised its brand new mechanical arm. A key had appeared between its metal fingers. It slid it into the lock and, with a click, the door swung open. Behind the door, Judy froze, staring at Han Zhan outside the threshold. Miss Judy, can you tell me what's going on now? You went out onto the street to pick up a man just so you could trick him into taking a beating for you? Han Zhan's voice was calm, but every word hit home. Judy remained silent, her body angled slightly, as if giving tacit permission for whatever came next. To her surprise, Han Zhan did not step inside. He simply tossed the key onto the bed and turned away. Miss Judy, remember you owe me a meal. With that, he walked off without looking back. Judy stood in the doorway, watching him leave. She had thought he would accept payment in kind, but he hadn't. This man who called himself Bob was far more upright than she had imagined. You're a good man, Mr. Bob. Barefoot, she hurried to the window, her long pale legs even more enticing under the light. Through the glass, she watched Bob and the little robot leave the building, melt into the morning crowd on Dawn Avenue, and disappear. I'm sorry, she whispered. At the corner, October trotted after Han Zhan, its electronic eye blinking. Why didn't you go in just now? My sensors registered your physiological indexes at 280, 7 times your normal baseline. In human terms, that means heat. Animals mate when they're in heat. So why did you fight the instinct? That's not heat. That's desire, Han Zhan answered evenly. Desire is normal. Judy is certainly attractive, but that's not what I'm after. Only those who can master their desire are truly successful. Besides, I've already collected my payment. As he spoke, his eyes fell on October's mechanical arm. At some point, a faint blue pattern had appeared on the metal, almost identical to the one on his own arm. What did that mean? Han Zhan's heart skipped. A realization dawned that October now possessed the same convenience protocol that marked the citizens of Titan City. Was it because it had swallowed that roll of film? Judy had been right. The little bot was hiding more than a few secrets, and this was only the first layer. So are you a Titan City resident now? Han Zhan asked. October shook its head. I don't know. How can you not know? The blue circuit's there. You can access the city services. How could you have no identity? Han Zhan frowned. He patted October's metal head and changed the subject. Never mind. Let's find a shop, buy something, and see what happens. Han Zhan and Shuriwe kept moving down Dawn Boulevard. The streetlights were still burning. A thin mist skimmed the pavement, and the occasional night shift patrol car slipped past. Walking single file, their footsteps echoed over the empty road. When they reached a 24-hour convenience store, Han Zhan pushed open the glass door, and the chime rang sharply. The shelves were crammed with instant meals and drinks, while cold vapor drifted from the coolers. Han Zhan grabbed a bottle of mineral water, handed it to the cashier, and pointed at the little robot. I've set up family pay on its arm. Just scan it. Pale blue circuits pulsed beneath the shell of Shiyu's mechanical limb. The clerk, unfazed, scanned the code, and the terminal chimed. Payment successful, flashed across the counter display. Watching them leave, the board clerk glanced at the payer's name, Shang Jianhua. He frowned. The name rang a bell, but he couldn't place it. Outside, Han Zhan twisted off the cap, took a long gulp, and urged, come on, check your balance. He spoke as though ripping open a colossal loot box, eyes glittering with the promise of sudden wealth. Shiyu's optical sensors brightened, hesitated for a heartbeat, then recited in its flat mechanical voice, my current balance is 1,0,0,0,0. It stopped after the 11th zero. Han Zhan froze on the curb. How many? He dug at his ear, half thinking he'd misheard. Don't tell me your language module's stuck. It's still under warranty. I don't want to fight that old man for repairs. Language system nominal, Shuriwe replied. Han Zhan drew a slow breath. So that's a 1 followed by 11 zeros. 100 billion Titan coins. Instantly, he pictured a civilian starfighter's purchase. Pajihi could pay in full right now and join the trust fund brats drag racing across the star sea. This is insane, he muttered. How does a little robot have that kind of money? Does it have something to do with the film reel it swallowed? Could that old man be someone extraordinary? No matter the reason, the money was real, and Han Zhan's eyes blazed. Doesn't matter, we're loaded. With funds in hand, he could raid the market for energy bricks, beat Kanshang Corporation to the punch, and get out before anyone reacted. Skynet Center, main control room. Data cascaded down the walls like waterfalls, cursors flickering at breakneck speed. The Institute of Robotics still hadn't delivered its investigation results. Furious, the authorities froze every last bit of the investigators' monthly performance pay, then dispatched the Shang family's inner circle to take over. Not every member of the Shang clan was a trigger-happy gearhead. A few were shrewd dealmakers with razor-sharp instincts. They smelled something unusual in the case. After an all-night sweep, they compiled a brief. 1. Wang Chunyu, former guardian of Dixia. 2. Entered a binding contract with Shang family heiress Shang Xiaoyan. 3. Shang Xiaoyan was brought back to Titan City as test subject number 289 in the Mechanical Ascension project. 4. The experiment failed. Shang Xiaoyan survived in a liminal state and is kept under observation in a nutrient chamber at the Institute of Robotics. 5. The report notes a 56% compatibility between her and the terminal during ascension, more than half suggesting partial fusion and possible exposure to Shang family secrets. Under the cold white lights, Shang Zhixian, the family's appointed overseer, leafed through the report, deep in thought. Several investigators assigned to the case followed behind him, careful not to make a sound. To them, the young man ahead was no ordinary figure. He was Shang Zhixian, the designated heir of the Shang family, direct bloodline of the direct bloodline. No one had expected this incident to alarm someone of his stature. Nothing that concerns Dixia can be treated lightly. While walking, Shang Zhixian added a cold snort. Am not that useless sister who let romance scramble her brains. The investigators hurried to nod and mutter their agreement. Once the conference room door closed and the lights came on, he took the head seat. Has the Mechanical Institute's surveillance feed been restored? Not yet. Then review everything we know. 1. Shang Xiaoyan and Wang Chunyu are lovers as well as contract partners. 2. Wang Chunyu's primary motive must be to save someone. But hey, race the problem. Shang Zhixian tapped the tabletop in rhythm. The person who escaped with him wasn't Shang Xiaoyan. So whom was he protecting? Who could matter more than she does? His thoughts fired like lightning. Before the others could react, he was already overturning his own theory. No, that doesn't fit. Wang Chunyu definitely met Shang Xiaoyan, but she stayed in the lab, and the ones who fled were Wang and somebody else. Reports say both were killed by an aberrant trooper in a superalloy mech, but he snapped his fingers. No rule says 2 capsule bombs going off means 2 corpses. There were 3 people in the institute at the time. That single line snapped the research-minded investigators out of their days. Did the proposal to launch Skynet Cognition for a deep scan get approved? No, every vote, but yours was against it. Idiots. Shang Zhixian spat. The crowd lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. Before his words faded, a piercing beep erupted from the Skynet control room. What's going on? The on-duty technician blanched. Skynet only sounded an alarm for major events, and the Shang heir was standing right there. Shang Zhixian. Report. The massive holoscreen lit up, and Skynet's synthetic voice spoke in perfect order. Special individual detected. Identity verification in progress. Verification complete. Subject, Shang Zhixian. Clearance, top level. Highest authority unlocked. Compiling reason for alert. Seconds later the voice returned, eerily calm. Anomaly summarized. Your great-great-great-great-great ancestor has just purchased a bottle of mineral water. The air froze. Everyone, Shang Zhixian included, was stunned. Stupid machine. It's glitched again, someone muttered. Employee 9527. I am not glitched, Skynet replied, calling him out by number. The employee's face went green. He quietly removed his badge and slipped it into his pocket. The duty supervisor forced a laugh. The system handles tens of billions of tasks a day and only devotes 1% of its processing power to each. Little hiccups happen, you know. But Shang Zhixian's mind was already racing, calculating who that many times removed ancestor could be. The founder of Kanshang Corporation, the clan's progenitor, Shang Jianhua. Shang Jianhua. The instant that name was spoken, silence swallowed the entire Tianwang control center. Holographic lights still flashed overhead, but no one looked at the data panels. Every staff member instinctively raised their heads, eyes locking on Shang Zhixian in the center of the hall, as though waiting for him to take back what had to be a slip of the tongue. Shang Jianhua had been dead for years, his ashes vaporized in an explosion, so how could he be alive and leisurely buying bottled water? The Tianwang AI had to be malfunctioning again. The idea spread like a virus, yet after seeing employee 9527 demoted for voicing doubts years ago, no one dared speak. As a direct heir of the Shang clan, Shang Zhixian's face was as cold as a frozen chip. He offered no explanation, striding into a soundproof office and closing the door, cutting off the murmurs outside. The comm panel lit up, and a lazy male voice drawled. Shang Zhixian, you don't have the authority to order me. The Tianwang AI is modeling mechanical ascension. Nothing can interrupt it. I'm not here to argue. Shang Zhixian lowered his voice. Shang Jianhua is back. A beat of silence. Then a sharp, ragged breath. The news had landed. Got it, the man snapped. Emergency meeting now. First motion, halt the simulation, wake the Tianwang AI, full-net sweep. The call ended. Shang leadership went to maximum alert. 10 minutes later, a board-only emergency session passed 3 directives unanimously. 1. Do not alarm the public. 2. Have the Tianwang AI pinpoint the target. 3. Deploy an 8-star recombinant warrior unit for covert capture. When the meeting adjourned, the secretary offered the usual reassurance. The elders are pleased with your intel. Once this is over, they'll move up the vote to make you heir to Sanshang Corporation. Spare me the IOUs. Shang Zhishin glanced at him and walked off. He hurried down the corridor, entered the control room, and flew across the light keys to input the activation code. Tianwang boot sequence engaged. Program load complete. The mechanical voice had barely finished when the orderly blue data streams twisted into chaos, as if an invisible hand had stirred the depths. Threads of light wove across the main screen, finally coalescing into an aged but sharply defined face. Speak. Why have you awakened me this time? The voice was no longer synthetic. It was the deep, slightly hoarse tone of an old man. Shang Zhishin straightened and bowed. Shang Zhishin of the Shang clan greets the Tianwang AI. Oh, it's you, the elder said with a faint chuckle. Look at you last time we met, you were still a zygote. Shang Zhexin's mouth twitched. You really have a way with words. Next time just say I was still in my mother's belly, it feels a lot less insulting. Shang Zhishin shoved every other thought aside and went straight to the point. We woke you because our scans indicate that Shang Jianhua has come back to life. We need you to sweep all of Titan City and pinpoint his current location. Shang Jianhua resurrected? The supposedly all-knowing Skynet core paused in its data ocean, a rare note of puzzlement in its voice. After a brief silence it answered, simple enough. Activating 100% of my processing power. Give me 5 seconds, and I'll finish scanning every chip in Titan City. Electricity crackled in the void as strings of zeros and ones turned into a raging data storm, the entire infosphere churning under the core's will. When the 5-second countdown hit 0, the tempest froze and a single eye of light snapped open. Target located. I'm sending you the coordinates. Now let me sleep again. With that, the chaotic data withdrew, numbers falling back into tidy arrays, and the vast digital space went silent. Titan City, Dawn Street. At the far end of the street, several elite units of specially modified Revenant soldiers were gathering. A faint hum rose as an almost invisible particle barrier encircled the block, thin as a gossamer wing, yet said to withstand a full-force strike from a 9th-tier powerhouse. 10 squads, each led by an 8-star Revenant, advanced from 10 directions in a radial formation, guided by Skynet's coordinates. In their earpieces a cold combat feed kept chiming. Target is on the move. Squad 3, he's near you. Use any means necessary to restrain him, but stay alert. Squad 3 has visual engaging. Before the shout had finished, an 8-star Revenant shot out of a narrow alley like a cannon shell. The blend of 8th-tier power and Revenant engineering pushed his strength to the brink of the tier's limit. As he flashed past, the air seemed to tear. An instant later he was already a kilometer away. Boom. The blast echoed across the channel. Squad 3, report. Did you get him? After a tense pause a hoarse reply came. We have him, but something's off. Commander, you'd better come see for yourself. 2 minutes later the commander arrived. Beneath a shattered wall a young man lay rigid on the ground like a fish flung ashore. Terror had made him lose control of his bladder, drenching his trousers. A harsh smell of ammonia lingered at his nose. The commander frowned and pulled up a Skynet match. The display read, Zhang Laifu, 33, ordinary resident of Titan City, no ties to Shang Jianhua. Negative? Negative. The commander's lips thinned. His gaze lingered half a second on the man, now completely paralyzed by the Revenant's excessive force. Then he gave a cold order. Dispose of him quietly. Report to HK extraction failed. 1 kilometer away on Eternal Shore Avenue. In the morning light a waist-high robot named October sat quietly on a wooden bench. It slapped its flat metal belly, the hollow clang echoing off the buildings, then tilted its head back and let out an electronic burp. The capacitor light on its chest blinked twice. So, you've swallowed a second antique film reel. Any new reaction? Han Zhan leaned in, narrowing his eyes. October's otherwise lifeless photoreceptors flickered, tilting as though giving him a sidelong glance. A second later the twin lights turned eerie and an unsettling laugh squeezed from its speaker. Ha ha ha. The lewd cackle dribbled out of the little robot's amplifier. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.